Introduction. In the realm of Westeros, where the chilling winds of Winterfell herald the imminent arrival of the White Walkers, Daenerys Targaryen prepares to mount her dragon for battle. The skies roar like bombers overhead, and the air vibrates with a cacophony of sound. As one gazes upward, a colossal dragon descends, resembling a Valkyrie in its dive. Jon Snow turns his gaze back towards Daenerys, pondering why he lacks such prowess. Soon, another dragon swoops in, unleashing a barrage of stones and rocks with unparalleled precision. Viserion tilts his head in contemplation, questioning whether dragons are limited to breathing fire. Shortly thereafter, yet another dragon conjures a spiraling orb, emitting a disintegrating beam of energy, prompting the Night King to feel a chilling sensation as he brushes his scalp. 1. The North. This region can be likened to the climatic characteristics of real-world Siberia, encompassing half the land of the Seven Kingdoms. Despite its vast expanse, the harsh climate yields limited resources and a sparse population. Among its notable cities is White Harbor, which, under the stewardship of House Manderly, has developed into the largest settlement north of the Neck due to its advantageous port location, albeit it remains the smallest among the 5 major cities of Westeros. Positioned at the mouth of the White Knife River, it exemplifies the superiority of a non-freezing port in the Northern Hemisphere. Ruling family, House Stark. Key figures. The patriarch Eddard Stark, affectionately known as Ned, his wife Catelyn Tully, their eldest son Robb, second son Jon Snow, actually the illegitimate child of Ned's sister and Prince Rhaegar of the former dynasty, raised as Ned's own, eldest daughter Sansa, second daughter Arya, third son Bran, and fourth son Rickon. Additionally, there is Ned's brother Benjen Stark, who serves as a member of the Night's Watch. House motto: Winter is coming. Stronghold: Winterfell. Sigil: a great direwolf. Abbreviated name: the Wolf House. The Wall: a man-made marvel of the ice and fire world. The wall spans the northern reaches of Westeros, measuring 100 leagues 300 miles in length and towering at 700 feet, constructed of ice and snow. It serves as the northern frontier of the Seven Kingdoms, separating the realm of the south from the lands of the free folk in the north. Primarily tasked with guarding against the undead akin to zombies, but without the ability to infect the living and the wildlings. Criminals from the Seven Kingdoms are conscripted to serve as soldiers known as the Night's Watch, while some voluntarily choose this path. 2. The Vale, also known as the Eyrie. It is situated in the southeastern region of the north, characterized by a rugged landscape of mountains and valleys, with significant temperature variations and strategic depth, making it a bastion that is difficult to assault. Ruling family, House Arryn. Key members: the former hand of the King Jon Arryn, who is also the adoptive father of King Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, stands as a pivotal figure in the escalation of conflicts. His wife, Lisa Tully, under the instigation of Peter Baelish, poisoned her husband and has since returned to the Vale, where she currently governs. Their 80-year-old son, Robert Arryn, also known as Robin Arryn, is akin to Lou Sean in his gradual relinquishment of power. The Vale boasts a significant port city, Gulltown, which borders the Narrow Sea. House motto: as high as honor. Stronghold: the Eyrie. Sigil: a white falcon on a blue field. Abbreviated name: the Falcon House of the Westerlands. Characterized by semi-mountainous terrain, this region is rich in mineral deposits, particularly gold, and boasts numerous ports. It is akin to a chosen realm, albeit its size is relatively modest, which is of little consequence. Ruling house, House Lannister. Family members: the head of the family, Tywin Lannister, akin to the powerful Sema E. His eldest son Jaime, a sworn knight and member of the Kingsguard, tasked with protecting the king, who for reasons unknown betrayed the former emperor but continues to serve the new emperor as a sworn knight. His eldest daughter Cersei, the wife of King Robert, whose political marriage was marred by an affair with her brother Jaime, resulting in 3 children bearing the Baratheon name, and his second son, Tyrion, born a dwarf. His mother perished during childbirth, and his father holds him in contempt for unspecified reasons. His sister Cersei also harbors disdain for him. Additionally, there is the diminished version of Tywin, his brother Kevin. Notable city: Lannisport. Motto: hear me roar, also famously known as a Lannister always pays his debts. Stronghold: Casterly Rock. Emblem: a golden lion on a crimson field. Abbreviated name: the Lion House. The Riverlands, also known as the River Isles, are characterized by an abundance of rivers, with 3 converging in a fertile valley nestled between the Westerlands and the Vale, making it a contested territory reminiscent of the historical Jingzhou of the 3 kingdoms. Ruling house, House Tully. Family members: the head of the family, Hotine Tully, an elderly figure of repute, his brother Brynden, known as Blackfish, his eldest daughter Catelyn, who is wed to a northern lord, his second daughter Lisa, who has married into the Vale, and his eldest son Edmure, the future heir. Motto: family, honor, duty. Stronghold: river run. Emblem: alternating red and blue stripes with a silver trout above. Abbreviated name: the Fish House. To the left, the Iron Islands are inhabited by the so-called Ironborn, who thrive as pirates, boasting a history of wealth and naval prowess. The Stormlands, located in the central region of Westeros, adjacent to King's Landing, which serves as the heart of the realm. This territory features a landscape of rolling hills and tropical rainforests. Ruling House: House Baratheon. Family members: Emperor Robert, father to 3 illegitimate sons, his eldest son Joffrey, his daughter Myrcella, his second son Tommen, his younger brother Stannis, a formidable military leader, granted the title of Lord of Dragonstone and Blackwater Bay, and his youngest brother Renly, the commander of the entire Stormlands. Motto: fire and blood. Stronghold: Storm's End. Emblem: a black stag on a golden field. Abbreviated name: the Stag House. King's Landing, the capital of a realm, boasts a population exceeding 50,000. The Reach, located beneath the Westerlands, this region is traversed by a great river, possesses a tropical climate, and is home to a significant port, renowned for its agricultural bounty akin to Southeast Asia, capable of yielding 2 to 3 harvests annually. Notable city: Old Town, the equivalent of a university in Westeros, training scholars to serve the lords of various regions. It stands as the cultural epicenter of Westeros and is famed for the wine-producing lands of the Arbor, a natural vineyard due to its proximity to the equator. Ruling House: House Tyrell. Family members: the true matriarch, Olenna Redwine, the grandmother of House Tyrell, the nominal head, Mace Tyrell, the eldest son, Willis the Lame, heir, the second son, Garland, an inconsequential figure, the third son, Loras, known as the Knight of Flowers, a charming figure in the eyes of the ladies of the Seven Kingdoms, regrettably a homosexual, and the eldest daughter, Marjorie, referred to as the Rose of Highgarden, a political tool meticulously trained by her grandmother. Motto: life endures. Stronghold: Highgarden. House Banner: a golden rose on a green field. Abbreviated name: House Rose. Dorne, the southernmost region of the continent of Westeros, characterized primarily by desert terrain, with a cultural resemblance to North Africa. Ruling House: House Martell. Family members: Doran, Prince of Dorne, the eldest son, Quentin, the second son, Tristan, the eldest daughter, Arianne, and the brother, Oberyn, known as the Red Viper, along with his mistress, Illyria Sand. Due to the tragic demise of Princess Elia of Dorne, who married a prince of the former dynasty, and her children at the hands of the Mountain as commanded by Tywin, Dorne harbors animosity towards House Lannister. Motto: unyielding. Stronghold: Sunspear. Banner: a golden spear piercing a red sun on a blue field. Abbreviated name: House Snake. I will upload maps, topographical details, and various materials for a clearer understanding of the narrative. Chapter 1. Signing in to the Game of Thrones Alternate World. After a brief moment of dizziness, Hwifong was roused by the cacophony surrounding him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld 2 soldiers reminiscent of medieval Europe, clad in gleaming chainmail and white cloaks, one wielding a round wooden shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, casting a mocking glance at Hwifong, who lay on the ground. Though their words were unintelligible, Hwifong could discern from their expressions that they were not uttering kind sentiments. At that moment, a sound resonated in his mind. System loading. Synchronizing with the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. A virtual panel materialized before Hwifong. The Day 1 gift pack for signing in to the alternate world has been dispatched to your inventory. Activating the weapons panel. Hwifong, still engrossed in exploring the virtual interface, was abruptly kicked by one of the soldiers, who shouted, "Damn fool, get out of the way." He then raised his spear, gesturing towards the vendors in the street. "Everyone clear out. The king is leaving the city to hunt." The street vendors began hastily packing their wares, and Hwifong quickly scrambled to his feet, darting into a narrow alleyway to summon the panel and delve into its contents. The entire interface resembled a simplified version of League of Legends profile, featuring sections for equipment, runes, hero skills, summoner spells, lottery, a new player 7-day sign-in, and inventory. Except for the sign-in and inventory, all other sections were locked. Upon accessing the main page, Hwifong discovered his personal profile. Name: Hwifong. Title: Leadership: 62. Martial Power: 55. Intelligence: 80. Health: 85. Armor: 0. Magic Resistance: 0 Assistance. The commander value can be acquired through leading troops, training soldiers, marching into battle, and commanding combat. The martial prowess is obtained through martial arts practice, military training, and sparring. The intelligence value can be enhanced through deception, strategizing, counsel, communication, and studying literature. Life value, which typically ranges from 1 to 150 for ordinary humans with special creatures or mutants possibly exceeding this range, can be improved through physical training, equipment, and the use of drugs. Armor and magical resistance can be augmented through equipment or special enhancements. Upon opening his backpack, Huofeng found only a novice gift pack and a weapon pack. When he opened the weapon pack, a page akin to a slot machine appeared, accompanied by the sound of a lottery draw, ultimately revealing the Black Cleaver, Ghostblade, Blade of the Ruined King, and Duskblade of Drakthar. Please select 2 pieces of equipment to remove, and then proceed with a random selection of 1, the system prompted. Huofeng clicked on the Black Cleaver, but was met with a flurry of question marks, rendering its attributes invisible. The same occurred with the other items. The Black Cleaver seemed cumbersome, and the Duskblade appeared rather modest after much deliberation. He resolved to eliminate these 2. Selection complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the Blade of the Ruined King. Upon returning, Huofeng discovered that the equipment panel on the homepage had been unlocked and promptly accessed it. Inside, he found the complete equipment catalog of League of Legends. Clicking on the Blade of the Ruined King, it manifested in Qin Feng's hands. Huofeng perused the description of the blade. Martial prowess, 6. 25 agility and skill combat techniques. 10 lifesteal. Mist's Edge inflicts additional damage upon hitting a target, equivalent to 10 of the target's current life value. Siphon. After engaging in combat with another unit for 3 rounds, steal 25 of their agility and skill combat techniques in group battles. The highest value from the opposing units is taken. Huofeng then opened the help section below. Equipment is categorized as common, epic, legendary, and mythical. Among these, common and epic are mass-produced and can be directly exchanged through the system. For example, a longsword can be obtained by spending 350 gold dragon coins, but the second sword requires 3,500 coins, the third 35,000 coins, and so forth, with a daily reset and no accumulation. Legendary and mythical equipment exists only once in this world and cannot be mass-produced. Players can acquire them through quests, lotteries, sign-ins, and various other means. There are a total of 6 equipment slots. The Blade of the Ruined King prominently occupies the first equipment slot. Opening the Novice Gift Pack yielded. Obtained 10 Gold Dragon Coins. Obtained Q Skill Pack. Unlocked Lottery Module. Huofeng accessed the Lottery Module, revealing a spinning wheel with a 60 chance for green items, 30 for blue items, 8 for purple items, and 2 for gold items. Help! Players may participate in a lottery once every 30 natural days, which can accumulate. Alternatively, one may spend 10,000 gold dragon coins for a single draw, with the cost escalating to 100,000 for the second draw, 1 million for the third, and so on, without resetting. Upon acquiring an item of a particular color, the drop rate for that color is halved, while subsequent items increase in probability proportionally until all colors have been obtained, at which point the probabilities are reset. The minimum expenditure is at least 10,000 golden dragon coins or a span of 29 days, leading Huofeng to abandon further contemplation. He promptly activated the Q skill package, momentarily locking in on the abilities Feng Bite, Celestial Wave Echo Strike, Void Slash, Massacre, and Shadow Art. All blades. Let us discard Feng Bite for now, with the presence of the Blade of the Ruined King. It seems rather uncivilized to engage in biting. Moreover, I possess no throwing daggers should the opponent require energy to launch a projectile. My Q would become utterly useless. Massacre appears more formidable with the Black Cleaver, and while the Ruined King cannot be activated, the Blind Monk's Q is still viable. I cannot genuinely rely on throwing waves to pursue and kick an opponent. The skill package revealed that only Fiora's abilities were suitable, yet 2 would need to be removed. After much deliberation, Huofeng ultimately decided to eliminate the Troll Bite and retain Darius' abilities. Round selection initiated. Congratulations, you have acquired Shadow Art. All blades. Shadow Art. All blades. Throw a shuriken at an enemy within a range of 1. With damage determined by distance and martial prowess, it can be blocked. Gathering his thoughts, Huofeng recalled his previous gaming session at home, immersed in League of Legends and casually watching Game of Thrones, when inexplicably he found himself transported here. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the distinct European architecture, leading him to deduce he was indeed in the world of Westeros. Now, he must find a means of livelihood. Observing the bard in the tavern singing the bear and the maiden fair, Huafeng, aware of his lack of musical talent, opted instead to adopt the persona of a poet from the continent of Sithorios, recounting the tale of Lu, Guan, and Zhang to the patrons. Time passed unnoticed, until a peculiar silence enveloped the tavern, drawing even those in the corners closer to Huafeng's rendition of the exploits of Cao Cao and the three heroes battling Elbu. After several chapters, Huafeng, parched, coughed to clear his throat, prompting the tavern keeper to hurriedly bring him a full mug of ale. Having decided to conclude his performance, the audience began to disperse when the tavern keeper approached him, expressing a desire for Huafeng to continue the storytelling the following day. Huafeng, recognizing the opportunity, agreed to let the tavern keeper cover his lodging and meals. Following a hearty dinner hosted by the tavern keeper, Huafeng reclined on the tower's bed and accessed the system for further contemplation. Upon checking in, he discovered that the next day's reward would be an armor package. Through an afternoon of observation, he learned that one golden dragon equated to 30 silver moons or 210 silver deer. Notably, he had not encountered anyone settling their accounts with golden dragons throughout the day. A single golden dragon held purchasing power roughly equivalent to 20,000 Republican coins, while silver deer were valued around 100 and silver moons approximately 800. With the system not permitting a game of League of Legends, Huafeng succumbed to boredom and drifted into sleep. The following day, the tavern attendant called him down for a meal. Huafeng promptly opened the system to extract his armor pack, and once again, the sound of a draw echoed as he secured the frenzied armor, Berserker's Plate, Frostfire Gauntlets, the Armor of the Fallen, and the Sunfire Holy Shield. After a moment's hesitation, considering that the world of Game of Thrones is one of lone magic, Huafeng opted to discard the frenzied armor and the Sunfire Holy Shield. Selection completed. Congratulations on acquiring the Berserker's Plate. Berserker's Plate. Health. 100 provided by the heart of the Berserker. 10 skill acceleration. 100 health regeneration. Heart of the Berserker. If health falls below 100, it provides an additional 100 health. If health exceeds 100, it increases the current health by 100. After disengaging from combat, it regenerates 5 of maximum health daily. When health is above 100, the regeneration rate increases to 10. Donning the Berserker's Plate, he descended the stairs and surveyed the surroundings with the system. Most of the locals possessed around 100 health, approximately 70 in combat power, and a mere handful of armor points. With the enhancement from the Berserker's Plate, his health soared to 185, and with the regeneration, he felt a sense of uncanny reassurance, knowing he could endure a few more blows. After satisfying his hunger, the tavern keeper had cleared a counter in the center of the establishment. While outside, he instructed the staff to draw in customers. Huafeng made his way to the center, commencing the day's performance of the cunning schemes of Wang Situ, which stirred the audience's emotions, eliciting a roller coaster of sentiments. After narrating for over 10 chapters, clearing the stage, Huafeng prepared to venture into the streets. The only asset at his disposal was the weapon system. He inquired about the locations of blacksmith shops, intending to explore the streets. After several hours of wandering, he discovered that the weapons in the blacksmith shops bore no attributes, only a select few refined swords and daggers possessed a combat power of 1. However, the armor generally offered armor attributes ranging from 5 to 10. Logically, the system's offerings such as short swords, long swords, and cloth armor, although exorbitantly priced, typically began at 300 gold dragon coins. Equipment forged from the renowned Valyrian steel in Game of Thrones surely had attributes. On the continent of Westeros, there were scarcely 300 such weapons available, which made them priceless. He realized he would need to compare local Valyrian weapons to discern the strength of ordinary versus epic weapons produced by the system. As twilight approached, Huafeng returned to the inn, eagerly awaiting the rewards for the third day's check-in. Chapter 2. The captivating tale of the little demon. As the sun reached its zenith, Huafeng activated the system to claim the rune gift pack for the third day. The runes were in the process of being locked in: Future Market, Bone Coating, Taste of Blood, and Triumph. 2 defensive runes were to be avoided. The realm of Game of Thrones was hardly tranquil. The Future Market's debts remained uncertain, and Triumph could only be activated upon vanquishing an enemy. Logically, with my current health advantage, I could trade blows with one adversary, but facing 2 would necessitate retreat, rendering the Taste of Blood and Triumph less critical. Congratulations on obtaining the Bone Coating rune. Bone Coating. After enduring damage from a single unit, your subsequent 3 instances of damage will be reduced by 925 5 of health. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Congratulations on activating the rune system. Runes are scattered throughout the realm of Game of Thrones and can also be obtained through lottery draws. The system can automatically explore runes within a 10-kilometer radius. Each time a complete set of primary runes is gathered, an opportunity for a lottery draw is awarded. Once again, I have received a life-preserving rune, along with the quest of the blue-skinned, bald wanderer. Wulfone opened the rune exploration, and with a surge of unknown energy, a pulse enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. He acquired the location of the Conqueror rune, King's Landing, the Red Keep. He also obtained clues about the character Rhaegal Clegane for the Butchered rune and the character Varys for the Insight rune. The Mountain and the Eunuch Master of Whisperers, these figures are familiar to any who have watched the series. The Mountain stands as a pinnacle of martial prowess in the Seven Kingdoms, loyal to House Lannister. Towering and muscular, he is notorious for his brutality, serving as the Lannisters' infamous enforcer. His psychopathic tendencies even lead him to commit heinous acts, such as when Peter Baelish punished his brother, Sandor Clegane, by forcing him into a burning pyre, leaving the Hound with severe burns and a lasting phobia of fire. Rumors suggest that even his father, along with his father's 2 wives and his own sister, fell victim to his murderous hand. Ultimately, in the trial of Tyrion Lannister, he met his demise at the hands of Prince Oberyn Martell, succumbing to poison after being struck by a dart, later transformed into a bioengineered warrior by Qyburn. Varys, the renowned spy master of the Seven Kingdoms and the intelligence chief of King's Landing, hails from humble beginnings, an apprentice in a performing troupe. He was purchased by a sorcerer who mutilated him for blood magic. He found himself in Pentos, where he befriended mercenary Illyrio Mopatis. Through a series of anti-thief operations, recovering stolen goods for the victims while simultaneously selling the stolen items, he amassed capital and began training informants, showcasing exceptional talent that eventually reached the ears of Aegon II. Thus, Varys emerged, presenting himself as the master of intelligence across Westeros. Even today, with the Iron Throne occupied by Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon, he remains a steadfast presence in the small council. At present, the most pressing matter is the necessity of acquiring a substantial quantity of gold dragons to equip oneself adequately. As the saying goes, fortune does not favor the unambitious, and wealth does not flourish without effort. Although one might argue that a life of modest comfort suffices, the realm of the Game of Thrones remains fraught with turmoil, zombies, dragons, sorcery, and the omnipresent surveillance of the three-eyed raven. Through recent conversations at the tavern, I have discerned that we are situated on the timeline shortly after the demise of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. According to the unfolding narrative, King Robert is poised to embark on a journey to Winterfell, summoning his old friend, Lord Eddard Stark, to assume the role of Hand. After freshening up, Tyrion descended the stairs, only to find the tavern's central area already bustling with patrons. The recent tales of the Three Kingdoms had captivated a significant audience, who, upon returning home, extolled the initial chapters of this saga with fervor. While not universally known, at least the merchants on the nearby streets now regarded Tyrion with a glimmer of anticipation. Each time mercenaries, blacksmiths, and stable hands entered the establishment, they found themselves momentarily frozen in place, and despite the tavern being filled to capacity, they could still procure a hearty mug of ale from the server and stand engrossed for a couple of hours. At that moment, a dwarf emerged from the brothel, squinting against the harsh sunlight, momentarily closing his eyes as he reminisced about the new arrivals from last night in Bravos. The memories of an exhilarating night spent with a few ladies brought a slight smile to Tyrion's lips. After a brief interlude, he opened his eyes, resolved to satiate his hunger. Navigating through several alleyways, Tyrion entered the inn, glancing around to find it teeming with patrons. Just as he contemplated seeking another establishment, he was drawn by the sounds within. Yuan Shao mustered an army of 100,000, dispatching the vanguard, Yin Liang, with 20,000 to seize the Bama Ferry, while he himself led the central army to occupy Guandu. Cao Cao sent forth the defector, Song Xian, and Wei Su to battle, but they fell beneath the blades of their adversaries. Su Huang of Hudong engaged in combat, but, after more than 30 exchanges, realizing his waning strength, retreated, only to be pursued by Yin Liang, as the arrows of the Chao army rained down. Intrigued by the unfolding narrative, Tyrion beckoned the server over and tossed a gold dragon onto the counter. A large mug of wine from King Tindo and a fish pie, please. After placing his order, he sauntered over to a prominent table and tossed a gold dragon into the air. Surely, the seven gods reward the virtuous knight, and one can only hope that a gallant knight would not allow a frail dwarf to stand idly. With a playful tilt of his head and a flick of his tongue, Tyrion prompted several burly men to rise, reaching for the gold dragon as it descended. Quick-witted, he slipped into an empty seat. Subsequently, Tyrion immersed himself in the storytelling, while Wulfone caught wind of the commotion from the corner of his eye. Hearing of Guan Yu's valor and his appointment as a general, Tyrion felt a twinge of skepticism but opted not to disrupt the tavern's lively spirit, instead relishing his fish pie alongside his wine. Compared to the sturgeon pie of the Sunset Sea, the innkeeper's offering fell short in terms of finesse, he mused softly. Yet he remained captivated by the perilous exploits of Guan Yu as he traversed 5 passes and slew 6 generals. As the sun began its descent, Huafeng concluded his chapter and rose to his feet. The patrons of the tavern, witnessing this, scattered like birds disturbed from their perch, still engaged in spirited discussions about the principal figures of Cao Cao, Guan Yu, Liu Bei, and Elbu. Observing the dwindling crowd, Tyrion followed Huafeng up the staircase. Upon hearing the sounds of footsteps on the stairs, Huafeng turned to wait at the landing. As Tyrion ascended to the 2nd floor and met Huafeng's gaze, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to initiate the conversation. Your storytelling is quite commendable, however. I must confess that I am unfamiliar with the likes of Guan Yu or Cao Cao. Are these figures from the histories of Essos or perhaps from the continent of Sithorios? The imp inquired, gesturing with his hands. Huafeng regarded Tyrion's mismatched eyes, then swiftly scanned him with the system. Name, Tyrion Lannister. Nickname, the imp. Leadership, 80 strength, 42 intelligence, 92 even further than Sithorios. The eastern shores of that continent are separated by a sea. Beyond lies the continent of Essos, Huafeng responded. Tyrion pondered this for a moment. Indeed, that is quite a distance. It seems that in my lifetime, I shall never tread the same soil as Cao Cao. Ah, but I have yet to inquire about your name, he remarked, pacing slightly. Grinchris Huafeng, he replied. Would you indulge me for a while longer? I harbor a peculiar fascination with Cao Cao, Mr. Grinchris, Tyrion requested. I have already spoken quite enough for one day, Huafeng stated. I am aware, which is why I am willing to offer compensation, Tyrion said, instinctively reaching for his pouch of coins, preparing to toss it to Huafeng. However, as the pouch was about to leave his hand, he retracted it and instead extended it forward. I am uncertain how much I can offer, but I hope to indulge in an engaging tale. Huafeng accepted the pouch, opened it, and glanced inside, revealing nearly 50 gleaming gold dragons. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, how about this? Return to this tavern tomorrow morning, and do remember to bring more gold dragons. The more, the better. I shall ensure you have your fill of stories. He then returned the pouch to Tyrion. Tyrion accepted it, a hint of regret on his face as he replied. Rest well, Mr. Grinchris. I hope tomorrow will not disappoint my investment. He turned and leisurely made his way down the stairs, noticing a few patrons still engaged in conversation. He joined them, immersing himself in the tales he had missed from the earlier chapters. Chapter 3. The opening of the first batch of weapons. Huafeng was still lost in a delightful reverie when the tavern keeper entered. Grinchris. Tyrion has been waiting downstairs for an hour now, having already consumed several rounds of drink. Other patrons may be patient, but he is the brother of the usurper. Huafeng rubbed the corners of his eyes, leaning against the headboard, momentarily dazed. He resolutely decided to sign in first. Day 4. Choose one of 5 summoner skills. Locked in. Please eliminate 2 summoner skills before proceeding to a random selection of 3. Before him appeared the options, Weakness, Flash, Ignite, Haste, and Heal. Let us discard Weakness and Ignite. Selection in progress. Congratulations, you have acquired the summoner skill Flash. Blink. Instantly teleport a short distance, 0 to 5 meters, to a designated area. Skill cooldown time, 50 seconds, distance of 10 meters. After freshening up and descending the stairs, Tyrion was already waiting in the most conspicuous spot. Do you have enough money? Though Tyrion wore a displeased expression, he adhered to their agreement and produced the gold dragons. Upon receiving them, Glenn found himself with 2 bulging coin pouches. 2,000 gold dragons. Can we commence now? I want you to conclude the tale today. Glenn addressed the patrons of the tavern. Please wait a moment. I will return in the afternoon to regale you with stories, as I have matters to attend to this morning. With that, he exited the tavern, clutching his tattered belongings. Hey, you rascal. If you're not going to tell the story, you must return my money. Are you trying to bully a dwarf? With that, Tyrion angrily chased after him. You little brat. Do you realize the foolish error you've made? You've chosen to provoke someone you ought not to have. Glenn, irritated by the disturbance, tossed the tattered belongings back to Tyrion. Tyrion, sword in hand, retorted, that as 2,000 gold dragons, my monthly allowance. Don't even think about settling the debt with a broken sword. You must return my money. A dwarf will wither without the tender affections of the ladies for a month. Look at this sword. Glenn called out as he walked. If you're asking about the lady, I could offer some guidance. But if you want my opinion on the sword, that's beyond my capabilities, Tyrion replied, fiddling with the sword in his hand. I am not merely a great bard. I am also a renowned blacksmith's apprentice, trained by the illustrious Master Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. Today, I shall demonstrate the forging techniques from the land of Huaxia. What does that have to do with my gold dragons? Take your sword and return my gold dragons, quickly. A dwarf patience is limited. Do not rush. Gold dragons are essential materials for forging. I will take you to a blacksmith's shop to broaden your horizons. The little demon had no choice but to follow hastily. Filled with skepticism. Gold is so soft. How could it possibly forge weapons? After walking for a while, they encountered a patrol of guards in golden robes. Glenn discreetly called one over and whispered instructions, after which the guard hastily departed. Glenn turned to look back at Tyrion, who, having finished his orders, also noticed Glenn's gaze. It's wise to find someone knowledgeable to assess the goods. What if my gold dragons only yield worthless scrap? Glenn fell silent and continued to lead the way until they arrived at the blacksmith's shop he had scouted a few days prior. He produced a gold dragon and handed it to the head blacksmith, explaining their intention to rent the shop for a day. The blacksmith beckoned his apprentices to clear the area. Once everything was tidied up, Glenn prepared to close the gate of the courtyard. At that moment, Tyrion, pushing against the door, exclaimed, "What? Are you planning to deceive a dwarf and flee? My sword remains in your possession. Hold on to it. Wait outside. The secrets of forging are not to be divulged. Don't you know the guards? If you fear I might flee, have them guard the courtyard." Tyrion mused that in King's Landing, no one would dare to bully him, especially since he had just informed his brother Jaime, who should be arriving shortly. He found a suitable parapet and settled down. Green entered, adding a generous amount of coal to the stove before opening the equipment interface. With 2,000 gold dragons at his disposal, he gazed at the myriad of dazzling items in the system, contemplating his choices. Ultimately, he decided to exchange for a storm greatsword, as the value of magical equipment seemed limited given his current lack of knowledge on its utilization. The most apparent measure of a weapon's quality was its enhancement, and should he end up with a short sword or long sword of merely average caliber in this world, it was prudent to opt for the physically superior Storm Greatsword. Storm Greatsword, Strength 4. He also inquired about how to acquire the shurikens from Zed. The system responded that equipment featuring innate skills, akin to those of male assassins or blade-wielding maidens, could be purchased directly for gold dragons. Thus, he spent another 50 to unlock 2 of Zed's throwing daggers. Gazing at his remaining 650 gold dragons, Green decided to also exchange for a short sword and a long sword for comparative purposes. Long sword, Strength 2. Short sword, 12 agility and speed combat techniques. A few minutes later, having completed his transactions, Green sought out a lounge chair to indulge in a brief nap. Outside, Tyrion sat, envisioning the dire circumstances he would face in the absence of gold dragons over the coming month. Just as he was grinding his teeth in frustration, he heard someone call his name. Tyrion. He looked up to see his brother approaching on a white steed. Jaime, Tyrion replied, dismounting and walking closer. Jaime glanced at the blacksmith shop and teased, "Tyrion, this is not the you I know. When did you develop an affinity for ironwork? Or have you drunk so much that you can no longer discern the softness of a maiden? Enough of your nonsense. See if this sword is worth 2,000 gold dragons." With that, he tossed the ruinous blade towards Tyrion. Jaime examined the blade for a moment, swinging it before beginning to practice in the air. He felt a newfound lightness, the swings flowing more smoothly. As he spoke, Jaime turned and struck the wooden sign at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. "The sharpness and weight are quite suitable. It is indeed a fine sword. Though I wonder how it would fare against Valyrian steel." Tyrion watched Jaime wielding the sword and recounted the events that had just transpired. Several hours later, Tyrion sat beside an exhausted Jaime. Why is he taking so long? Does it truly take this long to forge a weapon? Tyrion lamented in exasperation. "I would prefer he not emerge. That way, this sword would be mine. I shall reimburse you the 2,000 gold dragons, and if you cannot wait, we can return now." The crux of the matter was not the money. It was primarily that he was a bard still recounting tales of the Three Kingdoms. Tyrion yearned to hear those stories, especially since they would soon embark for the north, fearing that time would be too short to indulge in his tales. While also wishing to see the wall, it would be splendid to take him along to Winterfell. At that moment, Green, reclining in his chair, awoke from hunger. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by yet another handsome blonde man. "Where are your weapons?" Tyrion inquired. With that, Green stepped inside and retrieved 3 weapons, casually taking the battered sword from Jaime's hands. "How much for this sword?" "Name your price," Jaime declared, brimming with arrogance. "This sword is not for sale, but you may choose a price for these 3 on the ground," Green replied. Jaime picked up several swords from the floor and began to wield them. They were all fine blades, though none felt quite as comfortable as the one in Green's possession. After some deliberation, Jaime selected the greatsword Stormbringer, raising it towards Green, who extended 5 fingers in response. Jaime hesitated, feeling a pang of regret, yet he was reluctant to part with the magnificent sword. "Very well. I shall offer you a discount of 20%, courtesy of Tyrion," Jaime announced, summoning a gold-clad attendant to fetch the money. I must exchange my 2,000 golden dragons for the story, Tyrion remarked. You shall receive your share for weapon forging, and this short sword will be yours. As for the story, let me return to the tavern to satisfy my hunger first. The group then made their way back to the tavern, and after a hearty meal, Green commenced yet another day of storytelling. Chapter 4. Departure for Winterfell upon arriving at the tavern. Tyrion ordered a feast and invited his brother to join him in listening to the tales. Shortly after, the gold-clad attendant arrived, carrying a pouch of golden dragons for Jaime. Jaime accepted it and placed it on the table, signaling for the attendant to withdraw. We shall haggle shortly and acquire the other sword as well. The golden dragons within are more than sufficient, he stated as he prepared to leave. Why the rush? Winterfell is not nearby, and the Kingsguard has no such privileges. You must prepare for the journey ahead, fraught with numerous complications. Very well, I shall keep it all to myself then. After the gathering concluded, Tyrion handed Green a hefty pouch filled with 5,000 golden dragons. You may also sell me the other longsword you forged this morning, if funds fall short. I can provide you with more tomorrow. Green accepted the weighty pouch, feeling its substantial heft. Is there anything else? He asked, observing Tyrion lingering in place. Tomorrow, I shall accompany the king to the north. Will you join me? I wish to hear the tales of the three kingdoms. Green pondered for a moment, and Tyrion added, all meals and lodging will be covered. If that is still insufficient, I can offer you more gold. Deal. I will seek you out tomorrow, Green replied, turning to ascend the stairs, placing the golden dragons into his system's backpack. Tomorrow's reward was a pair of shoes. Through forging, he had unlocked additional modules. The first exchange for common and epic items was based on their basic price, while legendary and mythical items would require an additional 0 later on. Making even the most basic equipment start at over 20,000 golden dragons. The road ahead was arduous. He must become a merchant of arms to attain wealth, strategically providing for the nobles of Westeros to gradually unlock the complete equipment compendium. After dinner, Green left the city to find a forest where he could practice throwing darts, loading the skill of theft onto his character template. He then retrieved a shuriken from his inventory and, aiming at the crooked tree 10 meters away, cast it forth, followed by another aimed at a more distant target. Zandelli observed from a distance by a bridge pier, and for him, this day was nothing short of astonishing. That morning, he had just stoked the forge for his master, Tobmote, when the individual before him, accompanied by a dwarf, commandeered their blacksmith shop. Master Tobmote received a gold dragon and, in a generous spirit, granted several apprentices a day off. With little money to his name, Zandelli strolled for a while before deciding to return. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a few golden-robed figures guarding the blacksmith shop, leaving him only to watch from afar. Before long, the individual emerged with several forged weapons, and Zandelli, witnessing James transform his family's sign into kindling, understood that this person's sword-making skills surpassed those of Master Tobmote. Driven by curiosity, he followed the man to the tavern and spent the afternoon engrossed in tales of the three kingdoms, growing increasingly fascinated by the mentions of Glenn from the tavern patrons. As dusk settled into night, he suddenly observed this individual grappling with two trees, intermittently kicking and embracing them while muttering to himself. Confounded, Zandelli approached to assist. Chow. Why is this so firmly lodged? As he drew nearer, he spotted two short dagger-like objects embedded in the tree. He suggested, perhaps using the sword at your waist to strike it a few times might yield better results. What a bother. 2 skills have vexed me for half an hour, Glenn exclaimed. After a few attempts, Glenn retrieved the 2 darts. Although Zandelli found the situation peculiar, he refrained from commenting further. As Glenn prepared to return home, Zandelli trailed behind, feeling it was late enough. Glenn, upon arriving, collapsed into bed. Hurry up. The little devil can wait for you. But the king cannot. It's time to set off. Upon opening his eyes, he found the little devil bellowing in the room, tossing his gear haphazardly onto the bed. They are waiting for you downstairs, James stated. The party aims to reach Bor-S Point today. Glenn collected himself and began to organize, casually checking his customizable pack. Agile boots, mage's boots, swift boots, mercury boots, berserker greaves, iron-plated boots, and bright boots. He selected the iron-plated boots. Selection confirmed. Iron-plated boots, armor 10, agility 30, reduces lower limb damage by 10. After packing his belongings, Glenn exited the tavern, finding Tillon already mounted and waiting, with the golden-robed figure leading another horse. Glenn mounted his steed, and at that moment, Zandelli emerged from seemingly nowhere. Can I serve as your attendant? As long as you can teach me the art of blacksmithing in your spare time, he implored earnestly. Glenn pondered briefly, realizing he had no blacksmithing skills himself, and thus remained silent. Tillon then spurred his horse to lead the way, and seeing that Glenn had not declined, Zandelli decided to follow on foot. Riding forth from the city, they pursued the king's main forces for over 20 miles. At that moment, Tyrion retrieved onion rolls and cured meat from the supply wagon and handed them to Grin, who hurriedly began their breakfast. Just as they finished, a gold-robed figure brought forth the sweating Jandrai. Grin, lacking any skill in blacksmithing, was at a loss for words. Our company is not in want of a blacksmith, lad. But I could use a driver. Do you see that wagon? You shall ride with him, Tyrion instructed, gesturing towards the wagon at the rear of the procession. Remember, it's just for meals, no payment. If you can manage it, then stay. With that, Tyrion mounted his horse, ready to commence today's storytelling. Although we found it hard to believe in the legend of Chow Chow's army of 800,000, the tale must continue. Jandrai, catching his breath, leaped onto the wagon. Boy, my name is Moore. What about you? A man in his 40s, who was the driver, nudged Jandrai. Jandrai, he replied, is Zhuge Liang truly that formidable? Able to incinerate 800,000 troops in one blaze? Tyrion exclaimed. There is no constant in warfare, nor is there a fixed form in water. Where can one find an invincible general? If such a one exists, it is merely because they have fought too few battles. As he narrated tales from the Three Kingdoms and discussed its characters, even the surrounding gold-robed figures were captivated. That evening, the troops made camp in a small town, seeking refuge in an inn where the principal figures of this journey gradually filled the establishment. Leading the way was Joffrey, clad in a crimson cloak, his disdainful expression evident as he cast a glance at Tyrion before striding to the bar. Following closely was a guard in black armor, donning a helm shaped like a dog's head. He pried open the mouth of the helm and placed it upon the table. Gren observed the guard's face, marred by a significant burn on the left side, which appeared particularly grotesque, as he had deliberately grown his hair long on that side to conceal the scorched scalp and ear. Gren could hardly bear to imagine the sight if the hair were to be brushed aside. Name, Sandor Clegane. Nickname, the Hound. Leadership, 78 strength, 92 intelligence, 72 shortly thereafter. Jaime entered, accompanying Cersei and their two children, Myrcella and Tommen. Upon spotting Tyrion, Jaime made his way directly toward him. Tommen soon followed suit, and Tyrion lifted the young boy, placing him beside himself on a chair. What shall my dear nephew treat me to? Tommen inquired, leaning in to playfully poke at Tyrion's beard, causing Tyrion to chuckle and evade. At that moment, a rotund figure emerged from the inn's entrance, King Robert Baratheon. Name, Robert Baratheon. Leadership, 82 strength, 87 intelligence, 73 immediately after, a figure even more imposing than the Hound squeezed into the inn, resembling a diminutive version of the deep-sea titan, the Kraken. Name, Gregor Clegane. Nickname, the Mountain. Leadership, 74 strength, 100 intelligence, 49. A notification echoed. The Mountain detected. Quest for slaying the rune issued. Task Path 1. Personally defeat the Demon Mountain to obtain the rune. Task Path 2. Extract the rune from the Demon Mountain's remains within 24 hours of its demise. Observing his strength of 61, Green prepared to bypass the first task. But what if the Demon Mountain perished and he failed to extract the rune in time, or if he was no longer present? If the rune was not claimed beforehand, it would randomly dissipate upon being struck, transitioning into a new task, a lottery, or another location. The rune itself would not vanish. With this understanding, and already 80 kilometers away from King's Landing, Green activated the rune exploration again, discovering that the only lead remained the Demon Mountain. Clearly, there were no other targets in sight. Chapter 5, The Long King's Road. After stretching, Green opened the sign-in feature. It was day 6, granting him a choice of one passive hero skill from 5 options. Locked in were Berserker's Fury, Death's Glory, Resilience, Nightstalker, and Granite Shield. In the world of Game of Thrones, it was prudent to avoid being mistaken for a corpse if he were to suddenly rise again. So he opted for Death's Glory first, followed by the Stone Man's Shield. Upon selection, he received Nightstalker. Nightstalker grants a movement speed increase of 30 when approaching a target during combat. The main party continued their journey northward, with Tyrion listening to audiobooks by day and retreating to a cozy nook by night. After several days, he inevitably felt a strain in his back and decided to abandon riding, choosing instead to sit beside Jandrai on the wagon. After a full day's travel, they arrived at Harrenhal, at which point Tyrion spoke. Green, having spoken so much, it is time for me to introduce you to the continent of Westeros. Are there dragons in your land? Indeed, but I have never seen one, as it dates back to a distant era. What do you see in this fortress? A desolate landscape, a scorched earth. Indeed, a scene of devastation, a testament to the dark legacy of the dragons, the malevolent Heron, king of the Iron Islands and Riverrun, constructed Harrenhal to immortalize himself, intending it to be the greatest castle in all of Westeros to overshadow others. He devoted 40 years to realize his dream. Thousands of captives from various kingdoms perished in the quarries or on the 5 massive towers. Countless trees were felled to provide timber and beams. Upon its completion, King Harren boasted that his new stronghold was impregnable, and indeed it was, until the conqueror Aegon and his dragons arrived. The dragons were undeterred by high walls and towers. And ultimately Harren was incinerated in the highest tower, which thus became known as the Tower of the Burned King. Tyrion pointed to the tower. When we return to King's Landing, I shall take you to see the dragon's skull in the dragon pit. They say it is enormous. Harrenhal is also known as the Cursed Castle, as every family that has possessed it has gradually met their demise. The conqueror Aegon bestowed Harrenhal upon his old tutor. Quentyn Hightower, this venerable lord met his end in a fall 9 years after the conquest, with his title and castle inherited by his grandson. This lord was dubbed the wedding guest Gorgon, for he delighted in attending weddings and relishing his lordly right of the first night. At last, a father, unwilling to endure humiliation, imprisoned the self-proclaimed bandit known as Red Hartharren within the castle. Red Hartharren castrated the guests of the wedding feast, leaving them to bleed to death, thus extinguishing the bloodline of Cocris. Though he briefly occupied the castle, he had fled by the time the forces of King Innisai arrived. Subsequently, Red Hartharren was pursued by the king's hand, Count Storkworth, whom he killed in a duel, although he himself fell to the hands of the count's retainers. The next lord of Harren Castle was from the Harroway family. The head of the family, Count Lucas Harroway, arranged for his daughter, Aliyah, to marry Prince Megget as his second wife. This caused quite a stir, as Prince Megget was already married to Selisai Hightower, leading to his banishment. After the death of Innisai, Megget returned to his homeland to be crowned king, appointing his father-in-law, Count Lucas Harroway, as the hand of the king. By this time, Megget had taken 3 wives, the last being Tiana of Tower City, whom he encountered in the east. Tiana served as Megget's chief of intelligence, with some deeming her a malevolent sorceress. King Megget remained childless and was overjoyed upon hearing of Queen Aliyah's pregnancy. However, the queen suffered a miscarriage of a monstrous fetus after 3 months. Following this tragedy, influenced by Tiana, Megget became convinced that Queen Aliyah had committed adultery. Consequently, the queen, the prime minister, and all of the Harroway family, sons, brothers, and nephews, were brutally slain. The king, still unsatisfied, marched his army to Harren Castle, exterminating all men, women, and children of Harroway blood. Afterward, Megget bestowed Harren Castle upon his mightiest knight, Sir Vorton Tars. However, the knight sustained severe injuries in the struggle for this title and soon perished. His descendants supported the lineage for 2 generations before dying out. The subsequent Strawn family was annihilated amidst the bloody civil war. The last heir of the Rostan family, Lady Danelle, fell into madness and dark magic, ultimately being vanquished by other dukes. Why linger in such a cursed place overnight? Green remarked, glancing at Tyrion. It is merely for one night. We shall set forth on the morrow. It is said to be cursed, not a forbidden realm for humanity. Have you seen those towering spires? Such magnificent architecture is rare even in King's Landing. The wall in the north surpasses it in grandeur, which is part of my purpose in this journey. As night fell, the winds howled, tugging at the Widow's Tower's banners, creating a cacophony. Only by exchanging a golden dragon could one procure a negative cloak to sleep soundly. Negative cloak. Magic resistance 50. The following morning heralded the final registration for the heroic skill package. Selection in progress. Dragon's Tail, Unstoppable Force, Awe-inspiring, Spore Cultivation, and Sealed Thought Severance. Eliminates Spore Cultivation and the Stone Giant's ultimate skill. Congratulations, you have acquired Sealed Thought Severance. Sealed Thought Severance. Designate a path for a target within combat power 01 meters. Striking enemies along the route with forced repulsion and damage, repulsion distance determined by size and combat power. If no units are struck along the path, you will instantly blink to the path's end. Note, requires dual swords to unleash, with no specific sword requirements. After completing his morning rituals, Tyrion prepared to set off when Jaime approached him. Where did you find your new stable boy? I noticed the king casting a peculiar glance at him just now. Tyrion recounted the events, and Bronn recalled that in the narrative, Janos was the bastard son of Robert, taken by the Red Woman to be cursed with the blood of the king during the War of the Five Kings. During the midday respite, Robert intentionally approached Janos, who was tending to the horses. What is your name? Janos, my lord. Whose stable boy are you? Forgive my ignorance. Robert scrutinized Janos intently. Tyrion Lannister, my lord. The imp. How much does he pay you? I serve willingly, my lord. I must also thank Tyrion, for Lord Bronn initially looked down upon me. It was Tyrion who came to my aid and retained me. As he spoke, Janos clenched his fist in excitement. Willingly, Robert emphasized the word with weight. When will you swear fealty? At this, Robert abruptly halted, remarking how the Lannisters were indeed wealthy, able to afford a man to serve as a stable boy out of sheer willingness. Robert turned away, resolutely deciding to have Jaime guard the door while he himself prepared for an evening of cards with Cersei. Days later, as the main army crossed the Blue Fork, they approached the lands of the late hand of the king, Jon Arryn. Robert and Eddard Stark had once been raised as foster brothers, regarded as kin. And Robert felt a surge of nostalgia, commanding the troops to slow their march as they passed. After circling King S Road for about an hour, they arrived at Greywater Watch. With the story of the Three Kingdoms concluded, Tyrion ceased his inquiries with Bronn, redirecting his focus toward the local customs and particularly their charming nuances. He occasionally glanced at Janos, who flitted about, leaving Bronn at a loss, as he possessed little knowledge of blacksmithing and feared revealing his ignorance. In the days of the army's encampment, Bronn seized the opportunity to trade short swords and long swords, utilizing his earnings to multiply his wealth from 5,000 golden dragons to 20,000. Initially intending to save for a significant piece of equipment, he succumbed to temptation and gambled away 10,000 dragons, resulting in a green prize. The probability of obtaining rewards from the prize pool stood at 30 for green, 45 for blue, 12 for purple, and 3 for gold. Upon opening the green package, he acquired a skill set. The choices included snowball throw, body throw, rubber slingshot, over-the-shoulder throw, and counterattack storm. Weapon skills were of divine caliber. He opted to forego Nunu's snowball for the time being. Surely you wouldn't need to engage in a snowball fight upon reaching Winterfell. He also discarded Zack's ability to soar, recognizing that while the over-the-shoulder throw was somewhat lackluster, it was preferable to Zack stretching his arms to take flight. Congratulations! You have acquired the body through skill. Body through. Your next melee attack inflicts additional damage, based on strength 0-1, on the target, and also deals 50 of that damage to any target within 1 meter behind the primary target. Stored quantity, 2 layers. Release interval, 1 second. Charging time, 10 seconds. Chapter 6, Darkness Within Darkness. In pursuit of Yongin's ultimate ability, Green diligently took on the role of an equipment trader. However, as he ventured closer to the north, he found that the impoverished denizens made selling equipment increasingly arduous. Fortunately, after a week of trading, the Golden Dragon returned to a little over 30,000. Green promptly exchanged it for the Spirit of the Spectral Dream. Spirit of the Spectral Dream. Strength 8. Armor penetration. Inflicts damage while ignoring 18 of the opponent's armor. Skill speed 15. Phantom's Embrace. Provides a 40 movement speed bonus while not in combat. At this juncture, equipping all items and skills. Green stats were as follows. Name, Wafone Green Chris. Title, Leadership, 62 Strength, 556, Blade of the Ruined King, 8, Spirit of the Spectral Dream, Intelligence, 80 Health, 85,100, enhanced by Madman's Plate, Armor, 10, Iron-Plated Boots. Magic Resistance, 50, Negative Energy Cloak, Passive Skill Loaded, Night Hunter Skill Loaded, Shadow Essence, All Blades Skill Loaded, Empty Skill Loaded, Transcendent Force Skill Loaded, Sealed Thought Severance Summoner Spell Slot 1, Empty Summoner Spell Slot 2, Flash Runes, Bone Plating. Equipment Slot 1, Blade of the Ruined King Equipment Slot 2, Spirit of the Spectral Dream Equipment Slot 3, Madman's Plate Equipment Slot 4, Iron-Plated Boots Equipment Slot 5, Negative Energy Cloak Equipment Slot 6. Empty along King S Road by the Whiteblade River. Despite it being summer, distant ancestral tombs towered into the clouds, adorned with flecks of white, silently narrating tales of elevation. Winterfell might not be far off. The air in the north is truly sweet. Robert dismounted, relieving himself while expressing a satisfied sigh. Compared to this, King's Landing is nothing but a filthy pen, reeking at every moment, especially with the stench of your Lannister gold, which only exacerbates the foulness. As Robert adjusted his trousers, he turned to see Jandrai approaching, calling out to Jaime behind him. Cersei in the carriage overheard. The Lannister wealth may stink, but some ought not to squander it. Upon Jandri's arrival, he informed, My Lord Jaime, Lord Tyrion requests your presence. After paying his respects to Robert, Jaime mounted his horse and rode towards the rear of the group. Jandrai was about to follow when Robert halted him. Wait a moment. Who was this Green you mentioned? Knowing he was addressing the king, Jandrai bowed and replied. He is the one clad in green armor, draped in a white cloak, who accompanies Lord Tyrion. He is a master-level blacksmith. I intended to apprentice under him. Yet he has remained elusive. A master blacksmith? Robert inquired, intrigued. Indeed, he forged a sword just the day before in the spinning town, which even the royal guard Jaime was envious of, reluctant to let go. Lead the way. I wish to pay my respects as well. Jaime and Tyrion were engaged in conversation when they spotted Jandrai approaching with Robert in the distance. Tyrion and Jaime exchanged greetings. I have heard that House Lannister has acquired a fine hound and forges excellent iron. I have come to see for myself. Jandrai promptly roused Green from the carriage, and Tyrion extended his greetings to Green. What of the sword? Robert inquired, fixing his gaze on Green. Green then instructed Jandrai to retrieve the sword, Longclaw, from the carriage and handed it to Robert, who brandished it a few times before cleaving at the trees lining the path. Impressive power. I wonder if it can match Eddard's ice in a duel. Ice is a great sword, and this one-handed sword may be at a disadvantage. A warhammer, battle axe, broadsword, or lance would yield better results in a confrontation. Up ahead lies Sevensport. Tomorrow, craft me a warhammer. I wish to exchange a few blows with Eddard. Upon saying this, he tossed Longclaw back to Jandrai. After taking a few steps, Robert turned back and said, Jaime, remember to settle the account with the blacksmith. A king does not incur debts. It will be settled with Lannister gold, correct, Jaime? Tyrion observed Robert receding into the distance. Perhaps your king is unaware of the blacksmith's exorbitant prices. He charged me 4,000 for a great sword, and the warhammer will likely exceed 10,000, Jaime replied. Green looked at the two brothers and remarked, just tell me if it is effective or not. In business, integrity is paramount. I offer a return policy here. So, how many gold dragons do you intend to pay for that warhammer? 10,000 gold dragons. That is your asking price. With that, he climbed into the carriage. Meanwhile, Tyrion urged Jaime to ride a bit farther away. Let the king's account reach 12,000 gold dragons, half for each of us. In these past few weeks, Green has already drained my coffers. After saying this, he hummed a tune and returned to the group. Shortly thereafter, Jaime found the accompanying scholar and requested, provide me with 20,000 gold dragons. The king wishes to forge a warhammer. The scholar, though somewhat dubious, said nothing further, as the treasury's funds belonged to House Lannister. And the head of House Lannister happens to be the king's father-in-law. After all, who among the Lannisters would question their own family's expenditures? At that moment, a member of the Gold Cloaks overheard and was left astounded. His entire set of equipment amounted to only a few gold dragons, while the king was prepared to spend 20,000 to craft a warhammer. With that sum, one could easily equip over 100 fully armored gold cloaks and even procure a fine steed. This gold cloak expressed his confusion and subsequently spread the news. That evening, upon reaching Sevensport, Meek Sevens wasted no time dispatching a raven to inform Winterfell that the king had arrived and arranged a banquet to extend his hospitality. The following morning, Tyrion awakened Green, collected the gold dragons from Jaime, and hurried to the blacksmith shop, anticipating an extravagant arrival in Winterfell with 1,000 gold dragons. Upon entering, Green secured the doors, locked the windows, stoked the fire, and even purchased a roasted chicken, activating the system to redeem the Warhammer of Caulfeld. Caulfeld's Warhammer, Strength 3. Skill 10, Swift Strike. The king's gold is indeed easy to earn. For 3 years of operation, the profits surpassed those made from a week of arduous selling. With a net gain of 900 golden dragons after costs, Green contemplated that in the future, he would need to adopt a more aggressive approach. The North had little wealth, making it challenging to sell a short sword, let alone a long sword. Meanwhile, the prosperous lands of the Lannisters and Tyrells to the west were teeming with riches. Upon returning to King's Landing, Green resolved to organize an auction. At that moment, Jaime genuinely realized the beauty of wealth. Just days prior, he had lamented the expenditure of 5,000 golden dragons, but now, having received 9,000, the pain vanished, leaving him with an urge to smile. Once he arrived at Winterfell, he could procure equipment in bulk from Green. Tyrion, too, reveled in the thought, seated outside the smithy, squinting at the sun, humming a tune while envisioning the charms of the maidens in Winterfell. Jaime, inquiring about Tyrion's whereabouts, headed toward the smithy, only to find that a cluster of 20 golden-robed nobles had already gathered around the premises. What brings you here? Jaime asked. The leader of the golden-robed nobles replied, we heard yesterday that the king intends to spend 20,000 golden dragons on a warhammer, so we came to see what a 20,000 golden dragon warhammer looks like. Jaime's heart sank at the thought that this news had spread, and while it mattered little to others, the prospect of Tyrion discovering it filled him with dread. Tyrion might very well seek to extort him again, jeopardizing his position as a sworn knight. What if Green learned of it? Would he refuse to sell him equipment? Pondering these concerns, Jaime began to pace anxiously. In that moment, an idea struck Jaime as he glanced at the sword of the guard before him. He summoned the golden-robed nobles closer and unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword. Come, take a look. This is the sword that Master Green forged for me. Worth 10,000 golden dragons. You are all curious about what a 20,000 golden dragon hammer must be like, he proclaimed, before effortlessly severing a tree trunk approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. He then instructed one of the nobles to draw his sword and engage him in a duel. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding strikes echoed, and the noble's sword shattered, revealing 2 prominent dents along the blade. This is the masterpiece of Master Green, Jaime continued. However, be advised that his creations cannot be quantified by mere currency. Thus, I hope you refrain from spreading the rumor of a 20,000 golden dragon price. For him, pricing a weapon is an affront. He merely symbolically accepts compensation for his labor. Awakened by the sounds of clashing steel, Tyrion roused from a light slumber and prepared to approach Jaime. Remember my words. Do not let this information leak. The 20,000 was negotiated down because I am a long-time client of the master. Consider it. A sword costs 10,000 golden dragons. So is it reasonable for a hammer of such size to be valued at 20,000? Do not let Tyrion hear of this. If he informs Green that you learned of the insult to his masterpiece from your mouths, you shall never have the chance to persuade the master to forge for you. As Tyrion approached, Jaime spoke in a hurried whisper. Jaime, what are you up to? Tyrion asked. A duel, clearly, Jaime replied. This guard skills are lacking. I will compensate you for your sword in golden dragons. With that, you can commission an even finer blade. Jaime assured the noble. The golden-robed figure displayed a gleeful expression. Securing even a single golden dragon was a worthy endeavor, for the sword in question was merely an ordinary iron blade, which could be procured for the price of a bundle with a single golden dragon. Chapter 7. The Rune Feast of Winterfell. Before long, Green emerged, dragging the warhammer of Caulfield, and the golden-robed individuals instinctively gathered around him without needing an invitation. Green beckoned two of the golden-robed men to accompany him to the king. As they surrounded him, conversing animatedly, they set off to locate Robert. Can you still forge weapons? Money is no object, James inquired as he watched the golden-robed figures retreat into the distance. Indeed, if the funds are sufficient. I could happily remain in the smithy for a lifetime, Green replied. James, once we arrive in Winterfell, there is no hurry to forge. It is merely half a day's journey from Seawatch to Winterfell, and I am quite eager to experience the charms of the northern maidens. As he spoke, Tyrion took the lead in returning to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. A throng of individuals set forth towards their destination, and Robert too bore a joyful countenance. His warhammer was left behind in King's Landing, and as he wielded the newly forged hammer, it felt light in his hands, slicing through the air with vigor. Since ascending to the throne, he had never felt as content as he did at this moment, relishing the cool breeze of the north. The warhammer brought him an effortless sensation, as if he were still in his youth, though he bore a girth akin to that of a barrel, reminiscent of Galagra's. He was impatient to engage with his old companion Eddard, having last met 6 years after his coronation when they quelled the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy in the Iron Islands. It had now been a full 9 years since their last encounter. With this thought, Robert commanded his troops to hasten their march. As afternoon approached, the king's entourage entered Winterfell through the southern gate. Tyrion soon vanished from sight, and passing the armory, he spotted a plump girl seated upon a discarded cart, who, according to the tale, was Arya Stark. After traversing several blocks, the procession arrived at the main keep of Winterfell. The king and queen exchanged courtesies with the Stark couple. But Green held little interest in such formalities. He was preoccupied with the prospect of the feast. The previous night's meal in Seawatch had been the finest he had ever tasted, and he anticipated that the Duke's banquet would prove equally sumptuous. At that moment, James approached, stating, I have instructed the guards to deliver the golden dragons to your cart. Remember to assist me in forging equipment tomorrow. What shall I prepare? Blades or armor? Armor, and if funds permit, perhaps a spear or dagger as well. Having said this, James began organizing the party and coordinating with the servants of Winterfell. At this juncture, Arya approached, scrutinizing the man clad in green armor who was conversing with the queen's brother. Are you the imp? She asked. How did you discern my stature? And what of the imp? Shouldn't he be off growing? Precisely because he is small, he must continually strive to grow. May I see your swords? You possess two. Arya fixed her gaze upon the hilt of Green's sword, adorned with a purple jade pommel. My apologies for the intrusion. Robert interjected, pulling Arya away. You are too young to handle swords. But I am already 9. Jon approached and took Arya by the hand, leading her away from Robert. Arya, I am aware that you are no longer a child, yet it is unbecoming for a guest of the king to behave so rudely. I shall gift you a sword, Jon remarked. When? Must you again say to wait until I grow older? With that, Arya dashed away from Jon. Soon, Jon murmured, watching her retreating figure. Where is the blacksmith's shop in Winterfell? Green inquired. It is adjacent to the armory. Theon, Rob called, beckoning Theon over. Take this esteemed guest to the blacksmith's shop. Theon led the way, asking, what business do you have at the blacksmith? To forge, Green replied. Theon turned to scrutinize Green, noting the absence of any family crest upon his attire, which consisted of peculiar green armor. He deduced that Green was merely a servant. There's no need for me to lead you, he declared, pointing down the path. Upon entering through the southern gate, proceed straight along the street. The blacksmith's shop is in the alley to the right of the armory. Green, resigned to searching on his own, ambled along, knowing that forging would not consume much time. With a total of 8,000 gold dragons from Jaime, combined with his previous earnings from the king, he now possessed 16,900 gold dragons. After contemplating the equipment system, Green exchanged for a chainmail and a serrated dagger, managing to keep costs under 2,000 dragons, while preserving 15 revolutionary sparks. The Grand Hall of the Keep was abuzz with preparations for the feast, as servants hurriedly carried dishes in and out. Once Green had completed his equipment dealings, he blended into the Stark kitchen, rewarding the cook with a gold dragon, and then settled at the kitchen entrance, eagerly awaiting the feast. Green opened the system and clicked on rune exploration. He obtained the following rune clues: the tenacity rune associated with Eddard Stark, the guardian rune linked to Eddard Stark, the predator rune connected to the direwolf, the zombie sentinel rune tied to Bran Stark, the malicious slander rune related to Theon Greyjoy, the perfect timing rune associated with Bran Stark, and the dark reaper rune connected to Arya Stark. By the gods, I've struck a vein of runes. Runes, sweet runes. I have arrived. As twilight descended, the feast commenced in earnest. Having already dined, Green sat outside in the courtyard, gazing at the starlit sky while listening to the sound of logs being chopped from the adjacent yard. Following the noise, he discovered Jon conversing with a cloaked figure. "Uncle, if you would only speak, my father would surely agree. I fear you do not comprehend the difficulties at hand. You cannot marry, nor can you have heirs. I do not care. Clap, 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 a valiant night's watchman is about to be born." Green applauded. "Who are you?" Bran turned to inquire. "A blacksmith. If your nephew is truly prepared to journey to the wall, I can provide a sword." At that moment, Tyrion, having finished his drink, also appeared. "Are you truly trying to escape the disdain of your foster mother? Or do you genuinely wish to become a night's watchman, bastard? I suspect you know the answer." Jon, upon being exposed, turned to leave, prompting Benjen to hastily follow suit. A notification appeared. Benjen Stark detected. The Zombie Guardian Rune Quest has been initiated. Quest Path 1. Prevent Benjen Stark from partially transforming into a White Walker to acquire the Zombie Guardian Rune. Quest Path 2. Extract the Zombie Guardian Rune within 24 hours after Benjen Stark has perished as a half-White Walker. It seems I must venture to the wall. Tomorrow marks a full month, and I shall be eligible for a reward draw. Green decided to first enter the Grand Hall to accept all available quests. Upon exploration, Eddard Stark was detected. The Resilient Rune Quest has been initiated. Quest Path 1. Save Eddard Stark after the incident in King's Landing to obtain resilience. Quest Path 2. Extract the Resilience Rune after Eddard Stark's demise. Further exploration revealed Eddard Stark. The Guardian Rune Quest has been initiated. Quest Path 1. Gain Eddard Stark's gratitude to acquire the Guardian Rune. Quest Path 2. Prevent Eddard Stark from going to King's Landing to obtain the Guardian Rune. Next, Arya Stark was detected. The Dark Harvest Rune Quest has been initiated. Quest Path 1. Attain Arya's favor to receive the Dark Harvest Rune. Quest Path 2. Fail to be killed by Arya wants to acquire the Dark Harvest Rune. Exploring further, Bran Stark was detected. The Perfect Timing Rune Quest has been initiated. Quest Path 1. Prevent Bran from falling from the tower to gain the Perfect Timing Rune. Quest Path 2. Heal Bran's leg injury to acquire the Perfect Timing Rune. The exploration continued with Theon Greyjoy. The Malicious Wounding Rune Quest has been initiated. Quest Path 1. Defeat Theon Greyjoy in direct combat to obtain the Malicious Wounding Rune. Quest Path 2. Extract the Malicious Wounding Rune within 24 hours after Theon Greyjoy's death. These timelines are not all situated in the same location. I must prioritize the simpler tasks. Let me first examine Theon's profile. Name: Theon Greyjoy. Title: Leadership, 78 Strength, 83 Intelligence, 74 with my own strength. Bolstered by Ruin and Dream, barely reaching 69, I must rely on skills and additional enhancements to compete effectively, while also needing to earn over 10,000 gold coins. To prevent Bran from falling, I must either ensure the child is watched closely or deal with Jaime to keep him from playing cards at the tower summit. Arya should provide equipment that could foster goodwill. Preventing someone from becoming Prime Minister, however, poses a greater challenge. Chapter 8. The end of Winterfell. The exhilarating moment of the reward draw has arrived once more. Green activated the spinner, and after several revolutions, it predictably landed on blue. Opening the blue item package, congratulations were in order. Gain boost package selected. Congratulations on acquiring red. Red, your attacks will reduce the target's speed by 5. And inflict an additional 2 points of true damage based on their maximum health for 3 seconds. Subsequent attacks will refresh the duration. Stacking is not permitted, while also dispelling cloaking and stealth effects for 5 seconds. The probabilities of the prize pool are as follows: green 30, blue 22, purple 40, and gold 8. Early the next morning, Robert organized a hunting trip with his old friends to strengthen their bonds. Upon awakening, Green realized that Bran had already drawn his prize and had left, exclaiming in dismay. James, having held back for a month, was eager to reconnect with his companions. Quickly dressing and inquiring about the location of the watchtower, he rushed over to find Bran already halfway up. Below, Summer tilted his head, watching his master, his front legs occasionally bouncing as if eager to climb the tower alongside him. Bran! Bran! Green shouted boisterously, hoping that James and Cersei, who were discussing matters within the tower, would hear him. At that moment, Bran, halfway up, glanced down, seemingly not recognizing the person below, and resumed his ascent. Green paced anxiously, while Summer observed the man's frantic shouts and restless movements. Driven by primal instincts, he barked. Seizing the opportunity, the man grasped Summer by the scruff of his neck. "Ah, what a robust dog. James, I must treat you to some dog meat," Green shouted exuberantly. Consequently, Summer ceased barking. This would not do. Green, lifting the dog's leg, was met with Summer's sudden realization that something was amiss, causing him to yelp in distress. Green, exuberantly praising the prospect of dog meat, continued his antics. Bran, nearing the top, heard Summer's cries and turned to see this unfamiliar man tormenting his dog and proclaiming intentions of consuming him. Alarmed, he quickly began descending. After a few meters, Bran shouted, "Let Summer go. He is my dog, and you shall not eat him." Seeing the effect of his words, Green prepared to lift the dog leg once more. But Bran noticed the man's blatant disregard for his pleas and continued his descent. Suddenly, panic gripped him, his foot slipped, and he fell. Green, witnessing Bran's fall, hastily dropped Summer and rushed to catch him, though he perhaps overestimated his strength and became Bran's cushion upon impact. Bran landed with a scraped face, a chipped tooth, and bruised arms, crying out in pain, tears streaming down as he ran away, wailing. Summer, dizzy from the commotion, shook his head and followed Bran, running a considerable distance before turning back to bark at Green. Before long, Green found himself surrounded by the bannermen of Winterfell, who escorted him back. At that moment, James returned from a game of cards, observing the fierce group escorting Green, and promptly declared, "Green is from King's Landing. Winterfell has no authority to deal with him. We shall await the King's return from the hunt." A rider was dispatched to summon the king, and within moments, the king returned, grumbling with his retinue. Hearing of the incident, Taliyah hurriedly summoned Tyrion from the tavern. The king, queen, and the Stark couple sat at the high table in the great hall. As I prepared to listen to Green's account, I found myself reluctant to speak the unvarnished truth, wary of bearing the blame. Thus, I ventured, it was Jaime. He expressed a desire for dog meat, prompting me to roam Winterfell in search of a few robust dogs. In my folly, I mistook one of the Stark family's direwolves for a mere dog. That particular direwolf was roaming freely and appeared rather plump. Cersei, perched above, cast a dubious glance at Jaime, questioning when her brother had developed a penchant for consuming dog meat. Although Jaime was perplexed, he recognized that by shifting some of the responsibility onto himself, he could mitigate the situation, hence he lowered his gaze and refrained from contradicting me. At that moment, Bran, nestled in Catelyn's arms, pointed at Green with his gap-toothed smile, declaring, "You lie. You know that was my dog." He wiped away the remnants of his dried tears, continuing, "Did I not call for you, Bran? When I shouted from the tower, did you respond? You were the only one nearby, and I sought your attention. Yet you ignored me." Green, with a righteous fervor, exclaimed, "Did I not catch you when you fell? My chest still aches from the impact, not merely from your fall, but from the harsh judgment of the Northmen who act without inquiry, piercing my heart with their unwarranted accusations. Am I, a man in my 20s, truly capable of bullying a child of 6 or 7? I was merely assisting Ser Jaime in his search for dog meat." Jaime's face twitched at the mention of his name, silently vowing never to touch dog meat again. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, with King Robert internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation as it delayed his hunting plans. The Stark couple felt disheartened. Their child had fallen and now faced reproach. Fortunately, Bran had yet to lose his baby teeth, and perhaps this fall would teach him to refrain from reckless climbing, an unexpected silver lining. Robb resolved to secure the Stark direwolves, intending to assign a servant to tend to them, wary of the dog thief. Though uncertain of the culprit's identity, he recognized the necessity of safeguarding his siblings' pets. The denizens of King's Landing were equally astonished. A master blacksmith, reputed to forge weapons worth 20,000 gold dragons, would hardly stoop to dog theft. 1 gold dragon should suffice to ensure a plethora of Northmen would provide dogs fit for the table. The mystery was thus unraveled. Ser Jaime's appetite for dog meat was at the heart of it all. Tyrion, too, felt aggrieved. He had been resting against the arms of a few maidens, only to be startled when Jandrai kicked open the door. Even after the hall cleared, he remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the events. It was no easy task to maintain composure amidst such childish antics, and Green silently rejoiced in the chaos. In the coming days, Green intended to seek out the Ice Wolves to explore the Predator runes, yet he found himself unable to locate them. Even several Stark members were no longer accompanied by the Ice Wolves. Green hesitated to inquire further, for such matters often dictated that the one who first approached James would be the one to bear the burden of the inquiry. Eddard and Robert had idled away several days, and now it was time to depart for King's Landing to assume his duties. While also investigating the cause of Jon Arryn's demise, despite having received a secret missive from the Eyrie, Jon's resolve to journey to the Wall had only strengthened, as he also prepared to fulfill his promise to Arya. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Jon discovered Green seated within, gnawing on a piece of meat. Ready to become a Night's Watchman? Jon pondered silently. I too shall honor my promise. Assist me in procuring some dragonglass, and I shall forge you a sword. I already possess a sword, Green replied. That one is for aiding your sister in her swordplay. Very well, I can forge you a couple more. Jon found himself at a loss for words. Yet he had gleaned from the King's Guard in recent days that the master blacksmith who had stolen the summer sword was indeed a skilled artisan. And thus he nodded in silent consent. Though uncertain of the purpose of the dragonglass, Jon nonetheless purchased some at the market in Winterfell. Leave it here, and kindly close the gate to the yard. I shall return with 2 swords at dinner time. Just as Jon went to seek the dragonglass, Green consulted the system regarding the possibility of crafting it into weapons. Acknowledging the material's efficacy against White Walkers, the system offered a suggestion. While dragonglass was indeed hard, its suitability for swords was low due to its brittle nature, akin to tempered glass. Consequently, the system recommended enhancing his equipment with a minor enchantment at an additional cost. Reluctantly, Green accessed the equipment shop to enchant his tattered gear, Ruination, and Shadow Dream. He exchanged them for Death Sentence and the Storm Greatsword. Death Sentence, Force 2. Tier, increases target's bleeding by 40 when damage is inflicted, while reducing the target's subsequent recovery and healing effects. Storm Greatsword, Force 4. Enchantment, Ash Erosion. When dealing damage to demigods, specters, and other undead targets, it inflicts additional annihilating strikes, scorching, dispelling. He then crafted several dragonglass daggers. Chapter 9. Departure to the Wall. The king was prepared to return to King's Landing in 3 days. After delivering Death Sentence and the Storm Greatsword to Jon, Green summoned the guards to bring forth Jaime and Tyrion. I intend to venture to the Wall with Tyrion. I cannot predict when I shall return. Once the king and Eddard arrive in King's Landing, a tournament shall surely be held, and knights from every fief will attend. Nobles and lords will come to pay their respects and join the festivities. Hence I require you, Jaime, to orchestrate an auction. Green addressed Jaime and Tyrion, who were seated before him. Gather as many golden dragons as you can within these 3 days. I shall strive to forge a batch of equipment in the meantime. Jaime, you shall take these items to sell, and the golden dragons you raise will count as your investment. Once sold, we shall divide the proceeds accordingly. When you head south, be sure to promote it vigorously. Jaime and Tyrion busied themselves throughout the afternoon, even prying open Cersei's lips to utilize the royal treasury in the name of the queen. Ultimately, Tyrion managed to sell his own dagger to a local noble through his eloquence, bringing back over 1,000, nearly 2,000 golden dragons, while Jaime presented a staggering 40,000 golden dragons. For 3 consecutive days, Green wholesale procured ordinary and epic swords and armor that seemed harmonious with the realm of Westeros, including long swords, short swords, Dornish blades, Dornish shields, chainmail, and the armor of the Watch, accumulating an expenditure exceeding 50,000 golden dragons. On the 3rd day, Green summoned Jandrai, handing him 30 golden dragons, and spoke. When I return from the Wall to King's Landing, I shall take you as my apprentice. For now, accompany Jaime southward. Additionally, I will provide you with 3 scrolls. When the events I mentioned unfold, open the scrolls and act accordingly. Green patted Jandri's shoulder and continued. Moreover, once you venture out, change into a more fitting attire and select a sword from this collection, dressing as a knight should. Green regarded Jandri's coarse garments and faded leather with a discerning eye. Jandrai, at a loss for words, could only nod repeatedly. And regarding the scrolls, you must not breathe a word to anyone else, including Jaime. This pertains to your potential to become a master blacksmith. If funds are insufficient, seek Jaime's assistance under my name. As he exited, Jandrai called for Jaime, his eyes brimming with tears. As for these armaments, once sold, I expect a labor fee of 150,000 golden dragons. I am indifferent to the sale price. The remainder belongs to the 2 of you Lannisters. Jaime approached, examining the swords closely, one in each hand. I must emphasize, Green added, that auctioneering, momentum, and public opinion are all critical factors. If managed astutely, you could easily double your 40,000 golden dragons, or even multiply it several times over. I hope you are not left unable to reclaim your initial investment of 150,000. Green watched as Jaime scrutinized the selection. Jaime counted the quantity and quality of the swords, noting that some rivaled his own Valyrian steel blade. The Lannisters were not short on gold. A mere glance from his father at one sword would prompt immediate arrangements to procure the golden dragons. Jaime then summoned the Lannister retainers to begin packaging the goods. 3 days later, various parties set forth. Tyrion, Green, Jon Snow, and Benjen Stark journeyed northward, while Jaime, Jandrai, and the Stark couple accompanied by their 4 children, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, moved southward in a grand procession, the king's entourage expanding from a mere 200 meters to nearly 500. After bidding farewell to Eddard, Jon rode alongside. And Green retrieved 3 daggers from his saddlebag, presenting one to each person. Benjen Stark examined the dagger, noting the quality of the dragonglass, yet reluctant to accept it. He prepared to return it. I appreciate the Lannisters' generosity, but I must decline. Green replied, I am not of the Lannister house. This is merely a blacksmith's goodwill. Tyrion, do you believe in the wights, those White Walkers spoken of in the north? Tyrion pondered for a moment, incredulous. It struck him as merely a tale spun to frighten children. A story that had traversed from the wall. With a touch of imagination, one could envision ragged wildlings emerging from the snow, their faces marred by frostbite. Resembling hounds of the hunt, in a moment of desperation, they might even be mistaken for wights. And you, Jon? Do you believe in the others? Asked Gren, glancing back at Snow. At that moment, Jon was still lost in reflection, having yet to shake off the impact of Eddard's words. After a brief pause, he replied, I do not know. If Uncle Benjen claims there are wights, then I choose to believe. Jon turned his gaze toward Benjen, who was listening to the discussion among the younger men. When he heard his name mentioned, he turned to meet their expectant looks. That is indeed the purpose of my journey. Will was the Night's Watchman executed by your father? He was an exceptional ranger, brave and reckless in his battles against wildlings. He must have seen something. Upon reaching the wall, I intend to organize an expedition beyond it. And what of you, Gren? Are there others in the continent of Essos? It has been far too long since you regaled us with tales, and I had almost forgotten you were a bard. Tyrion remarked. Long, long ago, in an era of darkness, the ruthless warlord Sane Usul ravaged the northern lands. Driven by a sinister faith, he purged all tribes and villages that obstructed him, forging an empire through blood and death. As he drew near to his demise, he felt a twisted joy, certain that his deeds and life had granted him a place among the divine in the Hall of Bones. Yet, upon his death, he was met not with the glory of godhood or a grand hall. Instead, Sane Usul found himself standing in a desolate expanse, shrouded in gray, with only disjointed whispers echoing in his ears and ghostly mist wrapping around his form. Occasionally, lost souls drifted by, mere shadows, caught in the haze of their own emptiness. Sane Usul was consumed by rage. Was his faith merely a lie? Or had his conquests in life proven insufficient to earn the eternal existence he so fervently desired? How could this void before him represent the culmination of his life, seemingly infinite, yet devoid of meaning? He watched as the feeble souls faded into the mist, dissolving into the passage of time. Nevertheless, Sane Usul refused to vanish. His will, tempered by fury and brutality, preserved his consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, the once indistinct whispers began to coalesce into words he could almost comprehend. He gradually realized this was the language of Eochain, a wicked tongue that belonged to no living being. Within the remnants of his thoughts, a cunning plan began to surface. His whispers began to seep through the veil between realms, promising invincible power to any who dared to listen. He did not wait long. A group of sorcerers heeded his call, determined to draw him back to the world of the living, bereft of flesh and bone. He urged the sorcerers to encase his spirit within a form resembling the black iron armor he wore in life, granting him the power to disdain mortals. Thus, the merciless ironclad wraith was born. The power-hungry sorcerers initially sought to wield him as a weapon in their trivial wars. However, he executed everyone on the spot. The sorcerer's magic and weaponry were utterly impotent against him. In a moment of despair, they cried out his name in a futile attempt to seal him once more. For Son User had long ceased to exist. With a whisper that seemed to drift through the air, he uttered his name in the tongue of Oaken, Maud Kaiser. He commenced anew his campaign against the mortal realm. His ambitions remained grand, and bolstered by necromantic spells, his power exceeded even his own expectations. Maud Kaiser forged a brutal warhammer, Nightfall, from the souls of the sorcerers. This weapon, commanding the dead, had the power to control the resurrected spirits. To his adversaries, Maud Kaiser appeared fixated solely on slaughter and destruction. His ruthless conquests nearly obliterated an entire generation. Yet, Maud Kaiser's designs extended far beyond mere annihilation. He erected an immortal fortress at the heart of the empire. Many regarded it as merely a symbol of power, but some discerned the secrets it concealed. Kaiser yearned to master all forbidden knowledge concerning souls and death, seeking a profound understanding of the material realm and beyond. Tyranny breeds enemies. Ultimately, a coalition of the Noxie tribes, bolstered by treachery from within his ranks, managed to vanquish the ironclad Wraith. They severed the connection between Kaiser's soul and his armor, entombing the empty shell in a concealed location. Thus, Kaiser was banished from the material plane. However, unbeknownst to all, this was precisely his plan. A crucial step towards his destiny. Though power and cunning had brought him temporary glory, he was aware that a fate far greater than the Hall of Bones awaited him. In the once desolate wasteland, all the souls who perished under his tyrannical reign awaited in silence. The undead, tainted by dark sorcery, would not dissipate. The most powerful souls became his devoted immortal army, while the weaker ones were assigned their own tasks. With these souls, Kaiser would forge a new empire, constructing the very bricks and mortar of the Netherworld Empire. Sounds more absurd than the others, Tyrion jested. What on earth occupies your mind, Gren? Last time you regaled me with tales of the Three Kingdoms, it was quite normal. Now sorcerers are involved. This is the legend of the continent of Valoran. To the east of the continent of Asia, Jon replied. It seems the others are not so terrifying after all. So, why do you require our Dragonstone dagger? The Dragonstone is effective against the others and malevolent spirits. It may prove useful should there truly be others beyond the wall, Gren explained. The group had been traversing the Wolfwood for several days, and after emerging from the forest, they proceeded several kilometers to the final Hearth City. In Chapter 10, seeking the others beyond the wall, the three of them took a moment to rest in the woods on the outskirts of the city, while Banjan ventured into the prison of Hearth City to select new Night's Watchmen. As they traveled further north, the air grew increasingly frigid. Jon scavenged for dry twigs to kindle a fire. Shortly thereafter, Banjan appeared, leading a band of burly prisoners. Tyrion looked up, and with the instinct of a seasoned libertine, his gaze fell upon one particularly disheveled individual. Oh, in the realm of those who falter, most who are apprehended often face a grim choice, to sever their very essence or to cloak themselves in the shroud of night. Many, including myself, find it difficult to part with what defines them. Yet, they possess no alternative. They can only don the darkness. Jon, do you have anything you wish to express about your newfound brethren? Tyrion observed Jon with a playful smirk. Noticing Jon's gaze drop, Tyrion, undeterred, continued, joining the Night's Watch. It appears, is but an act of forsaking one's former family in exchange for such a motley crew of new brothers. Seeing Jon rendered speechless, Tyrion retrieved a book he always carried and began to read. Jon, lifting his gaze, inquired, what purpose do you serve by reading so many tomes? Upon hearing Jon's response, Tyrion raised his eyes to meet Jon's, pausing momentarily. Look at me, what do you see? Tyrion posed another question. Jon, uncertain of what Tyrion sought, prepared to lower his gaze once more. A dwarf, Gren replied. Noticing Tyrion remained engrossed in his book, Gren continued, born into a family of ancient lineage. What prospects does a dwarf possess? Can he become a knight and ride into battle? Or inherit a stable estate? None of those paths are available. Those blessed with physical prowess are already a step ahead, much like the distinction between a bastard and a legitimate heir. This is precisely why Tyrion immerses himself in literature. Within the pages lie strategies, politics, and commerce. As the saying goes in the lands of Essos, within books, there are houses of gold. Within books, there are beauties. Education is the means through which a dwarf may elevate himself, a safeguard for survival. And Jon Snow, what is your means of protection? Have you come to a realization? Jon, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his head. He reflected on his childhood spent with Robb and Theon, hunting birds and practicing swordsmanship and archery together. Apart from his foster mother, Catelyn, who regarded him with indifference due to his father's loyalty, there was no animosity between them. His father had bestowed upon him the same affection as he did for Robb, and his siblings embraced him without a hint of prejudice regarding his status, save for Theon, who, being a foster son himself, often masked his insecurities by belittling Jon, fearing he would not fit in with the Stark children. Robb was destined to inherit Winterfell, while his sisters would wed noble lords of their choosing. Bran and Rickon were still but children, leaving Jon to ponder, where then lies his own future. After several days of travel, the leader, Benjen, proclaimed, "Welcome to the Wall." The group looked up to behold the grayish-blue expanse of the wall merging seamlessly with the azure sky, a mere hint of clouds casting shadows. It stretched infinitely, seemingly marking the world's edge. The wall shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting glimmers akin to shooting stars. As they approached the base of the wall, they gazed upward at its towering height, reminiscent of an 80-story edifice. Had it not been for the absence of mobile devices, Gren would have eagerly reached for his to capture the moment for his social circle. Turning back to the path they had traversed, Gren couldn't help but recall the verses of a great poet, unconsciously reciting aloud, "The northern lands, 1,000 miles encased in ice, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Gazing upon the wall, both within and without, only vast wilderness remains, the great river, once a torrent, now subdued. Mountains dance like silver serpents, and waxen elephants race, seeking to challenge the heavens. On bright days, behold the crimson and white, a sight most enchanting. Such beauty in the realm, it draws countless heroes to bow in reverence." Tyrion was poised to articulate a metaphor concerning the human form when the poetry recitation abruptly halted, leaving him to tilt his head and gesture towards Jon, inquiring, "Is this the rationale behind a dwarf's pursuit of knowledge? What words do you intend to employ, Snow?" The assembly followed Banyon into the Black Castle, where he delivered several prisoners to the training master, Alleras Thorne. Green sought information from Banyon regarding the smithy. Having diligently studied a few theoretical concepts of blacksmithing through the generous bribes of golden dragons to the Night's Watch craftsman, Ozir Wyke, Jon's experience under Master Alleras was far from pleasant, cognizant of the implications of Snow's identity in the north. Alleras had even taken to bestowing upon Jon the moniker of Lord Snow. That evening, Commander Jeor Mormont hosted a feast in preparation for Banyon's expedition to seek out Wymar Royce the following day, with both Tyrion and Green included in the guest list. Thanks to Green's financial contributions, the banquet's meat was more abundant than ever, and the atmosphere initially brimming with cheer. However, after a few rounds of wine, Alleras resumed his jibes at Jon, prompting Tyrion to retort with scorn directed at the Night's Watch criminals. Aside from Banyon, who showed a slight shift in perception towards the Lannister who came to Jon's aid, the other Night's Watchmen, provoked, harbored a deep-seated resentment for the dwarf, yet refrained from expressing their ire in the presence of the commander, resulting in an unsatisfactory conclusion to the evening. The following day, Jon and Green accompanied Tyrion as they ascended the wall via the gallows lift, achieving the rather absurd milestone of urinating from atop the wall together. After bidding farewell to Banyon, Green joined him, leading approximately 20 rangers beyond the wall, while Tyrion prepared to return to King's Landing. In light of the previous night's events, Commander Jeor Mormont instructed Jon to escort Tyrion a considerable distance, secretly urging him to ensure their safety from any ill-tempered Night's Watchmen who might seek retribution for past grievances. The commander was acutely aware of the significance of lineage. Outside the wall, the chill was even more penetrating than in the north, if the interior was merely cold. The exterior resembled a frozen storehouse. After an afternoon's march, they finally felt a modicum of warmth upon reaching the village of White Tree at dusk. The day's biting cold led Green to ponder the absence of Long Johns in the north, compelling him to barter with local women for a rabbit fur jerkin and a disheveled wolfskin coat to keep himself warmly bundled. As dawn broke, Banyon led the rangers deeper into the haunted forest. Observing the bundled-up Green, he suppressed a smile, bemused by the young man's unwavering determination to accompany him. "Green, if you feel cold, you may return. I can send a ranger to guide you back." "Banyon, I must ask once more, do you believe in the others?" Green queried, peering out from his layers of clothing. "I do not, yet I cannot dismiss the possibility. No one would labor to construct a wall solely for an untruth. Then what is our purpose on this journey? To validate the existence of the wights, or to locate Wymar Royce?" Green pressed. "Both," Banyon replied. "The task of locating an individual amidst the vast expanse north of the Great Wall, with the assistance of merely 20 or so people, is indeed a cumbersome endeavor. We must adopt a different perspective." Banyon cast a glance at Green, signaling him to continue. "Currently, Wymar's existence can be reduced to two possibilities. Either he is alive or he has succumbed to death. If he is alive, it is unequivocally not as a captive of the wildlings or as a defector to their ranks. The harsh conditions beyond the wall render survival in the wilderness nearly impossible. The alternative, death, could result from either the hands of the wights or the wildlings. To ascertain whether he is alive or has perished at the hands of the wildlings, we must venture towards the wildling tribes and directly inquire, should he have met his end at the hands of the wights? We are reminded of the accounts from Westeros that describe the dead returning to life, yet Wymar is unlikely to present himself before us as a wight. Our strategy should be to explore the shadowy forest in search of wildling burial sites, excavating a few to discern whether the remains are merely bones, wights, or if the bodies have entirely vanished. If there is a significant absence of corpses, then the search for Wymar would be rendered futile, necessitating an immediate return to the wall to mobilize the defense of the Seven Kingdoms. Conversely, if the wildling graves remain undisturbed, the situation may not be as dire. Naturally, in the interest of thoroughness and workload considerations, I still advocate for random grave excavations. After all, wights do not discriminate among soldiers. Either an entire area will be reanimated or it will be filled with skeletal remains. Banyon acquiesced to the suggestion, retrieving a map and dividing the rangers into 4 groups. dispatching them to scour the shadowy forest for graves. The other 3 groups set off upon Banyan's instructions, while he and Green led one group to commence their digging. After half an hour of labor, the frozen earth led to murmurs of discontent among the rangers. Constrained by their leader Banyan's presence, they continued their toil. As time passed without the appearance of coffins, their complaints grew louder, and those most fatigued began to rummage through their supplies for sustenance, effectively abandoning their posts. Observing the 2-meter-deep pit they had excavated, Green exchanged his tool for a pickaxe, necessitating that he dig alone. Banyan, with a furrowed brow, chose not to voice his displeasure and joined Green in the pit. After a while, they uncovered a coffin, the cold preserving both the body and the casket remarkably well. Green recalled the legends of the Horn of Winter from Westeros, which may have inspired the Night's Watch to excavate graves, and began to sift through the coffin's burial items, discovering a few bone necklaces and stone tools. Upon seeing the body still intact within the coffin, Banyan climbed out to grab a bite to eat. Just as he rose, brushing off the ice and snow, one of the rangers exclaimed, "Uncle Banyan, look at this," and tossed a blue crystal and a red crystal onto the snow. The commotion drew the attention of several rangers, who turned to observe. Banyan picked up the gems, wiping off the snow and dirt. "These are precious stones," he declared. Green, hearing the exclamation, emerged from the pit, and several rangers rushed over, eager to witness the excitement. Green climbed up to take the gem from Banyan's hands, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, it is a gem. The time I spend crafting equipment can now be adorned with this. We unearthed it together, so Uncle Banyan, I shall purchase your gem." With that, he produced 5 golden dragons from his pocket and handed them to Banyan, brandishing the gem before the faces of several cavalrymen. "Where's the next tomb? Let us hurry," called one of the cavalrymen, tucking away his rations. Banyan then retrieved the map, and the cavalrymen immediately formed a circle around him, pointing to a location some 10 kilometers to the north. They promptly began to pack their gear, ready to embark. In Chapter 11, Farewell to the Great Wall, Banyan munched on his rations, watching the cavalrymen hastily prepare for departure. The Night's Watch had never exhibited such remarkable execution. Upon reaching their destination, several cavalrymen dismounted and began searching for the tomb to commence digging. At this moment, Green summoned the cavalrymen over, presenting them with a pickaxe. This tool makes digging effortless and is free of charge. However, there is one condition. Any valuables or peculiar items you unearth, aside from mere coins, must be sold to me. Bones, clothing, and beasts' teeth are unnecessary. For the next 2 days, the cavalrymen diligently commenced their excavations at intervals of 10 kilometers, akin to planting radishes. On the first day, the group with Banyan and Green unearthed 4 sites, while the other 3 groups only managed 2. That evening, during their assembly at camp, those who had dug 4 tombs naturally began to boast about how Lord Banyan had exchanged a gem for 5 golden dragons. One cavalryman had discovered a scepter, which yielded a single golden dragon. The scepter bore no enhancements or magical properties, serving merely to stimulate morale, and he paraded the golden dragon as if it were a medal. Early the next morning, while the mist still lingered, Green merely rose to relieve himself when a group of cavalrymen approached him with a bundle of burial goods for him to appraise. Other groups, hearing the commotion outside, poked their heads out of their tents. It turned out that one group had reported an inflated count, having excavated 1 site while the entire group had halted work. That evening, upon seeing other groups had excavated 2 sites, the leader felt embarrassed and reported only 2, but as they lay in bed, the thought of their loss gnawed at him. He promptly gathered a few men to excavate the site they had neglected, sending another 2 to revisit the first site to see if anything valuable could be found. Upon witnessing this, the other groups quickly rallied their companions to prepare meals, planning to excavate for riches afterward. Another day of digging ensued, with individuals frequently returning on horseback, laden with bags or calling Green over to appraise their finds. Green, resembling a collector of discarded treasures, reluctantly sifted through the meager artifacts of the wild men's graves, occasionally parting with a few golden dragons to incentivize their efforts. On the 4th day, Banyan led the team to the fortress of Castor, and Green was aware of Castor's nefarious dealings within the narrative, raising female infants to enrich his harem while sacrificing male infants to the Night King as wights. This presented an opportunity for entrapment. Thus, in the ensuing days, the cavalrymen directed their efforts towards the northern outskirts of Castor's fortress. As they had now entered the heart of the wild men's territory, Banyan organized the cavalrymen into 2 groups, one for excavation and the other for sentry duty. However, most who have tasted the sweet fruits of tomb raiding harbor no desire to serve as sentinels. Thus, Banyan was compelled to adopt a rotation system, designating a fixed group divided into 3 smaller teams. 2 teams would alternate in excavation while one stood guard. Within each group, The cycle involved 2 digging and 1 on watch. Green discreetly conducted reconnaissance, acquiring resources and financial support while ingratiating himself with the wives of caste, inquiring if any male infants had recently been born. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. There had been no recent births in Caste's household, with the closest being a mere 3 months into gestation. However, on the 3rd day of their encampment at Caste Fortress, the Rangers brought news. The burial sites at the ancestral site of Quan Fong and Fengsheng Gorge contained no remains. The coffins were found askew, and upon casually excavating a nearby grave, the Rangers discovered it likewise devoid of bodies, prompting them to summon Ban Yang. Upon arriving at the scene, to confirm their findings, another group of Rangers was called in to excavate adjacent graves. After laboring for a time, it became evident that all the bodies had vanished. One ancient coffin even bore a substantial hole, with clear signs of having been forcibly breached from within. The Rangers understood the implications of this discovery and fell into a somber silence, devoid of their usual enthusiasm for excavation. "It is time to return," Green stated. "On our way back, we should incinerate the coffins and remains we previously unearthed." "Lord Ban Yang, could there truly be malevolent spirits?" a timid ranger inquired. "Let us return to the Great Wall. This matter must be reported to the commander," Ban Yang directed as he led the Rangers back. "Congratulations. You have acquired the Rune Zombie Sentinel. Due to worldview restrictions, the Ice Stone system is undergoing automatic calibration. The rune effect has been altered to Guard Ice Stone. Guard Ice Stone allows for the active deployment of 3 control sentinels. When a 4th control sentinel is arranged, one previously deployed sentinel must be manually selected to lose its effect. Control Sentinel Vision provides detailed visibility within a 50-meter radius and offers a life dynamic heat map within a 200-meter perimeter. Trap Detection Traps within a 200-meter range can be detected. Invisibility, rendered unseen, ignores unit collision volume and physical loss. In the Grand Hall of the Grey Castle, Commander Xiong had already heard Ban Yang's report. He summoned Green into the command tower. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Xiong inquired. "I understand this is difficult to believe. Aside from those Rangers who ventured beyond the Great Wall, others may perceive this as a prank orchestrated by a group. However, you must trust in Ban Yang's integrity. Colluding with him is no simple task. No, I am not questioning the veracity of the matter. I recognize the challenge in convincing others." After Ban Yang concluded his account, I dispatched numerous ravens to the local lords and to Jinling, requesting support, whether in manpower, resources, or weaponry. Yet, I fear the response will be minimal. Even some of the Night Watchers harbor doubts, let alone those distant lords in the mountains and waters. What I mean to convey is that the Night Watchers appear to be in a rather passive position. Exterminating the wildlings is no longer an immediate concern. Engaging in other endeavors reliant on the Night Watcher's strength seems equally trivial, Xiong pondered hesitantly. There remains much to be done. For every additional corpse beyond the Great Wall will inevitably give rise to a new wight. The Night's Watch should expedite the excavation and incineration of the burial sites in the north, particularly those bordering the wildling territories. Furthermore, it would be prudent to persuade the outlying villages, akin to White Tree Village, to relocate south of the wall. Should any wildlings desire to venture south for their own prospects, they may be permitted passage, provided they can be restrained. Once the wights are confirmed to be on the march, the northern side of the wall will harbor no living souls. The Night's Watch must now focus on diminishing the wights' auxiliary forces to the greatest extent possible. It would be wise to mobilize the nearby villages to implement cremation as a precautionary measure. Such is the reality we face. For the entirety of Westeros has long since forgotten. Old Bear lamented, "I must return tomorrow. Let us bring along Benjen." His status may persuade House Stark of the North to take this matter more seriously, ideally dispatching more men to recruit Night's Watch members from various fiefdoms. The lords may hesitate to part with their coin, provisions, or arms, but criminals are often more willing to sacrifice. After conferring with Old Bear, Grin sought out John, who was accompanied by his steadfast companion, Sam. "Have you truly made your decision? While you have yet to take your vows, I can still assist you in leaving." Grin said to John, "I am prepared. Maester Eamon has imparted much wisdom to me. Had you posed this question 2 or 3 days after my arrival, I might have acquiesced, but now, my duties to the Night's Watch are paramount," John responded earnestly. Alas, he found himself ensnared by the bonds of kinship. "And what of you, Sam? Are you capable of wielding a sword, or will you merely serve as fodder for the wights?" Grin inquired, eyeing Sam. I do not know. My father deemed me too corpulent and sent me to the Night's Watch. All I know is that John is my friend, and he requires my support," Sam replied. His expression reminiscent of John's own when he first arrived at the wall. Grin produced a dragon glass dagger for Sam. "The honor of the Night's Watch rightfully belongs to you. After bidding farewell to the two, Gren ascended the wall alone, relieved himself, and planted the watchtower flag atop its summit. Chapter 12. The Royal Council. On the following morning, Gren and Bingen departed from Grey Castle and, after 3 days of swift horse riding, arrived at Winterfell. Upon entering the city, they discovered that, apart from Robb and Theon, even Catelyn had returned. Upon inquiry, they learned that Bran, that impish boy, had ventured too close to the horses while the army rested at the shores of the Weeping Bay, chasing after summer's warmth. He darted into a throng of drinking horses, familiar with the presence of direwolves, yet the steeds from other regions, startled by Bran's near-adult stature, bolted in fear. Bran was kicked into the Weeping River by a spirited stallion, and when the stableman rescued him, he was already unconscious from drowning, his legs bloodied by the hooves of the panicked horses. Catelyn was compelled to return to King's Landing with her 2 younger sons, taking with her several dire wolves upon Eddard's suggestion. Bran had lain in bed for nearly a week without signs of improvement. After conferring with Robb, Bingen and the North decided to initially send several carts of food supplies as assistance. Prior to this, Green had encountered the summer in the tower, including Jon's wights on the journey to the wall. The predator rune seemed to be present on several other ice wolves. After avoiding a few Stark wolves that had been snatching food all afternoon, he successfully raised Grey Wind's favor and obtained the predator rune. The predator rune bestows an enchanting effect upon shoes. Upon activation, it grants a 25 increase in movement speed, which amplifies to 50 within the subsequent 3 seconds. Once the maximum is reached, it bestows additional damage, 10 physical power and 30 magical power, to the next instance of damage or skill. Note, differences in size will yield further enhancements. For every doubling of size, damage increases by 10. After spending a night, Banyong and Green continued their rapid descent southward, embarking on a journey close to 20 days long. During the trek, Green also attempted a monthly draw. Though the animation had yet to conclude, the probabilities had reset. Probability: green 60, blue 30, purple 8, gold 2. A gold item? Congratulations, you have acquired Summoner's Rift. The map module is being constructed. Sections are loading. Sections are linking. Synchronization complete. Please check your bag for the Summoner's Rift map. Actively summon and select an area of 1,200 meters by 1,200 meters to load Summoner's Rift. Upon reaching King's Landing, Banong went directly to seek out Prime Minister Eddard Stark, while Tyrion had been waiting at the city gates to escort Green to his lodgings. Did you truly find wights beyond the wall? Tyrion inquired. Not exactly, but it is almost indistinguishable from wights. The corpses in the coffins beyond the wall are largely missing. Green replied. Perhaps it was some kind of beast? Tyrion retorted. Beasts. The purpose of coffins is to protect against beasts. If it were the excavation of wild men from beyond, there would be no treasures left. If it were beasts, one would expect to find some remnants, perhaps human bones. It does seem rather peculiar. Yet why are you so convinced it was wild men from beyond rather than the Night's Watch? After all, their existence is not without hardship. Tyrion jested. If you had witnessed their excavation efficiency, you would not think so. After digging for a week beyond the wall, the total value of the artifacts unearthed might not even equal 1 gold dragon. I ended up losing 10 gold dragons. The next morning, Eddard convened a meeting of the King's Hand, which included Eddard Stark, the Master of Coin Peter Baelish, the Master of Laws Renly Baratheon, the Master of Ships Stannis Baratheon, the Grand Maester Pycelle, the head of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy, all seated around the table. Eddard summoned Bandong, who began his account. Once finished, the esteemed lords began to whisper and discuss amongst themselves. Banyong turned to Eddard and said, perhaps we should call Green. He is far more adept at persuasion. Green was summoned into the Red Keep's hall. What is the purpose of your summons, my lords? Banyong Stark's account aligns with my own observations. Barrisai surveyed the gathered assembly, confident in his eloquence, and began, it is not that you esteemed lords harbor disbelief, but rather that the matter at hand is exceedingly bizarre. After all, the undead are merely figures of legend. I understand that convincing you esteemed lords is a formidable task, yet the news of the others has already spread. If you lords, including Lord Mando, are reluctant to part with provisions or weapons, surely you can spare some vermin and thieves that plague your lands. Furthermore, might you encourage the desperate souls within your territories to join the Night's Watch? Simply posting a few notices should not be too burdensome. Should the rumors of the undead prove false, you lords would only incur a loss of some parchment and would have actively cleansed your lands of vagrants and potential criminals. Conversely, if the undead are indeed real, your actions would provide an explanation to the king and your subjects. The Night's Watch does not expect a generous bounty from you esteemed lords. We only seek a unified stance from all noble houses of the 7 kingdoms. And all it requires is for you lords to lead with a rallying cry. At this moment, the Grand Maester, Seer, interjected, the Maesters possess no lands nor subjects. Thus, I shall take my leave." Rising, he exited. Barrisai quickly followed, stating, "My domain consists solely of the small Isle of Red Keep, with naught but a flock of sheep as my subjects. If the brothers of the Night's Watch are in need, they may take two for the winter." Varys also stood and lamented, "Regrettably, all I possess are small birds. They can only inform the Night's Watch where to recruit new members. Farewell." Watching the trio depart, Balin struck the table, exclaiming, "I should have simply captured an other to present to King S. Landing, which would have surely convinced these dim-witted individuals." Eddard then turned his gaze to the remaining two royal members. Lancel, noticing Eddard's attention, spoke, "I shall summon the Stormlands to respond to the Night's Watch. The cells of Storm's End are open to the Night's Watch's selection. However, provisions may be scant. Personally, I will donate a supply in the name of Storm's End." Eddard patted Lancel on the back, and Stannis promptly added, "Dragonstone possesses nothing of value. As you are aware, I can only provide a fleet of ships to transport supplies." "No, Dragonstone has dragonglass, which can combat the undead," Barrisai interjected. "Then the matter is yours. I can allow you to mine it, but Dragonstone shall not furnish any craftsmen." With that, he strode out. As Lancel observed that most had taken their leave, he bid farewell to Eddard and followed suit. "Are we to allow the North to face the others alone?" Eddard exclaimed in dismay. Balin, too, appeared despondent. "Nay, I shall not stand idle. Though I am merely a blacksmith, I must become involved to play my part. After all, I have ventured beyond the wall, and I can discern right from wrong in such grave matters." Eddard fixed his gaze on Barrisai, asserting, "Do not question my intentions. I am merely a friend of Tyrion." Which does not imply loyalty to the Lannisters. A blacksmith, when compensated, will forge for anyone. Crafting dragonglass daggers for the Night's Watch is merely incidental. For a blacksmith's wares are meant for the living. Barrisai, unfamiliar with Eddard, turned to Balin, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 13, The Auction. Jaime. How goes the preparation for the auction? Upon exiting the meeting, Green sought out Jaime. "Everything is in perfect order. I will dispatch the 150,000 golden dragons to your tavern shortly," Jaime replied. "How much did you earn?" Green inquired. Jaime hesitated briefly. "I did not profit. It was the Lannisters who reaped the rewards. Once my father learned of the equipment, he claimed it all." Jaime regarded Green with an unusually resolute gaze. "Very well, however. The matter of the wights is indeed genuine. I shall continue to forge the equipment, and the auction must still take place. The Night's Watch requires funds to mine dragonglass. Yet the Northerners are too impoverished to contribute even a few coppers, while those in the South remain indifferent. The promotion and organization of the auction will necessitate your Lannister kin to step forward. After all, I am merely a blacksmith." Feeling somewhat remiss, Jaime could only acquiesce. "I will inform Tyrion. I shall handle the promotion, and let Tyrion manage the auction as he is adept in such matters. Please send the golden dragons promptly, for I shall be ensconced in the forge for the next few days." Green waved a hand in farewell. The king was to host a tournament to celebrate the Prime Minister's ascension, and as soon as the king arrived in King's Landing, ravens were dispatched to notify the surrounding regions. Numerous knights and nobles from the Stormlands, the Reach, the Riverlands, and the Vale had already congregated in King's Landing. Green visited the former blacksmith shop of Jandrai, where he found Jandrai still engrossed in his work. Upon noticing Green's entrance, he hastily dropped his tools and wiped his hands on a rag. Green observed the streaks of coal dust on Jandri's face, which did little to obscure his radiant smile. At that moment, Jandrai recalled something, thrusting his hands into his pockets. "Your funds. I've spent 7 silver stags, and the remainder is here. I did not expect you to return so soon." He extended the coins towards Green. "This is your money, from the moment I entrusted it to you." "It is yours to manage," Green insisted, pushing it back. "May I begin my apprenticeship in blacksmithing?" Jandrai asked eagerly. "Have you not been learning all along? Do you recall what I told you before we parted? Dress like a knight. Once the tournament concludes, I shall take you to Dragonstone. When the time comes, if you wish to forge, I shall teach you. If you aspire to be a knight, I shall bestow upon you a sword." A few days later, the Prime Minister hosted a soiree, inviting nobles from all corners to attend. The king, honoring Eddard, graced the head table with his presence and indulged in wine. As the festivities unfolded, Eddard rose to address the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today serves not only as a prelude to the upcoming tournament, but also to facilitate an auction for the Night's Watch. The proceeds from this auction will be allocated to the Night's Watch for the extraction of dragonglass to combat the wights. I hope all of you will contribute generously." With that, Eddard descended from the dais. At this juncture, Tyrion appeared, clad in formal attire. "Good evening, esteemed lords and ladies." Robert's countenance soured upon witnessing a Lannister at Eddard's banquet. "I imagine you are all quite curious as to how a Stark from the north could conspire with a Lannister. What, then, has bound them together?" Tyrion spoke as he ambled forth, delivering his speech. In the north, the Stark family's dominion over the wall is beyond dispute. Yet, what draws the Lannisters here? Who among you can enlighten me? As he spoke, he halted, casting an expectant glance around the banquet hall. At that moment, a bold knight shouted, "It is wealth." "No, no, no," he retorted. "The Lannisters are never in one of gold. Should you suggest it is for the allure of women? My father Tywin may not acquiesce, yet I would confess it as my own answer." With this, a ripple of laughter erupted among the knights and lords present. "Have you heard of the weapons forged from Valyrian steel? A new batch of weapons, rivaling even Valyrian craftsmanship, is set to be auctioned. This is what lures the Lannisters." Naturally, seeing is believing. With a clap of his hands, Tyrion summoned a man clad in gold robes, followed closely by Jaime. The latter then seized the greatsword Oathkeeper, clashing it against the ordinary sword of the gold-robed man, cleaving it effortlessly in two. Several astonished lords rose from their seats in shock. Allowing a moment for the gathered company to absorb the spectacle, Tyrion resumed. "Of course, many harbor doubts regarding the Lannisters' integrity. The knights present are eager to ascertain whose sword, Jaime's or the one in their possession, holds greater merit. Any knight with such curiosity is welcome to step forward." As soon as Tyrion finished speaking, several knights advanced with their swords drawn. "Wait, for the sake of fairness, what if the cunning Lannisters have bribed the knights testing the swords? Let the king designate the testers," Tyrion proposed, bowing to Robert. Upon feeling the gaze of the assembly upon him, Robert selected a young member of House Baratheon to engage Jaime. After several exchanges, the sword was shattered. Robert then called forth Barristan Selmy, the captain of the Kingsguard, who similarly squared off with Jaime. After a few rounds, they too halted. Jaime's Oathkeeper remained unscathed, while Barristan's blade bore several dents. Robert waved his hand dismissively. "If it was forged by that lad Gendry, we might as well commence. I shan't let this delay my drinking." Jaime began to tidy up the remnants of the duel, leaving the stage to Tyrion. Without further ado, our first auction item, 3 long swords crafted by Master Gendry. Their slender blades are of moderate weight, though they lack the heft of Jaime's formidable sword. They excel in handling and are exceptional one-handed weapons. Each shall commence bidding at 800 gold dragons. The grand finale featured the demonstration of the Tiamat. To exhibit its might, 3 stout ironwood dummies were brought forth, which the mountain effortlessly cleaved in half with 2 swift axes. Ultimately, this event garnered Gendry 200,000 gold dragons, subtracting the 5,000 cost of creation, coupled with Jaime's previous earnings of 150,000. Gendry amassed a total of 300,000 gold dragons. The following morning, Eddard accompanied Gendry to seek an audience with the king. Upon entering the Red Keep's hall, Robert sat majestically upon the Iron Throne. The quest for the Iron Throne, the Conqueror's task, was now available. Task Pathway 1. Swear fealty to the Iron Throne to obtain the Rune of Conqueror. Task Pathway 2. Possess the Iron Throne to obtain the Rune of Conqueror. "Ned, is there something amiss?" Robert inquired, his belly protruding. "It is a matter concerning the guests I have brought," Ed replied. "My king," Green bowed in respect. "What is it?" Robert shifted his position, seeking clarity. "Your Majesty, I present to you a gift, a bow and quiver crafted by my own hands, knowing your fondness for hunting." "A premier bow is indispensable," Green declared, bending slightly to offer his treasure. Robert nodded, signaling one of the attending guards to retrieve the bow, which he began to examine. Once Robert's patience for the trinket waned, he returned the bow to the guard and instructed him to take it to his residence. Green continued, "There is also a matter of utmost importance regarding the threat beyond the wall. However, during the previous council meeting, aside from Renly, who pledged a few wagons of supplies, Stannis merely offered a few decrepit ships to the Night's Watch, while the others remained indifferent." Robert cast a reproachful glance at Ed, prompting Green to hasten his words. "Your Majesty, do you know how much I earned last night?" Robert turned his attention back to Green. "In just over an hour, I garnered 200,000 golden dragons for the Night's Watch, and that was with minimal equipment prepared. Given a month's time to craft, I could yield at least 500,000 golden dragons, if the proceeds from the sale of the equipment were to be yours. Subtracting the 4,000 golden dragon prize for the tournament champion, 2,000 for the runner-up, and a total of 18,000 for 3 competitions. Your Majesty would stand to gain at least 300,000 golden dragons, all for providing a stage for a blacksmith. And what are your terms?" Robert queried. "Grant me the island of Dragonstone. It would not only resolve the Night's Watch's need for dragonglass to forge equipment, but I will also provide a batch of weaponry for the royal tournament each year, amounting to at least double the current auction. The decision on whether to auction or use them as rewards for victors shall rest with your Majesty." "But Dragonstone is the fief of my younger brother Stannis," Robert replied. "The island is barren. Apart from copious dragonglass, it yields nothing of value. Stannis would not mind, provided he is granted a new fief." There are no suitable fiefs available. Robert stated. There is one, Your Majesty. Lady of Harrenhal has little time left and has no heirs, Green responded. Ned, what is your counsel? Robert turned to Ed once more. The Night's Watch requires support. I may not trust others, but I trust Bran, as you trust me. Only the North can contribute. No one from the other 6 kingdoms is willing to part with the copper for something so ethereal, Ed asserted. Your Majesty. What is the annual tax revenue from the North? Green inquired. Robert looked at Ed, bewildered. The North, being impoverished, can barely provide over 300,000 in taxes each year, Ed added. To prevent the devaluation caused by an influx of weapons, even if a tournament is held biannually. Dragonstone, though smaller than Bear Island in the north, could still generate the same tax revenue, Green emphasized. Very well, I concede. After the tournament, I shall bestow upon you the title of Baron of Dragonstone, while Stannis will be appointed Duke of Harrenhal, Robert declared as he rose to his feet. Chapter 14. The grant of lands and titles. The tournament commenced as anticipated, and Green surveyed the participants, most of whom boasted martial prowess starting from 85, the zenith of combat capability on the continent of Westeros. Among them were the North's captain of the guard, Jory Castle, the knight Ser Allen, and Halwyn, the infamous lightning lord Beric Dondarrion of the Brotherhood without banners, as well as the Red Priest Thuras, were present. Alongside the King's Guard, including Old Barristan, Jaime, and Meryn Trant, and the royal entourage comprised of Loras Tyrell, Sandor Clegane, and Loras's companion, the Knight of Flowers. King Robert commenced his address for the finals, and after his speech, in an attempt to stir the crowd, he announced that in addition to the Golden Dragon awarded to the champion, the victor would also receive a custom weapon crafted by Master Green. This was suggested by Green to generate excitement for the next tournament. After a day of fierce competition, the Red Priest Thuras triumphed in the team event, while the archery contest was claimed by the Dornishman Aegon. In the jousting event, the Knight of Flowers intentionally lost to Sandor Clegane, who had saved him in the semifinals. Loras rode a mare in heat, distracting the mountain steed, which ultimately led to the mountain killing his own horse in a fit of rage and turning on Loras, forcing the match to be halted. Sandor Clegane intervened to save Loras, engaging in a standoff with his own brother until Robert ordered them separated, declaring the Knight of Flowers the winner. Amidst the cheers of noble maidens, Green decided to craft an additional weapon for the Knight of Flowers free of charge. Since his last conversation with Robert, he had acquired a title through monetary means, yet he had not completed the task of conquest. Thus, Green resolved to be more prepared for this visit to the palace. Green, what brings you here today? I have conferred with Eddard, and we have arranged your investiture for tomorrow, Robert said, instructing Lancel to refill his cup. Your Majesty, I must request some privacy, Green replied. After considering, Robert noticed Green's unencumbered attire and commanded the attending King's Guard and Lancel to step aside. Once they were alone, Green spoke. Your Majesty, I hope you can extend me some assistance, for Dragonstone shall yield greater profits for you. He gazed intently at Robert and continued, I have little patience for hesitation. Do not behave as the Lannisters do. Robert frowned at this remark. Your Majesty, given the strategic location of Dragonstone, I wish to engage in trade with the continent of Essos. Thus, I require your vessels. The tournament can generate 300,000 golden dragons for Dragonstone each time. Yet I envision the island as a year-round forge, regulating the influx of weaponry to the 7 kingdoms to prevent depreciation. The annual auction at the tournament will complement this endeavor splendidly. Dragonstone can produce weapons for another 10 months to sell to Essos, and such high-quality arms will procure for you exquisite wines and beautiful women. Therefore, I implore you to provide me with a substantial fleet, enabling me to traverse the narrow sea on your behalf, Green implored, half kneeling. Do you know that the Targaryen renegade has wed the Horse Lord of the Plains? The weapons you peddled may one day find their way to my doorstep. Robert bellowed, slamming his palm upon the table. Your Majesty, I have some insights and a strategy, replied the minister. Firstly, the weapons sold to Essos will naturally be of a lesser quality than those provided for the tournament. Secondly, the Targaryen's marriage to the Horse Lord is a grave misstep. Had she wed a powerful slave lord from a grand city-state, we might have had cause for concern. Such a lord possesses wealth, slaves, and ample funds to hire mercenaries and ships. However, she has chosen a horse lord, an uncivilized barbarian. Horses cannot traverse the narrow sea unless they possess the ability to fly. The Dothraki may take to ships, but horses cannot. Without their steeds, the Dothraki are merely a group of standing livestock. Your words are too vague. I require specific figures, Robert retorted. Dragonstone will yield 1 million golden dragons to the crown each natural year, of which 700,000 will go to the royal treasury and 300,000 will belong to the king personally, explained Green. Half of the vessels in Blackwater Bay are yours, but once the soldiers deliver the ships to Dragonstone, they will remain part of the royal fleet. You must recruit your own sailors and craftsmen, Robert stated. By your command, Green responded. I require your oath, Green, Robert declared, rising to his feet. By the Seven Eye, Green Chris, Baron of Dragonstone, shall bring 1,000,000 golden dragons in revenue to the crown each year. This commitment shall remain in effect as long as His Majesty Robert sits upon the Iron Throne. Dragonstone shall eternally pledge its loyalty to the Iron Throne and to King Robert Baratheon. Robert lifted Green's hand. Your Majesty, we must also draft a written agreement. Robert was taken aback by such a solemn commitment. Green proceeded to prepare 2 copies of a document affirming the annual contribution of 1,000,000 golden dragons to King Robert, which both parties signed and sealed with the king's emblem. Congratulations, Conqueror of Runes. The Conqueror, the bearer's basic attacks and skills will grant them 2 stacks of Conqueror's effect, each stack enhancing their physical or magical power, adaptive, by 1. With a maximum of 12 stacks. Once fully stacked, the bearer will heal themselves for 8 damage dealt to the target. Area damage only provides 4. Robert effectively traded a barren patch of land and half the timber of Blackwater Bay for an annual sum of 150,000. With his treasury burdened by a debt of 600,000, as long as he maintains his current lavish and indulgent lifestyle without excess, he could settle the debt in just over 4 years. The following day marked the ceremony of honors, and all were elated, save for Stannis, who had already learned of his impending journey to Harrenhal. Despite the rumored curse, Harrenhal's potential surpassed that of Dragonstone, and thus he had been somewhat pleased during the tournament. However, this morning, at the awarding of titles, his very own brother, the king, had bestowed half of his naval vessels to an outsider, all for the sake of acquiring those tournament weapons. Reflecting on the previous War of Usurpers, I guarded Storm's End for over a month, striving to secure precious time and opportunities for his ascent to the throne. Ultimately, after his victory, he became king but bestowed upon our youngest brother, Renly, the title of Duke of Storm's End, relegating me to Dragonstone. Even the Starks of the North appeared to maintain a closer rapport with him than with me and my elder brother. As I surveyed the beaming faces of the Starks and Lannisters around me, unsure whether their smiles were genuine or feigned, I felt a surge of frustration. Wishing I could gnash my teeth in vexation, and I departed the investiture ceremony prematurely. In the subsequent half-day, Green and Banyan organized a contingent of newly recruited Night's Watchmen, laden with supplies, to set sail northward. They busily took to the task of recruiting craftsmen and sailors from King's Landing, preparing to journey to Dragonstone with Gendry. Chapter 15. The Legend of Dragons. Green generously recruited 500 artisans and apprentices, sending Gendry ahead to return to Dragonstone while he crafted trophies for the champions of the melee. Benefiting from the quality of the awards, the Red Priest, Melisandre, expended half of the champion's prize money to forge a thorny vest and crystal bracers. After spending a few days together, given that Melisandre hailed from the distant shores of Essos, Green successfully persuaded her to accompany him to Dragonstone for the purpose of trade in weaponry, with the promise of crafting a perfect sword for himself. He subsequently forged a great sword for Sandor, a whispering blade for Angui, and a lance for the Knight of Flowers. Through the Knight of Flowers, Green established contact with his elder brother, Garland Tyrell, to negotiate an agreement. Highgarden could supply grain to the Night's Watch under the guise of a donation, while Green could discreetly settle the equivalent in fine weaponry. Garland then returned to Highgarden to confer with his grandmother. At a smithy, Green encountered Tyrion. Ladies, behold, a lord has arrived. This gentleman can earn 300,000 gold dragons in a single night, and you still hesitate, he exclaimed, playfully patting the backsides of several nearby maidens, who promptly flocked to him. Tyrion, I need to speak with you. Please don your clothes and step outside, Green requested, eyeing the approaching maidens while adjusting the tattered fabric at his waist. Do you recall what I mentioned at Harrenhal? I am departing for Dragonstone tomorrow and today. I wish for you to take me to see the dragons, Green said, fixing his gaze upon Tyrion. When did our lord become interested in a pile of bones? Tyrion quipped as he walked. Tyrion, do you believe dragons will be born again? I wish it were so. You know my obsession with dragons. I have read every tome pertaining to them, learning their histories. Yet, my uncle, Kevin, would often recount to me in my youth, child. The last dragon perished a century ago. I remember the first time I could read. I stumbled upon a collection of books about dragons. In the days that followed, I, no more than 6 or 7, could hardly part from them, even pestering the scholars of Casterly Rock with my inquiries about obscure terms, much to their annoyance. My beloved uncle, seeing my infatuation, told me that dragons had vanished, and I wept through the night. Aside from the Targaryens, no one in the 7 kingdoms could surpass me in my longing for the revival of dragons. Merely to witness these magnificent creatures unfurl their colossal wings and soar through the skies like birds, Tyrion lamented with unwavering conviction. Shortly thereafter, Tyrion guided Green to the dungeon. where 19 dragon skulls were arranged in a foreboding display. Look, the gargantuan Vagger could swallow a dwarf whole, akin to how a dwarf might consume a mere nut. In a hurry, it wouldn't even need to chew, for dragon fire would suffice to incinerate the dwarf's fragile spine, Tyrion remarked while caressing the immense skull. Nay, you misstate a point. A dwarf might chip a tooth on a nut, yet if Vagger were to consume you, it would be akin to bursting a seed-filled grape. Green jested. Behold this one, Tyrion said, touching the smallest skull, that of the last dragon, a green female. She was frail and diminutive, deformed and underdeveloped, with a pair of withered wings. After laying 5 eggs, she had perished. After listening to Tyrion's lengthy recount of the dragons, the two prepared to part ways. Uncertain of when he might see Green again, Tyrion ventured, "We are still friends, are we not?" Green gazed at Tyrion, perplexed. Dragonstone lies at the edge of the narrow sea. As long as you refrain from frequenting brothels, a swift ship will bring you to me in but 2 days. Or is it my status as a baron that constrains you? Surely you do not regard even your father, the duke, or the king with such esteem that a mere baron would seem a chasm between us. This is still the Tyrion I know. Your words reassure me, Tyrion mused. Unsure why he had posed such a question, yet sensing that future encounters would be fraught with difficulty. After bidding farewell to Tyrion, Green found himself at a loss for purpose and decided to venture to the dragon pit. The dragon pit resembled a colossal nest, standing like a grand amphitheater upon the hills of Rhaenys. Before the construction of the dragon pit, the sacred hall upon the hills was the renowned Hall of the Whispering, once the most significant sanctuary in King's Landing. During the uprising of the Faith Militant, the ruthless Maegor I, riding the dragon known as Balerion the Black Dread, incinerated the Hall of the Whispering with dragon fire. Following the war, Maegor commanded the erection of a vast domed structure to house the dragons of House Targaryen. Though the dragon pit lay in ruins, the dome had collapsed into disrepair, resembling merely a circular high wall. Those who beheld it could vividly envision the awe it once inspired. From Rhaenys Hills, one could gaze upon a significant portion of King's Landing. It is unfathomable to imagine the scene when the great dragons descended upon the summit of their lair. Green decided to test his luck and soon pinpointed the location of the dragon's lair. He began to methodically scan the walls, inserting false eyes every 50 meters. After several sweeps along the walls, he uncovered only some deeply buried dragon remains and human corpses. Just as Green felt disheartened, he stumbled upon a coiled dragon skeleton. Although the skull was missing, likely taken to the dungeons of King's Landing, this particular skeleton was distinctly curled up, unlike the others that lay sprawled. It resembled a hen brooding over her eggs. Green immediately summoned Tyrion, requesting him to gather some men for excavation. Tyrion, unsure of Green's intentions, complied nonetheless. Several hundred robust mercenaries toiled for most of the afternoon, and eventually, a magnificent dragon bone was unearthed. After all this effort, it was for this. Naturally, Green could not disclose to Tyrion that his false eye had detected a few dragon eggs buried about 2 meters beneath that dragon claw. In the afternoon, having listened to tales of dragons all day, Green was filled with an irresistible urge to explore the lair, wondering if fortune might favor him with a dragon egg falling upon his head. If there were any dragon eggs, they would have already been taken by the Targaryens. Tyrion remarked, "Even if you were fortunate enough to find an intact egg, do you know how to incubate it? However, this journey is not in vain. The dragon bones can be fashioned into dragonbone bows, which will yield a tidy profit." Tyrion, having read so much about dragons, "Do you have any idea to which dragon this skeleton might belong?" Green inquired. Among those who perished in the dragon's lair, some were consumed by the dragons within, while others were taken by the Targaryens. The well-preserved remains buried beneath the lair likely dated back to the time of the Dance of the Dragons. During the tumultuous period, 5 dragons met their demise at the hands of the mob that stormed the lair. Locked away were Syrax, Morn, Tiresias, Dreefire, and the subsequently arrived Syrax. Historical accounts note that the mob breached the lair, and of the 4 dragons present, only Dreamfire managed to escape. The other 3, confined to the ground, were ultimately slaughtered by the mob. Dreefire ascended, attacking the marauding mob below, but the constraints of the lair's dome limited its mobility. Yet, it managed to kill more of the assailants than the combined total of the other 3 dragons. Trapped within the lair, Dreamfire endured a relentless barrage of arrows from the mob. Each time it landed, the swarming attackers forced it to take to the skies anew. Eventually, a crossbow bolt struck its eye, provoking a frenzy in the half-blind she-dragon. In a desperate bid, she soared upward, attempting to escape the lair. And after enduring multiple assaults from dragonfire, the dome finally collapsed. The top of the lair caved in, burying both men and dragons beneath the rubble. Rhaenyra's 3rd son, Joffrey Valerion, attempted to ride Syrax into battle or to the lair to rescue his dragon, Tiresias. However, Syrax struggled to adapt to a new rider, causing Joffrey to slip from its back and plummet from a height of 200 feet, meeting his demise upon landing in a flea pit. Syrax continued its flight, landing outside the lair, and fiercely attacked the mob that had slain 4 dragons, only to fall victim to them as well. In light of the size of this dragon carcass, it must either be Dreamfire or Syrax. Given that Dreamfire has already shattered the Sky Dome, why hasn't Syrax taken flight? It is not imprisoned, after all, Green questioned perplexedly. At that moment, Tyrion stepped forward and kicked the dragon skeleton, saying, regardless of whether you are Dreamfire or Syrax, you must now tell our lord why you do not take to the skies. After delivering a few more kicks, he turned back to Green. I apologize, my lord. He has declined to answer your inquiry, Tyrion replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Chapter 16. Return to Dragonstone at 2:30 in the morning. Green stealthily made his way alone to the dragon pit behind the Red Keep. Having traversed the wall, he was familiar with the terrain and deftly extracted his pickaxe to begin digging. After delving over a meter deep, he slowed his pace, cautious that a single strike might obliterate the egg, and continued to toil for another quarter of an hour. Eventually, he felt a rounded shape and, akin to an archaeologist, carefully lifted it to confirm it was indeed a dragon egg, hastily stowing it away in his system backpack before resuming his excavation. The Stormbreaker, now belonging to Green, lingered upon the Blackwater River, where Tyrion and Jaime had come to bid farewell. As the two prepared to board the vessel, Eddard Stark arrived on horseback in haste. Do you have any instructions for me, Prime Minister? Green inquired, gazing at Stark. I have no concerns regarding the Night's Watch. You are a man of your word. I come for a personal matter, Eddard remarked, deliberately distancing himself from the Lannisters. Observing the situation, Jaime and Tyrion, having completed their farewells, discreetly departed back to King's Landing. I am here for a personal matter concerning Gendry, the blacksmith you previously encountered. I visited Tobo Modest's forge, where he informed me that Gendry has accompanied you to Dragonstone. I hope you treat him well, Eddard stated. Even if you hadn't said so, I would have. I care not for his status as the king's bastard, Green replied. How did you come to know he is the king's bastard? Eddard asked, astonished. From the king's gaze when I sought your appointment as prime minister in the north, Green answered. In truth, it was merely my knowledge of the story. Eddard fell silent. Are you still investigating the cause of your father's death? Eddard, gazing at the man familiar with the Lannisters, pondered what to say. After a moment, he spoke. What do you wish to convey? I shall not shield the Lannisters. As for what you choose to investigate, feel free. I merely wish to caution you that beneath the surface of King's Landing, currents run deep. Do not place your trust in apparent allies. Sometimes, the most perilous attacks arise from those who seem to be in accordance with your cause. What precisely do you mean? Eddard asked, confused. I mean that during the small council meetings, I care not who is a true ally or a genuine enemy. I will only say this. You stand at a disadvantage in King's Landing and must learn to conceal your actions, unless you can deliver a decisive blow. The council is filled with power players who will only align with the victors. One final note. Although Baelish has a past with Lady Stark, he possesses no loyalty. Which side do you truly stand on? Eddard inquired. Currently, I find myself on the opposing side of the corpse demon, refraining from participation. Enough said. Let us consider my words mere folly. It is time to embark on our journey. Green stood upon the deck, feeling the sea breeze. His expenditure of 300,000 gold dragons included nearly 20,000 for oil, wildfire, and supplies procured by the Night Watch. Purchasing provisions from King's Landing cost approximately 30,000 gold dragons, with half of that transported by Banyong to the East Sea and the other half accompanying Jandeli's blacksmith convoy to Dragonstone. The wages for the blacksmiths were negligible. Having completed his 3rd month of attendance, Green decided to access his lottery module. Congratulations, you have obtained a green item. Upon opening it, he discovered a skill package. Selection in progress. Locking in. Holy Light of Clarity, Prison of Azure Waves, Dead End, Poisonous Pursuit, Piercing Arrow. Let us discard various. And I wonder if Nami's bubble is reliable enough to keep. Selection in progress. Congratulations, you have acquired Dead End. Dead End. Release a powder keg that ignites upon contact with enemies, inflicting a fixed 30 points of damage. After 2 seconds or upon colliding with terrain, it will explode, dealing 50 points of damage to enemies within the vicinity. Both instances of damage can be mitigated by armor and shields. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Note, requires fate to be unlocked. Where might one procure the shotgun of that gentleman? Unlocking hero skills allows for the exchange of unique hero equipment. Upon accessing the system, Green discovered the gentleman's shotgun priced at 50,000 gold dragons. Fortunately, bullets were supplied infinitely, prompting Green to resolutely exchange for one. He fired several shots towards the river. Also switching out his character for the gentleman, its power was akin to a small grenade. though its range left much to be desired, perhaps due to his combat prowess or the equipment itself. Fate appeared promising. So Green found a wooden post at the bow of the ship and struck it. Within 10 meters, the wood was essentially splintered, while beyond that, it merely sustained a few visible bullet holes. However, reloading was painfully slow, despite the infinite supply in his backpack. It took Green nearly 5 to 6 seconds to fire twice. In high spirits, he spent another 100,000 gold dragons on a draw, this time receiving a blue item. Upon opening it, he obtained a Hero Ultimate package. Selection in progress. Locking in. Absolute Zero, Ultimate Flash, Feast, Little Chrysanthemum, Hunting Rhythm. Let S discard Hunting Rhythm. With a shotgun, who needs stealth? Next, I will also discard Absolute Zero. Lurking around to initiate a massive explosion seems increasingly peculiar. Selection in progress. Congratulations. You have acquired Feast. Feast, devour a single enemy, inflicting 10 points of damage to the target. If the skill results in a kill, the Devourer will gain 1 point of health and 2 points of size. Note, the Devourer gains a 10 reduction to the bonus for each successive consumption of a species weaker than itself, once the reduction reaches 60. Devouring will only inflict damage and satiate hunger, and the bonus will no longer increase. Cooldown, 5 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 gold dragons had ravaged 200,000, yet there was an unwillingness to part with the remaining sum. The last 100,000 was intended for agricultural endeavors on Dragonstone Island, a venture to cultivate wealth. Green could only take out the dragon eggs from his backpack and examine them. Last night he had unearthed a total of 8 eggs. It remained a mystery whether they were sired by Dreamfire or Syrax, or perhaps both dragons had contributed to their creation. Regardless, as a mother, she had performed admirably, fiercely protecting her eggs. Green entered the cabin, locked the door, and placed the 8 eggs on the table to scrutinize them. He wondered if they were still viable. Perhaps he should seek out the Dragon Queen to incubate them. These eggs had been buried in the earth for over a century, and he was uncertain of their vitality. Cradling the largest, a muted yellow, Green pondered whether it was naturally this hue or if prolonged burial had altered its appearance. After wiping it with a towel, he discovered it was indeed the original color, and he decided against further disturbance, fearing that if the egg were alive, he might inadvertently ruin its chances. A day and night later, Green arrived at Dragonstone Island. From a distance, the island's right side appeared shrouded in darkness, a consequence of volcanic eruptions that rendered the landscape particularly fierce. Dragonstone Island resembled a skeletal form, with a towering volcano on one side and a coastal plain dotted with a few fishing homes on the other. The ribcage of the island was crowded with ships that had come to trade with the king. The stone drum tower stood as the island's stronghold, situated on a platform amidst the volcanic mountains, encircling a basin that the residents had aptly named the Yang Garden, suffused with the refreshing scent of pine. Tall black trees rose from the surroundings, accompanied by wild roses and towering thorns. While bogs flourished with cranberry vines, this was the sole breath of life amidst the island's stark blackness. Chapter 17. Infrastructure of Dragonstone Island. Green realized he was woefully unprepared. Having recruited little over 500 blacksmiths, the impoverished Dragonstone Island lacked even the basic accommodations for 500 artisans, forcing the blacksmiths to reside within the ship's cabin initially. The following morning, Green set sail to visit Count Morphedev Valerian of Tideshead Island, hiring a group of carpenters from the town to bring timber to Dragonstone Island for the construction of houses. Indeed, Dragonstone Island was devoid of lumber, possessing only a patch of pine in the Yang Garden and a few coconut trees on the western shore, which Green was reluctant to fell. His first thought was that he resembled the impoverished North, recalling his earlier pretentiousness when he had to import timber. Aside from Dragonstone, Dragonstone Island was merely composed of rock. He could only hope that Robert would expedite the process. In the initial days, Green busied himself with various craftsmen to establish infrastructure, running back and forth to Crabclaw Peninsula for timber and supplies, transforming from a blacksmith into an arms dealer, and ultimately becoming a merchant of building materials, tirelessly transporting timber with several wooden ships. After a week of toil, he had managed to transform a few fishing households on the western coast into a village. Once they had regrouped, Green instructed Janley to commence work, beginning the extraction of dragonstone from the southern rib, close to the fishing village, and attempting to forge it. Once all was in order, Green ventured towards the eastern volcanic mountain range, retrieving the Summoner's Rift map from his backpack and laying it across the basin. Instantly, the entire basin melded with the Yang Garden, initiating an automatic integration process, adapting to the terrain. After approximately 10 minutes, Green lifted his gaze to behold the Summoner's Rift transformed into a plaza resembling 2 highlands conjoined at the front, while the back morphed into a wild area devoid of minion lanes with 4 sections of wilderness nestled more closely together, at either end of the river. From the base of the eastern mountains, the water flowed from the northwest to the southeast, converging to bisect the wild area. The wild zone retained a plethora of trees and greenery from the Aegean Garden, effectively concealing the monster spawn points. At this juncture, the system prompted the recovery of defensive towers, as the 3 lanes had been integrated by the system. Consequently, the entire eastern shore appeared to be encircled by volcanic formations, necessitating a journey along the main mountain ridge from the central coastline of Dragonstone Island to the hilltop of the Stone Drum Tower, and then descending through the western tower down into the basin of the Summoner's Rift high ground. Green accessed his backpack to reveal a total of 22 defensive towers. He descended to the Highland Plaza and placed one at the entrance of the Crystal Gate, utilizing the system's scanning feature. He examined the tower. Health, 3,000, 400 to 500. Armor, 100, 120 to 150. Magic resistance, 100, 120 to 150. Vision, the tower grants a 500, 800, 1000 meter radius of vision. Detection, the tower can detect disguises, stealth targets, and trap items within a 500, 800, 1000 meter radius. Attack, the tower assaults any non-marked enemy units entering its range, inflicting 1, 2 to 3 of their maximum health as magic damage per second. Note, gold dragons can be expended to upgrade the tower, a total of 3 levels, enhancing the tower's quality. Activating the defensive tower function requires supplying the central crystal with gold dragon mana. Green then proceeded to the center of the Highland Plaza and clicked on the crystal, discovering it to be akin to a monetary conduit supplying mana to the gold dragons. Approximately 10 gold dragons could sustain a defensive tower in standby mode for 24 hours. Subsequently, Green entered the wild area, reaching the red zone, which was described as a suitable habitat for beasts. By expending crystal mana, one could nurture the creatures, and a magically enriched nest would bestow wondrous powers upon them. Continuing to the 6 birds and rock golem areas yielded similar descriptions. Green waded through the shallow river, the water barely submerging his thighs, until he arrived at the dragon pit, which was also inundated, albeit only covering his feet. The area was noted as being tainted by the void, where expending mana could still foster life. However, the void would endow the creatures with unknown abilities. Green resolved to test this by extracting a dragon egg and placing it in the dragon pit, only to receive a notification indicating that the biological activity was low and the creature was on the brink of death. Green tested all 8 eggs, discovering that only 2 possessed vitality, and even that was exceedingly minimal. The remaining eggs were lifeless. He resolved to visit the dragon's nest, a place renowned for nurturing countless dragons, providing the optimal environment for hatching and endowing the hatchlings with innate powers. This sacred site continuously expended magical energy to coalesce the forces of nature, bestowing a purifying lineage upon the dragons. Upon arrival, Green placed the 2 viable eggs onto the designated area, which indicated that it would require a consumption of 10,000 magical energy over the course of a month to facilitate hatching. Previously, he had paid 100 gold dragons for the electric fee at the crystal, which only yielded 10 units of magical energy. To hatch a dragon demanded 100,000 gold dragons and a month's wait. The dragon's nest was also contemplating whether to amplify the magical investment, as a 10-fold increase would reduce the hatching period to a mere 3 days. Subsequently, Green inserted the 6 remaining lifeless eggs, which prompted a notification indicating that these soulless eggs required 5,000 magical energy, equivalent to 50,000 gold dragons, to ignite the dragon souls within them, necessitating a week's time before hatching could occur. Initially, he had intended to enroll his children in school. Now, 2 of them were unable to attend, and the other 6 could not even afford a student ID. Defeated, Green retreated from the wilderness with the dragon eggs in hand. To hatch all the dragon eggs would demand at least 9 months and 110,000 gold dragons. Gazing at the 100,000 gold dragons in his pocket, Green felt akin to someone in a previous life who had just managed to save enough for a down payment on a house. He contemplated approaching the dragon mother to see if she would allow him to incubate her 3 dragon eggs for a fee of 300,000 gold dragons, a sum that Drogon might be able to afford. Putting aside his daydreams, Green resolved to abstain from lottery games and focus on becoming an arms dealer to earn a living for the 8 dragon hatchlings. After all, being a dragon knight was still a noble pursuit. Upon returning to the Stone Drum Tower, he began to scour the system for sellable ordinary and epic equipment. For nearly half a week, he redeemed and stored equipment in the tower, then mingled with the blacksmiths of the southern range. Due to the high melting point of dragon crystal and its numerous initial fractures, which rendered it both hard and brittle, they could only select substantial, intact pieces to be painstakingly cut into daggers or spearheads, as forging was simply unfeasible. The laborers in the southern range resembled gamblers rather than blacksmiths, with apprentices selecting stones of superior quality to be polished and cut by seasoned masters. Many blacksmiths exclaimed that Green had erred in hiring the wrong craftsmen. He should have engaged stonemasons instead. However, because of the generous wages offered, as Green prepared to recruit some stonemasons from nearby peninsulas, they all clamored to inform him that they had spent several years as stonemasons before becoming blacksmiths. Chapter 18. The continent of Essos currently. Dragonstone Island found itself in dire straits, devoid of funds, soldiers, and vassals, with only 500 blacksmiths and over 40 warships at its disposal. The island's singular advantage was its proximity to the continent of Essos, reachable by sea in merely 2 days and nights. After wagering his 100,000 gold dragons, Green retained only 5,000, embarking alongside the red-robed monk's sorrows with the weapons he had crafted, setting off towards Pantos. After 2 days and nights of travel, he arrived at Pantos at dawn. Pantos gazes across the narrow sea towards King's Landing. Throughout much of its history, Pantos has extensively practiced slavery, which has led to conflicts with Bravos. For approximately 2 centuries, the two cities have engaged in at least 6 wars, driven by motives beyond slavery, including the control of fertile lands and water resources. Bravos emerged victorious in 4 of these confrontations, the last occurring 91 years ago, when Pantos sacrificed 4 princes within a year. It was only after a rare victory that the 5th prince persuaded the governors to seek peace. In the resulting treaty, Pantos was compelled to make concessions, abolishing slavery and outlawing the slave trade. Despite the prohibition, Pantosian captains would hoist the flags of other trading cities on their sails to circumvent the ban and continue their slave trade. The peace accord with the Bravosi stipulated that Pantosians could not possess more than 20 warships, hire mercenaries, enter contracts with free companies, or maintain any military force beyond the city guard. Despite its formidable walls, Pantos is still regarded as the most vulnerable among the free trade city-states. Consequently, the governors maintain a cordial relationship with other free cities in the Dothraki Khals, nurturing alliances over the years by bestowing gifts and gold to secure their favor in the lands east of the Roing. In terms of military strength, Pantos stands on par with Dragonstone, yet in other aspects such as population, area, and economic power, it relies on its geographical position akin to a favored entity in a bygone era. Presently, Pantos is effectively governed by the governors. Princes are selected from among 40 families, primarily performing ceremonial duties, presiding over meetings and festive banquets. He surveys Pantos from an ivory and gold palanquin, flanked by 3 officials bearing symbols of trade: a golden scale, war, an iron sword, and justice, a silver whip. Each New Year's Day, he must sacrifice a maiden to the land and sea. When the Pantosians perceive the god's ire, such as in the event of military defeat or crop failure, they would slit the prince's throat as an offering to appease divine wrath, subsequently selecting a new prince from the 40 families. The basic role of the prince serves as a mere mascot, while the governors wield control over military, politics, and finance, allowing the prince to shoulder the blame, thus adding a touch of humanity to the governance. Green, having come with the intent to conduct trade, sought out the governors, specifically visiting the residence of Illyrio Mopatis, who had previously provided refuge to Daenerys and gifted her with dragon eggs. After introducing himself, Green, given Illyrio's considerable connections with Varys, was informed of the recent developments in weaponry from Westeros. Following a series of negotiations, Green sold approximately 150 weapons to the governor, yielding a profit of 300,000. Naturally, while Green aspired to offer some inferior products, the system he operated within did not permit such low-quality output. Thus, the businessman could only ensure the quality remained intact. The governor also presented Green with 200,000 golden dragons, while the remaining 100,000 were dispatched to Dragonstone after settling the grain collection. Aware that the governor, like Varys, was well informed, Green decided to test his fortune. "My lord governor, what is the value of a dragon egg?" Green inquired. Illyrio Mopatis, alarmed at the thought that his message about delivering dragon eggs to the mother of dragons might have leaked, assumed that the visitor was from the faction of Robert Baratheon, come to hold him accountable. "There is no need for concern, my lord governor. I merely have a fondness for dragon eggs," Green replied, relaying verbatim the words that Tyrion had shared with him in the dungeons of King's Landing. His affection for the eggs evident. Upon hearing the account, Illyrio Mopatis remarked, "A well-preserved dragon egg fossil could fetch around 300,000 golden dragons. If it is a well-preserved dead egg, it might yield over 50,000 golden dragons, although this also depends on the size and beauty of the egg's markings. If the quality is superior, there may be a slight premium, but it would not exceed 60,000 golden dragons." "And what of a living egg?" Green asked. "You jest. My lord, dragons have been extinct for a century and a half. Even if a dragon egg were to be alive, it would hold no distinction from a dead one. For apart from the Targaryens, no one knows how to hatch them, Illyrio Mopatus replied. Thus, even if someone boasts of possessing a living egg, its pristine exterior would not elevate its value beyond that of a dead egg. Very well, my Lord Governor, Green suggested. I am not well acquainted with Essos and lack the manpower to gather dragon eggs. Perhaps you could assist me in procuring them. I offer 50,000 golden dragons for a fossilized egg and 100,000 for a dead egg, and I shall settle the account with weapons of equivalent value. I am indifferent to how much you collect. You may negotiate the price as you wish. My purchasing price remains as stated, and your profit depends solely on your bargaining skills. I am most agreeable to this arrangement, Illyrio Mopatus responded. After Green departed, Illyrio Mopatus felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should retrieve the dragon eggs he sent to the Mother of Dragons, for the 3 fossilized eggs from Askai could not possibly hatch dragons. Selling them would yield 150,000 golden dragons, and with a bit of care and presentation, they might fetch 300,000 golden dragons, akin to acquiring 150 weapons forged from Valyrian steel at no cost. With this thought, the governor began drafting a letter to communicate with the Mother of Dragons regarding the exchange of weapons, ships, and provisions for the return of the dragon eggs. Bidding farewell to the governor, Green spent a few days exploring Pintos, which bore a resemblance to ancient Egypt with its tropical coastal deserts. Elephants occasionally traversed the city, and Pintos was renowned for its exceptional winemaking and cake-making. As he roamed, he began to exchange his 200,000 golden dragons for equipment daily. After a week, Green arrived at Braavos, his gaze drawn to the iconic structure of the Titan of Braavos, its colossal feet resting upon the peaks of 2 separate islets, which were adorned with soldiers' pines and black spruces. The Titan's legs were crafted from stubborn stone, identical in texture to the black granite reefs upon which it stood. The giant is adorned with a verdant bronze battle skirt, complemented by a bronze breastplate. Upon his head rests a crown-like half-helmet, while his flowing hair, crafted from dyed green hemp, cascades around him. His eyes resemble 2 caverns, within which a great fire burns. One hand rests upon the left ridge, its bronze fingers gripping a massive rock. The other hand stretches skyward, clutching the hilt of a broken sword. This majestic figure guards the entrance to the great lagoon leading to Braavos, serving as the first line of defense. Whenever vessels approach, the Titan emits a thunderous roar, alerting the armory of their arrival. At twilight, the Titan bellows a proclamation of the sunset. Braavos is renowned for its iron bank, akin to the largest world bank of future eras, lending to various kingdoms and factions, collecting dues in return. Half of Robert S. 6 million debts originate from the Iron Bank, which possesses a fearsome reputation in debt collection. Should a prince or king default on their obligations or foolishly disrespect their contracts with the Iron Bank, new princes or kings, bolstered by the bank's financial support, will emerge like mushrooms after rain. These new rulers must acknowledge the pre-existing debts and repay the funds borrowed to ascend to the throne, lest they suffer the same fate as their predecessors. The Braavosi have a saying, the Iron Bank does not tolerate defaults. Essentially, it is the largest capital conglomerate on the continent. Gregor's purpose for visiting is to secure a loan. As the War of the Five Kings looms, he finds himself without vassals or soldiers, relying solely on arms to gain leverage. In Chapter 19, the Dragon S hatchery, Gregor's ship glides beneath the Titan's colossal form, at which point the sorcerer, Saros, emerges from the hold. My lord, you have brought me to a splendid place. Do you know what it is most famous for? Saros stumbles as he leans against the ship's rail. What? Braavos boasts many intriguing sights. The waterways that weave through the city, the Temple of the Lightbringer, the House of Black and White, the water dancers, the coral sea, and the iron structures above us. Yet, the most fascinating of all are the bed slaves. My lord could invite me to experience them, Saros declares, eventually slumping onto the deck. What of your faith, Lightbringer? You are a monk, yet you reek of wine all day. Gregor remarks. Faith. I was dispatched to King S Landing to convert the flame-obsessed Mad King, Ares II, to the Lightbringer. But my mission remains unfulfilled until his death. My dear Lightbringer has never responded to me. Here's a secret. Do you know why I wear this red robe? So that the spilled wine doesn't tea-stain my clothes too conspicuously. This is wisdom gleaned from my prayers in Meereen. Gregor, aware of Saros' potential as a resurrectable sorcerer, had hoped to recruit a powerful ally, yet instead found himself with a drunken lecher who, since departing Dragonstone, had scarcely left the ship except to procure wine. On the journey to Braavos, Gregor had contemplated tossing him into the narrow sea on several occasions. With little to occupy his time aboard, he exchanged equipment daily. The 200,000 golden dragons procured by Pantos had transformed into nearly 300 weapons. Upon entering the Water City, Green inquired about the Iron Vault to negotiate business and was escorted by guards to the Hall of the Sea King. There, he encountered the reigning ruler of Braavos, Sea King Firegon Anturian, a man in his 50s, with only his hair untouched by gray, his face marked by age spots, and a persistent cough. Green articulated his intentions, expressing his desire to sell weapons and secure a loan. After a series of negotiations, Green and the Sea King formalized an agreement. Green would produce 200,000 weapons at a discounted price of 500,000 gold dragons for the Iron Vault, in addition to a standard order of 5 million gold dragons. He was to deliver these to the Iron Throne within a year. The Iron Vault's fleet would collect the armaments from Dragonstone every 3 months. The Iron Vault would cover the initial purchase of 500,000, with a deposit of 250,000 and the remaining 3 million to be settled at 100,000 every 3 months. With a unique payment method involving dragon eggs, to fulfill the 5 million order without discounts, Green would need to forge approximately 1,500,000 gold dragons worth of equipment. After accounting for costs, Green could potentially earn 350,000 gold dragons within a year. If Robert Baratheon delayed matters, especially considering the tournament he was organizing, this would reflect Green's annual output at base value. He planned to produce 5,000 to 6,000 weapons daily, but an excess could lead to devaluation. Fortunately, unrest loomed across several continents. Westeros was embroiled in the War of the Five Kings, and Essos faced the fiery wrath of Daenerys Targaryen. After a month of wandering, with funds secured, Green faced a choice: either return to hatch dragons or raise an army. However, as an outsider, he could either purchase slaves for training or acquire unsullied soldiers. As a mere baron, he would find no knights or vassals willing to serve him in Westeros. Therefore, he resolved to hatch dragons first, planning to maintain neutrality during the War of the Five Kings, akin to the Night's Watch. Should anyone attempt to usurp power or demand weapons without compensation, their needs would be postponed until the following year, as all production would be bought by the Iron Vault. In the event of escalating tensions, he could always hire mercenaries from Essos at a premium. Green procured some exotic goods from Essos before returning to Dragonstone to commence the hatching of dragons. After a week traversing the narrow sea, he arrived back at Dragonstone, where, in the following days, the Iron Vault ships delivered 250,000 gold dragons. Green then ventured into the wilderness, infusing 80,000 mana and placing all the dragon eggs in the dragon pit. While only one could hatch at a time, igniting the dragon souls could occur simultaneously. He also activated a defensive tower to cover the wilderness and locked the entrance to the Summoner's Canyon from the door at the back of the West Drum Tower. Days later, a fleet appeared on the waters of Blackwater Bay. Following instructions from his grandmother Olenna, Garland Tyrell approached with 20,000 gold dragons to trade for weapons. Green had overlooked this detail and, after some gentle persuasion, provided a modest quantity of arms, spending 20,000 gold dragons to purchase provisions. After sending Garland Tyrell on his way, Green initiated a monthly draw. The current probabilities stood at 30 for green items, 22 for blue, 40 for purple, and 8 for gold. Upon selection, he was congratulated for receiving a purple item pack and a summoner skill pack. Locking in, treatment, teleportation, sprint, remove punishment, and ignition. Congratulations on acquiring the summoner skill of teleportation. Teleportation, after a 5-second guidance period. The user will be transported to the selected location, which may include defensive towers and false eyes 24 hours. Truly a miraculous tool for travel. Currently, there is a false eye at the Abyssal Great Wall, 2 eyes at the Dragonstone Lair, and a defensive tower at the Canyon High Ground Square. One could plant a defensive tower in each castle, not limited to a single location at a time. After consulting the system, defensive towers can only be planted within a 5-kilometer radius of the crystal. Beyond that range, the tower is merely a tower and cannot be activated. Green donned a multitude of garments in preparation to test whether he could teleport, ultimately selecting the Abyssal Great Wall from the system. After a few moments of blue light swirling around him, Green appeared atop the Abyssal Great Wall. After a casual moment, he prepared to descend and explore. At that moment, Sam and John had already divided their duties, one attending to the Supreme Commander daily, while the other served as an aide to Scholar Aemon, essentially following the path of the protagonist, as if the old men could seamlessly assume their responsibilities. As Green descended from the descent device, a training ranger spotted him and immediately shouted, "Green is back. When did I become so renowned?" Following the call, Banyong emerged. "Green, what brings you here?" "The dragon crystal dagger has been completed. Come to collect it," Banyong said, patting Green on the back. "I merely took a trip to Bravos. And on my way back to Dragonstone Island, I thought I'd check in on the Great Wall. Crafting weapons from dragon crystal is quite challenging. The melting point of regular charcoal is insufficient, so I had to rely on primitive grinding and cutting methods. Nonetheless, the yield is decent. There is an abundance of dragon crystal on Dragonstone Island. At worst, once the dagger's blade is complete, I can use the scraps to make arrowheads. How is the Great Wall faring? You sponsored several ships, along with supplies previously acquired from King's Landing, and added some weapons and winter clothing from the north. The Night's Watch is faring well now. The supplies and provisions are indeed plentiful. Initially, the Night's Watch consisted of 600 men at the Black Castle, 200 at the Shadow Tower, and only about 30 at Eastwatch. With the ships you sent, Yoren and I have been recruiting from various locations via waterways over the past few days. Altogether, the Night's Watch now numbers around 1,200 across the Black Castle and the other 2 locations. Additionally, that lad John has done remarkably well. He convinced all the villagers from the White Tree and the lands beyond to enter the Great Wall, except for a few wandering hunters. However, there is indeed something that requires your assistance, Ban Yong said with a mischievous grin. What is it? Just follow me. Following Ban Yong, they wound around the recruits' camp and the armory. Ban Yong led Green to a small mountain made of clay pots, wooden barrels, staffs, copperware, and decaying horse gear, all haphazardly piled together, adorned with various colored and shaped cloth strips. At that moment, Ban Yong shouted, Jason, fetch the lads. Lord Green has come to distribute wages. In no time, a throng of Night's Watch Rangers emerged, surrounding them in a large circle. Green could only marvel at their expertise in scavenging. With a heavy heart, he had no choice but to allow the Rangers to present their findings before Green. In the beginning of Chapter 20, the War of the Five Kings, the Rangers rushed forward, eagerly searching for burial artifacts marked with their tied ribbons. After gathering a bounty, they began to run back to Green, presenting their finds for his examination. Green, in turn, commenced a systematic scan, occasionally pulling out a few silver stacks to lift the mood. Amidst the biting northern winds, the Rangers rummaged through refuse with fervor, occasionally disputing over unmarked or detached artifacts. The officials observed with keen interest, while Ban Yong summoned a few others to assist in sorting through the remnants, ensuring that any intact pottery was preserved for use, while the rest would be relegated to kindling. After spending a night at the Great Wall, the following day, Green returned to Dragonstone. News arrived via the ravens from Dragonstone that the Mountain, accompanied by his men, had ambushed the previously successful Sir Wilbert from the auction. Initially believing himself to be discreet, he was ultimately discovered by other nobles of the Riverlands, who reported his actions to King S. Landing. Upon learning that a Lannister lackey was engaged in such nefarious deeds, Robert prepared to deliver a thorough reprimand, instructing the Prime Minister to send men to apprehend the Mountain for trial in King S. Landing before departing for a hunt. Meanwhile, Peter discreetly relayed this information to Cersei, who incited Lancel to spike the wine. This led to the infamous incident where Robert, while hunting, was gored by a boar, leaving him gravely injured and bedridden. Subsequently, Green penned a letter to Eddard. After receiving Green's counsel, Eddard deliberately intercepted a letter from the north, stating that Bran had been in a coma for months, and that Catelyn, consumed with worry, had fallen ill, sending their 2 daughters home to distance themselves from the turmoil of King S. Landing. The daughters, however, were reluctant to leave. One wished to study as a water dancer in the capital, while the other was already enmeshed in her dreams of becoming queen through her betrothal to Joffrey. A casual remark about hair color suddenly illuminated Eddard's understanding. All of Robert's illegitimate children bore dark hair, while Cersei's children were all golden-haired. Furthermore, Jon Arryn had previously unearthed the family history indicating that the Baratheon genes were dominant, suggesting that intermarriage with individuals of differing hair color would likely yield dark-haired offspring, with a few instances involving Lannisters. If Cersei had 1 or 2 golden-haired children, Eddard might have rationalized it, but with all 3 being golden-haired, the realization struck him profoundly. Resolutely, he dispatched Ser Jorah Mormont to escort him north under the guise of allowing Catelyn to see Bran one last time. And the daughters had no choice but to depart hastily for the north. Recognizing his own mortality, Robert, sustained only by opium, summoned Eddard to discuss succession matters. Eddard, witnessing Robert's frail condition, found it difficult to disclose the truth, but he took care to substitute Joffrey with a more suitable heir. Robert then handed Eddard the contract with Green, urging him to settle the debts of the new king. At this juncture, Jaime learned from Joffrey that he had not seen Sansa for several days, stirring a sense of dread that his own secrets might soon be unveiled. Thus, he returned to the Westerlands, rallying troops in preparation to advance on King S. Landing to secure Joffrey's ascension to the throne. Eddard was acutely aware of his precarious position. With scarcely 100 northern vassals at his disposal in King's Landing, he sought the assistance of his ally, Renly. He confided in Renly regarding his investigations, prompting Renly to compose letters to Prince Mace Tyrell of Highgarden and the Lords of Storm's End, urging them to prepare their forces for an incursion into King's Landing. Days later, the bells of the Great Tower tolled, heralding the death of Robert. Stannis returned from the waters of Blackwater Bay with his fleet to the port of King's Landing, given that the rightful claim to the throne now belonged to Joffrey. As the presumptive heir, Eddard felt the weight of his vulnerability. Should treachery befall him, he would require the protection of an army. He resolved to return to King's Landing only once the situation had stabilized to take up the position of Master of Ships. A contingent clad in golden robes entered the Hand's Tower, summoning Eddard to the Red Keep to announce the new king's ascension. Eddard found himself alone before the Iron Throne. Facing Cersei, Joffrey, Tyrion, the commander of the King's Guard, Ser Meryn, Sandor Clegane, Varys, and Peter Baelish. Cersei, with an air of arrogance, demanded the reading of Robert's will and the swearing of fealty to her son, King Joffrey Stark. Eddard glanced around and considered that declaring Joffrey as king might not be entirely out of the question. However, he insisted that the new king should personally execute the traitor. Jon Arryn. Cersei, with a swift glance, commanded Sandor to seize Baelish. She then divulged Baelish's complicity in the poisoning of Lysa Arryn's husband. Joffrey, eager for the throne he had long coveted, prepared to strike Baelish. Yet Cersei decreed that Baelish should be imprisoned first, intending to have him executed during Joffrey's coronation to solidify her son's legitimacy. As night fell, Eddard, now cognizant of the truth, planned to flee King's Landing and return to the north. With Joffrey leaning towards the Lannisters, Eddard felt his position as Hand of the King had become untenable. Baelish arranged a clandestine meeting with Cersei, revealing his intentions regarding the previous Hand's demise. Cersei, fully aware of the North's unwillingness to support Joffrey's claim, understood that Eddard was merely a stopgap. Following the incident, the North would undoubtedly align with either Stannis, Renly, or a bastard, rather than support the Lannisters, with Renly already amassing troops en route to King's Landing. Meanwhile, Cersei could rely on Lysa to maintain stability in the Vale, potentially swaying it towards the Lannisters. At that moment, Ser Geno Slint, the commander of the City Watch, reported capturing Eddard Stark as he attempted to leave the city. Cersei exchanged a knowing glance with Baelish before ordering his release. In the halls of the Red Keep, Eddard Stark, bound and captured, faced Cersei, who inquired about Robert's will. Eddard replied that it had been taken by Renly. After a moment's contemplation, Cersei resolved to detain Eddard Stark, allowing Joffrey to ascend the throne the following day. Confident that her father's forces were already marching down the King's Road and would soon besiege King's Landing. Later that night, Baelish secretly met with Joffrey, outlining the stakes. Eddard Stark was prepared to flee and would not recognize Joffrey's rule. Thus, he urged that Eddard be executed upon Joffrey's coronation. The following day, King Joffrey's coronation ceremony took place in King's Landing. After the speeches concluded, Joffrey abruptly commanded that Eddard Stark be tried for treason. Tyrion immediately intervened to halt this action. Upon witnessing his most despised uncle's intervention, Joffrey's rebellious spirit surged within him. Cersei, observing the situation, also sought to have the Hound intervene, while Baelish had secretly arranged for Janos to maintain a strong guard. Surrounded by layers of gold cloaks, the Hound had no choice but to relent. At that moment, Eddard was brought forth in chains. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Tyrion attempted to persuade Eddard, exclaiming, "Stark, if you acknowledge King Joffrey's legitimacy now, the king will grant you mercy and absolve you of the charges of conspiring with Renly to usurp the throne. Simply don the black garb, and it will all be forgotten." Cersei, noticing this, began to urge Joffrey as well. Eddard, feeling the pressure from the Lannisters' dual faces, was struck by discomfort and knelt. Proclaiming to the city, Queen Cersei's child is a product of the Lannisters. The Baratheon lineage predominantly bears dark hair. Joffrey lacks legitimacy. The Lannisters are usurpers. In a fit of rage, Joffrey bellowed, "Island Pain, what are you waiting for?" The King's Justice drew his sword before the great September of Baelor and took Eddard Stark's head. News of this event reached the north, prompting Robb to mobilize his forces. The following day, Tywin entered King's Landing with 1,000 loyal cavalrymen, preparing to receive his daughter's coronation from the king's hand, the regent. In the Red Keep's council chamber, "Can anyone explain why Eddard Stark has met his demise? I only needed to deal with Renly and Stannis, and now I must contend with the Stark pups from the north." Tywin surveyed those present. "My dear king, your grandfather is inquiring of you." Tyrion jested. "Silence, dwarf. Otherwise, I shall make you the next Stark. I am the king, and owe none of you an explanation." "This is the fate befitting traitors." Joffrey glared at Tyrion, turning to Tywin with a twisted expression. Cersei interjected, "Joffrey, cease. He's your grandfather. But I am the king. You are all subjects. No subject may command a king, nor dictate the righteousness of their sovereign," Joffrey declared, rising to survey the assembly. Fearing that Joffrey might inadvertently expose him, Baelish stood and interjected, "Lord Tywin, the situation is not as dire as it appears. I can persuade the Vale to align with us. Their cavalry is a formidable force." Tywin glanced at him and responded, "Then let us move swiftly. We must ensure the Vale blocks the Stark pups at the neck." or else the North's soldiers will descend upon us, and the Lannisters will face foes on 3 fronts. As you wish, I shall depart at once." Baelish bowed and took his leave. "Is there anyone who can propose a better strategy?" Varys spoke up. "Dragonstone possesses half the fleet, and the island can produce commendable weaponry. Lord Tyrion has good ties with the Greyjoys of Dragonstone. Perhaps he could arrange to charter their ships and procure some arms. This batch of weapons is indeed impressive." Upon their arrival, I instructed Jaime to lead 20,000 men northward from Golden Tooth to launch an assault on the riverlands. This morning, the Raven reported that Jaime praised the quality of the weapons forged by Lord Green. Aside from the formidable walls of Storm's End that remain unconquered, Jaime has captured Red Keep and all the strongholds in Stonehall. As long as we can hold back the Northmen, the annexation of the Riverlands within a week should pose no challenge. Tywin inquired, "How much gold remains in the treasury?" "My lord, the master of coin has just departed." Varys replied, "However, I estimate the treasury may not yield more than 100,000 gold dragons, considering King Robert recently hosted a tournament, and Prince Joffrey held his coronation ceremony. The treasury is already burdened with debts exceeding 600,000. Then let Joffrey issue a decree to elevate the young Lord of Dragonstone to an earl in exchange for weapons," Tywin commanded. "My father, there is one point I must clarify. Lord Green's weapons require gold as raw material for forging. The earl may only secure fealty but cannot procure weapons," Tyrion interjected. "Then let us bring forth the entirety of the treasury to exchange, and I shall write to the Westerlands to send the Lannister funds," Tywin replied. As Tyrion and Varys took their leave, Tywin suddenly recalled something and began composing a letter to Balon of the Iron Islands, promising him the title of king in the north, contingent upon his loyalty to Joffrey. The more land he conquers in the north, the more he shall possess. After finishing the letter, as Tywin prepared to leave, Joffrey exclaimed, "He is merely a subject. Why should he make decisions for me? I, Joffrey, am the king. He's nothing but an old dog of the Lannisters." Before Joffrey could finish his tirade, Cersei's hand struck him. "Enough." Tywin glared at Joffrey, who, fearing another slap from Cersei, puffed out his cheeks and exhaled through his nostrils. Tywin, after a moment of intense silence, addressed Cersei, "Manage your wretched spawn." With that, he exited the hall. The Hound observed Joffrey's plight with a bemused expression. Subsequently, Joffrey spotted Captain Barristan of the King's Guard and seized the opportunity to reclaim his lost honor, declaring, "Old man, you are dismissed. It is time for you to retire." Seeing such insolence, Barristan promptly removed his distinctive King's Guard cloak and cast his sword to the ground. "Melt it down, and perhaps it will bring some solace to your disgraceful rule," he retorted before turning to leave. Upon Stannis' return, he began gathering the lords near the Crownlands. With Robert deceased and Eddard's dying words declaring him the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, he dispatched his loyal knights to proclaim his claim throughout the Crownlands. Finally, bolstered by his 7,000 naval troops and 3,000 cavalry, he managed to muster an additional 3,000 men, boasting a combined force of 30,000. Ready to advance on King's Landing. From Highgarden, 60,000 soldiers, led by the Knight of Flowers and Loras Tyrell, marched down Rose Road to rendezvous with Gendry's forces at the Bitter Bridge. At Long Table, the Knight of Flowers lamented, "Brother, why has Green betrayed us? Squandering so much of Highgarden's provisions? He has not betrayed us. His production simply cannot meet the demand. He settled his debts with gold dragons and even gifted us a batch of weapons," came the reply. "What purpose do those weapons serve? Just over a dozen short swords? Do you have any idea how many refined weapons the Lannisters possess? A staggering count of nearly 100. The siege team, organized by Sir Jaime Lannister in the Riverlands, is unmatched. Do you understand why the Mountain launched a surprise attack on the Knights of the Riverlands? It is because of that battle axe known as Tiamat, which you witnessed at the Night's Watch auction. That axe possesses the capability to cleave a heavily armored horse and rider in two." "Brothers, what are you discussing?" Marjorie Tyrell entered the tent. The Knight of Flowers promptly recounted the conversation. "Do we truly need such weapons?" Marjorie inquired. As the Knight of Flowers spoke, he said no more. Drawing forth the gun crafted for him by Gren, and aimed it at the copper candlestick in the tent, piercing it effortlessly. He asserted that the lack of production was merely an excuse. One must recognize the close ties between the Lannister dwarf and Dragonstone. Should he fully support House Lannister, our situation would be dire. Garland Tyrell wore a cold expression, and it was not without reason. Who could have anticipated such upheaval upon his return to King's Landing? He had been reveling in the acquisition of weapons and the sale of 200,000 bushels of grain, only to be chastised by his younger brother. "Why not let me journey to Dragonstone and see if I can procure those weapons?" Marjorie suggested. At this point, Garland, still bearing his frosty demeanor, interjected. "That is not possible. Grandmother has already sent word to Sir Garland of Storm's End. You are to marry him. With the combined forces of Storm's End and Highgarden, They command 100,000 troops, while King's Landing has scarcely 10,000. Once you penetrate the city, you shall be queen. However, this stockpile of weapons is crucial for you, even if we cannot obtain them. I can leverage the support of Highgarden and Garland to prevent the Lannisters from acquiring those arms. Perhaps I should go instead, Garland proposed. You already bungled once. Let Marjorie go. The wedding can occur once we have taken King's Landing, the Knight of Flowers remarked, considering that he and Garland were already allies. And Marjorie's marriage to Garland was merely a superficial embellishment. Garland favored him, after all. Thus, a contingent was dispatched to escort Marjorie, bearing gold dragons to Dragonstone in pursuit of weapons. By the time this news reached the north, it was quite late. Yet Robb Stark still rallied 3,000 cavalry in Winterfell and White Harbor, preparing to head to the Neck to support his maternal grandfather in the Riverlands, while instructing vassals across the north to send troops directly to the Neck for reinforcement. In the 22nd chapter of the War of the Five Kings, Tyrion was ready to set sail for Dragonstone to meet an old friend. He did not await his father's funds, bringing only around 80,000 golden dragons from the treasury, planning to rely on promissory notes for the rest. Accompanied by several retainers, Tyrion rented a fishing vessel and prepared to venture into the sea. After rowing for half an hour in the shivering sea, he spotted a fleet ahead. As they drew closer, Tyrion recognized the yellow banners adorned with a stag and exclaimed in alarm. Stannis had already blockaded the bay. He had no choice but to instruct his guards to turn back urgently, and upon meeting Tywin, Tyrion reported the situation candidly. Thus it is well. With Renly in the Reach gathering an army of 100,000, the pressure on the southern front is immense for Kevin. I must assist him. You shall act as Prime Minister, ensuring no missteps occur in King's Landing. Cersei is unable to manage even Joffrey. I care not who occupies the throne, as long as they remain loyal to House Lannister. If Joffrey becomes too unruly, let us consider Tommen or even Myrcella. That night, under Melisandre's influence, Stannis burned the statues of the Seven near the Stormlands, converting to the worship of the Lord of Light, and held a rally with 6,000 men, circumventing King's Landing to march towards Storm's End, intending to persuade Renly to join his cause. Robb's advance forces encountered the escort returning with the Stark daughters at the Bay of Carhold. After a brief moment of mourning, he sent the ladies back to Winterfell, awaiting the arrival of other vassal armies. 3 days later, upon agreeing to the betrothal terms from the Lannisters of Riverrun, Robb's forces swelled to 18,000. Lady Catelyn, accompanied by Roderick, the instructor from Winterfell, journeyed to the Vale to seek an alliance with her sister. In recent days, aside from exchanging weapons, Green had been safeguarding the dragon eggs. The souls of the other 6 eggs had ignited, eagerly awaiting the hatching of the eldest, a golden egg, in a fortnight. To facilitate this, Green had kept the fleet busy, replenishing the river with ample fish, preparing to become a prosperous aquaculturist. Although the Summoner's Vale was alive with birds and squirrels, Green felt the young dragons were elusive. He ventured to the Crab's Claw Peninsula to import livestock, including cattle, chickens, and ducks, and established a modest pasture on the outskirts of Dragonstone. After over a month of tedious work with dragonglass, Jandrel approached Green one day, inquiring when he might learn the art of blacksmithing. Green promptly imparted a few phrases he had learned from the Night's Watch blacksmith at the wall. Jandrel quickly expanded on this knowledge, insisting he wished to learn true craftsmanship. With no other option, Green discreetly led Jandrel away, retrieving a blunderbuss and firing a few shots at the solitary coconut trees on Dragonstone. He whispered that he had been developing new weaponry, suggesting that blacksmithing was outdated. If Jandrel awaited a few months for in-depth research, he would teach him the creation of firearms. Jandrel, upon receiving this destiny, fired a couple of shots, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. He agreed to Green's proposal, yet he was reluctant to continue with the dragon glass. Green, therefore, adorned Jandrel with grandiose praises, claiming he was contributing to the welfare of the 7 kingdoms and the noble struggle of humanity. Just then, Uncle Benjen arrived by ship to transport dragonglass, and Green encouraged Benjen to flatter Jandrel. The young man, invigorated like one filled with elation, returned to his task of moving dragonglass. After a swift day of travel, Catelyn arrived at the Eyrie, where her sister was nursing Robert Arryn. Catelyn explained her intentions, hoping her sister would join forces to attack King's Landing in avenging Eddard. At that moment, Peter Baelish emerged, advising the vassals and servants of the Vale, including Lisa, to withdraw, leaving only himself and Catelyn. Varys eloquently expressed his affection, asserting that if Catelyn were to marry him, he would promptly persuade the Vale to mobilize their forces and even support Robb's claim to the throne. When Catelyn rebuffed him, Varys sought a lesser arrangement, proposing that she become his clandestine lover under the same conditions. Once more, Catelyn declined, her anger flaring as she prepared to depart. In a swift maneuver, Varys ordered the Vale Knights he had bribed to capture Catelyn and her companions, imprisoning her at Lysa's behest. He hinted that her release could expose Lysa's potential plot to poison Jon Arryn, which would jeopardize Lysa's control over the Vale. Varys then rallied the Vale's men to march against the north, but apart from a few knights he had corrupted, no one responded to his call, compelling him to retreat to King's Landing. Meanwhile, Stannis successfully met with the forces of Renly at the Bitterbridge after several days of arduous travel. Both sides endeavored to sway the other to their cause. Stannis leveraged his status as the elder brother, while Renly presented a claim to the succession document he had acquired from Eddard Stark, cunningly altering the rightful heir's name to his own. After an afternoon of exchanging opinions without reaching an agreement, tensions escalated, leading to a complete breakdown in relations, one brother refusing to acknowledge the other. In the days that followed, Jaime, accompanied by the Mountain, wreaked havoc across the Riverlands, and all of the southern regions of Riverrun fell under their dominion. He then received a plea for aid from his father, as Highgarden was preparing to dispatch an army of 100,000, while Uncle Kevin could muster only 15,000, necessitating the Mountain's reinforcement of the southern front. Jaime promptly divided his forces, sending half to the Mountain for support. After Littlefinger's departure, Catelyn recounted the dire situation in the Riverlands to her sister Lysa, appealing to their emotional bond in hopes of securing her release. On the final day, Green personally guarded the dragon pit, where the largest yellow egg began to crack, revealing a dull gray head adorned with faint golden patterns. As the fissure widened, sticky wings gradually emerged, and with a resounding shatter, the egg broke apart, allowing the creature to lick its wings before tilting its head to survey the surroundings. Instinctively beginning to consume the remnants on the ground, the offspring of the canyon was born. As the chat interface unlocked and the dragon tongue synchronized, the system announced that players could convey commands to their pets through the chat box, which would automatically translate human language into the species tongue. If the species were to respond, they would either create a human language or learn it. Initially, players could encourage species to respond through simple physical gestures. Scanning in progress. Name, to be named species, dragon attribute, earth age, juvenile vitality, 20 attack power, 5 magic strength, 1 physical resistance. For magical resistance, 10, due to being a cultivated creature. Its designation is automatically bound as a vassal, allowing for weapon and skill equipping, contingent upon compatibility. Just as Green completed the system scan, he noticed the dragon's head poking towards the other nearby eggs, preparing to take a bite. He swiftly intervened, grateful for his presence, for otherwise all 7 eggs would have fallen victim to this wayward offspring. Upon encountering the ferocious dragon, Green promptly retrieved the roasted meat he had prepared while studying the character of Daenerys. Observing the dragon, which was cloaked in earthy gray, he noticed that only its head, wings, tail, and snout were adorned with golden patterns. Stripped of these embellishments, it resembled a large lizard. Within a short span, the dragon devoured 3 pieces of meat, flapping its wings and calling out to Green for more. Green, continuing to feed the creature, recalled that the young dragon had previously expressed a desire for dragon eggs. He promptly typed in the chat box to advise against consuming the eggs, assuring that food was ample. Understanding the message, the dragon took a few steps forward. However, it remained engrossed in its meal, paying no heed to Green's instructions. After finishing its morsel, it looked back at Green, who reiterated his command in the chat box. The dragon then slowly moved a couple of steps before stepping on Green's foot, seeking his attention and gesturing towards Green's pocket with its wing. Was it still hungry? Green had no choice but to set some ground rules. The dragon was to watch over the eggs and refrain from eating them. If any other dragons were to hatch, it was to encourage them not to consume the eggs as well. The golden dragon acknowledged the directive. Subsequently, they retreated to the stone drum tower, where Green diligently roasted more meat until the dragon's belly was full and it was satisfied. Chapter 23, The Culinary Delights of Dragonstone. Upon discovering the ability to equip skills, Green meticulously dismantled his own skills and found that summoner abilities could not be equipped. Only passive and 4 hero skills were available. However, equipment could still be utilized as usual. He transferred the gear to the Golden Dragon's interface, revealing the dragon's attributes and enhancements. Notably, its strength was converted to attack power, while health points returned to a normal state, resembling the original equipment attributes. However, the dragon was too small to equip more than 1 weapon, and the system indicated that 1 equipment slot would unlock for every year of age, capping at 6 slots. For the young dragon, Green purchased a set of the Wraith's armor for 29,000 gold coins. Although it could not be donned like a human, the increase in health and armor was substantial, as its previous 20 health points had been rather paltry. Preserving the dragon's life was paramount. He then tested the runes and found that they could also be equipped, bestowing a predator rune upon the dragon. Currently, Green possessed only Vayne's passive, a mark from Zed, a powder keg from Graves, and enhanced punches from Vi, alongside the ultimate abilities of Yon and Kog'Maw. After several attempts, the dragon could only equip Vayne's passive and Kog'Maw's banquet. Noticing that the dragon had fallen asleep with its belly full, Green ordered a wooden cottage, essentially resembling a doghouse, to be crafted on the western shore for the dragon's slumber, to test the effects of the banquet ability. Considering the dragon's diminutive size, Green captured a few grasshoppers and flies to bring back. After the dragon had napped through the afternoon, it awoke in time for dinner. Emitting cries akin to a goose demanding food, Green quickly produced the freshly caught flies from earlier, typed in the chat box to open its mouth, and then utilized his ultimate skill to feed the creature. The young dragon ceased its calls, opening its mouth and squinting its eyes, eagerly awaiting its meal. As the fly's health dwindled to a mere 1 or 2 points, Xiao Huang activated the feast with the addition of the death board, effortlessly devouring several hundred health points. Green, targeting the dragon's maw, tossed it inside. Suddenly, the fly, upon entering the dragon's mouth, began to flutter and collided with Xiao Huang's upper jaw. Xiao Huang hastily expelled it, realizing with a start that he had been deceived into consuming such a thing. Enraged, he flapped his wings like a great goose, baring his teeth. Were it not for the dual restrictions imposed by the dragon's genes and the system's master, he would have rushed over to give Green a taste of his wrath. Seeing the child agitated, Green resorted to a gentle approach, continuing to feed him roasted meat. After consuming a piece or two, Xiao Huang's mood began to settle. Green then roasted a small piece of meat, embedding the fly within, and instructed him through the chat box to feast on it. Xiao Huang, trusting and unperturbed by the small size of the meat, swallowed it whole. Observing that the feast indeed had an effect, albeit a meager fraction, Green was relieved that the quantity was sufficient to satiate. Though each species could only consume 6 layers, he was resolute in his intention to have Xiao Huang devour every diminutive species on Dragonstone Island, even if it meant himself becoming an entomologist for several months to import from Westeros and Essos if necessary. He then relayed through the chat box that upon encountering unfamiliar living beings, Xiao Huang should utilize his special move for the first 6 attempts. The dragon was indeed growing rapidly. Within 3 days, it had escalated from the size of a chicken to that of a goose. With another month of growth, it would be capable of sampling creatures as sizable as a toad nestled within roasted meat. Now, Xiao Huang not only flapped his wings but could soar 7 or 8 meters high, akin to a wild chicken, though he still struggled to maintain altitude, tiring after about 20 seconds of flight. Each day, at meal times, he would flock to the Stone Drum Tower, and upon completion, either summon fish from the river in the Summoner's Canyon or chase squirrels up trees. Green casually drew his monthly card, having previously drawn a purple one, with probabilities rising to 30 for green, 22 for blue, 20 for purple, and 28 for gold. This time, the chances of acquiring a gold item were high, prompting Green to initiate the lottery. Selection in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained a purple item. Upon opening it, he discovered a skill package. Locking in, Endless Fury, Shadow Impact. Wish, Wall of the Imperial Guard, Perfect Finale. He decided to eliminate Endless Fury, as the presence of the gunslinger rendered melee combat meaningless. Shadow Impact was also discarded. With a healer in the mix, the ability to heal was invaluable, and using the ultimate in conjunction with the incinerator would allow for sniping and pistol play. The Tsar's ability was somewhat redundant, yet it could serve to push foes back and prevent close encounters. Selection in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained Wish. Wish summons divine power to restore 15 of the target's maximum health. If the target's health is below 50, the healing amount increases to 20. Wish also bestows positive effects such as hemostasis, bone renewal, pain relief, and the removal of serious injuries. Stored layers, 5, release interval, 10 seconds. Recovery layers, 5 minutes. After substituting his ultimate with Wish, Green observed a ship approaching from the southeast as he looked from the Stone Drum Tower. As it drew near, he noticed a woman accompanied by 4 attendants, descending with 2 chests in hand. After inquiring with the fishermen at the port, she proceeded straight towards the Stone Drum Tower. Moments later, she arrived in the hall of the Stone Drum Tower, accompanied by her 4 attendants. Marjorie, upon seeing the people in the hall, began her self-introduction and instructed her attendant to open the chest and leave. Baron Green, I trust you will fulfill your promise and deliver the previously discussed arms and equipment to us. This is your payment, Marjorie stated. Green replied, the matter was resolved when Gallon came before, but my current production capacity cannot keep up, and I have already compensated for a batch of weapons. A batch? Merely a few daggers and short swords? You are aware of the current situation outside, Marjorie retorted. If you are informed, those daggers and short swords you mentioned could fetch around 10,000 gold dragons. The cost of my breach of contract is substantial. Do you know how many alliances there are between the Reach and Stormlands? 100,000, more than double the Lannister forces. Renly is destined to be king, and I shall be the future queen. I converse with you in the spirit of goodwill befitting a future queen. Future queen? What gives you such confidence? Green remarked, aware that Renly was nearing his demise. How many weapons do you possess? Bring them forth. The Tyrells and Baratheons will offer you double the price after victory. Consider this 200,000 gold dragons as a gift, provided you toil day and night to forge and support the alliance, Marjorie asserted, approaching Green. Moreover, if your weapons prove decisive, I believe Renly would grant you an earldom, perhaps even a dukedom. Chris could swiftly ascend to a prominent noble family in Westeros, she added, playfully tugging at Green's collar. Firstly, how can you guarantee Renly will win this war? Secondly, Renly is not a homosexual. He has affections for your brother. Your promises as a queen carry little weight, Green noted, fully aware of Renly's impending fate. How do you know that? Marjorie retorted, taken aback. What are you referring to? As for the second matter, the two men during the tournament are gazing at each other with intense desire. Regarding the first matter, if you cannot even prevail over Stannis Red Priestess, how do you plan to contend with Tywin the Cunning? Green responded. Who do you think will win? Marjorie pondered for a moment. Why do you ask that? Green inquired. I wish to become a queen. Who the king is matters not, Marjorie declared with resolute determination. Then wait, for the waiters never lose. Whoever sits upon the Iron Throne, it is never too late for you to marry. No one would refuse a beautiful lady bearing the bounty of Highgarden, Green mused. However, during this time, pray that the victor is not Stannis, that balding man with a wife, nor Joffrey, that capricious wretch, nor Renly. Robb Stark from the north would not be a poor choice, at least I have met him. And the lad is indeed commendable, though it seems he is already engaged to the phrase. And what of you? Marjorie asked. I am but a minor baron, with not a single soldier or vassal under my command. As you can see, Dragonstone is barren, and I can only forge weapons. Hoping for a stroke of luck to earn some coin, Green lamented as he rose. Thank you, but I hope you will still accept the payment. As long as you promise not to supply weapons to the Lannisters, Marjorie stated. Naturally, the weapons for the past year have already been purchased by the Iron Bank. Dragonstone does not produce any supplies for any king of Westeros. If one truly desires them, they may seek out the Iron Bank, though there will likely be a premium. For no one engages in charity, Green replied. At that moment, Marjorie prepared to bid farewell when Drogon swooped down, clutching a fish in his mouth, dropping it at Green's feet, and fixing his gaze upon him, anticipating praise. That is a dragon, Marjorie exclaimed in astonishment. Green cast a glance at Drogon, who looked quite proud, croaking gleefully. Turning his attention back to Marjorie, he said, I regret that you must remain here, Miss Marjorie. The secret of the dragon must not be disclosed to anyone. Marjorie, recovering from her shock at the dragon, asserted, I one tell a soul. I'm afraid only the dead can keep secrets. I believe Miss Marjorie may not understand the gravity of this, Green remarked, as he raised his crossbow and shot a tree outside the window, splitting it in half with a resounding crack. Thus, it would be wise for you not to attempt to flee, as that would be the most erroneous choice. Just then, a guard from House Tyrell called out, Miss Marjorie. Is everything all right? Marjorie, regaining her composure, replied, It's nothing, merely a cup that was knocked over. The guard outside pondered the nature of this cup. Given the tremendous noise it had made, Green began, send them back with an appropriate excuse. Otherwise, the presence of a few more corpses on the ground will change nothing. And what of me? How will you deal with my fate? Marjorie inquired. You wish to be queen, do you not? It matters not where you wait. Once my dragon has grown a little more, you shall be free to leave. With no other recourse, Marjorie instructed the attendants of House Tyrell to return, explaining that she would be staying on Dragonstone a while longer, as Master Green would be imparting the art of forging, which would take considerable time. Chapter 24. The Clash of the Five Kings. Catelyn emerged from the Vale, having spent a night among Robb's forces, and the following day prepared to travel to Storm's End to seek an alliance with Renly. Robb had also stationed himself near the Whispering Woods, preparing to confront Jaime directly. Within the main camp of Robb's army, the Lords of the North were convening to discuss strategies for overcoming the enemy. Rickard Stark, Wyman Manderly, Great John Umber, Meryn Trant, and the flayed man, Roose Bolton, sat together in the hall, observing the lords engaged in animated discussions. Theon boldly suggested that they go to the Iron Islands to seek aid from his father, Balon, in launching an attack on the raiders of Raventree Hall and the coastal cities of the west, thereby forcing the Lannisters to fight on three fronts while being besieged from behind. At that moment, a scout arrived with news that half of the besieging army around Riverrun had withdrawn, and their current whereabouts were unknown. When Theon proposed to stealthily assault the Lannister stronghold with the fleet, The seasoned veteran suggested that he would not diminish his forces but instead retain a mere 5,000 men to confront Jaime. He urged Robb to march his army of over 10,000 towards the mountains north of the Tumbling Stone River, subsequently maneuvering to the city of Harrenhal. This strategy would enable them to control the ports of the Westerlands, while simultaneously severing the supply lines to Casterly Rock and Castle Serwyn, thereby isolating Jaime's forces entering the Riverlands. Robb, recognizing the potential of this covert operation, promptly commanded a dispersal of troops for the advance. Theon then set sail for the Iron Islands to persuade King Balon. After a conversation with his brother that ended in discord, Stannis prepared to return to the Crownlands, biding his time until his brother's siege of King's Landing faltered. He planned to launch a surprise attack on the capital from Blackwater Bay, intending to seize control of King's Landing, but was subsequently dissuaded by the Red Woman. Catelyn arrived at Ser Lysa's camp to witness a tournament where the enchanting Brienne emerged victorious, joining Lysa's Rainbow Guard. While discussing strategies with Lysa and Catelyn in the tent, an assassin sent by the Red Woman struck at Lysa, prompting Catelyn to urge Brienne to flee for her safety. Upon reaching the Iron Islands, Theon discovered that Balon was indeed organizing troops, believing there was a shared understanding between father and son. Upon meeting Theon, Balon began to advocate for a military offensive against the raiding ports of the Westerlands in coordination with Robb's forces. Balon, however, could not forget the loss of his two sons during his previous rebellion at the hands of the North in the Baratheon alliance. Thus, he placed his bets on the Lannisters, driven by a desire for revenge against former adversaries. He berated Theon sharply, which incited him to lead his forces back towards the north for pillaging. Stannis subsequently deployed troops to gather the Stormlands lords and remnants of Renly's faction. Meanwhile, Kevan took the opportunity to pursue the remnants of Storm's End and the Reach. Prince Oberyn, witnessing the disarray of the coalition, chose to regroup the forces of the Reach and retreat. After approximately a week of preparations, Stannis successfully seized the Crownlands and the entirety of the Stormlands, increasing his army to over 30,000. He then commanded the forces at the Blackwater to tighten their siege around King's Landing while he approached the capital with 20,000 men. Robb waited in the mountains forest for 2 days, but when no news arrived from the ports, he resolved to take action. He swiftly divided his forces, launching a night raid on Harrenhal, Casterly Rock, and Sarsfield, resulting in a devastating assault. However, word soon reached him from the north that the Iron Islands had not come to his aid but instead had turned to pillage the north, leading to the fall of coastal towns such as Carhold and Deepwood Motte. After a moment of contemplation, Robb ordered a consolidation for a surprise attack on Cliff Castle and planned to use the ships of the Westerlands laden with plundered gold to circumvent the Iron Islands and quell the internal strife. At that moment, several ravens returned to Dragonstone, and upon reviewing the messages, Grell noticed Margaery, who had paused in her feeding of the dragons, directing her attention towards him. "Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" Grell inquired. "The bad news," Margaery replied, gently stroking the head of the Great Hound. "News from the Great Wall indicates that several Night's Watch corpses have been retrieved from the Ghost Shadow Forest, which, upon nightfall, have become aggressive and attacked anyone in sight. Fortunately, Ben Yong had previously returned to the Great Wall with a batch of dragon crystal daggers, and since the Night's Watch are ever vigilant, no one was harmed. Commander Geo is preparing to organize a major purge outside the city and has instructed me to deliver another shipment of dragon crystal equipment. Is it true that there are others beyond the Great Wall? Aren't they merely legends?" Margaery inquired. "If you doubt this, you shall accompany me on this expedition. Leaving you on Dragonstone Island would not be prudent," Green replied. "And what are the good news?" Margaery asked. "Lonley is dead, and Kevan has decisively defeated the Lonley coalition. You have one fewer suitor, and a certain rogue has been eliminated. You should be pleased. However, I cannot predict your brother's reaction. I almost forgot. The timing seems appropriate," Green remarked as he began to walk towards the gardens of Aegon. The hound, having grown considerably in the past month, followed him, and Margaery trailed behind as well. Green halted his steps, recalling the advice he had given her on their first day together. Margaery echoed his words. "Do not attempt to communicate with the outside world through ravens or the island's inhabitants. Do not try to steal a boat or persuade a ferryman to assist in your escape. Do not venture into the gardens of Dragonstone Island." The first 2 admonitions are understandable, but the last, what relevance does it have for me? There is no exit in your garden. And surely there are no secrets larger than dragons. Not exactly. The area below is a forbidden zone, requiring my explicit permission for strangers to enter. The consequences could be far worse than being shot, Green explained. "Then why can't I go down?" "You've already pilfered 200,000 golden dragons from House Hightower," Margaery retorted. "Indulge my curiosity, and perhaps my inquisitiveness about what lies below will cease. Is there truly something more significant than dragons?" She continued. "You would find it much the same above. However, Another dragon is about to be born. You shall see when I bring it up shortly, Green replied. Another dragon? You have uncovered the secrets of Dragonstone? Marjorie exclaimed in astonishment. It is not so much the secret of Dragonstone. It is merely that confronting the others requires the strength of dragons. I have simply taken control of the dragons for myself. May I accompany you down to sea? At worst, you could keep me for an additional month until this dragon matures, and then release me, Marjorie suggested, contemplating the notion that a person could only bond with one dragon to become a dragon rider. If she were kind to both dragons, perhaps one would accept her. Once the dragon could fly, she could ride away, marrying whichever king she desired, for the shadow of dragons loomed large over the 7 kingdoms. Seeing her determination, Green acquiesced. After all, the dragon would not escape. It was bound to assist him. He could take her to witness the spectacle, and should she choose recklessness, he would not be held accountable. For now, it merely meant one more mouth to feed and finding a caretaker for the dragon. The 2 individuals, accompanied by the great yellow creature, descended from the summoner's rift and wandered through the jungle, eventually arriving at the riverbank. The great yellow flew ahead, guiding the way, while Green waded through the water. Upon witnessing this, Marguerite halted in her tracks. Green turned back and remarked, I am no gentleman. Do not expect me to assist you. If you fear getting wet, then you may wait here. After a moment's hesitation, Marguerite's curiosity ultimately triumphed over her sense of propriety. Chapter 25. The Battle of the Blackwater River. The great yellow perched upon the edge of the dragon pit, occasionally flapping its wings to maintain its focus. Green observed the crimson egg resting in the center of the pit. Though not the largest, it was a viable egg among others. He scrutinized the remaining eggs, searching for one suitable to become the third. At that moment, the dragon eggs began to tremble, cracks forming as a chestnut-colored head emerged. The great yellow let out an excited call, and the hatchling responded with a soft cry. The great yellow flew closer to the egg, while the hatchling strained to break free, eventually rolling out in a burst of crimson. The great yellow prepared to assist the hatchling in breaking its shell. But Green quickly shouted for it to retreat and then placed a dragon, slightly larger than a dragon fruit, beside the shell for it to consume. Scanning. Name, to be named species, dragon attribute, fire age, juvenile vitality, 12 attack power, for magic power, 3 physical resistance, 3 magic resistance, 8 as a proud father. Green resolved to spend lavishly on a significant item for the new dragonling. After perusing the shop, he decided on the Sunfire Aegis, given its fire attribute. Once the second dragon had finished feasting on the shell, Green placed the largest white egg on the main pedestal to commence hatching and returned to the stone drum tower with the second dragon in his arms. Are you a Targaryen bastard? How do you know how to hatch dragons? Yet your hair is not even white, Marguerite remarked, dragging her damp skirt behind her. With so many dragon eggs, can you sell one to me? The Reach can offer a handsome price, Marguerite proposed. You are a Targaryen. Do you know how to hatch dragons? Green retorted. I do not, but you do. Can you sell me a dragon? Marguerite exclaimed joyfully. My dragons are not for sale, but I can assist you in hatching one. As long as you can provide the egg, I can help you hatch it for a fair price of 500,000 gold dragons. You and the Reach could then possess a young dragon, Green explained. May I write to my grandmother, asking her to gather dragon eggs for me? Do you have any specific requirements regarding the eggs? She inquired. No requirements. Just that the shells remain intact and unbroken. Also, do not mention my ability to hatch dragons in your letter. You must devise a plausible excuse. Furthermore, I must review the completed letter before it can be sent by Raven, Green stipulated. Deal. Marguerite exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the prospect of acquiring a dragon. Upon returning to the upper floor, Green summoned Jandrai. Upon entering, Jandrai exclaimed, dragons. Several blacksmiths have reported seeing a bird-like creature flying over Dragonstone these past few days. And some even claim it is a dragon. I thought they were mistaken. Jandrai marveled, as the thought crossed his mind to engage in a game. Green promptly informed the 2 dragons on the public screen that this was a new caretaker. He then proceeded to brief Jandeli, mentioning his intention to deliver dragon crystal weaponry to the Great Wall. He instructed him to keep a watchful eye on Dragonstone Island and to serve as a caregiver for the 2 dragons, ensuring they were fed properly, while also advising that, if circumstances permitted, special meals could be prepared for the larger dragon. He emphasized the importance of nurturing bonds from an early age, asserting that becoming a dragon rider would not remain a mere fantasy. Marjorie, overhearing this, felt a surge of excitement as she had begun to show kindness to the great yellow dragon over the past week. On Dragonstone Island, there were no noblewomen to accompany her, only fishermen and blacksmiths surrounded her. Her days were spent either feeding the great yellow dragon or watching it soar. Having completed his instructions, Green set off with Marjorie to transport the dragon crystals to the Great Wall. Meanwhile, Tywin, having recently triumphed over the forces of Ser Lancel, received news from Casterly Rock. It was reported that nearly a third of the lands north of Casterly Rock had been ravaged, necessitating his return with the troops. Stannis, noticing that the Lannisters were retreating back to the west after pursuing him, resolved to commit all his forces to besiege King's Landing and eliminate the false king. Robb, in response to the northern incursions, instructed Bolton to quell the rebellion at the Bay of Carlin first. While he circled through the Iron Islands with the plundered gold and supplies, landing at Saltpans to march northward to restore order. Seeing the northern army's withdrawal and his father's efforts to assist the west, Jaime decided to heed Tyrion's call for aid and return to King's Landing. The siege of Riverlands would come at a heavy cost, and there was a risk of the north launching a counterattack. It would be wiser to first eliminate Stannis, who posed a direct threat to the capital. Tyrion, utilizing the remaining treasury, enlisted a mercenary band of around 700 to 800 men through Varys from Essos. Lost in thought over the vast expanse of the river, Tyrion pondered how to secure victory in the upcoming battle. Alchemists were laboring tirelessly to produce wildfire, while the number of gold cloaks had swelled from over 4,000 to more than 7,000. Suddenly, he recalled the Battle of Red Cliffs, realizing that, as the defender, he was at a disadvantage with only 10 ships at his disposal. He could only hope to turn the tide through fire. Like Pang Tong, who had devised a chain formation, he too needed to devise a plan to blockade Stannis' fleet and lure them into the Blackwater River. As Green journeyed across the narrow sea with Margaery and the Red Priest Soros toward the Great Wall, he had previously warned Eddard through a letter to withdraw. Yet, Eddard had sacrificed himself for the truth of his adoptive father. To avert the Red Wedding, Green decided to offer a warning to the north, thus composing a letter for Winterfell. Unbeknownst to him, Theon had already seized Winterfell. He found a raven from a minor northern house at Widow's Watch and dispatched the letter. Within the Kingsguard, Stannis' infantry and cavalry were on the move, preparing to assemble on the southern banks of the Blackwater River. They aimed to leverage their naval strength to seize the weakest southern gate of King's Landing and gain entry into the city. In the depths of night, Tyrion orchestrated an assault with over a dozen ships laden with wildfire, harrying the fleet stationed at Blackwater Bay. Sir Imry Florent, commander of the Blackwater Fleet, observed the audacity of a handful of small vessels from King's Landing daring to advance towards his formidable armada of over 50 war galleys. Ultimately, the mission remained to cleanse the Blackwater River of King's Landing's ships, paving the way for the army on the southern bank to cross and lay siege. With the fleet of King's Landing presenting itself, there was no rationale for abstaining from engagement. He commanded his forces to embark and pursue the few beleaguered vessels. As they navigated the narrow straits of the river, the King's Landing ships began to lag and were relentlessly pursued. In the cloak of night, Stannis' troops paid little heed to the cargo overturned aboard. After all, the river was merely a liquid expanse. After more than an hour of relentless pursuit, Sir Imry Florent employed a shipbreaker's hammer to cleave the last of King's Landing's vessels in two. On the southern bank, Stannis had gathered the bulk of his forces. Although the scouts from the western woods had yet to return with news, his fleet had successfully subdued the Blackwater River, and with 30,000 soldiers amassed, he understood the urgency of crossing the river and breaching the weakest southern gate of King's Landing. Stannis was acutely aware of the enemy's garrison strength. Time was of the essence. He ordered the infantry to board the ships in preparation for the crossing, while 4,000 cavalry maintained vigilance on the western and southern flanks. The Hound, accompanied by the most elite guards from the Red Keep, stood watch at the southern gate, while Tyrion awaited near the trebuchets along the city walls. By Tyrion's request, Joffrey stood by his side. Once Stannis' forces were aboard, they set sail, a multitude of vessels gliding across the waters. Just as half of Stannis' fleet reached the straits, a solitary rocket streaked across the sky. Soldiers submerged at the southern mouth began, in concert with those on the northern bank, to haul up the colossal iron chain that secured the straits. As one rocket traversed the heavens, a flurry of others followed suit, igniting the waters of the Blackwater with a ferocious green flame, consuming vessels in its wake. Yet, a fortunate few managed to land on the shallow banks of King's Landing's southern gate, initiating a brutal melee. The Hound led a charge, clad in golden ropes, clashing with the soldiers who had already disembarked with Stannis. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, wildfire spread from the wreckage of burning ships, igniting even more untamed flames across the battlefield. The Hound's eyes betrayed profound fear, as the sounds of battle were eclipsed by memories of flesh roasting over an infernal flame, the faint crackling of charcoal echoing in his ears. Abandoning his sword, the Hound seized a horse and fled from the encroaching inferno. As he bolted, the flames urged more of Stannis' troops to surge towards King's Landing, with the golden-robed soldiers beginning to scatter. On the walls, Tyrion, forcibly summoned to oversee the defense, watched as Joffrey, seeking to rally morale, fled wildly into the city. Oh, how splendid Luchan was as a sovereign! At least he was a rational being. Initially, Tyrion had scoffed at the mention of Luchan from the Three Kingdoms, but witnessing Joffrey's actions since ascending the throne, he realized the depth of his own superficiality. However, there is no retreat left. The wildfire has consumed the majority of Stannis' fleet. As long as he can deal with the few thousand soldiers landing, King's Landing will be secure. Tyrion immediately began to employ his silver tongue, delivering impassioned speeches to rally all the defenders, urging them to fight valiantly outside the city. Stannis, surveying the inferno above him, realized that his fleet was effectively lost. He could only hope that the landing troops would manage to breach the city gates. The river was now impassable, compelling him to order a retreat upstream along the Blackwater River with the remaining 5,000 men. At that moment, several thousand cavalrymen stationed on the perimeter suddenly broke and reported that large forces were charging from both the west and south of the King's Guard. Reinforcements for King's Landing had arrived. Jaime, advancing from upstream on the Blackwater, and the forces from Highgarden, allied with Tywin, were both converging from the King's Guard. The Onion Knight, Davos, began to counsel Stannis that defeat was inevitable and suggested a retreat to the east towards Stonehenge, reminding him that the Stormlands were still under his control. Chapter 26. The War of the Five Kings concludes this month's draw must yield gold. The odds have reached 48. Congratulations on acquiring a golden item. You have unlocked the Hextech Journal of Jace. This document records the theoretical knowledge of Hextech as envisioned by the future guardian, Jace. The Hextech marketplace is now active, allowing players to exchange golden dragon coins for Hextech core crystals. The marketplace displays that Hextech core crystal fragments cost 100 golden dragons, while a full Hextech core crystal costs 10,000 golden dragons. Hextech core crystal fragments. These contain the understanding of nature by the Shellfolk and will bestow arcane enhancements upon weapons. Hextech core crystals. These embody generations of Shellfolk's complete legacy, drawing capabilities from nature to provide a continuous source of arcane and energy enhancements for weapons or users. After green exchange for one, the Hextech crystal fragment resembled a blue tear, while the Hextech core crystal shone like a radiant gem emitting a blue light. He opened Jace's journal. Jace releases the powers of the Hextech crystals through controllable devices. The arcane enhancement provides a force akin to steam, augmenting magic and amplifying electrical energy, even potential energy. The capacity of the Hextech crystals is comparable to nuclear energy, continuously absorbing natural power to replenish themselves. If the Hextech crystal fragment is akin to a power bank, the Hextech core crystal serves as a generator. For green, the Hextech crystals and fragments are merely ornamental. He possesses neither magical abilities nor the capacity to generate power. And the Hextech crystals cannot be mounted on cold weapons. They could, however, enhance the strength of catapults or arrows, yet green could only comprehend Jace's notes intellectually. He was unable to construct the amplification devices. After more than a week of sailing, green arrived at Eastwatch. It had transformed from a small fortress of around 30 men into a bustling trade port with over 200 Night's Watch stationed there. The Night's Watch utilized several ships to collect and sell furs from the various villages within the wall in exchange for food. Upon disembarking, familiar Night's Watch members commenced unloading supplies and equipment. Gren instructed Soros to procure a cart for Marjorie to travel to Black Castle while he himself mounted a swift steed to advance ahead. Stannis lingered at the outpost for several days as Storm's End gradually fell under Lannister control. He was compelled to lead approximately 4,000 men and a few decrepit ships across Blackwater Bay to Harlan Castle. Gazing upon Harlan, Stannis began to harbor doubts about the existence of the alleged curse. The Onion Knight suggested that with their resources depleted, their only recourse was to ally with the North to reclaim their share of the realm. He proposed sending Catelyn to the Vale to explore the possibility of a marriage alliance, leveraging the combined might of the North and the Vale against the Lannisters. Meanwhile, Robb Stark had successfully cleared the Iron Men from the Bay of Claw, only to receive news from Winterfell and the battle in King's Landing. Stannis had been defeated, and the South had largely capitulated to the Lannisters. Dorne had been sent by Tyrion to wed Myrcella, which was also Dorne's intention, leaving the situation ambiguous in their eagerness to engage in battle waning. Storm's End and Highgarden had already sided with the Lannisters, although the Iron Islands had declared themselves kings. Their animosity towards the North was palpable, while the Vale maintained a neutral stance. It appeared that the necessity for war was diminishing, prompting them to send envoys to King's Landing, seeking the return of Eddard's remains and recognition of King Joffrey, while also demanding acknowledgement of the North's independence. Originally, Robb had contemplated continuing the fight, but a letter from Winterfell indicated that the Iron Islands, under Theon's command, were already assaulting Winterfell. However, the forces stationed at Moat Cailin had effectively stalled Theon's advance. Furthermore, the shifting tide of battle, following the failures at Storm's End and Stannis, hinted at the likelihood of defections from the North towards the Lannisters. Stabilizing the North took precedence over offensive maneuvers. Robb commanded Bolton to secure the neck while he divided the soldiers of the west into two contingents, one to reclaim the coastal ports of the north and the other to support Winterfell. Recognizing the clarity of the situation, Tywin returned to King's Landing to resume his role as Hand of the King, delegating Tyrion to the position of Master of Ships. And requisitioning grain from Highgarden, Jaime continued to besiege the Riverlands and sought to forge alliances with House Frey and House Bolton, proposing a marriage between Edmure Tully and Lysa to fully consolidate control over the Vale. Upon entering Black Castle, Commander Mormont elaborated for a while before Grenn candidly expressed their objective. They must dismantle the castle's defenses. The male infant he had sacrificed to the cold god had been repurposed by the others to create new wights, who served as commanders of the undead army, possessing intelligence and posing a far greater threat than mere wights. After a period of organization and mobilization, Bowen selected over 100 brothers of the Night's Watch to embark on a large-scale purge of the haunted forest. Grenn, accompanied by Soros and Margaery, set out from the wall. Soros, still inebriated, voiced little objection, while Margaery incessantly lamented the bitter cold, wishing she had returned to the East Sea instead of venturing into the wilderness, promptly expressing her desire to withdraw. The individuals I am acquainted with in this place are predominantly listed among those targeted in the recent purge. Your presence here poses an unpredictable risk. After all, there are numerous offenders among the Night's Watch. Even this portly fellow, who struggles to run, is willing to venture forth. Should there truly be a wight, he would undoubtedly pursue Sam before turning his attention to you. As Green spoke, Soros chuckled and reassured, "Fear not, the Lord of Light shall safeguard us." At the moment the great wall's gates swung open, a chilling gust of snowy wind enveloped us, causing Margaery to hesitate once more. Green rode closer, whispering, "The dragon does not choose weaklings as companions. It will hoist the feeble to dizzying heights and then cast them down. If you cannot even endure this bit of cold, there is little point in your daily efforts to feed the dragon. Visenya and Rhaenys are warriors, yet here you are, faltering against the mere chill." Margaery, listening intently, tightened her fur cloak and urged her horse to follow. Upon noticing her compliance, Green produced a dragon crystal dagger and tossed it into her saddlebags. That night, the party camped at the ruins of White Tree Village, and on the following day, they resumed their march towards Castle Castor. The second night found them once more encamped within the haunted shadows of the Forest of Wraiths. In the dark of night, Margaery suddenly burst into Green's tent, prompting him to brandish his sword. Upon seeing this, Margaery hastily explained that she could not endure the lewd remarks of the Night's Watch in the adjacent tent, fearing they might engage in unruly behavior. She lamented that bringing her along had been a grave mistake, and thus began her incessant complaints. Seeing the dragon was the greatest blunder, Green interjected, "I long to behold the dragon. It was your dragon that emerged unbidden. I have promised not to divulge this. Yet you insist on keeping me here, forcing me into this wretched place," Margaery retorted loudly. Unable to contend with her, Green resorted to piling his leather cloak in the center as a makeshift barrier, attempting to sleep. On the following day, they set forth once more towards the fortress of Castor. Chapter 27. The fall of Castle Castor. Robb successfully lifted the siege of Winterfell after several days of support, and word arrived from King's Landing. Eddard's remains could be returned. Sansa was to wed Joffrey as his queen, and the north was to be divided. The lands west of the White Knife would be governed by House Stark, while those to the east would fall under House Bolton's rule, with no negotiations for independence. Storm's End capitulated under the siege of Jaime and the multitude of soldiers from Highgarden. The Vale rejected Stannis' goodwill, leaving Stannis pursued northward by Jaime. On the third day, the Night's Watch arrived at Castle Castor, where Old Bear arranged for the men to take turns on night watch, while also sending scouts to the ancestral peaks during the day to monitor the movements of wights and wildlings. A few nights later, the Night's Watch successfully spotted Castor emerging with an infant in his arms. Green, Jon, and Soros stealthily followed at a distance of 70 or 80 meters. They observed Castor placing the child upon a frost-covered ridge in the dense woods before turning back. Once Castor had departed, Green and the others scattered, lying low in the snow. After a quarter of an hour, the air turned frigid, and the winds intensified, swirling the snow around them. A shadowy figure, gaunt and emaciated, flickered in and out of sight amidst the storm. Soros could not help but rub his eyes, for he beheld a figure with a singular blue eye, long white hair, and a gaunt frame, moving stiffly toward the baby wailing in the snow. Manon tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger, while Jon anxiously pressed his lips together, observing the slowly advancing corpse. Green, noticing the approaching White Walker, felt a sense of relief for not being the first to crawl forward. This position shielded him from the gunfire of the marksman, compelling him to await Banyang's initial strike, while he hurriedly exchanged for a collector from the system and proceeded to enchant it. At that moment, the White Walker drew near to the infant, preparing to lift the child. From over 30 meters away, Banyong knocked an arrow and shot it at the creature's shoulder, yet it elicited no response. The White Walker, undeterred, seized the baby and began to flee. Green, witnessing this, promptly rose and fired several rounds with the collector, only to miss every shot. Jon and Soros, seeing the urgency, armed themselves and began to pursue frantically. Green could only teleport forward to maximize his distance before firing again. This time, the corpse fell to the ground with a cry of anguish, igniting in flames. Jon swiftly leaped forward to snatch the child, while Banyong took a closer look at this legendary being from the north. Its ashen body, exposed to the frigid landscape, remained largely intact, yet began to burn and dissolve into a puddle of water from the gunshot wound, subsequently freezing into ice shards upon contact with the snow. Soros inquired, "What is that you hold in your hand?" "A firearm, which propels shards of dragon crystal through the use of gunpowder," Green replied. "With such a weapon, why bother crafting a dagger? Simply forge firearms for the Night's Watch," Jon remarked while cradling the weeping infant. "I acquired this weapon during my last business venture in Essos, and I replaced the ammunition with fragments of dragon crystal. First, firearms are rare, and I am not skilled in their fabrication. Second, there is no logic in shattering dragon crystal solely to create bullets. A single dagger, when wielded adeptly, can slay a multitude of the undead, as you have witnessed. Even with so many shots fired, it took a considerable effort to bring down the corpse, and each shot expends a bit of dragon crystal. The corpse will not wait for you to retrieve the shattered crystals before launching its next assault," Green argued defensively. Jon remained silent, while Banyong interjected, suggesting they return to the wall to discuss matters further. Upon their return, Banyong and his companions met with Old Bear, recounting the events that transpired. Old Bear ordered several members of the Night's Watch to bind the sleeping Castor, who awoke in a flurry of curses, rousing the entire keep. Jon entrusted the infant to Castor's wife, at which point a ranger proposed severing Castor's tongue to prevent further disturbance. Subsequently, Banyong represented the group, detailing the incident, and agreed to send Castor's wives to the southern side of the wall the following day. Soros, witnessing the plight of his child being offered to the White Walker, felt a surge of frustration as he had crawled through the snow for what felt like an eternity, only to find Castor sleeping soundly and cursing. Seeking to experiment with the firearm, he requested the collector from Green and, under guidance, took several shots at the bound Castor. As the Night's Watch and Castor's wife discovered that Castor had breathed his last, they returned to their slumber. Benjen cremated Castor and, after assigning a portion of the rangers to keep watch, he too retired for the night. Green, deep in slumber, felt a presence stirring beside him, and upon awakening, he found Marjorie gazing at him. "What do you intend? Are you plotting to take my life?" Green inquired. Marjorie, caught off guard, halted her movements. "Could you grant me a few shots tomorrow? Do not overthink it. Should I kill you, I would scarcely survive the frosty night myself. Where did you acquire that weapon? Is it for sale?" She pressed, leaning closer. "It was procured from Essos. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Now, sleep," Green replied. After a considerable time, Marjorie persisted. "From where in Essos did you obtain it? Might you acquire one for me as well?" Yet, Green had already succumbed to sleep. Ever since Tyrion was usurped, he had befriended Bolland, who came to rescue King's Landing alongside Jaime and Podrick, who had saved his life during the Battle of Blackwater. The trio spent their days indulging in feasting and revelry. Following the betrayal of Bolton and Frey, Jaime pushed the front lines toward the area of Grey Castle. Stannis' stronghold at Harrenhal was gradually being dismantled by the mountain, forcing them back to the shores of Cape Wrath. The following day, within the walls of Castor's fortress, the leader of the Night's Watch and Green were engaged in earnest discussion. "It has been confirmed that we have encountered White Walkers. It would be prudent to capture a White to bring back to the wall, then present it to King's Landing. Otherwise, no one will believe us," Benjen proposed. Whites typically move under the command of White Walkers, often numbering in the thousands. "It is exceedingly rare to find a solitary White," Green countered. "What if we could locate a corpse, bind it with iron chains in the haunted forest, and wait for it to be transformed into a White before retrieving it?" Jon suggested with sudden inspiration. "That is indeed a clever plan, but we cannot ascertain whether the White Walkers possess intelligence. A trap could spell disaster." The Night's Watch member who was saved last time and subsequently turned into a White raises suspicion, regrettably. "The urgency of the situation left us only thinking of slaying the White Walkers," Benjen added. "Our primary concern must be the preservation of our living forces. If you could establish contact with the wildling tribes, it would be optimal to have them cross the wall and aid in its defense. Should internal conflicts within the Night's Watch be substantial, we could also gather the wildlings at Harrenhal. I can arrange for ships to transport them to Essos or Dragonstone." Though gaining their trust remains a considerable challenge after years of bloodshed, Green stated, "There may be an opportunity. especially if they are pressed too hard by the army of the dead, Sam remarked from a hidden corner. After much deliberation, no satisfactory conclusion was reached. Ultimately, Green was tasked with leading Soros, Marjorie, Sam, and over 30 Night's Watch members back to the wall, escorting Castor's wives. Meanwhile, Benjen, Old Bear, and Jon sought to establish communication with the wildlings while attempting to capture a solitary wight to bring back. Should the wildlings confirm their assistance, a raven would be dispatched to Dragonstone to arrange for their transportation. Chapter 28. The River of Blades. Jaime's defeat. Robb gazed upon the missive from King's Landing, fully aware of Tywin's strategy of division. The Bolton and Stark families had been the greatest adversaries since the Long Night. Some of the skins of Stark-esque lords still hung in the dungeons of the Dreadfort. During the invasion of the Undulls, the last Red King, Roger Bolton, had surrendered to House Stark, promising to forsake the gruesome tradition of flaying men alive. Yet, 3 centuries later, the Bolton family rose in rebellion once more. Harry and Stark besieged the Dreadfort for 2 full years, forcing the famished Boltons to capitulate and lower their banners once again. In turn, the Starks employed a strategy of division by establishing the town of Carhold on the lands once held by the Boltons, rewarding House Karstark for their role in quelling the rebellion. Now, the Boltons sought to reclaim their ancestral glory by aligning themselves with the Lannisters, hoping to restore their fortunes should the tides of battle turn in their favor. If the northern forces were to triumph and reach King's Landing, Robb might grant the Boltons their wish for a lordship. However, the northern army was currently ensnared, unable to breach the chokehold the Lannisters had around the neck. And the Starks found themselves devoid of allies, their prospects for revenge extinguished. The Starks remained the unacknowledged kings of the North, with only a handful of minor lords around the Dreadfort swaying towards the Bolton cause. Robb understood that the North had no external support. He had to either quell the Boltons or break the Lannister blockade. His last visit to the North had been to escort Eddard Stark to his appointment as Hand of the King, but now, circumstances had shifted, and he found himself intent on the annihilation of House Stark. Jaime, surveying the snow-capped peaks of the North, received a raven from the Dreadfort, offering 3,000 soldiers from House Bolton to join him in besieging Stannis. Upon completion of this endeavor, they hoped Jaime would assist them in attacking Winterfell. Jaime advanced his forces toward White Harbor, where Stannis had established his encampment, with over 25,000 troops at his disposal. The North was too weakened to contend with the Lannisters, and Jaime dismissed the Bolton supplications. Eliminating Stannis, the rebellious prince, was imperative. The fate of House Stark was merely a matter of his father's political ambitions, wholly irrelevant to him. As long as he had soldiers to command, he would engage in battle. Should there be no fight, he would return to King's Landing. Upon returning to the wall, Grenn resolved to take Sam to Dragonstone to study the notes of Maester Jane. For discovering a method to harness the power of the crystal would place him a significant leap ahead in the technological race of Westeros. Grenn continued to ponder the potential allies with sharper minds in the realm. Meanwhile, Sam had successfully forged a connection with Gilly, the daughter of House Caswell, compelling Grenn to include her in their journey. After a day of marching, Jaime set up camp within 30 miles of White Harbor. Vogoth, leading a contingent from the north, arrived at the camp. Jaime recalled Vogoth as the commander of the Brave Companions, who had previously collaborated with the Mountain to purge the mercenary leaders in Harrenhal and beyond. The Brave Companions, a mercenary band with a notorious reputation throughout the Seven Kingdoms, were often referred to as the Bloods of the Stage, comprised of criminals and exiles from all corners of the globe. The troops brought by the mercenaries employed by oneself were indeed the Bolton forces. Although Jaime did not encounter the leader of House Bolton, he was indifferent. A few expendable soldiers would suffice to send against Stannis the following day, carving out a position for them to occupy. The next day, Jaime continued to advance his encampment closer, prompting Stannis' scouts to inform him of the movement. Consequently, Stannis had no choice but to cross the River White Knife and destroy all nearby bridges, leading both sides to exchange arrows across the river before settling down to camp by its banks. On Jaime's side, the march proceeded entirely by land, with not a single ship in his ranks, whereas Stannis had managed to commandeer several vessels from the Stormlands and the Crownlands, including around 10 small ships and a few medium-sized galleys with 50 oars. At that moment, the Onion Knight retrieved something from the arrows shot from the Lannisters, bringing a note to Stannis. Upon reading it, Stannis instructed his soldiers to rest early in anticipation of the night's developments. As night fell, Jaime, still enveloped in slumber, was abruptly awakened by chaos. He had specifically assigned sentinels to monitor Stannis' movements, and as he grappled with confusion while hastily gathering his belongings, his cousin, Willem Lannister, rushed in to report that Bolton's forces had revolted, with Stannis and Robb advancing upon them. Jaime immediately donned his armor and commanded his guards to fetch his warhorse. Upon exiting the camp, he discovered that Stannis had already crossed the river and was engaging in combat with his forward post, while Stark's cavalry surged in from the north, wreaking havoc within the camp. Jaime had no choice but to gallop towards the King's Road in the west. After racing for several miles, he saw his camp engulfed in flames. And as his steed began to tire, he slowed his pace. At that moment, a wolf leapt from the woods, knocking Jaime from his horse. Just as he prepared to draw his sword against the oncoming direwolf, an arrow struck, pinning his left hand to the ground as soldiers swarmed around him. In the council chamber of King S Landing, Tywin clenched his fist over two letters from the north resting on the table, one from House Bolton and the other from House Frey. In Bolton's letter, he lamented that the 3,000 soldiers dispatched to support Jaime had dwindled to just over 1,000, besieged by Stannis' forces, and urged for reinforcements from King S Landing. The Frey letter conveyed the defeat of Jaime's northern army, with only approximately 4,000 remnants from the Westerlands returning after being supplied by Riverrun. It too called for military support, suggesting that northern forces might soon march south. Frey, while omitting the fact that half of his men had previously aligned with Robb to pillage the Westerlands, also claimed to have supported Jaime's northern venture amidst the countless casualties, stating that Riverrun was unable to defend itself. After contemplating for a moment, Tywin decided to write to the Mountain, stationed at Harrenhal, directing him to lead troops northward to secure the area around the Neck and Riverrun. He would also send additional reinforcements under the command of Ser Kevan. Subsequently, he penned a letter to the Vale, urging the already arrived Beric Dondarrion to expedite his marriage and consolidate the cavalry of the Vale for deployment. Meanwhile, after about a week's journey, Gendry returned to Dragonstone and began processing and consolidating news from the Seven Kingdoms. It was reported that Robb and Stannis had triumphed at the Battle of the White Knife, capturing Jaime and reversing the tide of their previous losses. The Iron Islands declared themselves kings, yet their enmity with the North deepened, a situation Tywin chose to disregard. Upon Green's return, Jan Delly approached him to recount recent events. The Iron Vault had delivered a shipment of golden dragons, and weapons were taken from the armory. The hunting dogs had also arrived at Dragonstone, assisting the dockworkers in exchanging cargo for provisions and wine. However, emissaries from King's Landing had come to demand repayment, asserting that Dragonstone owed the king 1 million golden dragons. Green pondered whether the contract had fallen into the hands of Joffrey or Cersei, for it clearly stipulated payment to Robert, who had long since passed, and the deadline was a year away. Where would he procure the funds? Chapter 29. Setting sail, Green decided to write a letter imploring Tyrion to delay his foolish nephew. Upon completing the missive, he felt a twinge of absurdity. Yet the raven must be sent. Marjorie was captivated by a smaller white dragon. Name, to be named species, dragon attribute, wind age, juvenile life, 18 attack power, 6 spell power, 5 physical resistance, 5 magical resistance, 12 after acquiring a token of Rhaenys for the young dragon. Jan Delly, noticing the attention directed toward the creatures, began to elaborate on them. The large yellow dragon was growing rapidly and had started to vex Jan Delly with its impatience for slow-roasted meat, opting instead to fish for itself in the sea and occasionally pilfering chickens and ducks from the pasture. The last time Jan Delly had seen it up close was just the day before, when it had flown off after being introduced to the white dragon, spending its days either soaring over the volcanic crater of Dragonstone or diving into the sea. Fortunately, Green had instructed it not to consume humans. In the chat box, Green called out to the large yellow dragon. Jan Delly expressed his admiration for the red dragon, which now resembled a goose in size and followed him incessantly. Jan Delly took it to the blacksmith's forge, where he discovered that the flames could indeed melt dragon glass. To confirm this was not a mere coincidence, he brought the dragon to the mining site, revealing that the red dragon could elevate the fire's temperature significantly. The blacksmiths returned to their work, occasionally feeding the dragon meat, and affectionately named it Flame Sweetheart. An elderly blacksmith, after completing his tasks, secretly offered the red dragon some wine. The first time it tasted alcohol, it bared its teeth and growled at the old man, but eventually, it joined in the revelry. I cannot imagine what it will be like when it grows. One gulp could be quite alarming, Jan Delly joyfully remarked. Green understood that the presence of dragons could no longer be concealed. Even if Jan Delly refrained from taking them out, with a few dragons of notable size, remnants of ash could be seen around the bay. Yet they could not be tethered. Before long, the large yellow dragon, slightly bigger than a horse, landed outside the stone drum tower, calling out. The feast had already reached several hundred layers, and while the health boost was modest, once the dragons grew larger, they would be capable of consuming sizable creatures in one bite, leading to a significant enhancement in their vitality. As Green descended into the Summoner's Canyon, he selected a large egg to incubate. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture to Essos, hoping to hire a few mercenaries. In the event that Joffrey In a moment of folly, sought to undermine him, he would be prepared. With Marjorie now within his grasp, he pondered whether the purple wedding would be affected. If Joffrey were to live a long life, he would share in the ensuing torment. Green paid a visit to the Hound, who lay sprawled on the deck of a ship at the docks, staring up at the sky. Upon noticing a shadow cast over him, he muttered, "I'm not moving. I'll wait until tomorrow when I'm hungry to decide. Stop lounging about. You are a fugitive now, and Dragonstone is hardly a refuge. I can offer you a free passage to Essos to evade the heat," Green replied. The Hound opened one eye to glance at him, then turned his back. "I'm not going. This place suits me just fine." "Very well. If you refuse, I will hire you as my guard. Accompany me to Essos, and you can return to your slumber upon our return. No need to toil as a fisherman any longer. We shall be back in less than 3 months," Green insisted. "Inform me when you leave. Don't obstruct me. I wish to continue my rest," the Hound retorted, shifting his head higher upon the deck. That night, Green contemplated in the stone drum tower, and the following morning summoned both Soros and the Hound, along with all the ships from Dragonstone. "What? I must go?" Marjorie exclaimed in shock. "No, I intend to remain here. I have no desire to accompany you anywhere. The north is cold enough as it is," Marjorie protested, stepping back and shaking her head. Observing her reaction, Green produced the collector, stating, "During this trip to Essos, I shall procure a firearm for you and inquire if there are any dragon eggs available for sale. This is all for your benefit. Take it and experience its use." After Marjorie accepted the weapon, she grasped it tightly and found a tree to fire a few shots. Once finished, she returned the collector, and Green instructed, "Once I change my attire, we shall set forth. Should anyone from King S Landing come seeking you, if they arrive with only one ship, dismiss them with wine and meat. If they bring a force, have them transport a small batch of refined equipment to the Smith S village, and ensure the dragon remains hidden." The fleets of Dragonstone sailed through the narrow sea, with Green having taken the Great Yellow along, a formidable force in its own right. The Hound and Soros, both inebriated, reveled on the deck. Tywin had received word that Jaime had been captured in battle and decided to send Varys north with Eddard's head to seek Stark's disposition. Observing Tyrion's inattentiveness during the council meeting, Tywin remarked, "If you find yourself idle, go to Dragonstone and press for repayment. The Iron Bank has already made several demands." Tyrion retorted, "When has Dragonstone ever owed me anything? Have they engaged in dealings with the Lannisters?" Tywin produced the contract he had seized from Eddard. Tyrion cast a cursory glance at it. This states that the debt is owed to King Robert, even if Green acknowledges King Joffrey. The time for fulfillment has yet to arrive. "How many men does Dragonstone command?" Tywin inquired. "Unheard of. It appears they have only a contingent of smiths," Tyrion replied. "To demand repayment is a dignified expression. The Iron Throne is firmly held by the Lannisters, and they must contribute, either by supplying weapons to the Lannister front lines or by providing gold dragons to the Iron Throne. Otherwise, King S Landing shall reclaim Dragonstone," Tywin threatened. "Yet he serves the Night's Watch to fend off the wights," Tyrion remarked. "Do you truly believe in such creatures? They merely exploit the convenient maritime trade from Dragonstone, and the Lannisters wish to partake in the spoils as well." "Very well, I shall depart tomorrow." Tyrion rose from his seat, contemplating a visit to see what that lad, Green, was up to lately. Green's best plan was still to purchase a batch of Unsullied, as their loyalty was not a concern. Moreover, his own weapons would enhance their capabilities. However, Green intended to make a detour to Pentos first. On the narrow sea, Green executed a monthly contract. "Congratulations. You have acquired a green item." Upon opening the skill package, the selection process commenced, locking in Sand Soldier Manifestation, My Flowing Secret, Mist Formation, Scourge Remedy, Light Bending Barrier, Valkyrie Dive. Let us discard the Akali Smoke Bomb and Light Bending Barrier. The selection concluded. "Congratulations, you have obtained Sand Soldier Manifestation." Sand Soldier Manifestation. Summon a Sand Soldier within a radius of 10 magical strength meters for a duration of 30 seconds. The Sand Soldier will attack enemies within a 5-meter radius of the designated target, delivering 1 strike per second. Each strike inflicts 10/30 magical strength damage and grants 50 attack speed for 5 seconds upon slaying an enemy, stacking up to 3 times. Storage count, 5. Summoning interval, 5 seconds. Recharge interval, 1 minute. Green loaded it into his skill slot, and after the cooldown, he proceeded to the stern of the ship to summon a sand being. A sand figure arose. Green touched it. It felt fluid, lacking solidity yet possessing a tactile sensation. With a mere thought, the Sand Soldier began to jab at the air. Chapter 30. Setting sail to. The fleet had barely traversed the narrow sea for a week when Green arrived in Pentos to meet Governor Illyrio Mopatis. "Sir Green, how have you been? It has been months since I last saw you." Illyrio approached and embraced Green, then led him towards the Great Hall. Are you prepared with gold dragons or perhaps dragon eggs? Green inquired. Haha, Sir Green, there is no need for such haste. We can discuss matters leisurely in the Great Hall, Illyrio chuckled. At that moment, Marjorie, having overheard, hurried over, entwining her arm with Green S and whispering. Is it for me, the dragon egg? Illyrio turned back, asking, and who is this lovely lady? She is my sister, Marjorie eagerly replied. It seems the entire family of Ser Chris is fond of dragon eggs. Illyrio remarked. Upon entering the hall, once Illyrio settled himself, Marjorie hastily asked, Governor, do you truly possess a dragon egg? May I inquire the name of this young lady? Illyrio inquired. Marjorie, she responded. Indeed. The urgency mirrored that of Sir Green's initial visit. Dragon eggs are indeed available, yet the price, rest assured, is not a concern. My brother will compensate you with a suitable sum. Might it be possible for my brother to engage in negotiations? Marjorie inquired. After a brief moment of hesitation, she fell silent. How many dragon eggs has the governor procured? Green asked. At that moment, Illyrio Mopatis gestured for a servant to retrieve a box from a side room. Upon opening it, they revealed a fabric adorned with the distinctive patterns of pintos, beneath which lay 2 dragon eggs. These 2 eggs were among the 3 that Princess Rhaenyra once brought to the port town of Seo, the 2 unhatched ones. She is the daughter of Prince Daemon Targaryen and Lena Velaryon, the twin sister of Baela. Rhaenyra was born in Pintos, and those who returned to the Vale with her to partake in the blood dragon dance were from Pintos as well. After Rhaenyra hatched her dragon, the Pintoshi took away the 2 unhatched dragon eggs. I unearthed this secret due to Lord Green's golden dragons. The governor truly possesses remarkable connections, having located 2 dragon eggs in just a few months, and the price remains unchanged. As Green approached to examine the eggs, Marjorie leaned forward in her seat. Lord Green, are you aware of the recent happenings on the continent of Essos? Illyrio Mopatis inquired. Do share, as news from Dragonstone is rather sparse given the narrow sea. The Targaryen girl has hatched 3 dragons. And then what? Green responded. Consequently, the value of dragon eggs on the continent of Essos has surged. I hope Lord Green might offer a bit more. Such would incentivize me to seek out additional dragon eggs, Illyrio Mopatis revealed with a slight smile. Green set down the dragon eggs, grasped Illyrio Mopatis' hand, and gestured discreetly, indicating that a slightly higher sum would be acceptable. It would be an honor. However, I presently lack sufficient weaponry production. I can only settle with golden dragons, Green replied. That is only natural. Last time, Lord Green permitted the settlement with Pintos grain. Illyrio Mopatis responded with a smile. Green exchanged 300,000 golden dragons from his treasury in the ship's hold, allowing the Pintoshi to tally the inventory before finalizing the transaction. After bidding farewell to Pintos, Green prepared to hasten to Astapor, aiming to secure the Unsullied before Daenerys could claim them. Might I receive one of those 2 dragon eggs? Tyrion will cover the cost of the egg and its hatching. Marjorie remarked. Indeed, you should promptly write to your grandmother to arrange for the golden dragons and grain to be transported to Dragonstone, Green replied. Is it true that the Targaryens have hatched colossal dragons? Marjorie questioned. What is so extraordinary about that? Did you not see my dragon? Green responded. However, once the colossal dragons mature, I am uncertain how to contend with them. The Targaryens possess 3, and you now have 3 as well. With the potential for more in the future, Marjorie lamented. Subjugation is all that is required. The 7 kingdoms have long been accustomed to submission, just as when Aegon arrived. Marjorie gazed at the vast, looming sun as it traversed the sky. Tyrion, accompanied by Podrick and Bronn, arrived at Dragonstone by boat. The blacksmith continued his work in the southern mountains, while a few fishing boats occasionally approached the dock. Prior to his arrival, Tyrion had received a letter from Green, indicating that this visit was intended as a leisurely excursion, with the added purpose of procuring some weaponry to bring back. When Janos saw that only 1 ship had arrived, belonging to the familiar Tyrion, he informed Green that he had set sail, and then, following Green's instructions, he entertained them briefly in the fishing village. Noticing Green's absence, Tyrion, along with Bronn and Podrick, strolled around for the afternoon before heading straight back to King's Landing. Tywin, seated in the Handess Tower, perused the correspondence from the north, where tensions remained unresolved. The severed head delivered by Varys had failed to produce any effect. After several days of attempting to seize the Terror stronghold, Stannis redirected his efforts to besiege Riverrun. The North had now proposed new conditions for the return of the Northern Territory beyond Riverrun, demanding recognition of their independence in exchange for Jaime's release. At that moment, Tyrion approached. I regret to inform you, my father, that Green has set sail and will not return for several months. He then took a seat. Tywin remained engrossed in thought, contemplating how to engage the Iron Islands, which had remained passive after witnessing a significant northern victory. You wear that badge rather well, It looks just as splendid as when it adorned my own person, Tyrion remarked. Eyeing the hand of the king emblem on Tywin's chest. Noticing Tywin's silence, Tyrion continued, Do you enjoy being hand? I once found great joy in it. Joy? You certainly found joy in bringing whores to the hand's bed, Tywin retorted. At that time, it was not your bed, Tyrion countered. I was dispatched to assist the king. I was granted power, yet you persist as ever, indulging in wine and revelry with thieves and mercenaries. Tywin looked up, fixing his gaze on Tyrion. What is it that you desire, Tyrion? Why does everyone assume I desire something? Can I not simply visit my dear father? Tyrion replied, feigning innocence. My beloved father seems to have forgotten to visit his wounded son on the battlefield. Master Pycelle assured me that your injuries were not fatal. It was I who won the Battle of Blackwater, while your grandson scurried into the city like a rat, and it was the dwarf who fought at the gates. My only reward afterward was to lick my scars in a dark room, with you asking what I wished for. You are a Lannister. Why should I require a bed of flowers and warm greetings for every wound I sustain in battle? Now that the North has won another victory, tell me. What is it that you truly want? I simply seek what I am entitled to. Jaime is a Kingsguard and cannot marry or bear children. The day he donned the white cloak, he relinquished his claim to Casterly Rock. I am your son, the legitimate heir, Tyrion declared with unwavering resolve. You wish for Casterly Rock? Tywin inquired. It is what I am owed, Tyrion affirmed. Based on your reputation, we will seek a suitable place for you as a reward for your victory in the Battle of the Blackwater. Of course, should the timing be appropriate. You may also be granted a title, land, or even a noble wife to better serve the Lannisters. Tywin rose. Yet, I would rather be consumed by maggots, eroded by time, than allow you to inherit Casterly Rock and sully the family's honor. Tywin glared at Tyrion. Why? Why? You dare to question? You brought death to your mother upon your arrival into this world. You are a twisted little monster harboring resentment, jealousy, greed, and deceit. I cannot prove your parentage. The laws of men grant you the right to inherit the name and glory of the family, a legacy handed down through generations of Lannisters. No one can compel me to turn Casterly Rock into your brothel. Leave. Do not bring up the subject of inheriting Casterly Rock again. Depart. Chapter 31. The Freeloader after a month at sea, passing through Volantis, the Smoking Sea, and the Slaver's Bay, we finally arrived at Astapor. Why must I learn Valyrian? Margaery complained. To hasten the end of this voyage and return to hatch your dragon, Lady Margaery, and you need only learn one phrase, Green replied. I want you to hatch my emerald egg as soon as we return. I've endured this for over a month, Margaery continued. Astapor is our final destination. Now you must alter your appearance, Green stated. Hey, don't touch my hair. Just bear with it. It's merely a change of color. Why must you dye my golden hair white? Margaery inquired. All for your child, Margaery. The dragon requires time to grow. And this journey is to ensure that its development is undisturbed, even preventing you from being compelled to surrender it, Green thought to himself while maintaining his charitable guise. Remember that phrase in Valyrian? Repeat it, and for the rest, speak as I have taught you. Margaery nodded. Green accompanied Margaery to meet the benevolent Master Krasny's Emon Naklas of Astapor. Margaery, following the prearranged plan, stepped forward and declared her intention to purchase all the Unsullied. The Master Esh translator, Missandei, conveyed the message, while Krasny's continued to speak in his crude manner. Margaery had only learned one phrase that she could not comprehend. But Green understood everything clearly. Margaery proceeded to inquire about the Unsullied as instructed. Ultimately, Margaery proposed to exchange the largest dragon for 8,000 Unsullied and 7,000 Unsullied trainees, along with the translator Missandei. The transaction was set for the following day at the slave market, where the dragon would be exchanged for the army. That evening, Green summoned the great yellow dragon and secured it with shackles. It had grown larger than a bull. Missandei observed a shift in the apparent master-servant relationship between the two. Initially, she thought the man was merely a guard of House Targaryen, but now they seemed more like kin. Once Margaery departed, Missandei approached Green, asking, Do you understand Valyrian? How can you tell? In the afternoon at the residence of the benevolent lord. The Targaryen maiden wore an expression of utter indifference while you felt as though your fists might shatter. You were aware of what the lord had uttered. That you refrained from displaying your emotions. It matters not. I shall surely acquire the army, Green declared. Isn't the horse lord to whom the Targaryen maiden was already deceased? What is your relation to her? Missandei inquired. Tomorrow, the answer shall be revealed. There is no need for such impatience. What you must do now is to rest peacefully and prepare for departure on the morrow, Miss Missandei. Green stated before taking his leave. The following day, in the slave market, rows of Unsullied stood in formation. Margaery walked ahead, followed closely by Missandei, while Green led the formidable horse, Drogon. In the center of the square sat several prominent lords. Upon hearing Drogon's distant cries, they rose to their feet. Margaery spoke. The dragon is yours. Green brought Drogon forward to Krasny's Imo Naklas, who felt an unsettling chill as he gazed upon the horse's steaming nostrils. Noticing this, Green took the Lord's hand and guided it to stroke Drogon's head. Once the dragon grows larger, it will be capable of carrying riders aloft. Its scales shall become impervious to weapons, Green proclaimed, with Missandei translating. Krasny's Imo Naklas caressed Drogon's head, feeling the powerful force radiating beneath his palm. A smile creeping across his face. The dragon can also unleash searing flames, making it an excellent asset for besieging cities. I can demonstrate, Missandei translated. As the lords turned their attention to Green, he instructed Drogon to unleash a blast skyward. Drogon, responding to the lord's caress, turned its head and, like a torrent of molten lava, spewed dragon fire into the air. The lords quickly gathered around, and Krasny's Imo Naklas, visibly delighted, nodded eagerly at one of the lords. Placing his hand once more upon the dragon's head, Green passed the shackles to Krasny's Imo Naklas, while the lord wielding the slave whip handed it to Margaery. In Valyrian, Margaery boldly declared, "Your master is him," as she passed the whip to Green. To their astonishment, they discovered that the task of the small soldier was to subdue the Unsullied. The small soldier's ability, amidst the chaos of battle. There exists a 20 chance to instantly slay basic soldiers of the enemy faction, with this effect capable of triggering once every 10 seconds. Upon a successful kill, it permanently enhances the 1,000 men effect for one tier, cumulative to a maximum of 10 tiers. The 1,000 men effect permanently increases combat prowess by 1 point, while the small soldier's slaying probability increases by 1. In Valyrian, Unsullied, exit the city. Green led the Unsullied out of Astapor, marching toward the bay where the fleet awaited, with Margaery and Missandei in tow. As the Unsullied approached the dock, 2 drunken men on the deck, hearing the ground tremble, rose for the first time like men to observe. Halfway through boarding the ship, Green suddenly noticed a shortage of vessels, and after consulting Missandei, he ordered the Unsullied to seize over 20 large trading ships belonging to the slave masters. Then, fully loaded, they made a hasty retreat. Margaery, meanwhile, washed her hair in the ship's cabin, restoring its golden hue. Green also summoned Big Yellow back through the chat box. "You are not Targaryens. From where do your dragons hail?" Missandei exclaimed. Margaery had previously assumed that Green had exchanged the largest dragon for an army to ensure the successful growth of the future dragons and had even implored him not to trade Big Yellow, suggesting instead a grain exchange with Highgarden. After washing her hair and gazing at Big Yellow soaring above the fleet, she felt relieved that she hadn't made a trade with Highgarden, but she couldn't help but regret handing over the whip. She began to worry about how her own dragon would respond to her once it hatched. Green also drew his monthly card, congratulating himself on obtaining a blue item. Upon opening a random ultimate package, he secured Petrifying Gaze, Scientific Hellfire Cannon, Spectral Shadows, Void Assault, and Strangling Vines. He discarded the Mantis and Petrifying options, ultimately congratulating himself on acquiring the Scientific Hellfire Cannon. This cannon allows one to launch explosives into a targeted area, inflicting 80/100 magic damage within a radius determined by magic strength. It requires recharging from the Hextech shop, with a recharge time of 5 minutes. Green pondered whether Zig's ultimate could be mounted on a dragon. That evening, Green lay bare-chested on the ship's cabin couch when Margaery entered. Green looked at her as she approached and kissed him for a moment. "You trickster, I want your solemn promise to help me hatch a dragon. Don't deceive me as you did with the army, swindling Highgarden's grain and wealth. Will you promise me this?" Green regarded Margaery. "Do you still wish to be queen?" After a moment of contemplation, Margaery dashed out. Chapter 32, The Journey Home. In the interim of his voyage, Green took the opportunity to survey the entire Unsullied army, dividing the 8,000 Unsullied into 4 battalions: 1st Assault Battalion, Eagle's Wing Battalion, Vanguard Battalion, and the Imperial Guard Battalion. He appointed a commander for each, selecting those with exceptional leadership and combat prowess. He designated an individual with a commanding score just above 80 as the commander of the Dragonstone Legion. Name, Grey Worm title. Commander of the Dragonstone Legion leadership, 94 combat power, 86 intelligence, 76 health, 117. He then selected the top 300 Unsullied trainees with the highest combat strength to serve as personal assassins, while assigning 2,700 as the Featherwood Army for duty at Dragonstone. The highest-ranking commander was appointed for the garrison. The remaining 4,000 were organized into the Tiger Guard, trained as substitutes for the first 4 battalions. Green intended to return and recruit more blacksmiths to diversify the Unsullied's equipment. The personal assassins would be outfitted with longswords and daggers, complemented by enhanced armor. He planned to equip each soldier with a Doran shield upon completion of the Iron Bank transaction. The vanguard would adopt chainmail and long spears for close combat. The first assault would shift to heavy armor and round shields with short swords. The Eagle's Wing would transition to crossbows and leather armor with short daggers. And the Imperial Guard would procure steeds, transforming into heavy cavalry. The trainees shall maintain the status quo for the time being, while endeavoring to impart to the commander of the purists and the four captains some classic military strategies and the principles of coordinated combat from past eras, aiming to instill a touch of cunning within the purists. It is evident that real combat experience is something that Green cannot provide, as he lacks it himself. Marjorie has refrained from initiating conversation with Green over the past few days, with the two inebriates continuing to make the deck their home. Only the Hound exhibited a slight reaction as it approached the great yellow dragon, wary of its movements. Marjorie, I did not intend to deceive you. Once a dragon hatches, it is inherently bound to its incubator. Thus, in the dragon's perception, the incubator is akin to a parental figure, an irreplaceable priority in its mind. Therefore, I cannot present you with a genuine dragon, Green explained to Marjorie. She turned to him in silence. Once we return to Dragonstone, I shall permit your departure, Green conceded. Marjorie approached him. You possess 10 dragons and an army. Do you not wish to accomplish something? Am I beautiful? She asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. Beautiful, he replied. Then may I wager on you? Use your dragons to conquer Westeros, and allow me to become your queen, Marjorie suggested. It appears that dragons require a considerable amount of time to mature. There is no need for such haste in your wager. Furthermore, the Targaryens of Essos, the Wights beyond the wall, and the Lannisters of King's Landing are all unpredictable variables, Green cautioned. You are overly rational, or perhaps simply ignorant. I shall remain on Dragonstone, but you must not further restrict my correspondence or personal freedom. This is my right. The Reach can still engage in arms trade using the dragon eggs and food we have procured, she asserted. Most honored. King's Landing has yet to respond to the North's conditions, prompting Robb and Stannis to form an alliance. Stannis has agreed to recognize the independence of the North upon ascending the throne, permitting the North to govern the Riverlands and the Iron Islands. Robb instructed the Stark and Amber families of Casterly Rock and Last Hearth to continue besieging the now defenseless Terror-Eshold, while he and Stannis would attack Riverrun. After several days of engagement, the forces of the Mountain and the North's coalition found themselves in a stalemate, each side experiencing victories and defeats. Von K had initially planned to provide direct support to the Mountain, but was hindered by guerrilla attacks from the Tully family near the running river. The Mountain had previously ravaged the area around Harrenhal, and the Brotherhood without banners had emerged to disrupt the Lannister garrison, forcing K to focus on quelling the insurrection in the Riverlands. Although Beric was compelled to marry Lisa under Tywin's orders, he too delayed sending troops. As the Vale preferred neutrality, and the current situation remained uncertain, Tywin prepared to write to King Balon, suggesting that Joffrey take Asha from the Iron Islands, thereby inciting further raids on the north to alleviate the conflict. Varys discreetly informed Joffrey of this plan. You want me to take a pirate in his 30s? On what grounds? I am the king. No one can command me. The Ironborn had forsaken their loyalty in their teenage years, if only the esteemed prime minister. My dear grandfather, willingly I shall arrange a marriage for you, allowing you to wed the salty fishwife of the Iron Islands, granting my dear grandfather the chance to relish his twilight years, perhaps even siring an heir to extinguish my diminutive uncle's aspirations of inheritance. Joffrey bellowed angrily from atop the council table. I am most eager, your majesty, should I be able to secure victory in your wars, Tywin remarked. My father won the true war. He slayed Prince Rhaegar, while you were still cowering in Casterly Rock, Joffrey retorted. Cersei gazed at her oblivious child, while a flicker of anticipation danced across Tyrion's face. Varys hastily lowered his head, for he faced Tywin, while Maester Pycelle appeared utterly perplexed. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Joffrey, observing Tywin's unwavering stare, ceased his gesticulations and lowered his voice. The king is fatigued. Escort him back to his chambers, Tywin commanded, his gaze lethal. Cersei promptly ushered Joffrey away. Maester Pycelle, upon receiving a response from the Iron Islands, informed King's Landing that the prince shall take Asha of the Iron Islands as his queen, Tywin instructed. After receiving Tywin's missive, King Balon replied, maintaining his terms, he would claim as much land in the north as he conquered, and upon vanquishing the north, would offer Asha in marriage, while urging Tywin to seek opportunities for battle, allowing the Iron Islands to act accordingly. The Night's Watch encountered a gathering of over 100 wights near the First Men's Fist, initially with their numbers bolstered by the Rangers. They managed to capture one wight, but upon the death of the leading White Walker at Jon's hand, all the wights crumbled into bones and lifeless bodies. Witnessing this, the Night's Watch could only burn the remains. During this period, they had also captured several wildling tongues to relay messages, revealing that the food supplies at Castle Black were nearly depleted. prompting the Night's Watch to prepare for their return. Robb was attending to military affairs when a message arrived from the north. Arya was missing, along with 3 notorious prisoners being escorted by the Night's Watch recruiter, Euron, to the Wall. Observing Kevin's exhaustion in the Riverlands, Tywin was dissatisfied with the meager provisions delivered by Highgarden. He sought to marry Cersei to Loras Tyrell, Marjorie's disabled brother, to secure Highgarden's involvement and send troops north to join the fray in the north. Lady Olenna refused, leading Tywin to summon Mace Tyrell, Marjorie's father, to King's Landing to assume the role of Master of Ships, plotting slowly but surely. After approximately a month at sea, Garland returned to Dragonstone with over 50 ships and 15,000 soldiers, embarking on a mission to import timber and raw iron around the Crownlands, including parts of the Reach and Stormlands, to establish barracks for the Dragonstone Legion. Subsequently, they aimed to reform their equipment and recruit additional blacksmiths to expedite the process. Chapter 33. The Rumors of Dragons. Upon returning to Dragonstone, Garland infused the crystal with 700,000 golden dragons worth of magic, placing upon it the green dragon egg obtained from Essos, along with another. The peacock green, akin to porcelain glaze, egg that had been set outside had hatched into a young dragon, bringing the total count to 4 dragons of varying sizes on Dragonstone, along with 4 awaiting eggs, and 2 requiring ignition of dragon souls. The earliest great yellow sea creatures, having spent 2 months at sea, have grown to a size comparable to that of elephants. The little red one resembles a foal, while the white dragon is akin to a dog in stature. The peacock green fourth one is similar in size to a goose. Marguerite's request compelled Green to first nurture the emerald green creature, albeit with an additional week's wait. Sam, have there been any breakthroughs? Green inquired upon arriving at Sam's residence in the Sea Dragon Tower. The notes recorded intricate details about harnessing the energy and properties of hex crystals through various metallic materials, and the need to etch appropriate patterns to guide and release hex energy. Unfortunately, Dragonstone Island lacks an abundance of diverse metals, compelling me to rely solely on copper and iron to fabricate the aforementioned power loaders. However, I have gained some understanding. I have learned that one can actively create lightning. According to my notes, by crafting a curved coil matrix and incorporating magnets at both ends, a magnetic energy device can be formed. Subsequently, by constructing a primary hex power loader to propel the matrix in a manner akin to a wheel, lightning can be directed using 2 metal wires. Furthermore, by adjusting the release speed and magnitude of the power loader and the curvature of the coil matrix, one can control the intensity of the lightning, Sam explained. Very well. Let us set aside the matter of lightning for now. Allow me to see your power device, Green responded. Over the past 2 months, I have manufactured quite a few power devices. They are relatively simple to create. One merely requires patience and meticulousness when etching the patterns, Sam said as he rose and began rummaging through a cabinet. This is a small rotary power device, and this one is a compact jet propulsion device. Unfortunately, Dragonstone Island is severely resource depleted, and I am unable to find additional materials that could amplify capabilities or provide enhancements. This is merely an introductory guide. While Dragonstone Island is lacking, I know that the 7 kingdoms have what is needed. As for the other thicker tomes, I am at a loss regarding the materials they propose, Sam lamented. Sam, what does lightning bring? Green queried. Light, heat, fire, damage, Sam replied uncertainly. We must find a way to stabilize its light. Then candles will no longer be necessary in the dark, Green suggested. I will provide you with a substantial sum. Choose a ship from the northwest and procure any materials that are lacking, Green declared. Bidding farewell to Sam, Green gazed at the 2 small loaders in his hands. One resembled a miniature motor, while the other appeared akin to a blower. They were functional, albeit lacking in power. Green had already halted the Dragon Crystal project on Dragonstone Island, having spent approximately 6 months on its development. Although initial progress had been sluggish, production had significantly increased during his recent months away, now sufficient to arm numerous night watchmen. Green instructed the newly recruited blacksmiths to collaborate with the previous ones to expedite the preparation of the Dragonstone Island Legion's equipment. The Tiger Guard was also engaged in continuous training on Dragonstone Island, yet they were in dire need of horses to equip the elite guard. Thus, Green resolved to seek a suitable time to import some horses. Queen Thorne received the first genuine letter from her granddaughter, noting that Dragonstone Island was not only fortified with troops, but also nurturing several dragons. She began to reassess the necessity of her alliance with the Lannisters. At the Royal Assembly, upon returning to King's Landing, Baelish spoke. My Lord Prime Minister, the Targaryens of Essos have hatched 3 dragons, acquired all the Unsullied, and also secured over 100,000 Dothraki cavalry. It appears your task is to persuade the Vale to send troops, Lord Baelish. Tywin remarked. I apologize. My Lord Prime Minister. The Earl of Royce from the Vale has always held me in contempt. Although he has wed Lisa, Royce is the true power in the Vale. And he shares old ties with the North. Lisa is also the sister of Lady Catelyn from the North, making it quite impractical to convince them to mobilize. Baelish responded. Dragons! The Targaryens have truly hatched dragons! Tyrion exclaimed with envy. The news is indeed true, my lord Tyrion. The Targaryens have lured away all the Unsullied from Astapor with their dragons. It is rumored that one of the dragons has grown over 10 meters long. Its scales have hardened, and its fire can scorch stone. The captains trading saffron between Astapor and Westeros have gone mad with the news. Baelish informed. It seems that the common folk in King's Landing are also claiming to have seen dragons flying over the waters of the Whispering Bay. Varys added. Perhaps I should shift my attention from the ground to the skies, Tyrion quipped. Let us set the Targaryens aside for now. The situation in the north is pressing. Highgarden and Dorne will not engage unless provoked, and the Iron Islands will only act if they see an opportunity. If the Lannisters do not take action, they will be trapped in the neck for eternity. Tywin surveyed those present. If we could launch a surprise attack along the northern coast, we might even seize Winterfell. Varys suggested. The Iron Islands will not initiate hostilities, and the Lannisters lack ships. The last of them were seized and burned by Euron Greyjoy. Tyrion replied. Dragonstone possesses ships. My Lord Prime Minister. Baelish interjected. Tywin pondered for a moment, considering Tyrion's proposal to have the Earl of Dragonstone send ships to the Blackwater of King's Landing. Why not send Lord Baelish? He proposed the idea, and the imp would not dare claim credit. Tyrion glanced at Tywin. Lord Baelish, you shall journey to Dragonstone and barter with the Earl to reclaim the ships. Once the war is concluded, they shall remain the property of Dragonstone. Tywin decreed. With the utmost pleasure. Where's Jon? Has anyone seen Jon? Ser Benjen shouted at the returning rangers from the Black Castle. We encountered a wildling party. A few of the resisting wildlings were slain, and we captured a female wildling. Jon was with her, but we became separated. The lead ranger dismounted swiftly, making his way towards Benjen. You did not search for him? You abandoned your brother and returned. Benjen scrutinized the ranger as he approached. We scoured a 5-kilometer radius from the point where we got separated, but there was no sign of Jon. The ranger explained. How did your mission fare? We managed to capture 4 or 5 wildling parties. As long as they were not fiercely resisting, we provided them food to return and spread the word, urging them to gather near Hardhome. Very well, I shall find the time to visit Dragonstone, should the conditions permit. I could send a shipment of dragonglass weapons to the free folk. Persuasion through capturing the wildlings has proven ineffective. Perhaps a confrontation with the wights may alter their disposition. As Banyong spoke, he could not help but worry about the missing Jon. Chapter 34. Engagement, my Lord Green. I bear good news. The king has decided to bestow upon you the title of Earl of Dragonstone, said Barrys, bowing respectfully. Is this the will of his grace Joffrey, or that of Prime Minister Tywin? Green inquired. Indeed, it is the wise Tywin's intent. He hopes you will lend your ships to the Lannister soldiers in their efforts to quell the North, with the promise of their return to Dragonstone post-conflict. However, given the appearance of your forces, it seems you could engage directly and sweep through the North. Forgive my impertinence, but from whence do your troops originate? Varys replied. The offer is somewhat lacking. Furthermore, I have no desire to involve myself in the conflict between the Lannisters and the North. A portion of my ships must support the Night's Watch. Another part is designated for trade with Bravos, and yet another is needed for timber and iron mining for construction. Why does Master Barrys not persuade the Vale? Their cavalry could alter the tide of battle in an instant, Green suggested. You overestimate my influence. As I mentioned during our last meeting, my fief consists solely of a small island. And my childhood acquaintance with Lisa does not suffice to sway the Vale to fight for the Lannisters, Barrys responded, spreading his hands in resignation. Someone once said that chaos is a ladder. Though Robb of the North has claimed a victory, the North remains at a disadvantage. Why does Master Barrys not incite the Vale to march against the Lannisters? Green pressed. Do not jest, my lord. I am steadfastly loyal to the Lannisters, Barrys replied. Then return to Prime Minister Tywin and inform him that Dragonstone is bustling with business and does not have surplus ships to offer for the war against King's Landing. Green concluded. I shall convey your message faithfully, my lord. I take my leave now. Additionally, the Prime Minister inquired whether Dragonstone continues to fulfill its obligations to the throne. Barry said, regarding Green closely. What obligations? I have only fulfilled my promises to King Robert. Moreover, the lineage of the king upon the throne is well known. And I have consistently borne the responsibility of supporting the Night's Watch, Green asserted. In the Council Hall of King's Landing, Tywin remarked. He refuses to meet his obligations and will not share the burden with the crown. Therefore, I shall dispatch the King's Guard to reclaim the ships that rightfully belong to King's Landing. Furthermore, Dragonstone has no need for a baron. Let him return to King's Landing and resume his work as a blacksmith. Prime Minister, I must caution you. Dragonstone has thousands of soldiers, adequately equipped with weapons. It may prove quite challenging for mere guards to retrieve the fleet, Barry's warned. From whence do these soldiers hail? Tywin inquired. He did not disclose the source. But it is likely a mercenary company from Essos employed to safeguard trade routes, Barry speculated. Sir Malantau will lead 5,000 guards to Dragonstone to reclaim the ships belonging to King's Landing, and to retrieve that blacksmith as well, Tywin declared. As the King's Guard strode forth, prepared to take action towards Dragonstone. Tyrion, you are well aware of the responsibilities that accompany the Lannister name. Once you have secured the return of our man, kindly persuade him to serve the crown, should there be no favorable news. You shall personally escort him to meet the Seven. With that, Tywin rose and departed. Robb, by orchestrating disturbances at the supply lines of the Lannisters from the seat of Riverrun, found himself in a stalemate for approximately a month. Ultimately retreating to Salt Pans and relinquishing the northern region of the Riverlands. He joined forces with the men of Catelyn at the confluence of the Trident, preparing defenses along the King's Road. In the face of the encirclement by Robb, Stannis, and the forces at Riverrun, Harrenhal capitulated once more. After seizing fishing and merchant vessels in King's Landing, Meryn Trant sailed through the Blackwater, arriving at Driftmark after 2 days to rest and prepare for the next day's landing at Dragonstone. My lord. A considerable fleet of fishing and merchant vessels approaches from the direction of Driftmark, reported Grey Worm to the battling Ser Gregor, guided by Grey Worm. Gregor arrived at the western shore, where from a distance, the bay resembled a pot of dumplings with various small boats bobbing on the water. As they drew closer, he discerned soldiers clad in red cloaks and bronze armor, bearing the unmistakable insignia of House Lannister. Grey Worm, do you recall my teachings on the Narrow Sea? This may very well be our first practical application, he remarked, prompting Grey Worm to begin issuing orders to the 4 captains. My lord, what is your business? Gregor inquired as Meryn Trant disembarked from the dock. Surveying the Dragonstone garrison, which comprised only around 300 men, Meryn declared, by order of the Prime Minister. All vessels from Dragonstone are to be seized, and you shall return to King's Landing. And what of the compensation for the use of my ships? Gregor countered. The reward for your return to King's Landing is a matter to be discussed with the Prime Minister, Meryn replied, signaling the surrounding soldiers to advance into the harbor and prepare their ships. He drew his sword, leading his men into confrontation. Gregor fired at the soldiers beside Meryn Trant. The sound resonated as Lannister soldiers began to scream. Meryn raised his sword defensively, with his soldiers raising their shields in response. Gregor continued firing at the shielded line, the wooden barriers merely slowing the impact of his shots, leaving thumb-sized holes in the shields. Several soldiers fell, moaning in agony. Archers, prepare. Fire. Meryn commanded urgently. Quickly seize the vessels. Do not linger in combat. Shield bearers, defend. He shouted. Under the cover of his close protectors, Gregor continued to unleash fire upon the Lannister soldiers, blocking their advance. More troops from Dragonstone surged forth from the alleys of the docks and aboard the warships, assailing the Lannister forces. After several rounds, seeing their defenses ineffective, Lannister soldiers charged forward, brandishing their weapons for close combat. Gregor, switching to his fated weapon, fired twice more, then aimed at the advancing soldiers. Meryn, observing Dragonstone's troops wielding unfamiliar bows and even launching explosive wildfire, realized that their intelligence had been gravely mistaken. They were not mercenaries, but professional soldiers, and there were clearly more of them than his own men. Close ranks, retreat. Retreat. Meryn shouted in desperation. The soldiers of Green's army were relentlessly triggering the sacrificial device. After more than 10 minutes of combat, the Lannister soldiers found themselves cornered by the river, unable to retreat. Sir Marlon, do you have anything to say? Green stepped out from the ranks. Surrounded by the numerous legions of Dragonstone, Marlon Trelane spoke. What you possess was forged by you. No, it was acquired through maritime trade, Green replied. You rely on magic to gain the upper hand, Marlon Trelane shouted. It is not magic. It is akin to using a tube to launch explosive wildfire, producing an effect similar to that of a rocket. As he spoke, Green took a few steps forward, scrutinizing Marlon Trelane. Name, Marlon Trelane. Title, Iron Guard of the Imperial Forest Leadership, 76 Strength, 86 Intelligence, 69 Health Points, 98. 114. Having fully stacked the sacrificial device, his base strength had reached 65. With the enhancements from the items, Yomu's Ghost Blade, Blade of the Ruined King, and the Collector, his strength surged to 84. Coupled with the health from the Berserkers and the damage reduction from the Steel Apps, along with the benefits of the Conqueror Rune, he felt emboldened. Green then stowed the Collector, drawing forth Yomu's Ghost Blade and Blade of the Ruined King, equipping them along with the red set. Sir Marlon, let us engage in a duel. If you win, You and your men may depart. If you lose, you shall submit to my will, Green declared, brandishing the blade of the ruined king and Yomu's ghost blade as he advanced. Marlon, witnessing the despondence of his surrounding soldiers, resolved to take a chance. Drawing his broadsword and stepping forward. As Marlon prepared himself, Green charged at him with a decisive strike, executing a dustless thought-severing slash. Marlon raised his massive sword in defense, but the force of the attack was overwhelming. Although he braced himself with all his might, he was pushed back a step. A gash appearing on his sleeve, Green swiftly spun around, launching a flurry of strikes. Marlon, realizing he had to abandon his frontline defense, resorted to a chaotic offensive style. Yet, recalling the earlier encounter where he had sustained a wrist injury, he remained cautious, countering Green's onslaught. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Marlon noticed that Green's strength seemed to grow, while his own movements became increasingly clumsy and sluggish, as if he were aging before his own eyes. Could it be that this man possessed not only exceptional forging skills but also strength rivaling that of Jaime Lannister, hidden beneath the guise? As the duel progressed, Marlon's anxiety deepened, and he bore several new wounds. After engaging in combat for 7 or 8 exchanges, Marlon, weakened from blood loss, found his sword knocked from his grasp. Green, wielding dual blades, continued his assault without losing momentum, striking Marlon in the chest. A metallic scent of ferric oxide filled the air as Marlon gasped for breath. His life slipping away. With around 3,000 soldiers remaining, some surrendering and others injured, Green assigned the Grey Worms to divide them. The 1,000 strongest were sent to the Tiger Guard camp, while the uninjured but weaker were shackled and sent to the blacksmith village for labor. Observing the injured contingent of about 100 from Dragonstone and the 700 or 800 Lannisters, Green realized he had overlooked the issue of medical logistics. He could only load the healer's supplies and proceed to the barracks, assuming the role of a healer to tend to the wounded Dragonstone soldiers. After some deliberation, Green concluded that it would be prudent to hire some scholars from outside to assist with logistical medical needs. Chapter 35, Melisandre's visit. Has Marintolin not returned with the ship? Tywin inquired. My little bird has a father who is a blacksmith from Dragonstone, Varys replied. Green possesses dragons, possibly remnants of House Targaryen. You must reassess our relationship with Dragonstone. Dragons? How many? Tyrion asked. There should be 2, one yellow, akin to the elephants of Essos, and another red, comparable to the horses of the Unsullied, Varys responded. Oh, the age of dragons has returned. The Targaryens once had 5 dragons. In his time, Aegon conquered the 7 kingdoms with 3. Now, with 2 more, the saying about blood and fire holds true. No wonder Green is adept at forging iron, Tyrion mused dreamily. Tyrion, do not forget your surname. Dorne once felled a great dragon with a massive crossbow. The Lannisters are equally capable, and besides, the dragons are not yet fully grown. Cersei fixed her gaze on Tyrion. Can dragons ensure that 5,000 men do not have a single messenger? Tywin remarked. My lord, previously, the late King Robert dispatched Jorah Mormont to infiltrate the Targaryens. He reported that Daenerys has only 2,000 Unsullied and Dothraki cavalry, lacking the Unsullied. It now appears that Dragonstone has acquired all the Unsullied, Varys added. How many are there? 8,000 completed Unsullied and 7,000 in training, Varys replied. Dragonstone possesses such wealth. It must be a ruse. He proposed exchanging dragons and then absconded with the Unsullied, allowing the dragons to fly away, even accompanied by a Targaryen girl, Varys continued. Thus, the situation in the north remains unchanged, and we must contend with the threat from Dragonstone? Tywin stated. My lord, you could send Lord Tyrion to mend relations with Dragonstone. Once the northern conflict is resolved, we can address Dragonstone, Baelish suggested. Did you not witness any dragons or Unsullied forces during your last visit to Dragonstone? Varys inquired. Even allies cannot reveal their armies and trump cards. Since when has Dragonstone's relationship with King's Landing surpassed that of an ally? Baelish retorted. Can Highgarden send troops? Once we conquer Dragonstone, I will arrange for Joffrey to wed your daughter, Marjorie. Tywin regarded the newly appointed master of ships, Mace Tyrell. My lord. My mother would likely object. Highgarden merely supplies grain to King's Landing. Mace Tyrell recognized his lack of authority, knowing such inquiries would only earn him a reprimand. After all, the true power in House Tyrell lay with his mother, who understood the dragon's worth, thus arranging Marjorie's betrothal to Dragonstone. Ensuring his presence in King's Landing to maintain the alliance with the Lannisters. King's Landing could not provide ships or troops to cleanse Dragonstone. Tyrion, you should journey to Dragonstone. Grant him the title of Earl and shift the matters of Marintolin to Joffrey. It is not the Lannisters' intention, Tywin asserted. It seems rather hasty. May the Seven protect us that the dwarf-esque connections do not lead to our demise in the belly of a dragon. Tyrion lamented. My lord, a red-robed sorceress has come seeking to take away Gendry, but she has been halted. The red-robed which wishes to meet you. Green had just finished reading the letter from the Night S Watch at Dragonstone, reporting the disappearance of Jon and the wildling when soldiers arrived. Bring her to the Stone Drum Tower. Green felt that Melisandre might be plotting something with Gendry once more. Shortly thereafter, the sworn brothers of the Kingsguard brought forth Melisandre. Name, Melisandre. Title, the Red Woman. Leadership, 60 strength, 51 intelligence, 87 magic power, 78 armor, 0 magic resistance, 25 health, 27. Gaining clues about the transcendent runes from Melisandre. Detecting that the task for Melisandre's transcendent runes is being issued. Task Path 1. Gain Melisandre's allegiance. Task Path 2. Extract the transcendent runes from Melisandre upon her demise, limited to 24 hours. The Lord of Light has brought me here to end the war. And I require your little blacksmith, my lord, Melisandre stated. Why seek to halt the war? Priestess, is not your king immersed in it? Green retorted. The prophecy of the Lord of Light foretells that after the long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and a cold darkness will shroud the world. In this terrifying hour, a warrior shall draw forth the burning sword from the flames. That sword is the Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. He who wields it shall be Azor Ahai reborn. And he will banish the darkness. That warrior is Stannis. Melisandre proclaimed fervently. In the war? With Stannis' 5,000 men? Or by your burning of a few? Green scoffed. I merely follow the guidance of the Lord of Light. Melisandre asserted. Under the guidance of the Lord of Light, Stannis slew his own brother. Under the guidance of the Lord of Light, the Battle of Blackwater claimed his entire army. The Lord of Light seems to stand opposed to your chosen deity, Green observed. Gazing at Melisandre, Renly sought to usurp power. He deserved his fate. I was not present at the Battle of Blackwater. Otherwise, Stannis would not have faltered, Melisandre declared, indignant. Listen, sorceress, I do not know what your Lord of Light truly guides. But my blacksmith Gendry has tirelessly forged a dragonglass dagger for nearly half a year to combat the Long Night and the White Walkers. He has crafted no less than 100 dragonglass weapons, diligently pouring forth his sweat without asking for anything in return, contributing what one ought to for the Long Night. I shall not sacrifice anyone for the so-called Lord of Light you speak of, least of all him. If Stannis, whom you proclaim to be the true god, were indeed so, he should be at the wall, not seizing the throne, Green stated firmly. Only by ascending the throne can one lead humanity against the Long Night. Melisandre insisted. If a man murders his kin and is willing to sacrifice innocence for the throne, what difference is there between him and the wights of the Long Night? Shall people submit to a soulless wight to combat the wights beyond the wall? I shall not burn the blacksmith, nor shall I sacrifice his life, Melisandre replied resolutely. What relevance does that bear on me? Either you permit Stannis to seize Dragonstone and take away Gendry, or withstand my sand soldiers' assault. As he spoke, Green swiftly exchanged for a Doombringer hat, summoning 4 sand soldiers to encircle Melisandre. You wield magic. Melisandre gazed intently at Green. I possess a modicum of understanding. Defeating the sand soldiers will allow me to take Gendry. No sooner had Green finished speaking than the 4 sand soldiers aimed their long spears at Melisandre. I concede. Melisandre exclaimed. Your magic is truly remarkable. I cannot sense any magical fluctuations, yet you can condense grains of sand into lethal warriors. And my flames have no effect on them, she added. Forgive my intrusion, my lord. After a brief laugh, Melisandre exited. Green had intended to make a move, but he hesitated, uncertain whether the Red Woman had any hidden cards or curses. Having dismissed Melisandre, Green prepared to journey to the wall, for according to the narrative, Jon had already infiltrated the wildlings. He hoped to recruit some wildlings for his cause, for giants were indeed real, and dragons were akin to fire-breathing aircraft. Equip the giants well, and they could be compared to armored vehicles. After assigning Grey Worm to oversee the defense of Dragonstone and Missandei to manage finances and internal affairs, Green resolved to take 300 Unsullied, along with provisions and dragonglass, on his expedition to the wall. Chapter 36. A duel visit. The day following Green's departure, a fleet appeared upon the waters of the Whispering Bay. Lady Margaery, your grandmother has come to see you. Missandei called to Margaery in the side chamber of the Stone Drum Tower. Margaery hurried to the dock, where she spotted her grandmother, Olenna, approaching with vigor. She rushed forward to kiss her grandmother. Margaery, accompany me for a stroll. Let us take in the sights of Dragonstone, Olenna suggested, casting a glance at Margaery. Missandei, you need not follow. Go about your duties. I shall walk with my grandmother, Margaery instructed her companion. After walking for a while, having distanced themselves from the guards, Olenna inquired, where are the dragons? Take me to see them. Margaery linked arms with her grandmother as they made their way toward the Stone Drum Tower. Dismissing the guards upon their entry, come here, White. Margaery called out to the white dragon perched on the rooftop, and she also retrieved the smallest dragon, who had been sleeping in its nest. Olenna observed as a creature, roughly the size of a giant eagle, landed on the table, inspecting her granddaughter, Marjorie, who was bending down. Yet the fierce dragon scales and the prominently developed horns unmistakably marked it as a dragon. Olenna turned her gaze to the one Marjorie had picked up, which she struggled to hold. Indeed, they are dragons, but just these two? Olenna remarked. The largest has gone off on its own. It sleeps atop the peaks above the gardens at night. Another red one, slightly larger than these two, mingles with the smiths during the day and returns to its nest in the gardens at night. Only these two remain at the Stone Drum Tower, Marjorie explained. Setting the dragon, she held onto the table. Marjorie, share your thoughts, Olenna said. I once aspired to be a queen and marry Loras, but since I beheld a dragon, my desire has shifted towards possessing one. However, Gendry claims that the dragons he hatches will only heed him, and thus, I shall not be granted a dragon, Marjorie replied. If dragons were to join the contest for the Iron Throne, what would be their chances? Olenna inquired. Significant, indeed. The largest, a magnificent yellow beast, could effortlessly annihilate an army with but a glance. Ordinary arrows are of no consequence to it. While navigating the narrow sea, it occasionally captures fish the size of horses, scorching them with dragon fire before tearing them asunder. Moreover, it is still in the process of hatching. In 6 months, he could possess 6 dragons. Grandmother, have you located the dragon eggs I requested you to search for? Marjorie asked. Dragons have been absent for over a century. The remnants of House Targaryen are not so easily unearthed. Is it not said that a dragon rider can only possess 1 dragon? How then could he hatch so many? Olenna mused. He did not disclose that information. He merely informed me that as long as the shell remains intact, whether the egg is alive or dead, he can hatch a dragon, Marjorie responded. I had initially thought my dear granddaughter had concocted an excuse to pursue some charming suitor, even willing to forsake her family and the opportunity to become queen. It appears I was mistaken. Marjorie, elucidate your purpose in remaining here. Olenna regarded her granddaughter with admiration. I initially aimed to barter with him, offering food or gold dragons in exchange for a colossal dragon from Tyrell, but upon my last inquiry, he revealed the truth. Yet I remain reluctant to part with the dragon. No, Marjorie, you must wed him, irrespective of his acknowledgement or willingness. Utilize your allure to ascend to his bed. Men seldom hold their offspring to harsh scrutiny. Once you bear a child, you shall reap your rewards. When the child wishes to tame a colossal dragon, no father with multiple dragons would refuse. Should he succeed in the contest for the Iron Throne, you and your child will possess the foremost claim to the titles of Queen and Prince, courtesy of the Tyrell legacy. If he were to perish in the pursuit of the Iron Throne, you would have exchanged your virtue for the primary claim to several dragons. You could trade those dragons for the title of the head of House Tyrell, or even the crown of a new king or queen. Or perhaps House Tyrell could support your child as ascent to the Iron Throne. This is not a suggestion, it is an order. Tyrell can continuously supply food to Dragonstone. Marjorie, you must hasten. Do not wait until he develops affections for another woman, for that would be too late. I hope to witness my great-grandchild or great-granddaughter riding a dragon. Food procured from the dealings in Highgarden was sent to Dragonstone as a gift from Olenna. The old matron could no longer endure the roughness of the journey and the sea winds, so Marjorie escorted her grandmother back. Marjorie, shaking off her reverie, assisted her grandmother as they made their way outside. The Mad King's daughter has also hatched 3 dragons, grandmother, Marjorie remarked. The world has grown exceedingly mad. If Highgarden were to supply more provisions, I would consider investing in Targaryen. After all, her rule over the 7 kingdoms is legitimate, Olenna replied. Just as Marjorie had seen off the fleet from Highgarden, a solitary boat drifted in from the west, and upon disembarking, Tyrion was intercepted by the king's guard. Take me to Sir Gregor, Tyrion instructed. The lord of the island has set sail, replied a fisherman. Another voyage? Then lead me to Gendry, Tyrion requested of the fisherman, his gaze drifting to the hound ambling about the island. I know him. He can guide us. As the hound approached, he remarked, look at me. I've caught a Lannister. I can exchange him for coin to buy some drink. Take me to the blacksmith to find Gendry, Tyrion commanded. No, I despise blacksmiths and fire. I prefer to remain in the fishing village. However, I am intrigued by your solitary arrival. Just days ago, 5,000 Lannisters were taken and sent to the blacksmith for labor. Though the dwarf was delivered to us, he seems somewhat inadequate, the hound replied. Are there truly dragons on Dragonstone? You must answer me earnestly, hound, Tyrion pressed. Indeed, not just one. I harbor a disdain for dragons as well. They unleash long tongues of fire. Do not expect me to lead you there. I would advise against it. The heat from a dragon's nostrils could easily blow a dwarf away, the hound stated, taking a swig of wine. Then who should I seek? Tyrion inquired. Seek the blacksmith's lady, the translator brought from Essos. She oversees matters on Dragonstone. Following the hound's direction, Tyrion made his way to the Stone Drum Tower, where he encountered Marjorie, who was tending to a dragon. You are the translator bought by Gregor, Tyrion asked. No, I am the Lady of Dragonstone, Marjorie replied. Ah. Within less than 6 months, you have established a household. Your beauty befits him. I come as a representative of House Lannister to clarify that the events from days past were the initiative of the Kingsguard, having no connection to the king. To compensate for Dragonstone, I bear a decree elevating the Lord of Dragonstone from Baron to Earl. Very well, you may leave, Marjorie responded. Dismissed. Tyrion felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated witnessing the dragon and was unsure of Marjorie's temperament. He worried that a misstep might lead to his being fed to the dragon. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief in having survived to complete his mission. Determined, Tyrion decided to visit the blacksmith to see Gendry. Recalling his previous visit, he slipped into the blacksmith's yard, where Gendry was hammering iron, a vibrant dragon lying nearby. Tyrion halted Gendry and, after some pleasantries, fixed his gaze on the sleeping dragon. Gendry discerned Tyrion's thoughts. Have you brought wine, my lord? Just give him a taste. And you may stroke him, Gendry suggested. Surprised yet eager to satiate his curiosity, Tyrion procured some wine. Gendry then roused the dragon, and Tyrion poured the wine into a bowl. The dragon eagerly slurped it up. Once it had quenched its thirst, Gendry guided Tyrion's hand to rest upon the dragon's neck. Slowly, Tyrion traced the dragon's skin and scales with his fingertips, feeling the warmth and ridges akin to searing stones in the desert. Pulsating with a vibrant heat yearning to burst forth. Are there many dragons on Dragonstone? Tyrion asked Gendry. Currently, there are 4, Gendry replied. However, Lord Green has promised to hatch a dragon for Marjorie. Who is Marjorie? Tyrion inquired. Marjorie Tyrell, reputedly a noble from Highgarden, Gendry replied. Tyrion resolved to return to King's Landing immediately. The alliance between Dragonstone and Highgarden posed a grave threat to the Lannisters. Chapter 37 In the Hall of Riverrun, Lady Stark. Catelyn surveyed the letter delivered by the Raven. It was correspondence from King's Landing, indicating that Dragonstone had amassed troops and had already engaged in battle with the Lannisters there. Catelyn leaned against the window and addressed the assembled lords of the north. Whose letter is this? Is its content credible? Inquired her uncle, the silver-haired and ruddy-faced Brynden Tully. It bears no signature, Catelyn replied, passing the letter to her uncle, who was known as Blackfish and was the highest ranking among them. But wasn't the knight from Dragonstone last seen consorting with the Lannisters? Why are they now at war with them? Robb, seated at the head of the table, remarked. The letter does not disclose the reasons. However, it appears that Dragonstone has only had dealings with the Lannister dwarf. Additionally, we received a warning from Winterfell regarding the Freys and the Boltons. Roderick Castle has already sent a raven to verify the source of the widow's message, which indeed originated from Dragonstone. They have not aligned with the Lannisters, Catelyn explained as she returned to her seat. My lords, I believe it is imperative that I journey to Dragonstone to discuss their position, Catelyn declared, scanning the faces of those present. But what if it proves perilous? Her brother Edmure Tully, seated beside Blackfish, queried. Let us not forget that we have Jaime in our possession. Should I be captured? He can be used as a bargaining chip. Brienne will ensure my safety. The North requires a swift resolution to this conflict. We cannot afford the luxury of prolonged war like the Westerlands. I shall set sail for Dragonstone at once, Catelyn asserted, before instructing Robb to summon a few guards for her voyage. Outside the wall, in the haunted forest, the wildling Ygritte held Jon captive. Guided by the leader of her tribe, Tormund Giantsbane, towards the wildling stronghold to meet their king, Mance Rayder. We have captured a crow. He claims to be of House Stark. Tormund announced as they approached Mance Rayder's tent. Mance regarded Jon and said, He's just a crow. Kill him if you must. What purpose does he serve here? Firekiss claims this crow wishes to ally with the wildlings, Tormund added. State your reasons for wanting to join us, Mance instructed Jon. Jon surveyed the strange assembly of wildlings, draped in animal skins and bones, their skin adorned with various markings. I know that the army of the dead is approaching, and I bring a way to reach south of the wall without engaging the Night's Watch. Jon paused, gauging their reactions. Continue, Mance urged. Now there are those who wish to transport you by ship to the south, or to Essos. You need not battle the Night's Watch nor scale the towering wall to evade being consumed by the wights, Jon declared. Are you jesting? A crow seeks to deceive us into a trap with mere words, exclaimed Tormund, his fiery red hair bouncing as he leapt up. I understand that this may seem incredulous to you. Yet the truth remains. Ser Gregor of Dragonstone has consistently supplied the wall with provisions and dragonglass weaponry to combat the wights. I have even slain one of the others myself. Outside the wall, there are neither fortifications nor formidable barriers. For every wildling left outside, the wall will have to contend with an additional wight in the future. Thus, Ser Gregor intends to retrieve the wildlings at Hardhome. He also envisions a cooperation between the wildlings and the Night's Watch to fend off the wights, But the discord between the Night's Watch and the wildlings is insurmountable, much like your disbelief in my words. Therefore, he must rescue you. The Night's Watch does not wish to amplify the White Army. How can you assure us this is not a trap? Mance Rayder interjected, interrupting Jon. The Night's Watch lacks the manpower to ambush large wildling tribes beyond the wall, especially with the Seven Kingdoms still embroiled in a struggle for the throne. If the wildlings head to Hardhome and wait for a month, then inform Ser Gregor. A fleet will come to retrieve you, Jon replied, casting a glance at Mance Rayder. Mance pondered for a moment before addressing the men in the dingy clothes. Take him away and keep him under strict surveillance. Let Vala Morgulus and Orell come in, and inform the tribes outside to prepare for the journey to Hardhome. Are we truly to heed the crow's words? Tormund shouted at Mance Rayder, who was turning to study the map. An assault on the wall would mean bloodshed, and Hardhome lies directly in our path, presenting no conflict. Even the slightest opportunity must be seized for survival. If the timing is right, we can commandeer the ships and then take a detour to attack south of the wall, seizing fertile lands for our sustenance, Mance Rayder asserted. After hearing this, Tormund and the other tribal leaders in the tent began to mobilize their respective tribes for departure. Shortly thereafter, 2 skin changers from the wildling tribes entered. Vala Morgulus, inform your master Hagen that the wildling tribes are willing to leave the lands beyond the wall. Notify the crow, and you will proceed ahead to Hardhome to monitor the sea. Orell, you shall lead a small team to the haunted forest to keep watch on the movements of the crows at the wall, Mance instructed the 2 skin changers. Upon Tyrion's return to King's Landing, Tywin summoned Mace Tyrell. Lord Mace, we desire for you to wed Lady Margaery to Prince Joffrey, Tywin stated. My lord, my mother has already betrothed Margaery to a noble of High Garden. Regrettably, we have missed the opportunity for an alliance with the Lannisters, Mace responded. Then forgive my intrusion, Tyrion. Please escort the master of ships, Tywin remarked. After Tywin had seen Mace Tyrell off, Tyrion returned to the Red Keep. I am neither mistaken nor speaking in jest. The High Court has indeed formed an alliance with Dragonstone, and 4 great dragons now soar through the skies. Soon, this political union will yield yet another, compelling us to take action. As the Lannisters find themselves mired in the quagmire of the Northern War, Tyrion spoke to the frowning Tywin. After a moment of contemplation, Tywin replied, send Tommen to the Iron Islands as a hostage, and in return, abandon all defenses in the west. Transport gold to King's Landing, and let Kevin summon all the forces from the west to coordinate with the Iron Islands for a naval assault on Winterfell. We shall leave merely 20,000 troops on the north to sustain the mountain for 2 months. No, you have already sent Myrcella to Dorne. I will not allow you to send off Tommen, Cersei exclaimed vehemently. Tywin cast a glance at Cersei, stating, it is precisely because your child killed Eddard that the Lannisters were drawn into this war. If Joffrey possessed any sense, I would send him to the Iron Islands as a hostage, while Tommen would ascend as king. Now, you must either marry Balon or send Tommen to the Iron Islands to atone for your lessons. Tell me your decision before sunset. I shall write to Kevin to come to King's Landing. With that, Tywin returned to the Tower of the Hand. Chapter 38. Farewell to Hardhome. Congratulations on receiving the purple item package. Congratulations on acquiring the Summoner skill package. Locking, heal, purify, haste, ignite, smite. Remove ignite and smite. Congratulations on obtaining the Summoner skill Heal. Heal restores a maximum of 20 health to yourself and a chosen target within 10 meters, applying a healing effect and granting both parties an additional 30 movement speed for 2 seconds. Duration, 5 minutes. Drifting aimlessly across the shivering sea. Green contemplated gathering more men to assist Sam upon his return, aiming to expedite the creation of the light bulb and the modification of the propeller, as relying solely on sails and oars was far too slow. He yearned to hasten the fleet's pace and usher in the age of exploration. After entering Eastwatch to unload most of the dragon crystal weaponry and some supplies for the Night's Watch, Green prepared to sail northward, exiting Seal Bay to Hardhome. Not far from Eastwatch, the next day, Green's fleet arrived at Hardhome, where he instructed the sailors and attendants to disembark the supplies and establish a small encampment along the beach for storage of provisions. Meanwhile, Oriel, leading a wildling team toward Hardhome, transformed into an eagle to scout the area. After crossing the Horn River, Oriel's team took a rest, and he resumed his reconnaissance in the form of an eagle. After more than an hour, he reported back to his team, noting that there were individuals setting up camp on the beach, with around 10 large ships and several hundred soldiers unloading provisions. Oriel dispatched a few members to inform Mance Rayder, then continued forward with the others, preparing to approach Hardhome for a closer inspection. Upon receiving a letter from his brother Tywin, Kevin mobilized troops to establish a defensive line of 1,000 men near Pink City, located at the junction of the Riverlands and the Westerlands. He then summoned forces from both the Westerlands and King S Landing to gather with Tomon at the disaster fort, awaiting the Iron Islands' response to send a fleet to disrupt the rear of the north, thereby allowing the Westerland troops to seize the principal castles of the north. Mance Rayder, after receiving reports from the scouting party led by Orell, dispatched a substantial number of wildling warriors and spearwives to accompany Jon in an advance party, with the intention of capturing the village if possible. Orell had been lying in wait in the snow for several days, ultimately meeting the wildling vanguard. Although the Kiss of Fire had taken on the task of monitoring Jon, he spent his days teasing the innocent Jon. Upon Orell's description of the village, Jon was convinced it was indeed the place called Green, and thus prepared to seek it out, with the Kiss of Fire naturally following close behind. Soon after, Tormund expressed his desire to join, and as a captive, Jon found it difficult to refuse, thus leading the way. Hearing the commotion outside, Green stepped out first and ushered Jon and his companions into the tent. Tormund circled the fire, scrutinizing Green. Why have you arrived at Hardhome so early? Wasn't it just a few days ago that Mance Rayder notified you of the wall? How did Dragonstone receive the news first? Jon inquired while warming himself by the fire. I received a letter from your uncle, stating that you were missing beyond the wall, presumably captured by wildlings, and I brought provisions to ransom you, Green replied, fabricating his tale. And who are these two? I conveyed your terms to Mance Rayder, and he is willing to consider relocating south of the wall. These are Ygritte and Tormund. Jon introduced the two wildlings. First, find them something to eat, Green instructed the soldiers outside. Jon, I can no longer endure this frigid place. I will leave the ships and provisions with you. You may negotiate the details with them. Either send them to Essos to fend for themselves or to Dragonstone. Provided they meet my conditions, I shall impose a tax of 10% on their output, or conscript 1 in every 10 to serve as soldiers. Dragonstone will provide them with shelter and livelihood. However, if they intend to conquer the 7 kingdoms, that is out of the question. You shall take the ships, and I will provide provisions for your ransom. Your brother Robb is still engaged in conflict, if wildlings are permitted to pass. The North will be utterly defenseless against the marauding thousands of them, Green articulated. Do either of you wildlings wish to voice anything while I am still here to answer? Green looked at Tormund, who was gnawing on a meat leg. What do you mean by livelihood? Ygritte inquired. Fishing or maritime trade, after all. Dragonstone is but a small speck of land, incapable of sustaining agriculture. I presume you wildlings lack farming experience, Green explained. We are free folk and will not bow to anyone, Tormund declared, swallowing the meat in his mouth before speaking. If humanity triumphs over the others, I shall return you to the lands beyond the wall. As long as you yearn for freedom, I do not demand your subjugation through forced labor. Nor do I require you to address me with reverence. You shall remain free folk, merely relocated. However, you must not launch assaults upon the 7 kingdoms in the name of savagery. Such actions would signify a betrayal of the Night's Watch's sacred oath. No lord would support the Night's Watch with sustenance, and with merely 1,000 or so brothers, how can they defend the wall? If you can guarantee that you will not infringe upon the Night's Watch, I may send you to the wall to fend off the wights. Yet, considering your women, children, and the elderly, it would be wiser for you to thrive further from the wall rather than stationed there. Should you feel that fighting for me contradicts the will of the free folk, you may send 1 soldier for every 10 of your number to guard the wall. I shall confer with the commander of the Night's Watch to allocate half of the fortifications for your encampment to collectively defend against the wights. Ultimately, you will discuss the specifics with Jon. The bottom line is that you must not attack the 7 kingdoms. If you desire territory, I shall fight for it. And you may utilize it, provided you offer me or the Night's Watch adequate soldiers or supplies. Upon concluding his address, Green summoned Jon for further instructions, then set sail with the largest vessel, taking soldiers and attendants, leaving the remainder to Jon. After bidding farewell to the difficult encampment, Green embarked on another protracted journey across the sea. He called for the great dragon, hoping it could carry him. The following day, the nearly 10-meter-long dragon approached the ship's side. Green typed on the public screen, instructing the dragon to hover beside the vessel. He then prepared the soldiers for the retrieval. And with a sudden flash, he stood upon the dragon's back, finding a suitable spot to sit. He cautioned the dragon against tumbling in midair, and then returned to Dragonstone. The dragon soared over 1,000 meters high, and the wind stung Green's eyes, prompting him to consider crafting a pair of goggles upon his return, along with a saddle for the dragon. The rough scales of the dragon caused discomfort, and Green clung tightly to the spines, squinting against the wind. After resting for half an hour along the coastal valley, he continued south and reached Dragonstone after more than 3 hours. Disembarking from the dragon, he felt as if his backside were no longer his own. He promptly summoned Gendry to craft a saddle based on the dragon's back. Chapter 39. Preparations to assault the Terror Castle. Marjorie's grandmother sent a substantial supply of provisions, valued at approximately 300,000 golden dragons, as reported by Missandei. Green was astonished by the generosity of Highgarden, surmising that Marjorie had divulged the state of Dragonstone. Additionally, the Master of Coin from King's Landing, Tyrion, had also visited, informing that the king had elevated Lord Tyrell's title to that of an earl. Furthermore, he had observed the dragon at the blacksmith's. Missandei remarked that the dragon was now fully revealed, compelling Green to expand his forces and territories sooner rather than later. After digesting Missandei's report, Green sought out Sam, instructing him to recruit extensively for foundational experimental comparisons. He intended to secure Jace's notes, the hex crystal, and the shards for himself. He advised Sam to encase the light bulbs in glass and to source metals with high melting points. Additionally, he suggested enlarging the previous rotating load mechanism and modifying it to incorporate blades that could transform into propellers. After engaging in what felt like hours of arcane discourse with Sam, Green felt a sudden urge to exchange for a physical chemistry textbook. He was reminded of the biochemical warrior, Cobain, from Game of Thrones, and contemplated a method to acquire Cobain to serve as the chemistry class representative. That evening, perched on the heights of the Summoner's Rift, Green contemplated the 4 dragons before him. Simply calling them Big Yellow Daily was insufficient. They needed proper names. Yellow Dragon Name, Jinxing Species, Dragon Attribute, Earth Age, Juvenile Vitality, 320. 350 Deadman's Plate, 276 Feast, Attack Power, 272 Ability Power, 110 Physical Resistance, 60-45 Deadman's Plate, Magical Resistance, 64 Equipped Runes, Predator Equipment. Deadman's Plate Skills, Night Hunter. Feast, Red Dragon Name, Jinxing Species, Dragon Attribute, Fire Age, Juvenile Vitality, 162. 350 Sunfire Aegis, Attack Power, 124 Ability Power, 82 Physical Resistance, 2,435 Sunfire Aegis, Magical Resistance, 3,735. Sunfire Aegis, Equipped Equipment, Sunfire Aegis Equipped Skills, Scientific Hellfire Cannon. Bombardier was assigned to the Fire Dragon, transforming it into a bomber. White Dragon Name, Fuyo Species, Dragon Attribute, Wind Age, Juvenile Vitality, 104. 250, Randuin's Omen, Attack Power, 82 Ability Power, 58 Physical Resistance, 2180, Randuin's Omen, Magical Resistance, 30 Equipped Equipment, Randuin's Omen. Peacock Blue Dragon Name, Jinshu Species, Dragon Attribute, Lightning Age, Juvenile Vitality, 61. 450, Inspiration Armor, Attack Power, 50 Ability Power, 35 Physical Resistance, 17 Magical Resistance, 2145, Inspiration Armor, Equipped Equipment, Inspiration Armor. Big Yellow had grown to a size akin to that of Daenerys rescuing her dragons in the arena, now capable of devouring a small lamb in one gulp. By the time Feast accumulated enough experience to reach 1 year, it should exceed 20 meters in length. However, Feast could only be utilized by 1 dragon at a time, necessitating the unlocking of a second equipment slot upon reaching its first birthday to enhance the other dragons. The following day, Catelyn Stark arrived on Dragonstone Island, escorted by Roderick Castle, the coach from Winterfell, and Brienne. Lord Green, it is my honor to present to you Lady Catelyn Stark. Visiting as the messenger of King Robb Stark of the North, Brienne announced as she entered and knelt in the hall to pay her respects. It is a great honor, Lady Catelyn, to receive such a distinguished guest. Please, take a seat, Green responded, rising to greet her with a gesture. Lady Stark, what brings you here? Green inquired after Catelyn took her seat. Thank you for your kind consideration in reminding us of the betrayals of House Bolton and House Frye during these tumultuous times in the North, Catelyn replied. There is no need for formalities. I hold Prime Minister Stark in high esteem for his character, as he has significantly aided me in acquiring my fiefdom. If the lady has other matters to attend to, Dragonstone stands ready to serve, replied Green. The North seeks to forge an alliance with Dragonstone, hoping that Lord Green will dispatch troops to confront the Lannisters, Kate stated. I am solely in possession of Dragonstone, and moreover, the Lannisters have just conferred a title upon me. I am regrettably unable to assist. The lady may propose alternative requests, Green interjected. I have heard that just days ago, Dragonstone engaged in battle with King's Landing. Why, at the onset of conflict, did you choose to negotiate peace? Dragonstone could have secured far greater advantages. The matter of war requires further contemplation. However, the cause of Eddard's demise was the assassination of former Prime Minister Jon Arryn. I can disclose the true culprit to the lady if she is interested, Green suggested, glancing at Lady Stark, urging her to continue. Jon Arryn discovered the true parentage of Cersei's children, which is her twin brother, Jaime. Duke Aeron intended to take action and planned to entrust his son, Robert Aeron, to Stannis Baratheon for fostering on Dragonstone, to prevent this from coming to light. Baelish incited your sister Lisa to poison Jon Arryn to prevent him from sending away his own child. As for the veracity of these events, given the close acquaintance between Lady Stark and Baelish, there are myriad methods to ascertain the truth, especially if you can persuade Baelish to reveal it while in the Vale or among the northern armies. Perhaps, if you agree to a union with Baelish, your sister Lisa might inadvertently disclose the truth to thwart the plan. Kate was well aware of the sordid love triangle involving Baelish and Lisa, yet she found herself perplexed by Baelish's motives. If he had indeed incited Jon Arryn's murder to entangle House Stark in the tumult of King's Landing, his scheming seemed excessively far-reaching. Resolving this matter would enable the North to rally the Vale to its cause. As for Dragonstone, the North must present more generous terms. Given Dragonstone's proximity to King's Landing, Green remarked, "And what are your conditions?" "I require an expansion of territory and military resources. If Lady Stark permits, I could assist the North in capturing the Drev Fort from House Bolton. Naturally, any spoils would belong to Dragonstone. The Drev Fort has been besieged by the Karstarks and the Umbers for over a month without progress. Should Lady Stark come to a decision, she may notify us at her convenience. Dragonstone is prepared to mobilize at any time. Of course, the Starks could also purchase the Dread Fort from House Bolton. If funds are lacking, one might consider offering military personnel or hostages as collateral." "What confidence do you have in capturing the Dread Fort?" Kate inquired. "For a dragon, fortifications are of little consequence. Dragonstone can engage in battle with dragons," Green asserted. Kate furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. The North could arrange a union between Sansa and Dragonstone and send Jaime to Dragonstone, Kate suggested. "No, you cannot allow Sansa to marry Green," interjected Marjorie, who had been eavesdropping in the corridor. "And who might you be?" Kate asked. "Marjorie Tyrell," said she. "Dragonstone is already allied with Highgarden, Lady Stark. You must reconsider your bargaining power." Marjorie, having finished speaking, settled beside Glenn and gestured with her eyes for him not to elaborate. Observing the negotiations had reached an impasse, she suggested, "Let us proceed in this manner. Stark shall send a proton alongside Jaime, and Dragonstone will reclaim the Terror Fortress for the North." Glenn turned his gaze towards Lady Catelyn. "I shall write to Winterfell this very moment, while also returning to the Riverlands to seek an alliance with the Vale." "Hoping that Dragonstone can swiftly capture the Terror Fortress," Catelyn declared. Upon making her statement, she lingered not a moment longer and took her leave. Glenn then resolved to make a swift strike at the banquet levels of Dragontown before equipping himself with a pair of goggles and embarking on a journey to the north. Eager to test the might of the dragon. "Marjorie, when did Dragonstone become allied with Highgarden?" Glenn inquired. "Do you recall how you questioned me upon the sea regarding my aspirations of becoming a queen? You suggested I delay my wager. Now I can assure you, I desire to be a queen. Highgarden will utilize its resources and provisions to aid you in ascending to the Iron Throne. I am ready to place my bet now. Riding your dragon, much like Aegon of old, for the path to the Iron Throne is fraught with peril. You will need family, and now your family stands before you." "Her name is Marjorie Tyrell," she proclaimed, embracing Glenn. Chapter 40, The Assault on Terror Fortress after successfully storming several levels of the banquet at Yellow Dragon Town. Glenn prepared to indulge in a well-deserved slumber, readying himself for the morrow's journey on Dragon back to the north. The first experience of traveling atop a dragon necessitated a prone position for sleep. Just as he lay there, Marjorie entered the room, slowly approaching the bed and gently caressing Glenn's back. "Why are you sleeping like that?" she inquired. "What brings you here?" Glenn countered. "You cannot deny me a dragon. I must devise a means of recompense, and I have now found it." With that, Marjorie shed her robe and leapt onto the bed beside him. "I choose to bear a deceiver-esque child, ensuring that the deceiver retrieves what is owed to his mother from his father," she said, leaning in closer. "Marjorie." "Wait a moment," Glenn exclaimed. "No. The North shall soon learn that the maiden of House Tyrell has wedded Dragonstone. Do not keep this lady waiting." With that, she placed her hands on his shoulders, preparing to embrace him. "Marjorie, that is not my intention. It is merely the result of riding the dragon yesterday. Which is why I am resting this way," Glenn explained, revealing the soreness on his backside from the dragon scales. "Is that so? However, you must first express your sincerity by calling me my dear. Let me hear it now." After a prolonged tussle with Marjorie, who was not easily dismissed, Glenn ultimately resigned himself to sharing the bed, albeit in a position that would not exacerbate his discomfort from the dragon ride. The following day, Glenn acquired his goggles and tested the dragon saddle. With everything in readiness, he prepared to venture forth with the yellow dragon and the red dragon, though they resembled mere steeds. Glenn was eager to ascertain the destructive power they possessed. The fleet from the Iron Islands disembarked approximately 20,000 troops from the Westerlands on either side of Dragon's Point and the Heatwave River. Theon led 5,000 men from the Westerlands, landing at Deepwood Motte, where they swiftly overwhelmed the coastal defense of 500, slaying all the crows. Subsequently, he commanded the Ironborn to pillage before returning by ship, while he himself prepared to infiltrate Winterfell with the soldiers of House Lannister through the woods. Kevan and Asha landed at Cracklaw Point with 15,000 Lannister soldiers, effectively severing communication between the North and its armies. Asha, accustomed to raiding, had the sole task of ferrying Lannisters into the North. Upon entering Cracklaw Point, she began to seize local horses, setting her sights on White Harbor, the largest city in the North, intent on plundering. Meanwhile, Green soared through the mountainous valleys. Though it was a valley, the towering peaks stretched up into the clouds, and the castles built upon the slopes resembled celestial palaces. The verdant landscape spread out from the hillsides, explaining the fame of the cavalry. The climate was humid yet not cold, and the lush waters and grasses of the northern mountains shielded the region from the cold northern winds. After more than a day's flight, Green resolved to spend the night at Hoarfrost Hill, situated between the Dreadfort and White Harbor, the ancestral stronghold of House Hoare. He concealed his dragon, the Great Yellow and the Red Dragon, in the nearby mountains, ensuring their sustenance while he ventured on foot to find an inn in Hoarfrost Hill to address his needs for food and drink. The following day, Green rose early and rode his dragon towards the Dreadfort. After less than 2 hours of flight, he descended to observe the encampment situated around the Dreadfort, landing his dragon at the perimeter and signaling the soldiers to announce his arrival. Shortly after, the venerable Rickard Stark, with his grizzled beard, and Jon Umber emerged. Both were the heads of their respective houses, tasked with the siege of House Bolton. Noticing their presence, Green dismounted and approached them. "Lady Stark sent me with dragons to aid in battle. You must share the particulars of the Dreadfort's defenses," Green began. "Are you a Targaryen?" Rickard inquired. "It is evident that I am not silver-haired and hail from Dragonstone. I merely have some acquaintance with Eddard Stark. And I have come at Lady Stark's behest to eradicate the traitorous Boltons of the Eastern North," Green replied, having witnessed the magnificent dragon moments prior. Rickard exchanged a glance with Jon Umber, who nodded in agreement. "If you are indeed our ally, let us retire to the tent for discussion. The weather in the north is ill-suited for conversations outside." Green followed their lead to the central command tent, where the two lords introduced their respective kin, young Jon, son of Jon Umber, Halion Karstark, and Torrhen Karstark. The Dreadfort still had fewer than 1,000 defenders, but Roose Bolton had forcibly conscripted farmers and able-bodied men from the surrounding lands, swelling their numbers to nearly 3,000. Together, House Stark and House Karstark could muster fewer than 2,000 troops, as the rest of their forces accompanied the king in the north to battle in the Riverlands. While the siege of House Bolton was underway, they found themselves unable to mount a significant offensive. Their efforts were limited to containment, preventing the knights and soldiers within from escorting the Boltons to safety or calling for aid, as Jon Umber observed in his report. "Are there any large crossbows or catapults in the city?" Green inquired. "None exist, and we lack siege ladders and battering rams as well. However, the supplies within Terror Fortress are ample enough to sustain a garrison for over a year," Jon Umber replied. "Do you possess a layout of Terror Fortress? What do you require that for?" "If there are no heavy crossbows within Terror Fortress, I could simply ride a dragon and unleash fire upon them while you seize the city gates," Green stated. "We do not have a layout of Terror Fortress," Karstark responded. "Very well, I shall inform you when the time for your assault arrives." After concluding, Green prepared to ride his dragon for a low-altitude reconnaissance. He regretted not having brought a telescope during his time in the Protective Realm. At over 1,000 meters on Big Yellow, visibility was nearly non-existent, and flying at a lower altitude risked exposure. Reluctantly, Green summoned the Red Dragon to circle around Terror Fortress and memorize the high structures, intending to drop bombs on the predetermined targets later in the night. Lus Bolton was sleeping soundly when suddenly a knight approached with alarming news of a fire breaking out in the armory for unknown reasons. Just as he was donning his attire to investigate, a loud bang resonated, followed by an explosion. Karstark's team had launched a catapult to deliver wildfire for a nighttime assault. Lus Bolton quickly gathered his thoughts and summoned his knights to organize a defense on the city walls. Ascending the walls with his men, Lus Bolton observed the pitch-black expanse outside, devoid of any visible figures. He instructed a portion of his soldiers to remain vigilant atop the walls while others were dispatched to extinguish the flames. Suddenly, another explosion shook his stronghold, igniting a fire in the courtyard. Moments later, his trusted aide rushed in with news. It was not a catapult, but a bird that had dropped wildfire from the sky. He had discerned the silhouette by the moonlight, before Lus Bolton could quell the flames in his stronghold's courtyard. The largest tavern within Terror Fortress was struck by another explosion. As night fell, the Stark camp was filled with the sounds of slumber. save for a few soldiers on guard at the gates, who observed the flickering red glow from Terror Fortress amidst a sky ablaze. Chapter 41. The Siege of Terror Fortress. On the following morning, after nearly 2 hours of bombardment, the Red Dragon returned to the camp. Green instructed the Northmen to prepare meat to feed the dragon, then exited the camp to summon Big Yellowback. Once the Red Dragon had feasted, Green ordered Castark and the Amber Coalition to ready themselves for departure. When the forces were assembled, Green mounted Big Yellow and, with the Red Dragon in tow, soared toward Terror Fortress. The Northmen on the ground began to mobilize as he circled above. Many fires within the city still raged unchecked. Noticing that the coalition was advancing within approximately 300 meters of the gates, Green directed the Red Dragon to target the fortress gates and unleash a devastating bomb. Afterward, he returned to rest. The Red Dragon, having acted as a bomber throughout the night, was now quite adept. With a mighty roar, it dove toward the gates, preparing to unleash its formidable power from a height of 7 or 8 stories above. With a resounding crash, the city gate shattered where it met the towering walls, one side of the gate igniting into a fierce blaze. In a panic, the soldiers hastily discarded their weapons. Witnessing the chaos, Green could only command his dragon, Dahuang, to swoop down and hover near the gate, unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon the remnants of the gate. Rickard Stark, seeing the once besieged gates of Terror Fortress flung wide open after a month of siege, immediately ordered his knights and soldiers to charge forth. As he beheld the dragon rampaging atop the walls, Rickard felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He recalled the tales of Conqueror Aegon. Now, a dragon of merely 10 meters could alter the course of battle. What must have been the mindset of Tormund Stark, the first Guardian of the North, when he faced the Black Death? As the soldiers of Terror Fortress gathered upon the walls and gates, the Northern Alliance surged into the fortress, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Dahuang roared low, periodically unleashing flames upon the soldiers of Terror Fortress who attempted to scale the walls under Green's command. With the northern soldiers pouring into the city in ever-increasing numbers, the dragon continued to emit sharp roars overhead, tipping the scales of battle heavily in their favor. A small contingent of soldiers from Terror Fortress clung to the narrow alleyways, resisting fiercely, but most were unarmored, armed only with makeshift weapons, forced to either flee or surrender. "Where's Roose Bolton?" John Amber shouted at a captured soldier, adorned with the sigil of the flayed man. The soldier hastily pointed towards the direction of Bolton's stronghold. Roose Bolton had spent the night in turmoil. The flames were under control, yet he was powerless against the bombardment. Preparing at dawn to shoot down the unidentified beast in the sky and rally the townsfolk to extinguish the fire. He had just settled down for a moment's rest when soldiers reported that the Northern Alliance had breached the city, accompanied by a dragon. Bolton's heart raced as he heard this news. Rushing outside, he discovered that a significant portion of the walls had fallen. He gathered his personal guard and retrieved horses from the stables, leading over 50 riders out through the northern gate, fleeing towards the solitary hill south of the Wolf's Wood. Moments later, soldiers reported that a contingent of Bolton's cavalry had broken through the northern gate. Rickard Stark immediately commanded his knights to refrain from pursuing while discreetly informing Green of the situation. Green soared towards the Wolf's Wood on his dragon, and within minutes, he spotted dark figures galloping. Dahuang descended for a closer look, revealing a group of mounted soldiers. Leading the charge, Bolton raced down the road. But after more than 10 minutes outside the city, the horses began to slow. Just as Bolton sought to catch his breath, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind surge from behind him, akin to the tremors of a tempest at sea, but this wind grew increasingly searing. Drawing upon years of military instinct, Bolton leapt from his mount and rolled aside. After rolling several meters, the air filled with the anguished cries of horses and the explosive sound of flames scorching the atmosphere. Looking up, he beheld dozens of surviving steeds scattering in a panic. While around him, the ground was littered with the cries of flaming men, and the acrid scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air. Bolton followed the sound in search of the source of his terror. Suddenly, a shadow, larger than an elephant, swooped down, its fearsome head opening wide. A glimmer of orange flame flickering forth. Once more, the monstrous fire engulfed several figures that had been thrown off by the startled horses. A dragon! Bolton discerned the flying silhouette and could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, the dragon blocked their escape route, and a figure leaped down from its back. "Where's Lord Bolton?" the figure inquired. The terrified soldiers, their faces pale with dread, hastily pointed towards Bolton, seizing the moment when all attention was drawn to him. And realizing that even the horses could not evade the giant dragon, Bolton steeled himself, grasping his short sword, the image of the flaming man still vivid in his mind. He composed himself and walked confidently towards the newcomer. Glyn, the figure who approached, bore a friendly countenance, his Mediterranean hair sparse atop his head. He spoke first. "Return the way you came, Lord Bolton." "And you are?" Bolton asked cautiously, pressing his lips together. I am Glyn of Dragonstone. Sent by Lady Stark to quell the rebellion in the north, he replied. Bolton had some knowledge of Dragonstone during his campaign with Robb at the Riverlands. He had received a dagger forged by Glyn, sent by Tywin Lannister as a gift. The messenger praised the craftsmanship and revealed that Glyn had been granted lands in Dragonstone. Isn't Dragonstone allied with the Lannisters? Why turn towards the north? Bolton queried. Isn't it true, Lord Bolton, that you two are a part of the north? Why have you aligned with the west? Glyn countered. Times are pressing. Robb's assault on the west has gone silent. The Iron Islands have turned traitor. And I have but a few thousand troops to face the Lannisters' tens of thousands. Moreover, the Frye family is in clandestine communication with the Lannisters, leaving me with no choice. Before they could exchange further words, hundreds of riders came rushing from the direction of Horror Castle. The pursuing soldiers from the north recognized Bolton immediately, ordering his apprehension. Upon returning to Horror Castle, Glyn suggested that Bolton's loyal soldiers be sent to the wall. Since Amber and Karstark had suffered minimal losses in taking Horror Castle, it would be inappropriate to undermine their efforts, as they were the main force. As for Lord Bolton, he would have to await Robb's response, for he was the king in the north. Glyn instructed Karstark to send ravens to Winterfell and Riverrun to report on the situation before setting out to return to Dragonstone. Subsequently, they journeyed towards Highwood Castle. Arriving by evening, Glyn settled the two dragons in the depths of the forest before retiring to the castle. At that moment, a group of people arrived hurriedly at the castle gates in horse-drawn carts. We are from House Mandrell. Those wretched Ironmen have come to plunder once more. Having seized the ships at White Harbor's docks and blockaded the port town, Lady Highwood must urgently send ravens to summon the North's forces to aid White Harbor. Chapter 42. The fall of Winterfell. After settling in Hood, Green was intermittently disturbed by the commotion outside, as refugees from White Harbor continued to arrive. The following day, he inquired among the displaced citizens and learned that, 2 days prior, thousands of Ironborn had masqueraded as common folk from the north and launched a ground assault on White Harbor. They seized vessels at the docks and transported plundered goods away from the Bight. Upon hearing this, Green resolved to avoid flying over the Vale and instead circumnavigate King S Road to assess the situation. After more than 2 hours of flight, he reached White Harbor. Flying over the Blade River, he noted that the docks no longer boasted their former prosperity. Only soldiers armed with short blades were barking orders at enslaved individuals, hastily moving cargo and forcibly acquired provisions. Continuing along King S Road, he soared towards Greywater Watch, where a contingent of troops was advancing several miles towards Lannister Castle, clad in crimson robes and bronze armor. Despite lacking ships, the Lannisters had managed to circumvent the front line and infiltrate the rear of the northern forces. Dorne was unlikely to intervene. Highgarden was also not an option, and the Iron Islands had sent reinforcements. Persisting along King S Road, Green eventually arrived at the outskirts of Running Water as dusk approached. Running Water was a formidable triangular fortress, not particularly large but impressively fortified. 2 sides of the castle bordered rivers, while the third side featured a grand artificial moat. During an assault, sluice gates could be opened to fill the moat, transforming the fortress into an island, surrounded on 3 sides by water and thus nearly impregnable. Upon sighting Green, the soldiers swiftly entered to relay the news. Shortly thereafter, Lady Catelyn emerged, accompanied by the northern leaders, with Robb followed by his now fully grown direwolf, Grey Wind. My lady, would you prefer to hear the bad news or the good news first? Green inquired, dismounting from his dragon. Baron Green, please, enter the castle, Lady Stark responded. The crowd parted, allowing Catelyn to walk alongside Green. My lady, I have successfully captured Terror Castle. Within 3 days, a raven from House Stark should convey the news. Green continued. I have only just arrived at Running Water. The distance from Dragonstone to here is more than double that, and indeed, dragons are remarkable creatures, more extraordinary than direwolves, he remarked, as Catelyn led the way with a sense of wonder. This must be good news, then. What of the bad news? Catelyn inquired. Upon hearing her question, Robb, Brandon, and Edmure, who were following closely behind, perked up, eager to listen attentively. There is a Lannister army of over 10,000 marching south along King S Road. They should reach Lannister Castle tomorrow. White Harbor has also been overtaken by the Ironborn and is currently being ravaged, Green stated. Which Lannister army? Has Highgarden joined the fray? Edmure exclaimed incredulously. It is possible that Tywin has offered a new price to the Iron Islands. However, that is of no concern to me. My lady, I need to take Jaime with me, Green declared. Do you intend to release a Lannister? Robb fixed Green with a scrutinizing gaze. It cannot be said otherwise. In order for Jaime to attain his freedom, he must first provide me with something of considerable value, such as a dragon egg or a castle. This is akin to the way I received Harrenhal and captured Roose Bolton through Jaime's efforts. However, It appears that reclaiming Harrenhal has not imparted any strategic significance to the north, as the Ironborn continue to ravage the region, Green remarked. I trust that Lord Green would not deceive us. Jaime shall depart shortly, for Riverrun has prepared a banquet. The Baron will return to Dragonstone tomorrow, Lady Stark stated. Thank you, may I see Jaime? Green inquired. Robb exchanged a glance with his uncle Edmure, who then led Green to the dungeons of Riverrun. Upon entering the dungeon, Edmure brought Green to a cell where a vagabond lay sprawled. Green looked at Edmure and said, Open it. He now belongs to Dragonstone. Edmure summoned the dungeon guards to procure a key and unlock the door. Dear sir, you are free. Green called into the cell. Jaime, hearing the commotion outside, stood up and moved towards the sound, exclaiming, Is that you, Green? Unbelievable. He appeared disheveled, covered in mud, unkempt, and emanating an unpleasant odor. Green produced several golden dragons and gave them to the guard, instructing him to toss Jaime into the Red Fork for a thorough cleansing, and to find a barber to groom him, pointing at Jaime as he spoke. You have come to redeem me on behalf of the Lannisters. I presume you have parted with a considerable amount of weaponry, Jaime remarked, passing his shackles to Edmure. Before addressing such matters, perhaps you should first attend to your hygiene. Sire, Green retorted. Jaime followed the guard out. After all, he is the son of the Hand of the King. Should your Tully family find itself under the Lannisters' control someday? Green glanced at Edmure. His son Joffrey executed Ned. If he were of no value to Tywin, his corpse would already be decaying, Edmure replied. During the banquet, suddenly the scholar of Riverrun presented a letter to Robb, who then handed it to his mother, Catelyn. The laughter and chatter ceased as all eyes turned to Catelyn, who, sensing the focus upon her, declared, Winterfell has been besieged by the Lannister soldiers led by Theon. Sansa and Rickon have fled south, while Bran lies paralyzed and has been captured. This is a letter from Maester Luwin. If Lord Green's assertions hold merit, Sansa will inevitably encounter the Lannister forces advancing south, and the Freys will surely side with the Lannisters upon their arrival. We must find a way to alert Sansa, otherwise we are delivering her into the hands of the Lannisters, Robb stated. Concern etched on their faces, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. Just then, the guards brought forth the cleansed Jaime. Jaime cannot be taken away if Sansa and Rickon fall into Lannister hands. We can use Jaime as a bargaining chip to retrieve them, Edmure interjected. Jaime now belongs to Sir Green, Catelyn said sternly, directing a serious gaze at her brother. It seems my father has once again gained an advantage on the battlefield, having captured 2 Stark offspring. Jaime chuckled as he gazed at the seated Stark and Tully. Jaime, do not forget your station. If you sweeten your tongue a touch, you need not squander a few golden dragons on your afternoon amusements. You are a prisoner now and must embrace the mindset of one, Green remarked, observing the restless vassals of Stark, eager to rise and give Jaime a few choice words. Noticing their agitation, Jaime sauntered over to sit beside Green and began to partake of the meat laid out on the table. Rickon is the one being sent to Dragonstone by the lady, Green continued. Indeed, he is but 6 years old. Bran is confined to his bed, unable to endure the long journey. Hence I have sent Sansa south with Rickon, Lady Catelyn responded. Jaime, do you have any reflections on the freedom of tomorrow? Green inquired, watching Jaime devour his meal. Upon hearing his name, Jaime bit into the meat, chewing vigorously before tossing aside the bone. He poured himself a generous cup of wine to wash down the morsel, then looked up and said, Freedom? It seems I have never truly known it since entering King's Landing as a Kingsguard. However, in these days of captivity, I have come to realize that in the face of a good meal, freedom pales in significance. With that, he resumed eating. Jaime, should I allow you to return to King's Landing, what recompense could you offer? Green asked. Perhaps, crunch crunch, my father might grant you a castle or a domain. Crunch crunch, gold dragons should not be lacking for you, Jaime replied after a moment's thought. How about this, my lady? I shall release Jaime, and in turn, he will escort Sansa and Rickon to Dragonstone. You shall exchange the safety of the 2 children for Jaime. It may seem a poor trade for the Lannisters, yet I believe my father would acquiesce, Jaime proposed. Jaime, Sansa and Rickon are merely on their way south. They have not fallen into Lannister hands. You must diligently ensure their return and safely deliver them to Dragonstone, Green emphasized. I promise you, Jaime affirmed. The Oathbreaker's word holds little weight. I can muster troops to eradicate the invading Westerland's forces at Riverrun, Robb declared, glaring at the vanquished Jaime. Then so be it. Jaime, remember to search for dragon eggs upon your return to King's Landing. Castles hold no allure for me. I would trade a dragon egg for your freedom, provided it remains intact, Green stated. What purpose do you have for such a thing? Jaime, having nearly finished his meal, paused to regard Green. The daughter of the Mad King Targaryen hatched 3 dragons in Essos. I wish to attempt the same, Green replied. Sir Green, we agree to your previous terms. Release Jaime and permit him to take the two children to Dragonstone. Baron Green will surely regard them as his own in honor of Eddard, Catelyn interjected. However, I cannot trust the honor of the Lannister family. I require Jaime to swear an oath to diligently find the two children and deliver them to Dragonstone. Should he breach this vow, I expect Dragonstone to declare war on the Lannisters, punishing the oathbreaker, Catelyn rose to assert. I vow it, Jaime declared. I shall uphold my oath, Green concluded. Jaime wore a perplexed expression. The notion that Dragonstone would declare war on the Lannisters seemed utterly absurd. What could a handful of decrepit ships do besides dock at the port of King's Landing? Yet, confronted with the skepticism of House Stark, he found himself compelled to kneel and swear, in the names of both the old and new gods, to send Stark's two children to Dragonstone. In the chapter titled Soaring Technology, the following morning, Jaime and Green stood side by side outside the city of Dorne as soldiers brought forth a horse. They needed to set off early for Riverrun. The identity of the commander leading the assault on the Whispering Water was unknown, and should Stark's children fall into the hands of the Mountain or the Freys, he would break his oath once more. Green regarded Jaime, who, after bidding farewell, mounted his horse and rode northward. Green called back the great yellow dragon, riding it back to Dragonstone, bathed in the light of the rising sun. He arrived at Blackwater Bay, where the silhouette of Dragonstone emerged in the distance. The great yellow dragon descended into the gorge, depositing Green before soaring toward the island's dark cliffs. Upon reaching the dragon pit, Green discovered that the vibrant green egg he had previously placed there had already hatched, leaving no trace. He selected the largest dragon egg, alternating in hues of fluorescent green and bamboo green, speckled with flecks of brown, for incubation, resembling an unconventional watermelon. Ascending the stone steps back to the Stone Drum Tower, Green observed that under Missandei's governance, Dragonstone continued to operate in a remarkably orderly fashion. Besides the horses, the equipment of several main camps had been nearly entirely upgraded through forging and trade. With the support of the Golden Dragon, Sam's research team had expanded to nearly 50 members. Upon entering, Green saw several older scholars and teenage apprentices busily working with metals and apparatuses on the tables. Sam, Green called out to the industrious figure. My lord, Sam replied, looking up to greet him. How is the research on the electric candle progressing? Green inquired. I have taken your advice to utilize a metal with a higher melting point and encase the wire in glass. The duration and brightness of the electric candle have significantly improved, yet it still cannot operate for extended periods, although the metal is more resistant to electricity. Prolonged use causes it to melt, Sam explained. Sam, combustion requires air. Find a way to ensure that the air inside the glass casing is completely burned away before use. This will allow the metal to endure longer, Green suggested, patting Sam on the shoulder. Also, let your imagination run wild. Electricity can generate heat as well. You must identify suitable metals and devices to regulate the output size. Everything that fire provides humanity can be replaced by electricity. And remember the rolling device, the one that rotates? As long as the force is sufficient to control the speed of rotation and to start and stop it timely, it can similarly replace a cart. You are destined for greatness, Sam. You shall be an indispensable figure in the chronicles of human achievement, Green remarked, observing Sam's bewildered expression. Indeed, I have made a remarkable discovery. It is unnecessary to employ the hex device to rotate the magnetic energy apparatus. Even when turned by hand, the apparatus can generate electricity, albeit in minuscule quantities. This suggests that the electricity is not solely derived from the hex crystal. Rather, the magnetic energy device can produce an electric charge through its very motion. If every soldier on Dragonstone Island were to manually rotate the magnetic energy devices, the resultant electricity could sufficiently illuminate the entire island, provided there are enough electric candles, Sam remarked with a sense of wonder. No, Sam. The soldiers must focus on their training for battle. You can harness the power of nature, Green responded. The power of nature? Sam inquired, puzzled. As he spoke, Green picked up a piece of paper from the table, found a needle and a bamboo stick, and crafted a windmill for Sam, instructing him to run a lap while holding it. The wind generates force, and similarly, tides and rivers possess their own power. All you need to do is construct large windmills upon Dragonstone Island to generate electricity, Green elaborated. I understand now, Lord Green. I would like to keep this as a memento for little Sam, Sam said, raising the windmill in his hand. Little Sam? Green questioned, bemused. My lord, I have not violated the Night Watchman's oath. He is Gilly's child, and as he grows, he will surely appreciate this, Sam replied earnestly while carefully holding the windmill. Green waved him off, allowing Sam to leave the research base on Dragonstone Island. Marjorie approached, linking her arm with Green's. What could possibly make a man forget his wife and return home? Is it that rotund fellow? She teased, resting her head against his shoulder. Do you recall the firearms from before? This place will eventually birth something far more formidable, Green remarked. More formidable? Is that even possible? After you departed, the dragon egg you brought back from the sea hatched. Little White returned from the garden with a vibrant green dragon, so green that it melded seamlessly into the grass. Why did the other dragon eggs fail to hatch, while this one emerged prematurely? Marjorie questioned as they walked. Dragons are indeed weapons of war. Yet what we create here will elevate human productivity and quality of life to extraordinary heights. As for how to hatch dragons, simply infuse the eggs with golden dragon essence. Green explained. Infuse with golden dragon essence? When did you ever do that? The last time, I only recall you adjusting the position of the dragon egg, Marjorie remarked. You need not concern yourself with the details. You wouldn't comprehend the explanation. Just ensure your grandmother provides dragon eggs or leads to them, and with a stroke of luck, the skies above Greywater Bay will be filled with dragons like birds, Green stated. Dragons require propagation, as do you, Dragonfather. You need children to become dragon riders and conquer. Marjorie whispered softly. There is no cause for worry. Any dragon I raise will heed my command, Green asserted. But what if 2 adult dragons lay eggs outside and those hatch into wild dragons? Marjorie pressed further. Green had never contemplated such matters. Surely he wouldn't need to implement a family planning strategy for his dragons. On Dragonstone, he could have the dragons assist him in retrieving their eggs from the dragon pit for incubation. However, should a dragon lay eggs outside and remain wild for an extended period, the hatchlings, despite returning to Dragonstone with their parents, would be entirely beyond the system's control. Noticing Green's furrowed brow, Marjorie released her embrace and remarked that it was time to prepare dinner, as she needed to tend to a few dragons before departing into the distance. It seemed he might have to establish a maternity center, allowing expectant mother dragons to remain on Dragonstone while the vigorous young dragons sought companionship with external females. He pondered whether there were any dragons left on the continent besides the 3 belonging to their mother. Dragons took decades to mature. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The collection of dragon eggs remained of utmost importance. Green then inspected the military camp and blacksmith's forge, feeling that the nearly 30,000 inhabitants of Dragonstone were beginning to feel rather cramped. He needed to find a way to expand their territory. Upon reaching the summit of the Stone Drum Tower and gazing at the map of the 7 kingdoms, he realized that he had the strength to seize control of the lands surrounding King's Landing, yet he lacked both the reason and the manpower to deploy troops. Having already clashed with the Lannisters, he was effectively aligned with the North, but any further action would necessitate waiting for Jaime to deliver Sansa and Rickon. The first thought that crossed Green's mind as he surveyed the map was Driftmark, which was 4 to 5 times the size of Dragonstone. He was intimately familiar with this land, having previously engaged in trade there. Moford Valerion, the Earl of Driftmark, had perished in the Battle of Blackwater while fighting alongside Stannis. Now, the head of Driftmark was a 6-year-old child, Monty Valerion. With just a single ship carrying a handful of soldiers, one could easily conquer Driftmark. However, the notion of taking advantage of a mere child did not sit well with Green. Chapter 45, The Loyalty of Driftmark as Night Fell. Marjorie had taken to lounging on Green's bed, exclaiming, Are you planning to bring the Stark's eldest daughter to Dragonstone? She leapt up from the bed in a flurry. What seems to be the issue? Green inquired. Is it not enough that I cannot satisfy you? The leverage from Highgarden is insufficient. You have never treated me as a wife. Marjorie pouted in response. What are you thinking? Green spread his hands in confusion. I cannot trust you. The following day, Green set forth for Driftmark. The town there was indeed far more prosperous than the fishing village of Dragonstone, while it lacked large vessels at its docks. The marketplace bustled with traders selling seafood, textiles, ale, and fruit. Green made his way directly to the main keep of Driftmark, where the blue field adorned with a silver seahorse fluttered in the sea breeze. Approaching him was Monty Valerion, a boy of 6, holding the same title as Green. My lord, may I inquire as to your business here? Monty's servant asked as they approached. I have come to propose renting land on Driftmark for trade purposes. As you are aware, Dragonstone is quite diminutive, and with a small force stationed there, even the port is insufficient. Therefore, I wish to negotiate a lease of Driftmark, with compensation to be discussed further. Green observed the servant who was escorting Monty, and after dismissing Monty, the servant inquired, My lord, how many soldiers do you possess? Just over 10,000, Green replied. Recently, Dragonstone had decimated 5,000 soldiers from King's Landing, a fact that had spread throughout the realm. Now, apart from King's Landing, Dragonstone stood as the most formidable lord in the realm. Tideshead Island had barely a few hundred vassals, with just a few hundred soldiers. My lord could easily seize Tideshead Island. The servant regarded Green and asked, Are you loyal to King's Landing or Stannis? In his heart, loyalty lay with Stannis, for he was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. The lord had perished at the Battle of Blackwater, and thus, It was imperative to feign loyalty to the Iron Throne. In truth, Stannis had been defeated, and no power remained within the realm to contend with King's Landing. My employment of Tideshead Island will not interfere with the Valyrian allegiance. I simply require the land of Tideshead, and we can negotiate compensation gradually, Green stated. Regardless of whether the compensation is in golden dragons or resources, the Valyrians have dwindled, and the once great house can no longer provide protection. All I ask is that you safeguard Monty as he matures and inherits the remnants of the Valyrian legacy. Tideshead Island could become a vassal of Dragonstone. Can you agree to this? The servant gazed intently at Green. Such is the expectation. If Tideshead Island wishes to ally itself, Dragonstone will protect young Valerian as he grows and inherits Tideshead Island, provided the Valyrians remain loyal to Dragonstone. Green responded. Go fetch young Monty, he instructed the servant, who called to a maid in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the maid brought Monty, and the servant declared, My lord, you must swear an oath. Monty, repeat after me. Line by line, the servant guided, pulling young Valerian into a half-kneel. Father above, mother below, warrior, maiden, smith, crone, stranger. The servant looked at Monty, who, in a state of bewilderment, echoed the words. The Valyrians pledge their loyalty to my lord, loving what he loves and hating what he hates. As my lord honors the covenant, treating me with kindness for my allegiance, granting me my due, then my every word, deed, and action shall be in accordance with his will, with no deviation. Green assisted both to their feet and proclaimed, I swear that you shall always have a place in my home and share my table. I vow never to tarnish your service with disgrace. By the names of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear. Upon exiting the Valyrian stronghold, Green traversed the entirety of Tideshead Island. Tideshead Island's proximity to King's Landing and Dragonstone's position to its east, closer to the narrow sea, rendered it a vital storage area for Dragonstone while also extending influence throughout the realm. Controlling both islands effectively secured the entire Blackwater Bay. While the center of arms and technology resided at Dragonstone, trade and population reserves could be directed toward Tideshead Island. After spending the afternoon in Tideshead, Green returned to Dragonstone, coincidentally encountering the Iron Vault, which had come for weapons. I, Tycho Nestoris, the humble servant of the Iron Bank of Bravos, extend my greetings to Lord Green. The leader of the fleet spoke. There is no need for such formality. Allow my soldiers to assist you in loading the weapons onto the ship. Green replied courteously. The servants aboard the vessel began to busily work under Tycho's direction. Are weapons from Dragonstone still in high demand in Essos? Should the Iron Bank wish to continue our collaboration, we may consider resuming our dealings next year. Green conversed with Tycho as they walked. Recent events in Essos have been tumultuous. The silver-haired Targaryen, wielding 3 dragons, has dominated the Slavers' Bay with Dothraki cavalry and various mercenary bands. She has liberated slaves for her own use, incinerating countless slave masters and benevolent lords. The governors and nobles of the 7 trading cities are in a state of trepidation, fearing an uprising from thousands of horsemen, mercenaries, and slaves. Consequently, the demand for weapons has surged, and there is no shortage of buyers. As long as Lord Green remains willing, with the Targaryens wreaking havoc in Essos, weapons will undoubtedly find a market. And the Iron Bank is keen to continue its partnership with Dragonstone, Tycho articulated with confidence. Has the Iron Bank procured any dragon eggs? Green inquired. Indeed. The Iron Bank possesses such eggs. After the Targaryens hatched dragons, the Sea King was determined to also hatch colossal dragons from eggs, Tycho explained. How many dragon eggs does the Iron Bank possess? Green asked. 3. Lady Fairman pilfered 3 eggs laid by Dreamfire from Dragonstone and sold them to the Iron Bank, subsequently crafting her ship, the Sun Chaser, from gold and embarking on her adventures. At that time, the Iron Bank endeavored to acquire servants from Dragonstone who oversaw the dragon eggs, attempting to hatch them, but the eggs exhibited no signs of life. This may have been why the Targaryens on the Iron Throne did not pursue the matter vigorously. The 3 eggs stolen by Fairman were likely barren. After the demise of the Sea King, the eggs merely became decorative ornaments. However, recent intelligence from Pentos suggests that the eggs gifted to the Targaryens by the governor of Pentos have hatched dragons, reigniting the fervor for dragon hatching across Essos. The current Sea King has also resurrected the 3 eggs for experimentation, Tycho elaborated. Does the Iron Bank intend to sell those 3 eggs? Green inquired. The current state of Essos is partly due to Dragonstone. It has long been rumored that the lords of Dragonstone have uncovered the secrets of the Targaryens, retrieving eggs laid by wild dragons from the cliffs and successfully hatching them. I wonder if I might catch a glimpse of a dragon, Tycho mused. If the Iron Bank would be so kind, I would like to attempt hatching one as well. If agreeable, Dragonstone is prepared to purchase it with gold dragons. Green said with a smile. Are you truly capable of hatching a dragon? The rumors cannot be false. Tycho gazed at him in disbelief. Yes. Even if the 3 eggs of the Iron Bank are not entirely lifeless, they have lain dormant for over a century, likely rendering them dead. Nevertheless, I possess methods to attempt this. The outcome remains uncertain, Green responded. Should you succeed in hatching one, the Iron Bank is willing to offer a reward, Tycho declared. Good sir, whether the first dragon egg can hatch a dragon is still a matter of debate. Furthermore, the dragon that emerges will naturally acknowledge the one who incubated it as its master. This is precisely why the Targaryens place dragon eggs among newborns, explained Green. May I have the privilege of observing your dragon? Taichu inquired. Of course, Green replied, summoning the smaller blue dragon, Jinxiao. Taichu scrutinized this creature. Unlike anything he had ever encountered, becoming entranced by its every movement. After a considerable time, he spoke. I will ensure that the circumstances of Dragonstone are communicated clearly to the Sea King of the Iron Bank and the esteemed lords. The 3 dragon eggs should be brought back during the next armament exchange. However, the Iron Bank also wishes to maintain a collaborative relationship with Dragonstone. That is only natural. The Iron Bank could propose a price for the dragon eggs, which could offset the cost of purchasing weapons. Not just these 3. As long as the Iron Bank can procure additional dragon eggs, Dragonstone will still accept them. Beyond the offset for the weapons, each dragon egg could extend the arms trade by 3 months. Such are the conditions set forth by Dragonstone, Green stated. My lord, your sincerity is palpable. I shall endeavor to persuade the lords of the Iron Bank to exchange dragon eggs for an extension of trade with Dragonstone. After all, the Iron Bank lies between the slave bays and Dragonstone. Investing in Dragonstone presents a more advantageous choice. There have been no reports from the slave bays regarding the Targaryens consolidating dragon eggs. Chapter 46. The Wildlings Relocation Group within the Red Keep of King's Landing. A letter from Kevin had arrived, and Jaime was sent to his camp by Stark. Tywin sat firmly in his seat and remarked, Does the North harbor intentions for peace? Indeed, it was Dragonstone that eradicated the Bolton family and subsequently secured Jaime's release, Tywin replied. Does Dragonstone seek a title, or is it preparing to side with the Iron Throne? Tyrion inquired. Kevin's letter did not specify, but upon Jaime's return to the Lannister forces, he ordered the soldiers to march north, capturing 2 Stark children who have now been sent to Dragonstone, Tywin elaborated. The actions of Dragonstone appear somewhat perplexing. They rescued Lord Jaime, yet chose to extract the Stark children from the chaos of war. Master Pycelle ventured cautiously. What if Green is merely a lord detached from political affairs? Acting out of friendship for Jaime, he might have rescued him out of compassion for the Starks, Tyrion jested. Humph. Tywin scoffed. It matters not. Since Jaime has been saved, I shall command Kevin and the Mountain to engage in the conflict promptly, ensuring Stark's soldiers are suffocated in the riverlands. And if Dragonstone perceives that King's Landing has few guards left and seizes the opportunity to attack, Varys suggested, arms crossed. Tywin surveyed the assembled lords, gathering his thoughts before fixing his gaze on Tyrion. Go to Dragonstone and stabilize the blacksmith. As long as the conditions are not excessively burdensome, I shall acquiesce to them, buying sufficient time for the situation in the riverlands. Tyrion, with a resigned demeanor, adjusted his posture and rose to prepare for another visit to Dragonstone. Sansa, why must we bring along the lady and the direwolf? The villains will surely devour them. Rickon remarked, sitting in the wagon, addressing his sister. Sansa was reluctant to respond. The recent upheavals had been overwhelming. She had scarcely received a letter from her mother. And after only a few days on King S Road, she found herself captured by the Lannister family. To her astonishment, Jaime Lannister ordered soldiers to escort her to Dragonstone, leading Sansa to believe that the hostilities had ceased. At that moment, a formidable contingent of gold cloaks obstructed the escort, carrying the command of King Joffrey that the Stark girl was to proceed to King S Landing. Sansa leaned out of the carriage, gazing at the multitude of gold cloaks. Joffrey? What could possibly be the reason? Please, miss, allow us to escort you. We will procure another carriage in the nearby town. As for the reason, you may inquire directly with His Majesty upon your arrival in King S Landing, stated the leader of the gold cloaks. Sansa was already aware that Joffrey had ordered her father's execution, but now surrounded by hundreds of gold cloaks, and with the escort comprised solely of Lannister servants. She had no choice but to summon a Stark retainer to expedite sending Rickon to Dragonstone. After giving her instructions, Sansa disembarked, and the gold cloaks parted to allow the carriage to pass. At that moment, a fleet appeared on the surface of the narrow sea. Green had been waiting at the dock, alerted by the garrison. As the ships drew closer, Jon and his companions on the deck became distinctly visible. Green. Jon leaped from the deck and embraced Green with enthusiasm. How did everything go? Under the persuasion of Tormund and Ygritte, a portion of the free folk is willing to attempt the journey to Dragonstone, though the number of ships we have is somewhat limited. I've only brought a fraction of them, Jon replied joyfully. Dragonstone is nearing capacity, but I will arrange for the free folk to settle on Driftmark. The native population there is only a few thousand. How many free folk do you anticipate bringing? I will make arrangements to build new villages for them on Driftmark in the coming days. In truth, most of those brought along were from tribes that trusted Tormund and Ygritte. The numbers were not substantial. Other tribes, while eager to escape the harshness of the lands beyond the wall, remained skeptical unless Mance Rayder truly trusted us and ordered the free folk to mobilize entirely. Currently, over 100,000 free folk are struggling to establish their camps before your arrival. It's all right, John. This endeavor requires steadfast commitment. The wall is not lacking in rangers. Your task now is to persuade all the free folk to come, coaxing them to Dragonstone. Green encouraged, patting John on the back. This felt somewhat akin to a relocation effort from a past life, as he would need to gradually entice them. Establishing welfare benefits for the first group of free folk, and then sending them back to spread the word and bring in the new arrivals. Green instructed Miss Sandii to oversee the hospitality for the free folk, then went to examine the map of Driftmark to identify suitable locations for new villages. Have John bring in a few of the free folk leaders. Green called out to his attendants. Everyone, take a look at Tidehead Island. This will be your future abode. Tidehead Island is home to only 3 indigenous settlements, and aside from the vital coastal port. You may select a piece of land according to your tribal population. Tomorrow, your wild chieftain will send a fleet to the nearby towns to procure building materials, allowing the clansmen to construct their own dwellings. Among the first group of wildlings, Tommen gazed at the map and remarked, had he known they would need to toil themselves, he ought to have brought Wong along, as he could accomplish the work of 10. Listening to the jovial banter of his fellow wildlings, Green recalled his previous hardships at the difficult encampment. He had not expected it would be so laborious, particularly with the promise of 24-hour hot water. After the meeting concluded, John inquired about the location and prepared to visit Sam. As John approached the Sea Dragon Tower, he observed an array of tables, surrounded by individuals engaged in various activities. Green noticed that the source of illumination within the room was not candles, but rather a luminous orb resembling a gemstone. Scanning the area, he discovered multiple such orbs, twinkling with light in various sizes, akin to a galaxy of stars. John, astonished, stood with his mouth agape, eagerly absorbing the sight. Sam, are you in there? He called out to the bustling crowd within. Hearing the commotion, someone at the entrance glanced at John and summoned Sam from a side room. Sam rushed over and embraced John, who noted the increasing plumpness of Sam's physique and the hint of a smile on his cheeks. What are all these? He indicated with his eyes towards everything inside the room. John, I believe I have discovered the essence of my life, Sam replied. These objects fill the void within me. Their operation shines as brilliantly as the oaths of the Night's Watch. I must properly introduce you to my achievements. Meanwhile, the wildlings at Dragonstone Island's encampment had settled in for the night, and by dawn, half of the vessels on Dragonstone began their operations. Over 5,000 wildlings embarked towards Tidehead Island, with the able-bodied among them guided by boatmen to gather building materials from Crabclaw Peninsula and the Spire. There are dragons on Dragonstone, one wildling exclaimed. My eagle captured one near the blacksmith shop, and another soared over the sea. The largest one roosted on a cliff at night, while the one from the blacksmith shop descended into the valley behind the main fortress of Dragonstone. My eagle encountered an unknown attack upon entering, and it left me with a splitting headache, compelling me to call it back. Oriole recounted to the wildling leaders. There's nothing strange about it. When we entered the hall of the island, there should have been a dragon sleeping in a wooden crate. I heard its breath and took a glance from a specific angle. It was a green dragon, Jägerite declared. I then found John to share this with him, but he seemed preoccupied, as if troubled by other matters. I located that maidservant, the one who directed the soldiers of Dragonstone to assist with the encampment yesterday. She explained to me why it is called Dragonstone Island, because of dragons, dragon crystal, and the island itself. Chapter 47. Test drive, my dear companion. When was the last time we met? Tyrion exclaimed as he leaped into Green's lap. Perhaps 6 months ago, Green mused, reflecting on the swift passage of time. The luck of the dwarf has been rather unfortunate. He has visited Dragonstone 2 or 3 times in the past 6 months, and only this time has he encountered my friend. You have an abundance of tales to share with me, yet most importantly, I must express my gratitude for saving my brother, Jaime, Tyrion exclaimed joyfully. Rescuing Jaime was merely a transaction, trading Jaime for the safety of 2 children. This is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you facilitated this event. The Lannisters owe you a significant favor, and I believe my father will offer a generous reward. Tyrion gestured as he spoke. A reward? Do you possess any clues regarding dragon eggs among the Lannisters? If words fail to convey my gratitude, then a dragon egg from Dragonstone would suffice, no matter the quantity, Green replied. The Lannisters are only interested in golden dragons. Even if they once possessed dragon eggs, they have long since exchanged them for gold. Moreover, among all the Lannisters, I alone harbor a fascination for dragons. By the way, speaking of dragons, Haven T, you already hatched a dragon? Why then do you seek dragon eggs? Tyrion inquired. Is it possible for anyone to have too many dragons? Green retorted. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, is it not true that only one dragon rider can exist? From what I gathered from Jandrai, you already have 5 dragons. Might I have the opportunity to experience being a dragon rider as well? That is a tradition of House Targaryen. And it does not apply to my circumstances. My methods of hatching and training dragons differ from those of the Targaryens, Green elucidated. Last time I spoke of dragons with you, I inquired whether your homeland still had any. Did you not say that dragons have been buried in the annals of history? Tyrion questioned. Dragons have indeed vanished, yet the methods of dragon taming have not been lost. The peoples of the eastern continent of Essos all claim to be descendants of dragons, akin to the blood and fire of the Targaryens. Each child in Essos simulates dragon control in the canyons from a young age. I shall refrain from elaborating on the details of dragon taming, Green continued. What is this control you speak of? Tyrion looked at him with skepticism. It is akin to a saddle, an aid to help you master the great dragon. Speaking of it would be of little clarity to you. Noticing Green's disdain, Tyrion opted not to inquire further. May I ride a great dragon then? Tyrion asked. His eyes filled with longing. Green found it difficult to refuse Tyrion, for he was the very first person he had encountered in this world. He summoned Drogon, instructing him to lie down sideways on the ground. Tyrion, at Green's direction, approached the dragon's neck, but despite his efforts to jump, he could not reach it. Podrick, who had accompanied Tyrion, suddenly burst into laughter, quickly turning his head to face the sea, attempting to distance himself from the scene. Tyrion glared in his direction, his gaze landing on Podrick, who was suppressing a smile. Clearing his throat, Tyrion made a few deliberate coughs, prompting Podrick to raise his head, only to find Tyrion giving him frantic signals. As Tyrion's squire, Podrick hastily rushed forward and lifted Tyrion onto the dragon's shoulder. Once Tyrion found a comfortable position, Green provided a series of instructions and allowed Drogon to take Tyrion for a few aerial laps. As the crowd gazed upward at the spiraling golden dragon in the sky, they occasionally shielded their eyes from the sunlight, their gaze trailing the majestic creature's path. It was a wondrous journey. During the dragon's ascent and descent, I experienced a sense of liberation that eluded me in the brothels. From my vantage point in the sky, observing the fishermen and their boats on Dragonstone Island below, they appeared as diminutive ants and insects, truly astonishing. Upon returning to the ground, Tyrion expressed his admiration. Tyrion, if one were to ride a dragon, what would be an appropriate fee in your estimation? Gryn, do not mistake me for such a person. I merely experienced a few fleeting minutes. And you dare to speak of payment? I do not seek your coin. I merely request your perspective as a noble of the 7 kingdoms on reasonable charges for dragon riding experiences on Dragonstone Island. No, you insult the dragon. It is no common whore. Dragons should seize wealth on the battlefield, not be treated as mounts for mere amusement, Tyrion declared sternly. And what if there are no wars in which the dragon may partake? Gryn innocently inquired. That cannot be. Wherever humanity dwells, there exists conflict over interests. Yet, when disputes reach a critical threshold or one party's resources dwindle, men will resort to the most primal method, war, to reclaim their share of wealth. This is an immutable truth. Akin to the territories of beasts, Tyrion continued, only to be interrupted. I too wish to ride the dragon. Monty piped up, approaching with a playful tone. His gaze fixed on Gryn. Gryn tousled the child Valyrian's hair. Later, I shall carry you on the dragon for a flight. But you are still too small to grasp the dragon's scales. Oh, long live the adults. I shall inform Uncle Hagen that Monty is soon to ride a dragon, he exclaimed, dashing off in excitement. Tyrion, please proceed to the Stone Drum Tower. I must prepare for the evening banquet to host you all. After dinner, Gryn, holding Monty, circled the skies above Dragonstone Island. Upon witnessing this, Marjorie imagined the scene of Gryn teaching her child to ride a dragon after its birth. As the great beast landed, Marjorie approached Gryn, gesturing toward the dragon's back. Gryn, puzzled, heard Marjorie softly say, I too wish for you to take me on a dragon for a flight, and planted a kiss on his cheek. This was akin to treating me as a mere shopkeeper, and the dragon as a whimsical ride. Everyone longs to indulge their inner child. Marjorie tugged at his arm with increasing intensity, leaving Gryn no choice but to lift her onto the dragon's back, and they soared for several circles. As they ascended and descended, Marjorie gasped with delight at the sensations of weightlessness and heaviness. Once airborne, she squinted at the expanse around them, prompting Gryn to hold her a little tighter. When the dragon stabilized in the sky, Marjorie slowly opened her eyes, taking in the breathtaking scenery below. Upon landing, the great beast was eager to take flight again, while the group continued to ride, inexplicably cheering. The dragon, performing aerial acrobatics and free-falling, reveled in its freedom, enjoying the thrill of the dive. After Marguerite rode the dragon, her resolve strengthened. That night, she awaited eagerly in her chamber. The following morning, Green set off to Tidehead Island to inspect the progress of the new rural construction. The wildlings had indeed become accustomed to their loose camp life, and the hastily constructed wooden houses were scattered about, detracting from the island's charm. Green immediately assumed a leadership role, guiding the work as if playing the part of the mayor, drafting building plans, and supervising the progress of the projects. Chapter 48, The Mobilization, My Lord. The Starks have arrived, announced the attendant at the door. Shortly thereafter, the guards ushered in Rickon, and Green glanced up, recognizing the boy from Winterfell. Where are the others? He inquired. The Lannisters who escorted him have already departed by ship, leaving only a few Stark retainers and 2 dire wolves, replied the guard. Green observed Rickon with curiosity. Rickon, your mother informed me you came here with your sister. Pray tell, where has she gone? Some guards took her away, claiming it was by the king's orders, Rickon answered. Green stroked his chin thoughtfully before calling for Tyrion. Tyrion, Joffrey has abducted Sansa. What is your opinion on this matter? Green remarked as Tyrion entered with a jovial demeanor. Tyrion quickly concealed his smile, surveying the room until his gaze landed on the unfamiliar child. Dear boy, please tell me where your sister Sansa has been taken? Rickon, matching Tyrion's height, replied, the steward who brought me said the gold cloaks of King's Landing have taken Sansa. Bring all of the Stark servants here. Green shouted to the guards. Moments later, over a dozen individuals entered the hall, detailing the circumstances surrounding Sansa's abduction as thoroughly as possible. As the party approached the vicinity of Moat Cailin, they were halted by a contingent of roughly 100 riders, who proclaimed it was King Joffrey's command for Miss Sansa to be taken to King's Landing. I had previously accompanied Lord Eddard to King's Landing, and thus Maester Luwin instructed me to lead the party to Dragonstone. I recognized that they were the armor of the King's Landing guards, stated the leading servant. Tyrion immediately began to sift through the information for clues. Grey Worm, dispatch a swift ship to retrieve the Lannister guards who were escorting Sansa before they strayed too far. After a respectful bow, Grey Worm exited. Believe me, this was not the intent of the Lannisters, Tyrion asserted. I care not for that. When the individuals are retrieved, you shall inquire personally. The condition for Jaime's release was the escort of the Stark children to Dragonstone. Your Lannister reputation is of no concern to me. Dragonstone must not breach its agreements. I understand, Tyrion responded, his expression darkening as he began to brainstorm. Initially, he suspected his father might wish to use Dragonstone to settle previous claims to inheritance while simultaneously capturing Stark hostages to gain an advantage in the conflict. However, Tyrion soon dismissed this notion, realizing that the situation in the Riverlands was favorable. His father would likely prioritize stabilizing Dragonstone, and he still held value in that equation. Tyrion, in his contemplation, began to suspect that Littlefinger and Varys might have orchestrated a scheme to impersonate the Lannisters in abducting the Stark child. Yet, this theory seemed implausible. If other factions were involved in the kidnapping, they would not have returned one of the Stark children. After all, the leverage afforded by 2 children, whether as covert supporters of the Starks or as bargaining chips for Tywin, would be far superior to the mere abduction of one. The timing of his arrival at Dragonstone coincided perfectly with this scheme, but could it have been Cersei's doing? Perhaps as an act of vengeance for sending Myrcella to Dorne? However, given Cersei's temperament, she would likely have sought to capture both Starks, simply allowing a servant to return to Dragonstone to deliver the news. Approximately 15 minutes later, Dragonstone's soldiers escorted several Lannister guards into the hall. After querying them, Tyrion found their statements aligned with those of the Stark servant. After considerable deliberation, he spoke. I am not privy to the intricacies of this matter and do not wish to disregard the goodwill extended by Dragonstone in rescuing Jaime. I shall return to King's Landing to ascertain the truth and ensure Sansa's return to Dragonstone. He was informed, you have but 3 days. Should the Ravens fail to deliver news of Sansa by the 4th day, Dragonstone will take action. I comprehend, he replied. I shall return to King's Landing post-haste and will relay a response to Dragonstone at the earliest opportunity, ensuring Sansa's swift return. Once Tyrion had departed, Grey Worm inquired, how fares the training of the new Unsullied? They are ready for battle, was the reply, though we lack full equipment for the 4 battalions. They are still clad in the initial leather armor and wielding spears. No matter, Grey Worm stated, let us convene atop the stone drum. It appears we may indeed be on the brink of war. Green then asked, what has become of the Lannister forces we previously defeated? The captured soldiers, numbering over 100 and of noble birth, have been ransomed at appropriate prices. The Tiger Guard has integrated the most capable among them. thus expanding our numbers to 5,000. The remaining injured and those deemed unfit are laboring in the blacksmith shop, effectively doubling the village's population, reported Missandei. Although it was a meeting, the high command of Dragonstone was rather sparse, consisting of only a few chosen officers from Missandei and the former Unsullied Legion. We currently command a force of 16,000, Green observed, gazing at the map of the Crownlands. Tomorrow, we shall embark on warships from Crab Isle, traversing Crab Bay to transport the 8,000 main forces of the 4th Battalion to the salt town beyond the confluence of the Trident. Grey Worm. Select 3,000 soldiers familiar with the waters from the Tiger Guard and the Reserve Battalion to garrison the inner side of the Greywater Bay. On the 3rd day, we must either retrieve Sansa or seal all waterways below King's Landing on the Blackwater River, striving to avoid conflict. The remaining half of the Tiger Guard and the garrison will be dispersed to defend Dragonstone and Driftmark, with Missandei overseeing the affairs of both islands. Though Green remained uncertain as to who had abducted Sansa, he recognized a fortuitous opportunity for Dragonstone. The Lannisters currently held an overwhelming advantage, with nearly 50,000 troops encircling the lands between the rivers. As the north grew colder, he faced a choice, either align with the Lannisters or rely on the seas to withstand them. While the prospect of allegiance seemed devoid of loss, the Emperor was Joffrey, whose erratic decisions could render him a traitor with no allies to support him. The journey by boat from Dragonstone to King's Landing takes approximately a day and a night. Considering the time it takes for the Raven to return to Dragonstone or for Grey Worm to escort Sansa, Tyrion is left with scarcely 2 days to act. In a bid to seize the initiative, Green has advanced his forces to the front lines. Kevin has recently experienced some discontent, originally, with Jaime's safe return. He could have swiftly encircled Riverrun. However, as he made his way along the Blue Fork toward the Riverlands, he found himself repeatedly harassed by the mountain clans. Although the mountain clans primarily wield bronze and stone weaponry, and his troops suffered minimal losses, much of their food supplies were pilfered. These mountain tribes would retreat into the Moonlight Mountains, only to emerge and target supply trains when he withdrew his forces. It was only after capturing a tongue that he learned Stannis' Red Priestess had performed a fire spell, resulting in the entire mountain clan being subdued. This clan, comprising over 3,000, was predominantly composed of natural guerrilla fighters, significantly hampering his march. Chapter 49, The Call to Arms in King's Landing. Boren. Take the Golden Dragon and visit the Golden Cloaks, and ascertain who gave the order to loot Stark's men while we were at Dragonstone. As soon as Tyrion disembarked from the dock, he instructed Boren, who followed behind. Tyrion acquired horses from the dock's guards and made his way towards the Prime Minister's tower. You should be at Dragonstone. What brings you here? Tywin looked up upon seeing Tyrion enter. Tyrion approached the round table, poured himself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp before pouring another to hold. Is the situation at Dragonstone stable? Tyrion replied. Even so, you should not have returned so soon. You need to ascertain the strength of the forces at Dragonstone, the extent of their dragon population, how many have been tamed, and whether the remaining can be utilized by House Lannister. Tywin's expression darkened as he revealed his displeasure towards this cunning younger son. Am I not aware of these matters? Yet, someone wishes for my demise at Dragonstone. Tyrion took another sip of wine, his irritation evident. Tywin cast a glance at Tyrion. While I was en route to Dragonstone, Sansa Stark, who was being escorted there, was abducted midway by the Golden Cloaks of King's Landing. Tywin sat upright, understanding the reason behind Tyrion's abrupt declaration. Who do you suspect? Joffrey's orders, the testimony of the Lannister vassals at the front lines. Come with me to the Red Keep. Tywin commanded as he rose and donned his cloak. Tywin led Tyrion to Cersei's chambers. On the day Kevin's letter arrived, during the Royal Council meeting, Joffrey had not been present. Did you disclose the contents of the council to Joffrey? Tywin fixed his gaze on Cersei. He is the king and ought to know what his subjects are doing, Cersei replied, neither overly humble nor arrogant. And you, as the Queen Regent, are you aware of your son's actions? Tywin spoke, suppressing his fury. Cersei looked bewildered at the sudden entrance of the two men. Tyrion recounted the events surrounding Sansa's abduction. Cersei paced back and forth before clapping her hands together, asserting, I believe Joffrey's actions are justified. The outcome of the conflict in the Riverlands will be determined within a week. With Sansa, whether through a royal marriage or an alliance with the Lannisters, we will hold the initiative in the north. Why should we relinquish the vast lands of the north to those wretches of the Iron Islands? Tywin entered the hall, surveying the map. So, it was you who ordered Sansa's abduction? Tyrion challenged Cersei. And if I did, what of it? Cersei retorted with a cold smirk. Why? Do you not even consider that your brother remains on Dragonstone, nearly meeting his demise? Tyrion glared at her. Consider, you sent Myrcella to Dorne. Yet have you contemplated the Lannisters' past transgressions against Elia? And silenced Tommen. Enough. Everyone, come and see. Tywin admonished his quarreling children. How many troops are stationed on Dragonstone? How many dragons are ready for battle? Tywin inquired as Tyrion approached. There are approximately 10,000 troops, well-equipped. As for the dragons, the largest one is the size of an adult direwolf, the next is the size of a horse, while the others are mere hatchlings, lacking the capacity to carry riders and are unlikely to breathe fire for long. Is the largest one tamed? Tywin probed cautiously. Such inquiries are futile. The Lannisters need not concern themselves with dragons. The Greyjoys possess a more sophisticated method of dragon taming than the Targaryens. The dragons they hatch are akin to their own offspring. Even I have experienced the thrill of riding one, Tyrion replied, gazing dreamily. Highgarden stands to make a lucrative deal. If the Lannisters had a suitable child, I would not hesitate to send them to Dragonstone for the sake of the dragons, Tywin mused. At present, Dragonstone resembles the Targaryens of yore. The Lannisters must either extinguish it in its cradle before the dragons mature, or wait a decade or so for another family of a different hue to ascend the throne. As the Lannisters deliberated over Dragonstone, a man in golden robes rushed in to report, My lord, over 10 warships have arrived from the Blackwater, claiming to seek the return of Sansa Stark. How many troops do they bring? Tywin inquired. Each ship is a 100-oared vessel, suggesting at least 1,000 men, the guard reported. What did the smith from Dragonstone convey to you? Tywin pressed. He requested only 3 days. A day has already been wasted in the journey to Blackwater Bay. Sansa must be sent away by tomorrow morning at the latest. I shall instruct the forces of Dragonstone and the Riverlands to expedite their progress. The soldiers from Dragonstone stationed at Blackwater Bay remain unscathed. King's Landing possesses over 1,000 gold-cloaked guards who can fortify the city walls effectively. The gold from the Westerlands has already been delivered to King's Landing, and I will promptly send Barris to Essos to enlist several mercenary companies. Once the soldiers from Dragonstone convey the news back to their home, the main contingent will march for a day, allowing for an ample 2-day margin. If we can muster some citizens of King's Landing to hold off Dragonstone for just 2 days, the mercenaries and the Riverlands army will gradually return to King's Landing. 50,000 troops are more than sufficient to overwhelm the 10,000 from Dragonstone, should they resolutely decide to assault the city. Tyrion gazed incredulously at his father, questioning his eagerness to engage in conflict with Dragonstone. However, if it indeed provoked Dragonstone to attack King's Landing, the city would possess adequate forces for defense, while Dragonstone would forfeit its supremacy over the seas. Let us not forget the dragons of Dragonstone, Tyrion reminded. In the coming days, I shall expedite the production of wildfire and giant crossbows to counter the dragons. The vast expanse of King's Landing is ripe for destruction by Dragonstone's fire, with its population exceeding 500,000, a mere fraction of the Lannisters. With that, Tywin exited the room. Tyrion let out a resigned sigh, realizing that his friendship with Dragonstone, due to his surname, would dissipate entirely. The dragon he had longed to ride might one day become his means of sustenance. Nevertheless, Tyrion was determined to keep Sansa within his grasp. Regardless of the war's outcome, should the Lannisters prevail, his efforts to persuade the Greyjoys would yield some acknowledgement, safeguarding his chance to once again mount a dragon. Conversely, if the Lannisters were to face an unfortunate defeat, an intact bargaining chip would prove more valuable. My dear sister, I shall ask you once more, where is Sansa? Tyrion turned to Cersei. Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Tyrion, retorting, What concern is it of yours? Surely you have not forgotten how Eddard Stark met his demise. If another Stark perishes and we lose the war, the Lannisters will be consumed by the wrath of House Stark. It was not my command, Cersei observed, her gaze fixated on Tyrion, who appeared suddenly calm. I shall seek out Joffrey and retrieve Sansa, Tyrion declared as he prepared to head to the king's chamber. Chapter 50. Tyrion's imprisonment. Joffrey, why have you abducted Sansa? Tyrion demanded loudly. Abducted? I am the king. My subjects are obliged to heed my summons. Furthermore, my diminutive uncle ought to address me as your grace, Joffrey replied, drawing the widow's wail, forged from the Stark family Essos, from its scabbard and pressing the blade against Sansa's cheek. Is the king's statement entirely justifiable? He taunted, pushing the sword forward slowly. Tyrion surveyed the scars on Sansa's skin, observing her tear-streaked face as she nodded in agreement with Joffrey. Joffrey, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? She is a bargaining chip for Jaime. Do you wish to compel the Lannisters to breach their honor? Tyrion clenched his teeth as he spoke. In punishing the traitors of the North, had it not been for our former betrothal, I would have already displayed her head atop the walls of King's Landing. What does the failure of the Lannisters to uphold their oaths have to do with me? Is he not merely a regicide? Joffrey pointed his blood-stained sword at Tyrion, smirking as he taunted, Are you questioning your king? Enough, Joffrey. You know how significant she is to us. Surely you recall that the war ignited only after the death of her father, Ned. Joffrey, irritated by Tyrion's revisiting of old wounds, was more fearful of Tywin than the dwarf. So what? Is that her justification for harboring heads within her body? And what of you, my dear uncle? What is your justification? With that, Joffrey pressed the sword closer to Tyrion. You have defied me repeatedly. And now you dare question your king and instruct him? I know not the efficacy of the weapons crafted by your blacksmith friend, but I am certain that this Valyrian steel sword can cleave a dwarf in two. After your demise, I shall feed your flesh to the whores you have sampled, and I will inquire how they find the taste of a dwarf. Dwarf pie, or perhaps dwarf stew. I believe I ought to ponder that. As he raised his sword to strike Tyrion, Podrick swiftly intervened, cleaving Joffrey's sword with his own. The sword flew from Joffrey's grasp, causing him pain as he curled his fingers in fury, cursing, "Damn that dwarf for inciting my men against their king. Seize them." A dozen guards within the palace immediately closed in. Seeing this, Podrick reluctantly discarded his weapon, offering a wry smile as he addressed, "Your Majesty, fratricide brings a curse. I hope you can forgive the haste." Several guards pressed their swords against Tyrion and Podrick's throats. A grin crossed Joffrey's face as he crookedly declared, "I have changed my mind. I shall groom Stark well. When the war concludes, I will arrange a marriage between you and Stark. For every whore you have bedded, I shall ensure Sansa is shared among that many men. In due time, I shall reward you with the title of Warden of the North, and the honor of the northern couple shall be lauded by all. The Duke of Dwarves and the rebel whore, what say you, my uncle?" Tyrion cast a cold gaze upon his twisted nephew. "Take them away, cast them into the black cells. No one shall release them without my command." Joffrey ordered the guards nearby. After issuing his command, he turned his attention to Sansa, approaching her slowly. Podrick, witnessing Tyrion and Podrick being led away, hastened to inform Tywin of the situation at the Hand's Tower. "This is for the best," Tywin thought, "to prevent Tyrion from revealing my strategies due to personal interests." However, upon hearing that it was Joffrey's command, he promptly instructed that Cersei should retrieve Sansa from Joffrey and bring her to the Hand's Tower, ensuring that she would not meet the same fate as Ned, losing his piece from the board before the war was concluded. He then dismissed Podrick with a wave. Tyrion gazed intently at the skulls of the Targaryen dragons within the dungeon, pondering whether his father's campaign would plunge House Lannister into the abyss or usher in an era of prosperity. What if the Lannisters emerged victorious, with Green surviving to take all the dragons to Essos and forge an alliance with the Targaryens? Dragons, Dothraki cavalry, refined weaponry, and an endless supply of slaves from Essos. Had he known, he would have sought refuge on Dragonstone with Lord Green. Not only would he have acquired superior equipment, but at least Green possessed a semblance of sanity compared to Joffrey. Now he found himself shackled in this wretched place for a mere handful of golden dragons. Bolland lamented nearby, while Podrick, left with no alternatives, discreetly departed the city in search of a small boat, preparing to row to Dragonstone to deliver a message of hope for Tyrion's rescue. Shortly after setting out on the Blackwater, he beheld the forces of Dragonstone already arrayed above Blackwater Bay, and he rowed towards them. Indeed, it was Joffrey who had abducted Sansa, yet Tywin remained unfazed. Convinced that Dragonstone posed no threat, Green listened intently to Podrick's account. A confrontation was inevitable. He was ensnared in the maelstrom, and this time, the Lannisters must be thoroughly vanquished. After settling matters in the north, they would inevitably turn their attention to Dragonstone, especially after the previous loss of 5,000 men. Resolving this, Green promptly arranged for the blockade of Blackwater Bay, then mounted his yellow dragon, accompanied by the red dragon, to advance towards the front lines in the Riverlands. Jaime was overseeing the soldiers constructing rafts outside the besieged river run, although Kevin and the forces of the mountain had converged, encircling the city. The dual river barriers on either side, along with the artificial moat created by excavated trenches, complicated any assault. To capture the city, they would either need to execute a landing operation or drain the moat surrounding River Run, which would require the cooperation of the Stark family, thus leaving them reliant on the rafts for their approach. Only a few days prior, Jaime had been a guest within River Run, albeit mostly confined to a cell. Listening to the rushing waters of the Riverlands and the sound of soldiers chopping wood, he knew this battle would be the Lannisters' final effort to subdue the North. This time, he was determined to capture the entire Stark family, seeking to rectify the scars of his past captivity. After soaring on Dragonback for a considerable time, Green dared to approach the 4 divisions that had entered the Trident, ordering the fleet to advance towards the confluence of the rivers. The waterways had narrowed to the extent that they could scarcely accommodate a 100-oared warship, necessitating a shift to land forces. Marching without cavalry posed significant challenges, and they trudged along the Red Fork until nightfall, learning that the nearest village lay 100 miles away, 2 full days on foot from River Run. Chapter 51. The Battle of River Run. The North Wind whipped the Lion Banner. In a letter from your father urged haste to resolve the conflict in the Riverlands, and returned to King's Landing. Kevin, astride his gray steed, surveyed the encampment from a high vantage point. The rafts were nearly complete, and several trebuchets had been hastily assembled. However, the river's constraints rendered large siege engines unfeasible. The distance from the city walls to the gates would indeed demand the sacrifice of soldiers' lives to breach. Jaime rode alongside Kevin on his white horse. "What are your plans regarding Stannis, who lies in wait near that valley, uncle?" Jaime inquired, glancing back at Kevin. "Recently, I found myself in a stalemate with the mountain clans, while my forces were further besieged. Although Stannis managed to rally several thousand from the clans, his strength was waning. I have established a camp with 5,000 troops beneath the eastern ridge, directing the soldiers to excavate trenches, place caltrops, and set up crossbows along the riverbanks. Prepared to defend against Stannis' remaining forces, which would necessitate at least a week's worth of siege warfare. Thus, I commanded the assault on the city, hoping that the seven gods would favor the Lannisters." With urgency, Jaime mounted his horse and galloped towards the camp to rally the troops. "Quickly, hold your positions. Occupy the vacant battlements, and transfer all arrows to the towers." Edmund, clad in full armor, commanded from atop the city wall. The resounding horns of the Lannister forces echoed ominously. Rafts were cast upon the river as soldiers raised their shields and leapt aboard. The vast expanse of the Lannister army densely covered the river's surface. The cacophony of battle cries outside the city of Riverrun grew deafening, and the bloodied waters of the Tully River began to rise with the bodies of the fallen, surfacing like dumplings. Numerous soldiers had gathered beneath the walls of Riverrun, shielding themselves from arrows piercing through the arrow slits and battlements, while those wielding heavy hammers and axes struck fiercely against the wooden gates of the city. Protected by their comrades, "Bring the stones. Hoist them up," shouted the soldiers on the walls. "Your Majesty, Riverrun is in dire peril. You must send troops to their aid. The North is now your only ally," urged Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, as he pressed Stannis. "I know. I have been orchestrating the mountain clans to harass the Lannisters and encircle Riverrun, and now the encirclement has succeeded. Kevin has entrenched himself here, blocking our way. Our forces pose no threat to them," Stannis muttered as he studied the map. "Once the Lannisters breach Riverrun, we will be left with no escape. With over 4,000 men, we cannot withstand the might of the Iron Throne. Even if we risk everything, we must rescue Stark," Davos implored anxiously. Stannis turned to the Red Priestess Melisandre, seated nearby. "Has the Lord of Light revealed to you whether I can win this war?" Melisandre rose, stating, "I need guidance from the flames," as she approached the fire within the tent. Stannis and Davos followed her, and Melisandre, invoking her will, murmured her incantations. "The long night is perilous and fraught with danger." After a moment, she asked, "My king, what do you see?" "A dragon. A great dragon has been born," Davos exclaimed. "The dragon has already been born. The Targaryens of Essos have hatched 3 dragons," Melisandre countered. "No. The dragon rider is a man. He will win this war," Stannis asserted, steeling himself to discern whether the figure atop the dragon in the flames was indeed himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind disrupted the blazing fire. Seeing Melisandre's confident gaze, Davos remained resolute. "Since the guidance of the Lord of Light assures us of victory, let us prepare for the assault." Melisandre stepped out of the gates, ready to invigorate the men of House Glover, while Davos busied himself preparing the soldiers. Although their numbers had dwindled from tens of thousands to a mere 4,000, each was a battle-hardened elite. At that moment, a dragon soared over Stannis' encampment, casting a colossal shadow that drew the soldiers' gazes upward. What could that be? They looked up and beheld an eagle. A griffin. The griffin was merely a legend of the valley. Davos, listening to the soldiers' commotion, raised his gaze. A low, rumbling sound echoed, reminiscent of a tiger's roar or thunder. The Red Priestess's prophecy was indeed true, Davos thought, his mind awash with astonishment. From a distance, Glenn spotted a troop of soldiers and attempted to ascertain whether they belonged to House Lannister, only to discover the Stag Banner, Stannis' forces. Glenn circled around and halted at the gates of Stannis' camp. Davos' attention remained fixated on the dragon, observing its approach alongside some curious soldiers who ventured out of the gates to satiate their intrigue. "Who are you?" they inquired. "The Lord of Dragonstone. Here to partake in the conflict," Davos replied. "Forgive my ignorance, but who does Dragonstone fight for?" "For House Stark. The Lannisters have betrayed their oath to Dragonstone." Glenn recounted the tale of how Jaime had exchanged the Stark children and how Joffrey had detained Sansa, relaying it to Davos. "Come, let us meet His Majesty," Davos urged. Upon entering the tent, Stannis regarded Davos with curiosity, realizing he was the bearer of the dragon. The Red Priestess's prophecy was indeed true. Davos gestured toward Glenn, who was met with Stannis' incredulous gaze, a man who had always been at odds with the Red Priestess. Stannis' attention then shifted to Glenn, who seemed familiar. He had seen him in King S Landing, the one who had taken half of his ships. Unpleasant memories flooded Stannis' mind. A dragon? On what grounds do you claim so? Stannis questioned Davos. Still outside, Your Grace, please step forward and witness for yourself, Davos replied, half in doubt and half in belief. Stannis followed Davos out of the gates, where Melisandre, having heard the commotion, approached. Stannis strode swiftly towards the camp's exterior, while Melisandre scrutinized the young man behind Davos. Finding an angle to discern his face, the Lord of Dragonstone, who had once spurned her. As Stannis emerged from the gates, a massive golden dragon lay nonchalantly on the ground. Snorting softly, hearing the commotion from the gates, it turned its head, prompting a flurry of conversation among the surrounding soldiers. Stannis steadied himself, then walked slowly towards the creature to examine it closely. As a stranger approached, the golden dragon flapped its wings and let out a bellowing cry, causing Stannis to halt in his tracks, hand instinctively moving to his sword, while the soldiers atop the arrow tower readied their bows. Davos glanced at Glenn, who, sensing the tension, spoke. Do not be alarmed, the dragon means no harm. Prepare your swords and bows for the impending conflict with the Lannisters. The dragon has come to assist us in battle. Stannis turned to scrutinize the unique young man, as Davos elucidated the circumstances. Upon completion of his account, Stannis summoned his knights into the tent. I shall ride the great dragon to disrupt the encampment and fortifications of the Lannisters. Your soldiers need only follow in the wake of the dragon's charge, Green interjected during Stannis' strategic discussions with his vassals. Stannis glanced at Melisandre, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 52. The Battle of Riverrun. The Kneeling Path is the site where the last king of the north, Torrhen Stark, submitted to the conqueror Aegon. Adorned with a pergola overrun by vines. The sign at the entrance depicts a king in submission. The soldiers at the gate stood listlessly. A raucous roar jolted the nerves of the Lannister soldiers. Listen, one soldier, removing his helmet, shouted to a dejected comrade. What? The sound of beasts. He clutched his helmet under his arm and leaned forward. What is that? A hiss, with a resounding crash. The gate was reduced to kindling by a torrent of dragon fire. The previously disgruntled soldier fell silent, replaced by anguished cries. From afar, a horde of barbarians donned horned helmets. Their faces painted with various designs, brandishing clubs, stone axes, and wooden shields, surged forward, uttering raucous obscenities. The knights within the Lannister camp gazed upward at the dragon, while the assembled archers loosed their arrows at the sky. A volley struck the great beast's chest, although most of the damage was absorbed. A few of the stronger arrows found their mark within the dragon's scales. Under Green's scrutiny, the dragon's health diminished by over 20 points. After enduring several rounds of attacks, the Lannister soldiers realized that the dragon bore a grudge. While their concentrated fire could inflict wounds, the dragon retaliated with fervor, forcing them to seek cover for their own arrows. The dragon continued its rampage above the Lannister encampment, flames engulfing everything in sight. Though the dragon obliterated the caltrops and arrow towers, the advancing clansmen occasionally fell into ambushes, ensnared by hidden traps. The cacophony of battle began to overshadow the cries of despair. After scorching the area several times, the dragon took flight, wary of inflicting harm upon Stannis' men. Green began to land on the outskirts, extracting arrows from the dragon while simultaneously unleashing a powerful spell. Fortunately, the dragon's scales provided formidable armor. And with the benefits of the feast and the dragon's substantial health pool, Green endured numerous strikes to his chest. He could not help but recall the tale of borrowing arrows with straw boats, pondering the prospect of nurturing the dragon further. Envisioning a beast with thousands of health points and robust armor. As he removed the arrows, their tips had melted into an unrecognizable form due to the dragon's blood. Stannis observed that the clansmen had breached the encampment, the Lannister defenses in disarray, and signaled Davos to commence the assault. Stannis' forces commenced their engagement on the battlefield. Following the devastating dragon assault on the Lannister camp, the situation had turned decisively in favor of Stannis. After incurring the casualties of over 1,000 men from the mountain clans and several hundred of his own loyal troops, Stannis succeeded in dismantling the Lannister encampment. 100 of Stannis' cavalrymen pursued the retreating Lannister soldiers, who numbered in the thousands. The city of Riverrun was now within reach, and Stannis suggested the possibility of deploying the dragon to scout the movements of the Lannister army. The dragon requires rest, Green replied. Moreover, if it flies too high, it will not discern much. If it flies too low, it may alarm the Lannisters, prompting them to fortify their defenses. This time, we face them with ground troops applying direct pressure. Should the dragon be subjected to a barrage of arrows, the ensuing battle would rest solely on your shoulders. If the dragon sustains severe injuries, it will be unable to participate in the conflict. No need for that, Melisandre interjected as she entered the room. Let us all go outside to observe the Red Fork River. The gathered individuals moved past Melisandre and stepped outside to gaze upon the Red Fork. The river, true to its name, reflected a crimson hue under the golden glow of the setting sun, as if flames danced upon its surface, more radiant than the sun above. Occasionally, serene corpses floated atop the water, their faces bearing an expression of tranquility. Green appeared as if he were within the ethereal landscape of Dansha, the features of which mirrored upon the water. Stannis' soldiers retrieved several bodies, including those of the illustrious Golden Lion of the Lannisters, the Trout of House Tully, and even those clad in the furs of the north. Allow the soldiers to rest for half an hour, then we shall march swiftly to rescue Riverrun, Stannis commanded loudly. His legion was still near the river road, and it would take approximately a day's march to reach Riverrun. Green mounted his dragon to return to the river road, deploying the troops and instructing them to reroute to Acorn Hall. The night had already descended, and the Red Dragon should also be able to join the fray, although its smaller size and softer scales made it less effective in direct confrontations. However, under the cover of darkness, it could unleash powerful bomb attacks, albeit infrequently. The conflict outside Riverrun had yet to conclude, as the battle raged from afternoon until nightfall. Although the city gates were breached, the bodies surrounding the city had accumulated to a height exceeding 1 meter, forming a new barrier for House Stark. The corpses of the Lannisters had obstructed parts of the narrow river, allowing passage without rafts, as soldiers could tread upon the bodies of their fallen comrades to cross the water. The arrows and falling stones of Riverrun had long been exhausted, and the soldiers within had awaited the clash of blades behind the city gates as the Lannister forces continued their relentless assault. Brandon Tully had become a figure drenched in blood, unable to discern the extent of his injuries or the blood that stained him. All he could do was fight fiercely for the sake of his descendants, recalling the last moment of consciousness when Robb had pulled him from the heap of dead bodies. As he regained his senses, his mouth and nostrils were filled with clotted blood, obstructing his breath. He coughed up dark red clots from his throat. The soldiers on both sides clashed in the corridors of Riverrun, with Lannister soldiers surging through the walls of corpses at the city gates, weaving a new wall of the dead alongside the northern soldiers within the city. The direwolf, now stained with blood, limped forward, sinking its teeth into the throat of a Lannister soldier collapsed in the heap of bodies, sending these fortunate souls, who had stumbled or fallen due to exhaustion, back to the Seven Gods. Let the Mountain lead a charge to finish off the Starks. It has gone on long enough, Kevin commanded to the soldiers around him. He had carved a bloody path through Riverrun, largely clearing out the soldiers from the Stormlands and the Crownlands he had incorporated. Although his forces had suffered significant losses, the Lannister coffers still held wealth. My lord, the defenses at the Weeping Tower have been breached. Stannis has the aid of a dragon, a soldier reported in a flurry. Kevin fixed his gaze on the soldier, who continued, some of the defeated from the Weeping Tower are returning. After listening to the soldier's detailed report, Kevin replied, deploy the ballistae and longbows towards the Weeping Tower. Form the shields in preparation to repel Stannis. I shall urge Jaime to accelerate the urban combat in Riverrun. Kevin spurred his horse down the hillside. Chapter 53, The Battle of Riverrun Dragons? What dragons? The ones brought by Stannis' Red Witch? Jaime looked at his uncle Kevin. Such details are insignificant now. I have already dispatched the Mountain to lead the assault. You take the men from Casterly Rock and breach Riverrun. Let's end the Stark swiftly. Jaime nodded to his uncle, dismounted, and began rallying the Lannister guards. The Hill tribes, in the previous battle, had almost revered the dragon as a totem of spirit, their warrior blood surging with the flame's ravages. They had never fought with such exhilaration before, wielding stone axes and wooden shields to send the well-equipped forces of the Seven Kingdoms into disarray, though they had paid a price of over 400 lives. Stannis' distribution of Lannister equipment and provisions lifted the shadow of loss from the tribe, and the Hill tribes were eager for the next battle. Upon encountering the newly established defensive lines set by Kevin, the Hill tribes paused, turning back to await the orders of the red-robed woman. The Red Priestess looked expectantly at Green, who summoned the Great Yellow Dragon, instructing it to launch several waves of bombings under the cover of night towards Kevin's defenses. The Red Dragon, though not large, soared at an altitude of less than 100 meters, as long as it remained silent. The Lannister soldiers would not divert their attention to the skies. Following Green's guidance, the Red Dragon dropped bombs onto the densely clustered Lannister torches. With a resounding boom, 3 or 4 tents ignited, causing minimal damage to the soldiers who were already prepared for battle. The soldiers of House Lannister speculated about the source of the wildfire launched from a catapult, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, anticipating the next direction of attack. A portion of the troops commenced firefighting efforts. Green had no choice but to direct the Red Dragon to time its strikes with the flames, aiming for the densest clusters of personnel on the next drop. Moments later, the Red Dragon unleashed another assault, striking the sentries guarding the gate. the flames illuminating the deployment of Lannister forces. Shield bearers formed a line outside the gate, with archers arranged neatly behind them. The Lannisters had already discerned the breach in the Neil defensive line and hastily erected a secondary defense. Green mounted his steed, the Golden Beast, and rallied the troops to prepare for a charge. After the Red Dragon's third bombardment upon the Lannister ranks, Green, riding the Golden Dragon, plunged downwards. Engulfed in a conflagration that scorched the Lannister defenses, Stannis and the Mountain Clan surged toward the source of the flames. The dragons across the river, you fools! Fire! Cursed the Lannister knights as they commanded the archers to shoot at the dragon. Got you now. A crossbow bolt, resembling a spear, pierced the Golden Dragon's wing, creating a gaping hole. By the gods, they have a giant crossbow. Green urgently urged the Golden Dragon to retreat from the main battlefield. As Stannis' forces clashed with the Lannister soldiers, they engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. After administering a healing spell to the Golden Dragon, Green instructed it to maximize its agility, targeting the heavily concentrated Lannister troops for fiery dives, while being cautious of its own life. He then allowed the Red Dragon to select a safe location for its assaults, instructing it to be vigilant, particularly avoiding the camps outside of Runestone. He exchanged the gear in the equipment area for a Guardian Angel to prevent untimely demise. Guardian Angel, Strength 4, Armor 40, Grace of Redemption. Upon receiving fatal damage, it will revive after a 4-second delay, restoring half of its health. Cooldown 1 day. With the Ruin and the Dreambreaker now in the fray, Green joined the melee, having previously amassed strength through minions and utilizing the Ruin, Dreambreaker, Collector, and Spring Brother to enhance his prowess. Green had essentially reached the zenith of second-tier combat effectiveness, with few minions able to withstand 3 rounds against him. While knights bearing sigils with strength barely exceeding 80 would find themselves bested after merely 7 or 8 exchanges. On the battlefield, Green selectively hunted down foes, and when encountering Lannister soldiers who appeared formidable, having already felled several of Stannis' men, he would discreetly draw the Collector and deliver a swift strike. Green noticed the attention of others, and naturally, members of House Lannister took note of him as well. After enduring several minutes of combat, Green found arrows embedded in his back and calf, while a blade from a cunning foe had grazed his arm. Although his leather armor and the protection of his Guardian Angel had mitigated the damage, he still lost over 30 points of vitality. Relying on Green's formidable prowess against hundreds and the intermittent cover provided by the dragon overhead, Stannis' forces advanced with overwhelming momentum. Meanwhile, Robb's troops, having engaged in siege warfare since the afternoon and now embroiled in urban combat as dusk approached, had suffered significant losses, with nearly 70 to 80% of the northern and riverland soldiers rendered ineffective. Only around 2,000 remained, still capable of fighting. While the Lannister forces surged forth like an inexhaustible tide, pouring into the city through the mass of corpses at the gates in groups of 100 or more. The Mountain charged into the city like a god of war, harvesting the lives of the remaining northern soldiers. Jaime emerged from the gate of the city, his senses filled with the scent of blood, and re-entered the city with his guards. Kevin, standing on the riverbank, assessed the situation amid the cacophony of battle cries from both fronts. Suddenly, an explosion echoed as it struck the riverbank littered with bodies and discarded rafts, causing the once tranquil teeming stone river to resume its furious flow, splattering blood-tinged water onto Kevin's face. Wiping his face, Kevin looked up to see a stream of dragon fire descending upon the soldiers attempting to breach the city. The dragon ascended once more, twisting its body in the air, and Kevin watched as it opened its massive jaws, gathering a fiery orange glow that swiftly transformed into a torrent of dragon fire, sweeping over the soldiers nearby. Momentarily stunned, Kevin seized the collar of a nearby soldier, shouting, "Go fetch Jaime." Hearing the battle cries from the south drawing nearer, Kevin urgently instructed his guards to bring the horses and hasten towards the city gates. Just as Jaime stepped into the city, he was knocked off his feet by a wave of dragon fire that surged from behind, rising from the ground. He turned to see that the once familiar gate he had entered had been reduced to rubble, with debris scattered and the corpses on the ground diminished by the blast of dragon fire. Around him, some soldiers, engulfed in flames, frantically leaped into the river. Jaime, hearing the roar of the dragon, rushed out of the gate, witnessing another dragon wantonly incinerating his camp. Mesmerized, he suddenly heard his uncle's voice across the river, calling urgently for him. Without hesitation, Jaime plunged into the water and swam to the opposite bank. Jaime, Stannis has launched his attack. Quickly, mount your horse and gather the remaining soldiers for a retreat. The men have fought tirelessly for hours and lack the strength to face the dragon's onslaught. Preserving our strength is paramount, Kevin urged, handing the reins to Jaime. Uncle, Jaime replied, looking earnestly at his relative. I am no longer young, Jaime. The glory of House Lannister must not be captured again. Hurry. Retreat. Jaime mounted his horse and began issuing commands to the familiar noble knights around him, ordering the retreat. Chapter 54. The defeat at Riverrun. In the midst of the Lannister retreat, Stannis advanced with remarkable swiftness, soon arriving at the gates of Riverrun. Observing the cacophony of battle still echoing from within the city, he led his men into the fray. The soldiers of the north finally beheld not the crimson robes and golden armor of House Lannister pouring forth from the gates, but rather the resolute forces of Stannis. Grey Wind lay prostrate upon the corpses, blood dripping from his gaping mouth, his tongue trailing upon the ground, utterly devoid of strength to even breathe. Edmure, with swollen feet that betrayed him, felt his vitality wane as he witnessed Stannis' troops advance. Yet, the pain was eclipsed by an overwhelming exhaustion, compelling him to close his eyes and surrender to slumber. Grimy and disheveled, Jaime gathered the remnants of his forces, setting forth towards King's Landing under Kevin's instructions. As the morning horn sounded, Jaime rallied the defeated soldiers at the noble heart of his domain. Approximately 50,000 troops crumbled under the dual onslaught of the north and Stannis, fleeing in droves towards the lands of the Riverlands and the west. As dawn broke, more disheveled troops emerged from the woods. Jaime compiled the remaining forces, which numbered fewer than 3,000. Perhaps some had fled to the west or sought refuge along the river to Harrenhal, he consoled himself. It was already the fourth day, and the vessels from Dragonstone had yet to make a move. Tywin sat at the head of the council table, noting the shift from merely blockading merchant ships to an outright embargo, preventing even the fishing boats from entering Blackwater Bay. "What news from Dragonstone?" he inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. "None as of yet," Varys replied, spreading his hands. "However, I shall remain vigilant. The whispers from Dragonstone have yet to arrive, but we may expect ravens tonight regarding whether reinforcements will be sent to assault King's Landing. Indeed, the longer Dragonstone hesitates, the more favorable it becomes for King's Landing. The Golden Cloaks must not grow complacent. They should scour the flea pits for thieves and criminals to bolster our defenses," Tywin asserted as he rose to return to the Tower of the Hand. Within Riverrun, the scene remained one of bloodshed. After a morning of regrouping, Lady Stark, having not participated in the battle, set forth to organize the servants and laborers in cleansing the bloodstains and gathering the fallen soldiers of both the North and Riverrun. The unscathed knights and lords began to tally their men and prisoners. A dragon's roar shattered the air, drawing the attention of all who were laboring, compelling them to rush outside in eager anticipation. Although Stannis' troops had glimpsed the great dragon, the northern army had only witnessed its fiery shadow in the sky the previous night. Lady Stark noticed a figure beside the dragon and approached. "Lord Grey, I thank you for fighting on behalf of the North," Catelyn spoke earnestly. "My lady, you must recognize the significance of this." "I am merely fulfilling a promise," he replied, adjusting the position of his saddle. "The Lannisters have broken their vow. They have not sent my 2 children to Dragonstone?" Catelyn exclaimed, fear etched upon her face. "Not quite. Rickon has reached Dragonstone, but Sansa was taken by Joffrey en route." Kate turned away, her gaze unfocused as she walked. Although the North had emerged victorious in this battle, the Iron Islands continued their ravages in the north. "Our soldiers are barely able to reclaim the north, let alone launch an assault on King's Landing." In the afternoon, the leaders of the North and Stannis' forces convened a meeting to celebrate their long-awaited triumph. Stannis, as the Lord, began, "Gentlemen, this battle has decimated the Lannister forces by at least 20,000, capturing 2,000 from the Westerlands, with over 6,000 wounded soldiers. After a few days of rest, we can march towards the Crownlands, and within a fortnight, we can re-establish the siege of King's Landing. I'm afraid, Your Grace, the North is unable to continue the fight. With our wounded accounted for, we have barely 3,000 able-bodied men left. There remains half of our land to reclaim, and the Ironborn have plundered for far too long." Kate interjected. Lady Stark's words silenced Stannis' eloquent speech, leaving the assembly in quiet contemplation. Stannis began to assess his own forces, realizing he had just over 1,000 from the mountain clans, uncertain of their participation in the expedition, along with about 4,000 soldiers. "Gentlemen, if there is nothing further, I shall return to Dragonstone," Green spoke up. "Will Dragonstone lend its forces to assault King's Landing? To sever Joffrey's head from his shoulders and defeat the Lannisters?" Sir Green could become the new protector of the Westerlands, Stannis sought to persuade. "That is something Dragonstone must deliberate. After all, they too possess limited troops, and Sansa Stark remains in Lannister custody. Dragonstone must find a way to rescue Sansa. A direct assault is not a prudent strategy." Stannis exchanged a glance with Davos, who then spoke. "We have captured Kevin, Tywin's younger brother, which could be used to barter for Lady Sansa." Stannis replied, "As long as Dragonstone swears fealty to me, Sir Green may take Kevin at once. I believe there is a misunderstanding. Sansa is a Stark and does not belong to Dragonstone. Furthermore, It was the betrayal of House Lannister that led to Sansa's abduction, not any fault of Dragonstone. The North has already pledged its loyalty. I hope your grace will use Kevan to return my child, Kate implored. Stannis's expression revealed his reluctance. He did not wish to exchange such a significant figure for a child who could not wield a sword. The North has won the Battle of Riverrun with blood and flesh. I do not wish for a future king who cannot protect even a vassal and their kin. Robb shouted vehemently. After weighing his options, Stannis conceded, very well, we shall exchange Kevan for Lady Sansa. However, I expect the North to respond and march south after driving out the Ironborn. That is a given. The Lannisters have a deep-seated enmity with the North, which will never be forgotten, Kate solemnly promised. She entrusted the captured Kevan to Green, hoping he could negotiate the exchange in King's Landing. After a period of rest, the remaining soldiers of the North would again march northward to confront the Iron Islands. My lady, I hope you will accompany me to the Vale to persuade your sister to facilitate the union between Robert Arryn and Celis. This would bolster our strength against King's Landing. Melisandre privately sought counsel with Kate. My sister places her trust in Beric far more than in me. If you wish to persuade her towards an alliance, perhaps you could employ your sorcery to ensure Beric's loyalty to your king. After Kate's response, she turned and departed. Green observed Kayfon beside him, bound yet standing resolutely, undeterred by defeat. Despite the dark bruises marring his visage, his eyes exuded depth and severity. Green untied the ropes binding his hands, and the elder spoke calmly, Is the dragon you brought? You do not appear to be a Targaryen. Mount your horse. You shall return to King's Landing shortly. There will be ample time to converse along the way. Green dismissed the two dragons beside him and addressed Kayfon. Why are you not concerned that I might flee? Kayfon inquired. If you do not wish to be interred within a dragon's maw, do not entertain such thoughts. You are not in peril. Upon reaching King's Landing, you shall be free once more. What do you intend to do with me? Is it truly so simple to exchange me for the children of House Stark? Your nephew Jaime has once again broken his oath. His son is responsible for the abduction of Sansa. Joffrey is not Jaime's son. Kayfon shouted. Green turned, revealing a faint smile. I care not. None do, yet they believe. Kayfon lowered his gaze, feeling the weight of the accusation. So your involvement is solely for the sake of the Stark children? No. When Lady Stark released Jaime, she bound both him and me to an oath. The fate of the children matters little to me. It is primarily my wish to uphold that oath. Then let us return to the initial question. Are you the bastion of the Mad King? Do not associate dragons solely with the Targaryens. The dragon eggs were procured in Essos, and I happen to have the ability to raise dragons. Such information shall be plentiful in King's Landing. Your nephew Tyrion was a guest on Dragonstone just days ago. Circumstances are ever so fickle. Your brother yearns for a decisive battle, yet the tides of war remain unpredictable. Chapter 55. The collective southward march. As Jaime moved southward, more remnants of the army began to coalesce around him, bringing him a modicum of comfort. This dragon is as large as a sea monster. A soldier conversed with Jaime in a tavern as they rested. You exaggerate. It is only the size of a horse. I saw it fly beneath the moon and drop a cauldron of wildfire that ignited the northern camp. Another soldier quickly interjected. Alan speaks the truth. The dragon is indeed as large as a sea monster. Sir Bentley transformed into a figure of fire before my eyes. His screams are still vivid in my memory. A thin, beardless soldier asserted. I did not lie. The dragon is merely the size of a horse. I even showed that lad Risfawiel how to shoot it down. But alas, his aim leaves much to be desired. The previous soldier stood, banging the table and exclaiming, My marksmanship is beyond reproach. It is merely that the dragon flies too high. If you doubt, we can settle this with a contest right now. Rhys, who had been drinking, interjected upon hearing his skill disparaged. Suddenly, the soldiers holding two opposing viewpoints began to argue passionately. At that moment, Gales interjected, Gentlemen, discussing this is futile. What truly matters is that Stannis has acquired a dragon. We must focus on how to proceed with the upcoming battle. The fervent clamor of the soldiers fell silent as they begrudgingly returned to their seats, enveloped in a heavy silence. What's the worry? We can send Lord Jaime's brother to Dragonstone to hire dragons. Lord Tyrion has quite the rapport with Dragonstone, remarked a soldier hailing from the Reach. Hire dragons? Several soldiers echoed, puzzled. Are you not aware? Lord Grell of Dragonstone has recently hatched dragons, apparently 4 or 5 of them. My brother, in King's Landing, mentioned this in a letter while we were still trekking north with the mountain, the soldier continued. Tell me your name, Jaime said, approaching the loquacious soldier from the Reach. My lord, I am called Daryl Pike, the soldier replied, turning to bow. Jaime assisted him to his feet and patted his back. Could you enlighten me about the situation on Dragonstone? Jaime led him to a secluded table to sit. Grell and Kayvon are riding south, with dragons occasionally soaring overhead. He began. How did Prime Minister Tywin persuade the Iron Islands to send troops again? Grell and Kayvon were conversing on horseback. The Prime Minister sent Tommen to the Iron Islands as a hostage and proposed that Joffrey wed Balon's daughter, Kayvon explained. It seems that apart from Tywin, few parties are amenable to this, Grell lamented. Such is the price of power. Politics is inherently harsh. This is where I admire my brother. He never allows emotions to sway him, Kayvon replied resolutely. Now that King's Landing has suffered another defeat, the Targaryens of Essos are essentially on the verge of sweeping through. How will you Lannisters contend with this blood feud against the Targaryens? That is a matter for my brother to contemplate. However, I do regret sending Tommen to the Iron Islands. He should have remained in King's Landing to occupy the Iron Throne, Kayvon said, exasperated. If I had foreseen this battle's outcome, I would have advised my brother to send Joffrey directly to the Iron Islands, Kayvon added, forcing a bitter smile. Grell dispatched the Red Dragon to scout the location of the Dragonstone forces. Has Dragonstone made any new moves? Tywin inquired, surveying the ministers at the council. To my knowledge, there remain about 10 warships blockading the bay. However, grievances are mounting within King's Landing. The nobles are deprived of the fine wines from other continents. The inns and brothels are running low on spices and seafood, and merchants in King's Landing are voicing their discontent regarding the apparent blockade from Dragonstone, Varys responded. That may prove advantageous. Perhaps some wealthy nobles will ascend the walls to repel the forces of Dragonstone. How many mercenaries have you gathered, Beric? My lord, I have brought the Maiden's Company, the Brotherhood, and the Iron Shield Company, totaling 5,000 men, Beric reported. In the capital of King's Landing, Tywin no longer felt the weight of concern, for he had dismissed the council meeting. Yet, he pondered the lack of news from the battlefield in the Riverlands. Even if Dragonstone had decided to send troops to the Riverlands, they would merely have just arrived in the region. He had already urged Kevan to expedite the proceedings. He possessed the capability to resolve the conflict, and even if Dragonstone were to join the fray, it would merely entail cleaning up the aftermath in the north. Bring me Tyrion, Tywin commanded a nearby guard. Moments later, Tyrion entered, pouting and looking disheveled, pouring himself a glass of wine before taking a seat. Noticing Tywin's silence as he stared down at the table, Tyrion broke the quiet. What do you think of my stay in the dungeon these past few days? Tywin set down his quill. I regret that your imprisonment was at the king's behest. He raised his gaze to meet Tyrion's. Then it is also the king's command to release me, and you could have done so sooner, Tyrion retorted, downing his glass in frustration. What good would it do? Releasing you would yield no new fine wines or courtesans, for Dragonstone has blockaded the seas, severing King's Landing's maritime trade, Tywin replied. This predicament could have been avoided had your dear nephew returned Sansa to Dragonstone. Discussing it now is futile. Dragonstone has not yet attacked King's Landing. I wish to hear your thoughts on their rumored actions. As Tywin poured himself a glass from Tyrion's decanter, Tyrion rose and gazed out the window at the sky. What news from the Riverlands? There has been no word, Tywin replied. Then Dragonstone must be heading to the Riverlands to engage in battle. I have deduced from the map that Dragonstone's forces cannot reach the town of Riverrun in time. They wouldn't arrive even now, Tywin insisted, tapping his fingers on the collection of books on his desk. Have you considered the dragons, father? Tywin fell silent. If you haven't seen the dragons of Dragonstone, you might visit the dungeons in King's Landing, where countless dragons await. You must understand, your decisions do not merely contend with one of the 7 kingdoms, but with a resurgent lineage akin to the Targaryens, and soon they shall ignite the land in flames. The Lannisters must bear the consequences of their choices. And you have extolled the Tyrells of Highgarden for a fine deal when the Lannisters once had a better opportunity. I have longed for dragons since childhood. You may not have known your child. I was once merely curious about these extinct creatures, but when I touched a dragon on Dragonstone, I realized my longing was not for the dragons themselves, but for the overwhelming might they possess. They are born as machines of war, Tyrion eloquently expressed to his father. Chapter 56. Returned to Dragonstone Green, and Kevan conversed amiably as they journeyed south. By the following afternoon, Green encountered the first contingent of Dragonstone's forces stationed between Riverrun and King's Landing, having captured over 100 individuals from the lands of the Crown or the Storelands, loyal subjects of House Lannister along the way. You had long anticipated the defeat of the Lannisters and subsequently positioned your troops in ambush between Stone Eye Lake and the Hall of Oaks. Kevan, journeying south alongside Green, pondered as he observed an increasing number of soldiers being captured by the forces from Dragonstone. It was a desperate measure. Dragonstone possessed only ships, lacking horses. After the legion from Dragonstone landed at the Trident, I sent forth a dragon to scout the situation. The forces of Dragonstone were far too slow to impact the unfolding battle and could only march toward retreat. Had there been an adequate supply of horses at Dragonstone, I might have cast a wider net, Reaching the Gold Tooth and Pink City regions in the Westlands, Green elucidated. How many troops did you bring? 8,000. Virtually the entirety of Dragonstone's fighting strength, Green replied. As the afternoon waned, Green encountered the largest contingent of the Dragonstone army, 5,000 men. Engaging in a skirmish with Jaime's defeated soldiers, capturing 2,000, including Jaime himself. The commander of the Dragonstone forces brought Jaime forward. Jaime, upon seeing his uncle, stood in the camp dressed in ordinary attire, akin to a leader who had captured his own men. Following Kevin's gaze, he spotted Green. Observing Kevin's attention directed towards him, Green commanded the shackles to be removed from Jaime. Kevin assisted his nephew, who bore new wounds, and the two began to exchange pleasantries. During the reports from the Dragonstone army, the mountain also led a contingent of 1,000 toward Harrenhal. Noticing the small number of soldiers under the mountain, they refrained from intercepting. After several days of lying in wait in the Riverlands and seeing no captives to seize, Green led his forces eastward, preparing to depart via the waterways of the Trident. He also sent a few tongues to inform the captured knights and lords that the Lannister family was preparing to ransom them from Dragonstone. The news from the Riverlands spoke of a great defeat, Tywin remarked. Tywin succinctly read the letter and stated, while none of the ministers in King's Landing dared to provoke his ire, seeing no one willing to speak. Tywin continued, the letter from the fleeing knights of the Westlands mentions that a great dragon has entered the fray, yet the northern forces have been nearly exhausted. Stannis and the north currently do not pose a direct threat. The pressing concern lies solely with Dragonstone. Should we employ mercenaries to assault Dragonstone? They are currently wreaking havoc in King's Landing with their wages, suggested Baelish. And then what? Without even mentioning whether the mercenaries can breach Dragonstone's blockade. If we were to seize Dragonstone, what would it accomplish? We cannot slay Green or the dragon. Capturing Dragonstone would merely compel Green to ally with the North or Stannis. Which valiant warrior could dare to slay a dragon knight before the eyes of a dragon? Tyrion retorted. So your counsel is toward appeasement? Tywin inquired, casting a glance at Tyrion. Appeasement? If that is the case, then find someone else to go. I can no longer face Dragonstone, Tyrion lamented. The situation is not as dire as it may seem. Let us await the army's return, even in the event of defeat. Our troops will not stand idly by to face the dragon's wrath. Rather, they will likely regroup with numerous defeated soldiers. At that point, we shall determine whether to quell Dragonstone with gold and titles or to engage in battle with King's Landing and Dragonstone. The North is currently troubled by the Iron Islands incursions and is unlikely to take action in the near future, Varys suggested. Seeing that no advantageous conclusions could be drawn from the discussion, Tywin adjourned the meeting. Barristan and Varys walked side by side. It appears my recent journey to Essos has yielded unexpected fruits, Barristan remarked. Do elaborate, Varys replied. It seems there are individuals within King's Landing serving House Targaryen. The Targaryens possess formidable strength. Should their young dragons mature and they find a fleet, they could easily reclaim the continent of Westeros. This individual is quite astute. Having made a wise investment, Barristan paused, looking at Varys. I somewhat regret my past decision to assist King Robert in the assassination of the Targaryens. Varys admitted with a slight grimace. So, does Lord Barristan wish to serve the Targaryens? It seems the Lannisters are not in a strong position, unable even to manage Dragonstone. Varys countered. Lord Varys, you jest. A person of my humble stature would hardly attract the Targaryens' attention. If they were to reclaim Westeros, what would you propose to do? Barristan inquired of his old companion. I serve only the Iron Throne, Varys replied. So do I. I will serve whomever spares my life. Barristan said as he bid farewell to Varys. Tywin retained Tyrion for a private conversation. What is your perspective on the situation at Dragonstone? He asked. The Lannisters must offer something substantial to keep Dragonstone out of the fray. Returning Sansa is the first step, followed by titles, gold, lands, and castles, anything within reason. Once we eliminate Stannis, the last of the Baratheons, we can solidify our rule. Joffrey, being a Baratheon, has the strongest claim to the throne. Even if he is not a competent king, the North must either secure an alliance through marriage or eradicate their foes entirely. If Dragonstone is willing to join us, they could serve as the new guardians of the North. While the wolves are still nursing their wounds, we must first nourish this dragon of Dragonstone before taking down Stannis. The stag, an admirable suggestion. I shall give it serious consideration. However, I want you to be the envoy to Dragonstone. You are the most fitting candidate, Tywin said, gazing at Tyrion. If Dragonstone refuses to negotiate and seeks my life, I will not hesitate to turn against them, Tyrion declared, locking eyes with his father. That is your choice. You could even choose to renounce your Lannister name. Tywin waved Tyrion away dismissively. On the surface of Crab Bay, Green returned to Dragonstone with prisoners and the Dragonstone army. Congratulations on acquiring a golden item. Open it. Congratulations on obtaining the scholarly relic of Singed. The legacy of Singed. It meticulously documents the alchemist Singed's understanding and theoretical applications of various fields such as natural sciences, chemistry, biology, physics, materials, meteorology, and astronomy. After being utterly disillusioned with the ethos of the students at Piltover Academy, Singed abandoned his insights and research in natural sciences to devote himself to alchemy. Green retrieved Singed's legacy from his system backpack, exclaiming, "This is indeed a legacy. It seems as though the entire library of Piltover has been brought here." At the bow of the ship, books piled up to waist height on both sides. Green opened a few volumes to find them densely packed with explanations of biological and chemical applications, interspersed with various diagrams and drafts of calculations. One could hardly fathom why Singed, a proficient alchemical biochemist, would ever consider being a scientist again. Chapter 57, Homecoming. "Welcome to Dragonstone," Green announced from the deck to the two Lannisters behind him. With Dragonstone having blocked maritime trade with King's Landing, the harbor bustled with activity, flags from Marine, Pintos, Lys, and Dorne fluttering at the ship's prow. Missandei and Marjorie awaited at the dock, and upon seeing Green disembark, Marjorie rushed over. Linking her arm through his and resting her head on his shoulder, a smile gracing her lips. "Missandei, please escort our guests to the Dragonstone Tower," Green instructed. Once Missandei led the two Lannisters away, Green summoned the leader of the Tiger Guard to begin the process of assimilating the prisoners. "How did the battle at the Riverlands fare?" "The outcome seems promising, with more captives than last time at Dragonstone." Marjorie strolled alongside Green. "Are you particularly invested in the war?" Green inquired. "The results are indeed favorable. We have significantly weakened the Starks and battered the Lannisters," he added, glancing at Marjorie. Seizing the moment, Marjorie kissed him lightly. "Highgarden has not suffered any losses. If you desire, I can write to them to send troops. So we can launch a two-pronged assault with Dragonstone, effectively besieging the seas and conquering King's Landing." Marjorie released his arm and grasped his hand. "You are still young, and the dragons are yet in their infancy. There is no need to rush your ambitions of becoming queen. Even if the alliance of Dragonstone and Highgarden manages to seize King's Landing, which principality would recognize the claim, you would then confront the retaliation from the Lannisters and Baratheons, as well as contend with the stances of the Vale, Dorne, and even the North. Should all these obstacles be surmounted, one must still brace for the Targaryen counterattack." Marjorie. "While power is indeed alluring, it also has the capacity to plunge one into an abyss. For now, what is required is patience, waiting for the players vying for the Iron Throne to dole the iron thorns above it. An ancient saying from the continent of Essos goes, 'Store grain widely. Delay claiming kingship,' as every aspirant for the Iron Throne desperately seeks the grains of Highgarden and the weaponry of Dragonstone. The dependencies required for the crown grow to such an extent that the Iron Throne becomes merely a proxy for Dragonstone. Prime Minister Tywin's battlefield has never resided within the confines of castles and territories. He alters the loyalties and actions of most lords through letters. Thus, the battlefield of Dragonstone may not necessarily be confined to a singular chair." Marjorie gazed at Green, lost in thought. "Have you ever visited the Sea Dragon Tower?" Green inquired of Marjorie. "I have only been there once, but they were exceedingly busy, lacking the charm of the great dragons. By the way, another dragon has been born, resembling my green one, though its hue is somewhat pale and it bears more intricate dark markings on its bones." Marjorie replied with a gleeful expression, secretly contemplating the prospect of having several children, envisioning them all as dragon riders, which seemed far more illustrious than being a queen. The potential of the Sea Dragon Tower would not pale in comparison to that of the great dragons, while the dragons excelled in the game of power. The Sea Dragon Tower could bring forth victories of wisdom and governance. "Victories of wisdom and governance?" Marjorie asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You might not grasp these concepts, but if you feed the dragons a little less each day, let the servants handle it. Take this book and study." Green presented Marjorie with a tome authored by Singed. Marjorie accepted the book, glancing at it briefly before trailing behind Green. After a while, she halted. What are dominant and recessive traits? Green turned to find Marjorie gazing at him, and leaned closer to glimpse the book in her hands. Why do female dogs give birth to puppies of varying colors? Why do dragons lay eggs of myriad hues? This book will elucidate those scientific answers. Science? Marjorie echoed, intrigued. It is the tendency of people to attribute the unknown to divine control or thoughts. Science imparts some of that divine knowledge to humanity. Do you recall Eddard Stark's assertion that Joffrey is not Robert's son? This book will also explain, through the lens of hair color, whether Joffrey is truly Robert's biological offspring, provided you are willing to delve into it. It seems rather fascinating. I'm beginning to take an interest. What color would our offspring's hair be if your black hair and my golden locks were to unite? Marjorie asked, cradling the tome. that cannot be determined with certainty. But you can analyze the hair colors of both families and predict the possible variations in the offspring's hair color, as well as the probabilities of those colors appearing. Is this sorcery? Marjorie exclaimed. I do not wish to elaborate further. Simply engage with the book yourself. Do not become entangled in such queries. If you encounter anything that raises your doubts, you may conduct your own experiments for validation. Green waved off the scholar. As Green proceeded towards Dragonstone, Marjorie followed, engrossed in her book. Upon reaching the Stone Drum Tower, Green retrieved Singe's legacy, selecting passages pertinent to industrial development, infrastructure, and metallurgy to send to the Sea Dragon Tower, while materials concerning biology and astronomy were set aside for later. That night, for the first time, Marjorie lost interest in card games, immersing herself in the biological text, occasionally gasping in surprise or exclaiming with excitement. The Legion from Greywater Watch brought guests from King's Landing, heralded by the guards. Shortly thereafter, Tyrion entered with Sansa. I sincerely apologize for betraying your trust, Tyrion lamented. There is no need for apologies. You have still brought Sansa. Although the Stark children appear somewhat unwell, I suspect the Lannisters have already devised a means of compensation for their breach of contract. Green sat upright, perusing a meteorological pamphlet. Tyrion observed that the situation had not escalated to the point of armed confrontation, and he relaxed his previously tense demeanor. It was never my intention to default, merely. I encountered a minor complication while seeking Sansa, and my king is not particularly rational. I am aware that Podrick has informed me of the events. Thus Joffrey's irrationality necessitates not only an apology, but something more. Kevin and Jaime are also on Dragonstone. You might wish to meet them. Jaime, Kevin, have you captured them? Tyrion exclaimed. What? I allowed the defeated Lannister to send word. Did he not inform you? I instructed him to notify the nobles of King's Landing to ransom their kin, including Lannister, Kevin, and Jaime. Green closed the book and scrutinized Tyrion. I apologize. I came to Dragonstone immediately upon receiving the battlefield reports from the Riverlands. I may have left King's Landing before the defeated soldiers returned. That is inconsequential. As long as business is being discussed, let your father make an offer for his brother and son. What are your expectations concerning the return from King's Landing? Tyrion inquired of Green. Dragon eggs, castles, gold dragons, provisions, anything of that nature, provided the price is commensurate with Lannister standing. I shall return to King's Landing to relay this to my father. May I meet them? The guards escorted the guests to the Dragon Tower. Thank you. Tyrion followed the guards out. Chapter 58. Negotiations. Sansa, come here. Green beckoned. The Stark girl approached the table with trepidation. Green observed that the elegant Stark maiden bore bruises on her hands and a scar across her face. Is this the handiwork of Joffrey? Green inquired, studying her countenance. Sansa numbly nodded. Your scars may yield something of value for you. Dear girl, speak your desires. I wish to return to Winterfell, Sansa tentatively expressed. Winterfell is currently in the hands of Theon Greyjoy. Lady Stark would insist I ensure your safety. Sit. There is no need for such formality. Green rose and guided Sansa to a chair. What I mean is, what compensation do you seek from the Lannisters? Dragonstone can leverage your unfortunate circumstances in the matter of prisoners. Sansa lowered her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. I wish to kill Joffrey to avenge my father. Child. I understand this is the desire of all in the north, but it is somewhat impractical. Consider wealth or other matters advantageous to your north, Green counseled. Sansa wiped away her tears. I do not know. By the way, is my mother well? And my brothers? Your brother has recently triumphed in the Battle of Hudgian, albeit at a great cost. Meanwhile, your sibling Riken is currently residing on Dragonstone, and as for your mother, her concerns seem to revolve solely around the well-being of her children, with little else troubling her. The situation regarding Bran remains unknown to Dragonstone. Yet your other brother Jon appears to be faring well, bustling with activity. It is quite possible he may even find you a sister-in-law. Green jestingly teased Jon about potential spoilers. If you're still pondering, take your time. The individuals from King's Landing will arrive at Dragonstone in a few days with their conditions. You may wish to first visit your brother. Green glanced at the servants behind him. Sansa lifted her head and rose from her chair, motioning for them to follow. Green usually summoned a new ancient gold copper dragon egg at the Summoning Canyon and equipped the new dragons with redemption and nature-esque power. Dragonstone has become quite crowded, prompting Green to assign guards at the entrance of the canyon. After surveying the entirety of Dragonstone, Green returned to the Stone Drum Tower to review the financial reports brought by Missandei. Dragonstone is on the brink of financial ruin. With 6 dragons, including those yet to hatch, only the Great Yellow Dragon is currently able to forage for seafood at sea, while the Red Dragon can manage a small foray onto the surface. The remaining dragons rely heavily on Dragonstone for sustenance, and this demand will only increase. Green intends to have the great yellow dragon hunt large marine fish or cephalopods to feed its siblings, preparing for a future of self-sufficiency rather than dependency. Additionally, the modernization of Dragonstone equipment, the expenses for blacksmiths, the maintenance of the fleet, the costs of crew repairs, and the various expenses related to the wildling settlement, as well as the Night's Watch's supplies, all weigh heavily on the finances. The recent blockade of Blackwater Bay has led merchants to sell an abundance of goods to Dragonstone at low prices, while reliance on the Iron Bank's arms trade is becoming increasingly strained. Aside from grain, which the Reach has generously provided, any ambition to expand in other areas necessitates investment in gold dragons. Dragonstone must explore new trade opportunities or extract substantial benefits from the Lannisters through cunning negotiations. Moreover, a royal council is needed, consisting of several competent ministers. Although Missandei is an elite, one cannot exhaust a single mule beyond its limits. Green resolved within himself. I believe everyone present has gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Tyrion stated at the Royal Council. Dragonstone holds decisive leverage in negotiations, possessing 2 Lannisters and over 100 noble youths, while its military strength remains intact despite the turmoil in Hedgian. Tyrion surveyed his fellow ministers. Whether we advocate for war or peace, we must reach a prompt decision. The blockade of Dragonstone has profoundly impacted King's Landing, affecting all trades, including taverns and brothels. Additionally, the mercenary groups in the city continue to deplete the royal treasury's gold, added Barrys. Capture that old scoundrel Mace Tyrell and drag his son Loras out from the brothel. The Tyrells have long been in clandestine dealings with Dragonstone, bartering to reclaim 2 useless Lannisters, Tyrion asserted. Joffrey strode confidently toward the council table and took his seat beside Cersei. Are you intent on capturing your admiral and his son as hostages? Tywin cast a scornful glance at Joffrey. They had long conspired with Dragonstone, sending the women of House Tyrell there to seek dragon seed, akin to the ancient Targaryen alliances, hoping to procure a few dragons from the Smith's Forge. Joffrey, oblivious to the true nature of the intelligence he wielded, voiced his unwarranted proclamations. Your Majesty, there is no issue with separating the Tyrells, if we indeed capture them. They will divert their food and military resources entirely to Dragonstone. This is also the reason why Mace Tyrell agreed to become the admiral. King's Landing has not deployed a single warship. The Tyrells are merely stating their position. Varys cautioned Joffrey. Damn it, those Lannister fools, Joffrey shouted, slamming his palm on the table in frustration. 50,000 men from the north and Stannis' 20,000 have sent them into a retreat. And now they are to blame our king for this debacle. Tywin, observing Joffrey's tantrum, responded. If the Smith of Dragonstone does not mind your mother's advancing age and fading beauty, I would gladly seek you a new father, my king. Cersei, who had seconds ago intended to intervene, now stared vacantly at her father. Joffrey, gritting his teeth, fixed his gaze on Tywin. You, as the hand of the king, commanding 50,000 men, you suffered a disastrous defeat at the Riverlands, and now you wish to sacrifice the kingdom's dignity, allowing the Smith to insult my mother, merely to prolong the lives of 2 worthless Lannisters? He pointed accusingly at Tywin. The Lannisters, as your Majesty aptly describes them, are indeed lacking, yet not so bereft as to be incapable of simple arithmetic. Thus, I choose to trade 1 worthless individual for 2 that hold slightly more value. This one cannot even produce a pup that shows respect to its elders, Tywin retorted, turning his gaze to Cersei. Old Joffrey was about to speak when, slap, Cersei delivered a sharp blow. Joffrey touched his cheek, bewildered and hurt, feeling that he was merely standing up for her. My valiant king has managed to abduct Sansa from the north, intending to venture to Dragonstone as a dragon-slaying hero. Slaying the Smith would be mere child's play. Island Payne is preparing a vessel for your king to Dragonstone. Let us await his triumphant return as a dragon-slayer, Tywin said nonchalantly. Go forth, my king. Tywin raised his voice slightly. The pale-faced mute, Island, was ready to step forward when Cersei, noticing, guided Joffrey out. Chapter 59. New terms continue. Speak of the terms regarding Dragonstone. Tywin directed his gaze once more to Tyrion. He did not specify the amount he sought, but indicated a sum suitable for the Lannisters. Believing that if 2 dragon eggs were procured, they could undoubtedly secure the return of Jaime and Uncle Kevin. Tyrion raised his hands in surrender. Humph. Tywin's lips curled in a disdainful smile. Is there not enough dragon stock at Dragonstone? Why not simply suggest that I deliver the Iron Throne to them? Tyrion lowered his head in resignation. Did he specify any numbers, titles, lands, or golden dragons? Varys inquired, observing Tyrion with keen interest. He is likely to accept these terms. But I still advise that we offer something more substantial, allowing me room to negotiate when I reach Dragonstone, Tyrion suggested. Tywin cast a cold glance at Tyrion. The gold dragons are dwindling. Maintaining the army and hiring mercenaries has already cost a considerable sum. For your next proposal, I expect you to focus on the castle and the titles. Tywin tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The dragons and fleet of Dragonstone appear to possess the strength to engage in warfare with the principality. The Duke's position is indisputable. Varys interjected. Titles, in this current situation, can only be regarded as adjuncts. We can bestow titles, and Stannis might even grant Dragonstone as a new Guardian of the West in exchange for an alliance, Tyrion added. While I am uncertain of your stance, Tyrion, I urge you to share your thoughts. Based on your knowledge of Dragonstone, how might we secure the return of Jaime and Kevan and simultaneously prolong the conflict with Stannis by approximately 6 months? Tywin inquired, looking at Tyrion. The option of marriage has already been seized by Highgarden. Now we are left with castles and lands, which must correspond to a duke's status. How about Harrenhal? The Riverlands are already in tatters, Barry suggested. Do you recall the curse of Harrenhal? It seems Stannis' current plight serves as a testament to it. He reclaimed Harrenhal, only to lose everything at the Blackwater. In my view, Harrenhal is not a prudent choice, and if he were to accept it, Dragonstone might then ally with the North or Stannis, bringing the armies of the North directly to King's Landing, Varys replied. A profound silence enveloped the room. What about Whispering Hall, the Duke of Whispering Hall? Tywin contemplated for a moment before speaking. Tyrion could test the blacksmith's disposition at Dragonstone, using Whispering Hall to secure the return of Jaime and Kevan, provided he publicly swears fealty to the Iron Throne and refrains from involving himself in the war between the Iron Throne and Stannis. Very well. I shall do my utmost to bring back Jaime and Uncle. In the Eyrie, my lady, I hope you will consider the union of Robin and Celis. We have already defeated the Lannisters in the Riverlands. Now, if the cavalry of the Vale joins His Majesty in marching south, we can seize King's Landing. His Majesty has but one daughter and no intention of bearing more heirs. Duke Robin could become the future king. Melisandre, having journeyed from the Riverlands to the Vale, sought her fortune. How many of the Lannisters did you defeat? Lisa, seated on the high chair, inquired. All of them. Stannis summoned the dragon riders. The flames of the Lightbringer shattered the Lannister army, and the Lightbringer punished the false king of King's Landing, Melisandre proclaimed emphatically. Lisa's gaze shifted to the nearby Yohn Royce, expressing gratitude for Stannis' goodwill. The Vale requires a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the Riverlands before making any plans. I shall send a messenger down to rest. Bronze Yohn stated, dismissing Melisandre. The words of the woman in the red robe are hardly trustworthy. The conflict in Huggian is merely the outcome of the desperate struggle between the North and the Tully family. The Blackfish is gravely injured and cannot even rise from his bed. Stannis only managed to gain some advantage when the Lannisters were on the decline. Had he marched alongside the Starks from the beginning, we might have already breached King's Landing by now. The power of the Vale and the connections of 2 former prime ministers could easily have facilitated a union with House Stark. Let us leave it at that for now. I shall first write to Baelish to inquire about the situation in King's Landing and the extent of the Lannister losses. Lisa rose, preparing to head towards her chambers. Baelish merely regards the Vale as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Lannisters. He cannot bring any benefit to the Vale. Joining forces with the Starks would have been a match made in heaven. Yohn shouted from behind. I am aware. Yet the North cannot even safeguard its own Winterfell at present. Lisa rebuffed Yohn. The Vale would not serve as their sword and shield. Even if Baelish treats the Vale as a pawn in the game for King's Landing, she must not consider it as a gift to appease Catelyn, her sister. Lisa resolved within herself. She returned to her abode, commencing to pen a letter to Baelish in King's Landing, detailing all that had transpired in the Vale alongside her thoughts on seeking an alliance with Stannis. Dog, what brings you to Dragonstone? Jaime remarked, noting that his movements on the island were not hindered. Approaching the burly figure whom he recognized, he saw the hound fishing with a rod. Glancing back at the source of the voice, the Lannisters are truly amusing, always venturing to Dragonstone. The hound turned to Jaime. I would hope for a visit. But it is evidently not that. Jaime signaled to the guards following him. The hound tilted his head in confusion. I have been captured and am now awaiting King's Landing to exchange me for gold dragons. Jaime settled down beside the hound. And what of you? Why are you here on Dragonstone? Jaime countered. As you can see, I am fishing, and I am also chopping good firewood, the hound replied. Noticing that Jaime had ceased his inquiries, the hound turned to him. Do you know how I arrived here? Jaime shrugged. I spent a considerable time in the water dungeon of Riverrun. I have only recently emerged, and now I find myself here, oblivious to all but military affairs. Jaime found a comfortable position resting against the rocks on the shore. The hound smirked, glancing back at the sea. Jaime gazed at the skies above Dragonstone, where several dragons circled, occasionally engaging in playful pursuits. Suddenly, one dragon plunged downwards, crashing into the water and seizing a fish. Damn it! That was my catch. The hound picked up a stone and hurled it towards the sea. The dragon soared upward, only for two others to swoop in and snatch the fish from its jaws. Jaime stared in astonishment at the hound. Aren't you afraid they will come over and bite you, breathing fire? Indeed, I am. Thus, I only throw stones at the smaller ones. Next month, I shall merely curse, and after another month, I will seek an even smaller one. The hound replied with a knowing expression. Behold, another vessel has emerged upon the sea, and it appears there stands a half-man at the bow, the hound remarked, pointing at the ship on the water. Chapter 60, A New Proposition. What do you think of the terms regarding Storm's End? Tyrion inquired tentatively as he sat in the hall of the Stone Drum. Isn't Storm's End the ancestral home of House Baratheon? This is the king's wish, is it not? The defeat at the Battle of the Riverlands is his doing. He deserves this punishment. He possesses the Iron Throne and has no need to inherit Storm's End. Tommen need not claim it either, Tyrion lamented. Indeed. Selling Storm's End poses no detriment to the Lannisters, yet exchanging for a castle far removed from Dragonstone seems of little utility to me. Is this compensation for Jaime's oath-breaking? Or an attempt to reclaim Lannister leverage, and indeed two of them? And there is the matter of titles, he mused. Titles, Tyrion exclaimed. In the current Seven Kingdoms, titles hold no significance. The titles that King S. Landing can bestow, Stannis can also offer, and in some respects, even the Starks and the Iron Islands can confer. For you all are so-called kings. Tyrion fell momentarily silent. Moreover, what has Joffrey done to Sansa? Surely you are aware of the turmoil you've sent her into. This is no mere matter of oath-breaking. Sansa's injuries, Jaime's open betrayal under my guarantee, and the two Lannister captives you possess, your demands lack sincerity. Should Dragonstone wish to align with the king, its military strength could surely secure a guardian. As Tyrion listened to Green's aggressive posturing with a darkened expression, he waited for the clamor to cease. Taking a breath, he stated, let us propose a price. I shall convey your conditions to King S. Landing. Whether they will be accepted, I cannot assure. Green hesitated, uncertain of what to request, when Marjorie interjected from her seat. Dragonstone requires the entirety of Storm's End. Green turned to Marjorie, who pressed her hand upon his. Tyrion tilted his head toward Green, signaling. Marjorie then leaned closer to whisper in Green's ear, suggesting that half of the defeated forces hailed from Storm's End and could be exchanged for their loyalty. Highgarden could also send troops to assist in suppressing any rebellion within Storm's End. Thus, let it be so, Dragonstone shall become the new guardian of Storm's End. Dragonstone can return the captured Kevan and Jaime and shall refrain from involvement in the war between King S. Landing and Stannis. However, should the Iron Throne pose a threat or harm the interests of Storm's End, Dragonstone reserves the right to resist. I shall bring your conditions back to King S. Landing. But their acceptance requires the regent's approval, Tyrion declared as he rose to take his leave. Tyrion gazed at the waters of Blackwater Bay, reflecting on how many times he had traversed between King S. Landing and Dragonstone as if he were a mere ferryman. Tywin sat at the table, his appetite substantial. He listened intently as Tyrion relayed the events. Highgarden, witnessing the Lannister defeat in the Riverlands, was eager to claim a portion of the spoils from Dragonstone. Tywin noted that it was Marjorie who had proposed the terms. The entirety of Storm's End, Tywin murmured softly, then approached the map hanging on the wall. It seems that the Storelands and Highgarden have merged into one entity. If the Storelands were to unite with Highgarden, it would indeed create a new Baratheon. Highgarden appears rather eager for swift results. Tywin, stroking his sparse beard, pondered deeply. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, the Stormlands may be granted to Dragonstone. But they must swear fealty to the Iron Throne, not merely abstain from engaging in the wars of the North against the Starks or Stannis. His gaze shifted towards Tyrion. To swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, you will need to manage your dear grandson well. Before him, Dragonstone possesses countless reasons to rejoin the conflict against King's Landing. It would be more prudent to negotiate a truce with the Stormlands, allowing time to fully subdue the North and the Riverlands, to eliminate Stannis. Whether through marriage or warfare, we shall address the actions of the Stormlands and Highgarden later. However, my recommendation leans towards marriage. Time is a breeding ground for military strength. The dragons can disregard politics. Although Highgarden has seized the initiative, the Lannisters are far from late. Highgarden has 3 eligible heirs, and in time, Dragonstone will produce new dragon heirs as well. Tyrion reclined in his chair, responding, I previously suggested that Cersei marry Loras, but Highgarden declined. Tywin replied, what if we position this marriage as a condition of trade? Compel House Tyrell to ally with the Lannisters to balance Dragonstone's power. If Tyrell is eager for immediate gains, they must be willing to sacrifice something. Tyrion cautiously suggested, let it be so. Inform Dragonstone that the Stormlands can be theirs, release the Lannisters, and then have House Tyrell select an heir to marry Cersei in King's Landing. I will oversee Joffrey's conduct. The Stormlands and Highgarden must ignore the northern conflict, providing not a single grain, weapon, or soldier to the north. The imp must toil once more. Tyrion lamented. Also, summon Varys, Tywin called after the departing Tyrion. What has our master of whisperers been up to recently? Tywin inquired of the entering Varys. Like a noble lord of King's Landing, indulging in feasts and leisurely pursuits, while no ship in King's Landing requires his attention, I presume. He is quite the pampered courtier, Varys remarked with a shrug. You must keep a close watch on him. It won't be long before another Tyrell seeks to enter King's Landing. Monitor their movements and ensure they do not slip away. Tywin spoke calmly. It is my duty. I am at your service. Should they plan an escape, I will inform you at once, Varys assured. Thank you. Now, I must trouble you to summon Lord Baelish for me. Varys, after bowing, took his leave. My lord, how may I assist you? Baelish inquired as he entered the Hand's Tower. What of the hired mercenaries? They continue to squander their days in brothels or flea-ridden dens. A matter requires your attention. In the name of the king, summon the Lords of Storms into King's Landing, conveying that compensation will be offered to the nobles participating in the Riverlands War, alongside a request for them to bring fresh troops. The king is willing to pay handsomely for their soldiers' service in battle. Additionally, I need you to call upon several captains of mercenaries for a task I have in mind. As you command, my lord. With that, Baelish took his leave. Tywin retrieved a sheet of parchment and, with a quill in hand, began to compose a letter to the mountain stationed at Harrenhal, requesting the deployment of troops to King's Landing. What do you think are the chances of King's Landing acquiescing to these terms? Marjorie inquired, embracing Glyn from behind. Tyrell struck a lucrative deal. I cannot part from Dragonstone, trading the spoils of Dragonstone for an expansion of Tyrell's lands, Glyn replied without hesitation. Marjorie turned Glyn's head to face her. Look at what you're saying. The throne shall not belong to a Tyrell, but to your lineage. Tyrells are merely cultivating new lands for the future king. Even Highgarden shall eventually belong to you. What has the Lannister imp told you? Marjorie pressed. My dear, you must understand that we are one. In time, I shall bear your heirs. Your enemies will not favor us. They wish to tear us apart. Marjorie leaned languidly against Glyn. No, Tyrion has said nothing of the sort. Rather, in matters such as these, I hope you can offer counsel instead of hastily making decisions on my behalf. As Marjorie leaned in for a kiss, she spoke, I am sorry. I sincerely apologize for this matter. How you choose to accept it is up to you. With that, Marjorie began to shed her gown. Come, let us see my sincerity. Marjorie urged as she began to remove Glyn's garments. Chapter 61. The Rainy Season of Castamere, my lord. A letter from the Vale. Stannis has subdued the mountain clans and seeks to win over the Vale. Tywin lifted his gaze to Baelish, who had entered to report. He had grown weary of Baelish's mercenary mindset, scrutinizing him. What do you wish to convey? Letters from Lisa indicate that the Vale requires support from King's Landing. Half of the vassals in the Vale wish to join forces with the North. Stannis still has troops stationed. And should he unite with the Lords of the Vale to overthrow Lisa, it would bolster his position significantly. Baelish explained the contents of the correspondence. What is your desire? Tywin asked, spreading his hands in exasperation. Do not dwell on which table to sit at. Know that those who take their seats first will enjoy the sweetest morsels. The North has no chance of involvement. The Iron Islands alone are enough to give them headaches. You have worked alongside Stannis long enough not to require my introduction. Besides, the Lannisters have not yet lost, have they? The Iron Throne still possesses vast lands in the Westerlands, and King's Landing is densely populated. While Stannis hides in the valleys of the Vale, relying on some wild tribes to besiege castles, Tywin asserted emphatically. If the Lords of the Vale pose too great an obstacle, I can have the mountain accompany you to clear the way. The Vale requires a new guardian. Young Robin Arryn is still but a child, and you are the most suitable candidate. He rose and patted the shoulder of Baelish. I advise you to make your decision promptly. The mountain is already en route to King's Landing. He can accompany you to the Vale, and the military campaign against Stannis will be entirely credited to your efforts. Tywin stood and made his way towards the Red Keep. Why must I marry a Tyrell? I am the Queen Mother. I sacrificed Myrcella and Tommen for you, and now you demand my own sacrifice. Cersei shouted at Tywin as he entered the palace. Tywin glanced at his furious daughter, a fleeting twitch at the corner of his mouth, and continued on his path. Why? Because you bear the name Lannister. It is your duty to fulfill, and it is the very reason you ascend to the role of queen. Jaime and Kevan are engaged in battle, which inherently carries the specter of death. Did they ever inquire of me the reasoning behind their peril? Tywin spoke as he approached the kitchen cabinets in the hall. Compared to death, at least you still wear the crown of a queen. The Lannister men wage war upon horseback, while the battlefield for daughters lies in the bedchamber. This is an immutable truth of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you have any idea how much gold the Westerlands produced this year? Tywin turned to Cersei. Cersei shook her head. Take a guess, he urged, pouring himself a glass of wine from the table. A few pounds? A few tons? Or perhaps dozens of tons? Cersei queried. The answer seemed irrelevant. The gold mines in the Westlands had been depleted, while the Reach continued to yield bountiful harvests. The Iron Bank still sought millions of golden dragons owed to the throne. What would secure the crowns for you and your children? Tywin seated himself with his goblet in hand. Stark or Stannis? Even if you were to present them the crown on a silver platter, they would likely stake your and Joffrey's heads upon pikes. Marrying into the Tyrells not only averts the involvement of House Targaryen, but also provides the Lannisters with fresh resources to mount a campaign in the north. Was this your idea? Cersei inquired. It was the suggestion of your dwarf brother. However, there seems to be no alternative. It is the only means to align with Dragonstone while also securing Jaime, Kevin, and the Tyrells' provisions. Tywin set down his goblet and exited. Prepare to be a bride. It would be prudent to bear offspring swiftly, for the royal lineage will ensure your new child emerges as a favorable heir of House Tyrell. Once Tywin departed, Cersei hurled the wine jug violently to the ground. Amidst the distant cries of seagulls, Tyrion arrived once more at Dragonstone. My father has acquiesced to your terms, however. A union with the Tyrells is required, along with a pledge to refrain from participating in the North's conflict or Stannis' assault on King's Landing, Tyrion announced. With whom shall this union be forged? Asked Glenn. My sister Cersei or any of Miss Marjorie's brothers, once the marriage is consummated in King's Landing. Storm's End will be ceded to Dragonstone. Glenn turned to Marjorie. I must write to my grandmother to seek her counsel, Marjorie replied. Very well. It appears I shall linger at Dragonstone for several more days. I must tally the number of trips I've made during this cursed politics. Tyrion lamented. Tyrion. Even binding the Tyrells to the Lannister worship will not yield any substantial success, Glenn remarked. The Lannisters found themselves with no other choice, Tyrion lamented. There exists an ancient adage in Essos: ritual, righteousness, integrity, and honor are the 4 pillars of a nation. If these pillars are not upheld, the nation shall surely perish. Even if they were to triumph over the North and Stannis, how much longer could the Lannisters merely survive? Tyrion scoffed. Indeed, the most revered of these virtues, Eddard Stark, now lay beheaded. Had the Starks ascended to the throne instead of the Baratheons, perhaps this war would never have ignited. Such is the wisdom of governance. Not merely the morality of existence, it is the path to national survival, Green insisted. Were I seated upon the throne, I might consider your counsel, but alas, I am not. The Lannisters must prioritize their survival. Irrespective of how the war erupted, their immediate concern was to secure victory. Tyrion continued, with dragons in possession. One commands authority. Once the war concludes, I shall seek to witness your stewardship of the Stormlands. I must now attend to Jaime. With that, Tyrion departed. Even if a marriage alliance could delay and garner support from Highgarden and Dragonstone, should the Lannisters conquer the North and eradicate Stannis. Given Joffrey's temperament and the ideologies and interests of Dragonstone, another conflict would likely ensue. Tyrion wore a look of melancholy. The Lannisters were sinking deeper into the quagmire of war, while the roars of dragons overhead stifled his confidence. What is your opinion on the Lannister alliance through marriage, Marjorie? Green inquired as he watched Tyrion leave. First, we must ascertain whether my grandmother consents. Without her approval, we must seek alternative terms, Marjorie replied. And if your grandmother agrees to the union with the Lannisters? Marjorie leaned in, saying, the reason Tyrell is governed by my grandmother is that the men of House Tyrell are all inept. My 3 brothers are no exception. A lion cannot contend with a dragon, and a rose shall surely be scorched by a raging fire. Chapter 62. Ascent. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands reveled in their time at White Harbor in the north for over a month, capitalizing on the clash between the Lannisters and the North. Even though lords took notice of their incursion, they could not mount an effective resistance. The Ironborn relentlessly plundered the wealth of White Harbor through carts and fleets. Upon hearing news of the situation in the riverlands, the Lannister forces that had crossed north with Theon abandoned their stalemate with House Arryn and House Stark, opting to withdraw via the waters of Iron Bay. Asha observed the Northmen returning and realized she could only organize one last raid, carrying news back to Winterfell. The Lannister forces that previously pillaged the north alongside you have received Tywin's orders to return to Iron Bay. You too must accompany me back to the Iron Islands. Asha proposed to Theon at Winterfell. I have only just seized Winterfell, and the battle in the Riverlands has already drained our resources. We are capable of holding Winterfell. Theon countered. Ironborn are not adept at defending, they are marauders. The North still requires the Starks to cultivate their lands. The Ironborn can plan another incursion in a month's time. What of the Stark children? They captured them, and regardless of whether it was King's Landing or the North, trade was possible. Asha gazed at Theon. I'm sorry, I only managed to capture Bran, and now he has vanished. Theon lowered his head, consumed by guilt. Asha tilted her head disdainfully towards Theon. As far as I know, one of the Stark children is disabled. You failed to capture any of the numerous Stark offspring. And yet you let the one who is crippled escape. If you wish to undergo the baptism of the drowned god, you must sever ties with the Starks. Act swiftly. Do not wait until the Starks breach Winterfell, only to find yourself groveling before your so-called brother, Robb Stark. As she spoke, Asha began to mobilize the Ironborn of Winterfell, commandeering carts to plunder usable supplies and salt wives. Theon clenched his teeth, for he had set his sights on becoming the king of the Iron Islands, planning to exploit the civil strife between House Lannister and House Stark to seize vast territories in the Riverlands and the north, ultimately establishing himself as a sovereign and restoring the former glory of the Ironborn. Yet here he was, reduced to being less than a pirate king. Dependent on his sister's favor, he resolved to rally a faction of Ironborn, freeing prisoners for his cause, and prepared an impressive speech to persuade some Ironborn and local criminals around Winterfell to submit and fight alongside him. On the hills by the Mander River stood the most magnificent castle of the Seven Kingdoms, constructed of white marble. Within its walls, the keep resembled a verdant paradise, adorned with blooming flowers, gardens, pools, and artificial waterfalls. The castle was rich with stone carvings, fountains, and marble columns, decorated with vines of grapes and roses, while ancient structures were enveloped in creeping greenery. From the towers of the keep, one could gaze upon all the estates and fields within several miles, where wildflowers and golden roses flourished. The green gold roses also fluttered above the castle. Summon your two brothers. There is a letter from Margaery. King's Landing proposes a marriage alliance. The Thorn Queen, Olenna, addressed the seated Velaryon in the hall. Velaryon instructed a servant, and soon the honest Garland Tyrell and the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, entered. Your sister's letter states that Dragonstone has claimed Storm's End, but they require a member of House Tyrell to marry into King's Landing before they will relinquish Storm's End. Who among you is willing to take the initiative? Olenna inquired leisurely. With whom? The Knight of Flowers questioned. Why not a marriage between Dragonstone and the Iron Throne? Olenna responded, the daughter of the Lannisters, Queen Cersei, holds sway over Dragonstone, and as they lack kin, King's Landing has chosen House Tyrell as allies to win over Dragonstone. Olenna scanned the three young lords. Dragonstone has claimed Storm's End. Why should the Tyrells pay the price? Garland interjected, moreover, the scandal involving Cersei and her brother Jaime has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. It is a naked affront to the Tyrells. Oomph, an affront. Your presence is quite amusing. If such insults could secure the lands of Storm's End, I would gladly arrange marriages for the three of you with the Lannisters. Dragonstone is devoid of kin, and a union between Margaery and Dragonstone would entwine Storm's End closely with House Tyrell. In the future, the Master of Storm's End will carry half the blood of House Tyrell. As for Dragonstone, I presume you are already somewhat acquainted with its significance. Do you recall the Valyrians of yore? They had the power to seize the dragons owned by House Targaryen. Now that Margaery is wed to Dragonstone, the potential for House Tyrell to advance further is palpable. Await the birth of Margaery's progeny, as the dragons of Dragonstone will flourish, and Tyrell may surpass even the Valyrians of the past. Originally, House Tyrell pledged fealty to the royal Gardner family of the Reach. After the last king of the Reach, Maegor IX of House Gardner, perished in the flames of the Great Uprising, the steward of Highgarden, Harlan Tyrell, surrendered the city to Aegon I the Conqueror, thus bringing Highgarden under Tyrell's dominion. Now, with a second dragon house, the bloodline of Tyrell will inherit Storm's End, provided the dragons do not perish amid the internecine strife akin to the Blood Riders' frenzy. With Margaery's influence, the first dragon riders may soon emerge, and it is conceivable that your nephew might ascend to the Iron Throne. So why do we agree to the marriage alliance with King S Landing? Why not simply march forth to seize King S Landing and Storm S End, claiming Dragonstone as our own? Loras inquired. The dragons are yet young. The Lannisters possess deep-rooted power. The Iron Throne remains with House Baratheon, and Margaery's children are not yet born. Everything is still uncertain. Tywin seeks to draw Highgarden closer, and Highgarden can leverage the situation to their advantage. In the future, the Master of the Iron Throne will surely acknowledge the sacrifices made by his uncle. Olenna looked expectantly at her three grandsons. Loras and Garland exchanged silent glances, each at a loss for words. Olenna tilted her head and raised her hands, asking, "What are you hesitating for? A marriage alliance need not entail a true marital bond. As long as you remain in King S Landing, you could spend your days in the embrace of a brothel. The Lannisters, well aware of the arrangement, will not object, for they only require the name of Highgarden." Seeing her two grandsons still reluctant, the wheelchair-bound Velaryon interjected, "Let me handle this. I am but a cripple, while they still have a future ahead." Velaryon murmured, "Very well. Let us proceed. Prepare for departure. First, we shall visit Dragonstone to see Margaery and ascertain whether the new Duke of Storm's End requires commanders. and then we will attend Valerion's wedding in King S Landing. Chapter 63. Research Sansa, are you feeling better? Green inquired, watching Sansa cautiously enter the hall of the stone drum. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Sansa replied shyly. Green observed the reserved Sansa. Are you here to see Marjorie? She is in her chamber. Feel free to enter. Sansa fidgeted with her fingers. No. Green looked at her quizzically. What brings you here then? I came to seek your assistance, my lord, Sansa said, her voice hesitant. What is it? Green asked, extending his hands. I heard that Monty rode a dragon, and now Rickon is eager to ride one as well. I was hoping you could take Rickon to ride a dragon too. Bring those two boys in. Shortly thereafter, two children dashed into the hall, trailed by two Arctic wolves, tongues lolling and tails swaying. Please, take a seat, Sansa, you two. Share with me what you have been up to lately, Green commanded as he surveyed the three children of varying ages. I rode on the hunting dog along the rocky coast and took his fish basket filled with plenty of fish, which I fed to Lady and the little wolf. Monterey recounted, I wish to ride a dragon, but the one at the blacksmith's is too foolish to fly. I want to ride him, but the blacksmiths refused. Rickon chimed in eagerly. This afternoon, I took Rickon and the Arctic wolves up the mountain toward the direction where the dragon flies. We discovered numerous charred remains beneath the ridge. Lady and the little wolf were quite thrilled, Monterey added. And what about you, Sansa? Green turned to her. Me? Dragonstone holds no allure. Some areas are guarded by soldiers, and I can only remain in the tower embroidering, Sansa replied. Did you bring any scholars from Winterfell along the way? Green inquired. No, only some servants and maids, though a few of the maids are skilled embroiderers, Sansa answered. Summon Marjorie. Green instructed a servant. We can no longer allow such idleness. The children must be engaged in meaningful activities. Upon Marjorie's arrival, she greeted Sansa before turning to Green and asking, What is it? I hope you will write to Old Town, recruiting a cadre of scholars to come to Dragonstone. The research at the Sea Dragon Tower requires scholars to expedite the process. After all, scholars work more swiftly, and these children also need guidance, Green explained. Very well. I shall send word to Lord Leighton Hightower of Old Town shortly. He is my mother's father and my grandfather. This task should not prove difficult, Marjorie replied. Monterey, Rickon, you shall assist at the Sea Dragon Tower in the mornings for the next few days. I will arrange for Sam to find you some basic tasks. When the scholars arrive at Dragonstone, you will learn from them. In the afternoons, you will go to the military camp on Dragonstone. I will have someone teach you archery, horseback riding, and swordsmanship. No, I do not want to practice swordsmanship. I want to ride a dragon. I fetch me for Dree Shadow, the name the child devised. And he will like me. Once he grows a bit larger, he will carry me aloft. I know he will. Monterey protested obstinately. I want to ride a dragon too. Rickon echoed. No, you must at least learn some martial skills. Dragons are companions, not mere mounts. While dragons can protect you, you must also safeguard them. Rickon, your brother Robb is still at war. You need to learn martial skills to aid him. Monterey, you are now the head of House Valerion. The ancestors of House Valerion would not approve of a playful child. Dragons do not favor those who idly dream of becoming dragon riders without merit. Currently, the dragons are small and rely on your provision of food, but when they grow larger and can hunt cattle and sheep themselves, how much meat can you provide them? Sansa oversaw their activities, insisting they assist at the Sea Dragon Tower for 2 hours in the morning and train at the military camp for 4 hours in the afternoon. Of course, they could also read books at the Sea Dragon Tower. Green instructed Sansa. Now, off you go. I shall first take you to the Sea Dragon Tower. Green announced, rising to lead the way. Sansa, grasping Rickon's hand, followed closely behind Green, while Monterey watched his companions being led away, feeling reluctant yet compelled to follow. Sam, you will oversee these children in the mornings from now on, whether it's one sheep or a flock. It is an opportunity for you to gain experience in managing little Sam in the future, Green remarked as he entered the Sea Dragon Tower, gesturing toward the children trailing behind him. I'm far too occupied and lack the time. An overwhelming amount of data awaits my attention, alongside a plethora of calculations. Sam replied with a hint of reluctance. Green urged Sam to find some basic mathematical problems or hands-on activities to engage the children and pass the time. The scholar from Old Town is already on his way. When he arrives, your burden will lessen, and you will only need to oversee them for a month. Very well then, Sam acquiesced hesitantly. How is the recent research progressing? The electric candle has made significant strides. It can now emit a stable glow for an entire week. However, it requires a hex crystal fragment to maintain its function. The handmade power generation apparatus is neither stable nor enduring. And while the gas within the glass dome is a byproduct of combustion, it tends to leak after a period of being sealed. Do not confine yourself solely to the study of hex crystals. What of the books I previously sent? They remain in the warehouse. I have had no time to peruse them. Take me there, The issues with the electric candle should be resolved by the subsequent texts. Sam led Green into the storage area where the books were kept, and Green bent down to rummage through them. Found it, Green exclaimed after a brief search. This book on the principles of the original battery elucidates how to store and release stable electrical energy independent of hex crystals, thereby stabilizing the electric candle. Furthermore, this volume discusses the production and application of inert gases, clearly illustrated with diagrams. Master it, and the electric candle will no longer depend on hex for mass production. Sam accepted the book from Green, examining it with increasing astonishment. Green continued to sift through various tomes. Sam, first, thoroughly understand the generation, transmission, and application of electricity as outlined in these manuscripts: current, voltage, alternating, and direct current. Illuminate Dragonstone Island, allowing it to shine brightly at night without the need for candles. The study of hex can be deferred. Once you have grasped the application of electricity, you may explore the applications of heat engines mentioned in this book. Hex technology is merely a shortcut to energy, but these texts represent the foundation. Should you encounter any confusion or find your research stalling, do not hesitate to consult me. After completing a phase of research, you may also inquire about the next project, and I shall illuminate your path forward. Above all, ensure that you safeguard these manuscripts, permitting only your subordinates to conduct tests and practical applications. Do not let those youngsters remain idle, Green instructed, patting Sam on the shoulder. Do not dwell incessantly on dragons and wolves. Is it not more commendable to earnestly pursue a career as a chemical scientist? Surely, being a physicist or chemist is far more intriguing than playing the role of a dragon knight or a northern wolf king. Chapter 64. Musings of House Lannister. My sister is about to enter yet another political marriage. Dear brother, what is your perspective? Tyrion, pouring himself a glass of wine at Dragonstone, spoke to himself. My perspective. Jaime closed his eyes, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth after a brief pause. What significance does it hold? I am incapable of making choices. Much like the time I inexplicably agreed to don the white cloak, subsequently forced to slay the Mad King, and then, in a fit of madness, fell in love with Cersei. Now, I find myself embroiled in yet another inexplicable war. I ascended to the position of Kingsguard, having once sworn with my very soul to refrain from landholding, marriage, and fatherhood, only to personally execute the king to whom I had pledged my loyalty, thereby violating my oaths on the next king's behalf. People whisper behind my back, calling me the Oath Keeper. My vows and promises are but a jest in the eyes of all. My perspective, what is that even worth? My brother Tyrion, what manner of man am I? Discussing such profound matters, I find myself at a loss for words. Tyrion swirled the wine in his glass. Yet, being a Lannister, the remaining sense of belonging I possess as a dwarf largely stems from you. In other words, I perceive misfortune in all my experiences. Yet I am fortunate to have you as my brother, Tyrion emphasized. Your troubles are beyond the reach of a dwarf, for I am no knight of oaths. It seems the children of House Lannister have inherited the peculiarities of House Targaryen. Might you enlighten me? Kevan emerged from the side chamber and seated himself beside Tyrion. Jaime. At present, only 2 Lannisters are capable of keeping the family's scandals under wraps, Kevan remarked. At 15. My father wished for me to wed Lysa Tully to forge an alliance and sought to marry Cersei to Prince Aegon. I held no affection for Lysa. Cersei advised me that by becoming a member of the Kingsguard, I could refuse the marriage to the Riverlands and remain in King's Landing with her. That night, she accompanied me, and we tasted forbidden fruit for the first time. Before that year, I had joined the campaign against the Brotherhood Without Banners, where Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, personally knighted me. I even thought serving alongside the Sword of the Morning as a member of the Kingsguard was quite agreeable. However, I realized I had fallen in love with Cersei. Until I killed the Mad King, my father had betrothed Cersei to Robert, but my love for her remained undiminished. If upon returning to King's Landing, members of House Tyrell were to uncover my affair with Cersei, I would not hesitate to execute them. Mind your words. You remain a captive in a place that is effectively ruled by half of House Tyrell. Tyrion interrupted Jaime loudly. Jaime, regardless of past actions, the union between Lannister and Tyrell is imminent. If you cannot endure it, you need not return to King's Landing. I shall inform our father. You may assemble forces in the Riverlands or return to the Westlands, Kevan suggested. On the throne sits a child of House Lannister, your child, and you must exercise greater restraint. Once Stannis is dealt with, there will be no further obstacles to the Iron Throne, Kevan remarked. I concede that Myrcella and Tommen are good children, yet Joffrey leaves much to be desired. Even if we triumph over the North and Stannis, I remain uncertain how long House Lannister's reign can endure, Tyrion responded. Kevan turned to face Tyrion. There is no need for such a gaze. One can experience it firsthand in King's Landing. I must inquire whether Highgarden's reply has arrived. as the dwarf has grown weary of the brothels of Dragonstone. Tyrion patted Jaime on the shoulder and exited. Hush, hush, Tyrion whistled as he stepped into the stone drum tower. My dear Stormlands. When shall the dwarf return to King's Landing to report? Green looked up at Tyrion, stating that Highgarden had indeed replied, opting for a union between Marjorie and Cersei. Who would have imagined that one day the Lannisters would forge a connection through Tyrell? Was this not your idea? Green observed Tyrion as he casually climbed onto his seat. A perfect resolution to the war, and besides, you have acquired the Stormlands, have you not? In the coming decade, a family akin to Targaryen shall rise in the Stormlands. With countless nobles priding themselves on marrying in a House Crakehall, and numerous knights eager to pledge their loyalty to the Stormlands, all to catch a glimpse of the dragons. Tyrion spoke with fervor. Will you align with the Stormlands? Green inquired. If the Stormlands could promise the establishment of luxurious brothels, and perhaps even the opportunity to tame dragons, the dwarf would consider waiting until the King's Landing wedding concludes before journeying to the Stormlands. Tyrion spread his arms, lost in thought. Should these conditions be met, I could rally men from all 7 kingdoms. Not a single dwarf would be lacking, for the number of dragons is finite. Yet you previously entertained the idea of charging for dragon riding experiences. Let us set that aside for now. The Stormlands is merely Marjorie's proposal. And Dragonstone will require more gold and provisions from House Tyrell. Expansion of the army? The significance of expansion is rather minimal. A single dragon equates to an entire army. Dragonstone requires various long-term developments. In what regard? I presume you would not grasp my formal inquiry. To be blunt, Dragonstone needs stronger, higher fortifications, more durable roads, swifter carts, and ships capable of long voyages, among other necessities. I can comprehend the former. How does one make carts run faster? A sharper whip, perhaps? You shall witness it. Dragonstone will ignite the first spark of the Industrial Revolution. Very well, very well. You may proceed as you wish. When will Highgarden arrive? That is the pressing matter. They set out upon receiving the reply, and I imagine they are nearing the Bitter Bridge along the Rose Road. When they approach King's Landing, they will send another letter. And at that time, I shall allow you Lannisters to return to King's Landing to attend the Queen Mother's wedding. Will you not attend, future protector of the Stormlands? Your king has just lost his ancestral lands. Green emphasized, thus I am more inclined for you to go. I am eagerly anticipating the myriad expressions that will grace Joffrey's visage. Tyrion quipped teasingly. I am contemplating the matter. Time is ample. And the reputation of your Lannister family is rather tenuous. What do you mean? Tyrion rhythmically tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair. Orchestrate an assassination or a coup to extinguish the threat within King's Landing. Green regarded Tyrion with a serious expression. The Lannisters cannot afford another betrayal, otherwise King's Landing will lose all credibility, and Stannis could effortlessly forge an alliance with Dragonstone and Highgarden, subsequently engulfing the entire Lannister legacy in fury. Tyrion spoke earnestly. I have faith in you, and you may also trust your family, but do you place your trust in your father or Cersei, or even Joffrey? Tyrion fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 65. Encountering Lord Crow. It is time to request supplies from your lord. Our food reserves are dwindling. Tormund boisterously called out to Jon. Mind your language, Tormund. He has a name, Jon Snow. Ygritte interjected. Tormund shifted his copper bell-like eyes to Ygritte's face, staring at her for a moment. He has a name, and I should address him properly, my dear, ignorant sir. Tormund pouted, diverting his gaze from Ygritte's face to Jon's. Jon was perplexed, assuming Tormund had concocted yet another nickname akin to those bestowed by Lord Crow, for many had previously claimed he understood nothing. Ygritte's face flushed, and she drew back her bow, pinning Tormund's clothing to the fence with an arrow. She had uttered this line once before in the hot springs of the First Men's Cave while wrapped around Jon. Tormund must have overheard. Speak another word, and I shall nail your mouth to the dock, Ygritte warned, notching another arrow to her bow and aiming at Tormund. Tormund, slightly disconcerted, pursed his lips before turning away to extract the arrow, removing his clothing and brushing off the sides with his hands, swallowing nervously. Jon, we need to sail to Dragonstone to procure supplies. The free folk's homes have been erected, yet our food supply is nearly depleted, and we lack coin to trade with the residents of the Iron Islands. Tormund tentatively suggested. Very well, prepare the ship. We shall set sail for Dragonstone this afternoon. Jon replied. Ygritte followed Jon as he walked away, casting a final glare at Tormund, who lingered momentarily, sheepishly scratching his head before hoisting his axe and following suit. Tyrion lay on the rocks by the shore, a stalk of grass between his teeth, squinting at the horizon. Jaime, what occupies your thoughts? Tyrion inquired. Jaime remained silent. Is it my sister? Tyrion turned to Jaime, who lay beside him, opening his eyes only to find Jaime unresponsive. Ah, it must be so. The hound, fishing nearby, chuckled derisively. What? Does the dog doubt it? He is my blood brother. How could I not know? Tyrion propped himself up, calling out to the hound. As I listened to the sea breeze, thoughts of the opulent brothel and its alluring charms flooded my mind. The raucous atmosphere of the establishment was overwhelming. How delightful it would be to savor the sound of the waves on the shore instead. Tyrion drove with an expression of wistful yearning. What, I wondered, occupied the mind of my brother Jaime? Ah, another ship has docked at the harbor. Let us play a game, dear dwarf. Guess from whence this vessel hails. You go first. The hound beckoned Tyrion towards the task. Tyrion cast his gaze upon the dock, rising to peer into the distance. It seemed not to be a ship from Essos, nor from Highgarden, Storm's End, or Dorne. It must be from Dragonstone, as it bore no flag. Why does that young fool, Greyjoy, not think to create a family banner? He's already the protector of Storm's End. Tyrion grumbled. You ought to inquire of him. The rules of the game dictate that we guess the ship's origin, not its allegiance. Continue, urged the hound. Tyrion's eyes remained fixated on the dock, and he instinctively took a few steps forward. Ah, I see a familiar face. That ship must be from the Wall. I can see Jon Snow, the Stark's bastard. Tyrion exclaimed. Indeed, it is him, I am certain. I believe I shall go and greet him. It has been 6 months since our last encounter. You are mistaken. The ship is from the Isle of Tears. You may now proceed to welcome your acquaintance. With that, the hound turned back to focus on his fishing float. Tyrion brushed the dust from his clothes and observed Jon approaching, standing at the roadside, contemplating how to initiate conversation. Jon was engrossed in lively discussion with Ygritte and Tormund, but soon noticed that Ygritte's attention was elsewhere and followed her gaze. A dwarf stood upon the path to Dragonstone. Tyrion watched as Jon deliberately averted his eyes, awkwardly adjusting his attire. As Jon and his companions drew near, Tyrion softly called out, Jon. Jon turned to face Tyrion, silence enveloping them. After all, the Lannisters had slain his father. I am truly sorry, but that was not my intention, Tyrion murmured, his gaze lowered. Jon regarded Tyrion, hesitating for a prolonged moment before speaking. On the day my father lost his head, I heard you were present. Your king was the one who executed him. And you compelled my father to confess. Jon tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Yes, but that was the sole means to spare your father's life. Tyrion replied, lifting his gaze to meet Jon's, which was etched with fury. Yet, evidently, I failed to achieve that aim. I swear, had I possessed the power then, I would have saved Lord Stark. None desired this war, it was the king's command. Tyrion's gaze held firm upon Jon's eyes. Tormund grasped the situation. Realizing he stood before the slayer of Jon's father, he motioned to the wildlings, preparing to seize the dwarf and deliver a blow with his axe, intending to teach this well-meaning yet bewildered crow how to confront his blood feud. Jaime, having heard the commotion, rushed over, sword drawn, to intervene and protect Tyrion from the advancing wildlings. Observing this, Ygritte knocked an arrow, aiming at the approaching Jaime. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Tyrion turned and grasped Jaime's arm, urging him to lower his sword. Complying with his brother's request, Jaime took a few steps back and slowly sheathed his weapon. I am aware of the Stark family's animosity towards the Lannisters, yet presently, the Lannisters are prisoners of Dragonstone. Soon, Dragonstone will exchange these captives for Storm's End. The Night's Watch has received substantial support from Dragonstone for quite some time. We must not squander this goodwill over personal vendettas against the Lannisters. Tyrion spoke softly. Jon instructed the wildlings behind him to lower their weapons, yet Ygritte stubbornly remained, bow drawn, her defiant gaze fixed upon the silver-tongued dwarf. Let me kill him, Ygritte whispered fiercely beside Jon. Tyrion, taken aback by the intensity of the unknown woman's hatred towards him, wore a perplexed expression. He did not recognize her and wondered if she could possibly be Eddard Stark's illegitimate daughter. My lady, you ought not to draw your bow, as it will only make your arms appear more robust. Furthermore, you should eschew the furs and instead don silk, which would accentuate your figure beautifully, Tyrion ventured tentatively. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past, embedding itself not far from Tyrion's feet. Jon's intervention had caused Ygritte's aim to falter. Tormund, perplexed, began to see the dwarf in a new light. Amused by the audacity of one so small daring to jest with the fiery Jon Snow, and soon adopted a mischievous grin. Chapter 66. The slave trader your friend is quite spirited, Tyrion. The hound remarked with a smirk, stowing away his fishing rod as both parties turned their attention to him. Do not misunderstand. I am merely a fisherman, residing in a village along the western shore. He then turned and shouldered his fish basket, calling back as he walked away. You may continue now. As both sides exchanged glances, the guards of Dragonstone approached. Lord Commander, you are needed at the stone drum. The Lord is awaiting you. Jon cast a quick glance at the soldier and, accompanied by a dozen wildlings, proceeded toward the stone drum. Green raised his gaze at the group of wildlings entering the hall. Jon, aren't your companions a bit overheated? We are not beyond the wall. Why are they so heavily clad? Jon, momentarily baffled, looked back at the wildlings. Tormund abruptly declared, "We have no money." Upon realizing all eyes were on him, Tormund felt somewhat awkward and instinctively took a step back, retreating slightly behind Jon. "Jon, shouldn't you be returning to the wall? What brings you to Dragonstone?" Jon stood there, contemplating for a long while, finally responding, "The village at Tidehead is nearly completed, and I intended to return to the wall before attempting to persuade another group of wildlings." "However, what?" Green interjected, raising his hands in inquiry. Jon glanced at Ygritte behind him before continuing. "The wildling village at Tidehead requires funds and resources for its operation. The supplies and gold you provided have nearly run out since the village's construction. Thus, I hope to secure additional resources to aid the wildlings. Do you recall the arduous conditions we previously endured? I mentioned that the wildlings must offer 1/10 of their population or output before Dragonstone would grant them land for sustenance. Yet, as of now, not a single wildling soldier has been reported from Dragonstone, nor has any fish been delivered to the island. You dare to demand gold and provisions from me. Should I remind you of the golden dragons you owe me?" "Missandei, bring forth the ledger," Green commanded loudly. "The wildlings have consumed provisions worth over 800 golden dragons and have expended approximately 4,000 golden dragons on constructing their village, alongside hiring laborers costing around 200 golden dragons. They have employed more than 10 longships for over a month, incurring costs close to 500 golden dragons for the captains, sailors, and vessel maintenance. Moreover, should these ships engage in trade, they could potentially yield at least 5,000 golden dragons in wealth from Essos." Green droned on like a bookkeeper. "Therefore, you owe me at least 100 soldiers and nearly 20,000 golden dragons. Yet, you still seek to defer payment." Green gazed at Jon, who was equally perplexed. Previously, when providing the Night's Watch with numerous weapons and supplies, Green had been forthcoming, yet now he resembled a miserly old crow, leaving Jon helplessly dazed. Ygritte, noticing her wolf cub's bewildered expression, interjected, "I can remain as a soldier and allow Jon to take provisions for the tribe. As for the golden dragons you are owed, I shall repay you through the slaying of foes. You may set the price for their heads." Green scrutinized Ygritte, stating, "I do not accept female soldiers. That red-haired oaf next to you can serve. I could easily fell your soldiers." Ygritte, feeling belittled, asserted her strength. "Perhaps you wildlings do not care, but it complicates matters to have female soldiers in the barracks. It is preferable to recruit more male wildlings for service." Upon Green's refusal, Ygritte contemplated remaining behind Jon as a loyal companion, choosing to remain silent. She then turned her gaze to Tormund, who noticed several wildlings' eyes drawn toward him. Tormund, feeling the attention, looked at the ceiling for a moment, hoping they would shift their focus from him. But when he looked back, he was met with dozens of gazes, including Jon's eager expression. "Your soldiers lack roots. The drunken man from Driftmark informed me. Thus they would not pose much trouble. I believe Firekiss would be quite suitable." Tormund shouted, instinctively distancing himself slightly. Ygritte resolved to teach Tormund a lesson once they exited the hall. "Very well. Dragonstone may continue its sponsorship of supplies, provided you fulfill your obligation of soldiers. Regarding the golden dragons you owe, you may venture beyond the wall to recruit wildlings for Dragonstone. Each wildling brought in can offset 1 golden dragon, but the newcomers must also meet the requirement of 1/10 of their number serving as soldiers. Their expenses will be recorded against their individual accounts, and the first batch of wildlings will draw these deferred supplies, repaying me once they begin to yield results." Tormund's eyes darted as he contemplated the idea of stealthily abducting a few children from the wildling tribe, then returning to Dragonstone, thus not only settling his debts but also ensuring a prosperous future. After all, a child could be exchanged for a golden dragon. This notion had been suggested by a wildling. All that mattered was that the child was taller than Tyrion. Infants, and those yet unborn, did not count. "Jon, you could describe Tyrion's height to the wildlings. If you're unsure, Tyrion is currently at Dragonstone, and you could measure him there." Green mused that wildlings were ultimately honest folk. If he were to truly deliver a person for a single golden dragon, and then inadvertently cause all the wildling women to conceive, he would undoubtedly find himself at a considerable loss. "We know how tall the half-man you speak of is. We encountered him on the road," Tormund remarked. "Very well. Missandei will liaise with you to allocate supplies to the wildling village on Driftmark. You must also expedite the selection of soldiers to send to Dragonstone, and devise a means to settle the outstanding golden dragons sooner rather than later. New wildlings or production outputs can suffice." Missandei beckoned Jon to follow her, while the wildlings also began to depart. "What are you still doing here? Do you wish to join the army?" Green inquired, eyeing Tormund, who lingered in the hall. "Are you suggesting that a golden dragon is worth one who is merely half-man? If there are 4 or 5 half-men of such height, could I not receive a greater sum of golden dragons?" Tormund asked eagerly, clenching his fists. Green stroked his chin, realizing Tormund was attempting to recruit giants. Yes, as long as wildlings are over 2.5 meters tall, you may exchange them for 5 golden dragons. If they enlist as soldiers, the reward increases to 10 golden dragons. Are you certain? Tormund exclaimed enthusiastically. I am certain. Tormund, already resolved to lure 1-1, envisioned himself indulging in lavish banquets on Driftmark with 10 golden dragons, ensuring he could feast on meat at every meal. Could you lend me an additional 5 golden dragons? Tormund boldly proclaimed, wishing to indulge in a few days of revelry, while also securing some sheep to send to 1-1, boasting that he would feast daily without fail. Noticing a hint of skepticism on Green's face, Tormund reassured him, Fear not, wildlings are men of their word. You will certainly be pleased with the soldiers I bring. Chapter 67. The Power of Noble Alliances. Green busied himself within the stone drum tower, tinkering with the finished lamp. Although its quality and design were somewhat rudimentary, the effect was commendable. There were now 2 models, one directly utilizing hextech shards, providing illumination for 3 days, and then recharging autonomously during non-lighting hours, completing its cycle in the same duration. Essentially, it would illuminate at night and replenish itself during the day. The other model was a traditional electric lamp connected to a generator, wind, or hydro, or a primary battery. While it allowed for brightness adjustments, it lacked the convenience of the previous hextech lamp. The hextech lamp functioned as a cohesive system, easy to transport and recharge, whereas the ordinary electric lamp required extensive wiring. Whether connected to a generator or primary battery, it relied on the availability of energy. Without wind or a charged battery, the light bulb became ineffective. However, due to the exorbitant cost of hex crystal shards, the research team at the Sea Dragon Tower could only focus on conquering the challenges of power generation, storage, and transportation. My grandmother's letter indicates that they have arrived in King's Landing, while she is en route to Dragonstone by ship. Marjorie descended from the upper tower, clutching the missive as she made her way to the hall. Missandei went to the Dragon Tower to inform the Lannisters that they should prepare to depart for King's Landing the following day, additionally assigning a contingent of soldiers for their escort. She was also to relay to Grey Worm that they should ready their forces to occupy the Stormlands after the wedding in King's Landing. Green issued instructions to Missandei. Marjorie, your grandmother has not mentioned any other matters in her letter. Green inquired further. What? It seems there is little else to discuss. If you wish to know more, we could set off for King's Landing, Marjorie suggested. Did your grandmother not say she was preparing to come to Dragonstone? We can discuss matters further upon her arrival. For now, we must ensure Dragonstone is prepared to deliver to the Stormlands. As for the alliance between your brother and House Lannister, I hold no interest. It would be prudent to gauge your grandmother's sentiments. The Tyrells may manage a portion of the Stormlands, but Dragonstone requires ample provisions. Dear, what are you saying? I am yours, and the Tyrells are yours. Supplying food to Highgarden will only bring glory to us both. We need not stand on ceremony. Marjorie retorted. Your grandmother may feel the glory, but will your brother? Green countered sarcastically. My grandmother does not bear the Tyrell name. She has diligently served the Tyrells. And I can do the same. What are you worried about? The Tyrells' alliance with House Lannister is merely a strategy to secure the Stormlands. Regardless of whose mouth it passes through, it will ultimately belong to my children and yours. I assure you, the Tyrells are but a temporary measure. I am my grandmother's favorite, and she will stand by my side. Let us hope it is as you say. What does your grandmother think about managing the Stormlands? Green inquired. These matters will be discussed personally by my grandmother upon her arrival at Dragonstone. The Tyrell family will be our greatest asset. Then let it be settled. I shall go to the Sea Dragon Tower to assess the progress. Green exited the hall. As he walked along the path, he contemplated the possibility of creating a bulb capable of housing hex crystals, which could potentially rival the effectiveness of a searchlight. If he could devise a mechanism to hold multiple shards, a lighthouse could be erected atop Dragonstone to guide ships. Finally leaving this wretched place. I imagine you have not visited King's Landing in months, Tyrion said while stretching on the deck. What are you pondering now, my brother? Even if we triumph over the North and Stannis, what does it bring? As long as Highgarden steadfastly supports Dragonstone, no one possessing dragons would willingly bow before the Iron Throne. The Oak Keeper, the infamous Kingslayer, is afraid? Tyrion remarked. Afraid. War has lost its significance. I possess an ominous premonition that a confrontation between House Lannister and Dragonstone is inevitable. Presently, my father has chosen to bolster Dragonstone through the means of Storm's End. Yet in the future, the Lannisters shall face adversaries whose might surpass that of Stannis and the Northern Alliance by 4 or 5-fold. It appears that a straightforward approach has emerged. Tyrion leaned closer to Jaime, whispering, You shall return alone to Dragonstone and assassinate Marjorie. Subsequently, our father will send Cersei to Dragonstone for a marriage alliance. Henceforth, Although the Iron Throne shall no longer be occupied by Joffrey, it will at least bear a trace of Lannister blood. Are you jesting? Jaime retorted. Do you consider the assassination of Margaery a jest? Or the betrothal of my sister to Dragonstone a farce? Men serve politics through swords, while women through the sheets, as our father has taught us. Now, the finest of the Lannister lions fears dying by the sword or relinquishing a woman to another's bed. In this current age, a woman possesses a power more formidable than that of a knight's honor, Tyrion mused. With the departure of House Lannister, the vessels of House Tyrell sailed into the harbor of Dragonstone. Margaery, what are your thoughts on what I mentioned in my letter? Olenna inquired, gently touching her granddaughter's abdomen. No signs yet? You must hasten, for you have not yet formally held the ceremony. Once you accept Storm's End, you may journey to Old Town for the bishop's baptism. Alongside hosting the ceremony, the tale of a Tyrell girl shall be immortalized. By the way, what has transpired recently on Dragonstone? Can you enlighten me? Olenna asked as she leaned on her granddaughter for support. Child, you ought not to harbor such threats nearby. Although the North suffered a defeat, the Starks have ruled the North for millennia. She merely needs to grow a little taller and grace her way into your man's heart. You have yet to bear children, and the Tyrells do not truly possess a dragon. Take me to meet her. The union with King's Landing has drawn disdain from your second and third brothers. The Stark girl seems a promising choice, resolving your threat while providing the Tyrells an opportunity to claim the North. Let us see if this girl has the potential to unite with your two brothers. What use are the wildlings beyond the wall? They are merely a waste of provisions. Do you truly believe in the legends of the dead beyond the wall? It seems merely an excuse to expand your ranks. If it were the Tyrells, I would prefer to purchase slaves in Essos rather than squander resources on unruly, ill-equipped savages. At least the slaves of Essos ensure loyalty and obedience. Olenna listened to Margaery's account and offered her counsel. I believe I shall seek out the Stark girl and converse with your husband separately, Olenna declared after absorbing Margaery's narrative. Chapter 68. The key to the North Highgarden shall oversee the entirety of the grain supply for Dragonstone, including Driftmark. Highgarden will only require the borders of Dorne and the Reach, naturally, to ensure greater connectivity and mutual benefit with Storm's End. Rest assured, once my great-grandson inherits Storm's End, all territories will be returned. Olenna spoke with conviction from her seat. It appears that these mountainous terrains may not provide Highgarden with arable land. I had assumed that House Tyrell would opt for locations such as the rainforest or the royal woods, as these areas are far more suitable for cultivation. Green gazed at the matriarch of Highgarden, Lady Olenna, who sat at the table beside Margaery's grandmother. Is the cultivation perhaps intended for House Targaryen? Had I met my great-grandson earlier, I would have willingly offered my service. The acquisition of these mountains seems merely a reward for my eldest son's betrothal, despite his disability. He remains the heir of House Tyrell. With the new Targaryens flourishing in Storm's End, they shall surpass House Targaryen in strength within a decade. For you possess no kin to share the power over all dragons and dominion. Olenna waved her ornate fan and spoke. Oh, I forgot to inquire whether you would accompany Margaery to King's Landing for the wedding. Additionally, your union with Margaery appears to necessitate a ceremony. Considering she is the sole lady of Highgarden, I suggest you both exchange vows in Old Town under the bishop's witness. To King's Landing? Green echoed. What could possibly be amiss? How many members of House Tyrell will attend the wedding? Mace has been in King's Landing. If Margaery attends, aside from the children's mother, Allery Hightower, the entire Tyrell family will be present. Should I also go? A few cups of poison from the Lannisters would resolve any lingering concerns. Securing Highgarden's lands and subsequently dismantling the threat from Dragonstone. No noble would resort to such base tactics as poisoning at a wedding, Olenna retorted. Green nearly questioned her awareness of the realm, for while such actions are indeed crude, they are effective. Noble rituals hold little value in the face of survival. Green rose, arms outstretched. Your dealings with the Lannisters have spanned longer than those with the Tyrells, and you possess your own discernment. As for my attendance in King's Landing, I merely sought counsel, not a demand. Since you have proposed this possibility, I hope to keep Loras on Dragonstone. Should the Lannisters stoop to employing eunuchs and women as wiles, Loras could rally the soldiers of Highgarden to ally with you in an assault on King's Landing. Olenna stood, stating, It is time for me to return to King's Landing. The sooner I conclude my business, the sooner I can return to Highgarden. For my old bones cannot withstand much more turmoil. Wait a moment. I have something for you to take to King's Landing. Green rummaged through the cabinet in the hall and produced 2 hexite light bulbs. These are called hexite lamps, an invention from Dragonstone. They function similarly to candles but are brighter, safer, and longer lasting. Simply press this button, and they will illuminate. Demonstrating, Green showcased how they can light up an entire evening without ignition. Extinguishing them with another press of the button, he handed them to Lady Olenna. One is a wedding gift for Margaery's brother, and the other is a present from Dragonstone to Highgarden. Olenna gently toggled the button. feeling the warmth and illumination emanating from the bulb. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Can this be sold?" "Certainly." This union is likely to attract numerous nobles from Storm's End, King's Landing, and the Reach. Once the lady unveils the illuminating lamps, throngs of aristocrats will surely flock to witness it. The Highgarden will possess the exclusive rights to these bulbs across the realm of Westeros. Priced at 500 golden dragons each, the quantity that Highgarden chooses to sell is entirely at their discretion. The impact of a single lamp far surpasses that of numerous candlesticks, and as long as there are no significant mishaps, they can last 3 to 5 years. A few bulbs can illuminate the entire Great Hall of the Stone Drum, an effect that would require over 20 candlesticks. While 500 golden dragons might seem steep, it is indeed a modest sum for the nobility. Highgarden could further embellish the lamps, crafting them into various shapes or family crests. 500 golden dragons may even be considered a bargain, as the Tyrells could sculpt rose-shaped glass shades, while the Lannisters might opt for golden lions, and so forth. Highgarden lacks the Lannister gold mines and must settle payments in grain. I find myself somewhat regretting this, as the lands of Storm's End and the Kingsguard could cultivate more crops, yielding more bulbs for Highgarden. I accept the gift graciously. I shall showcase it splendidly at the wedding in King's Landing. Marjorie has indeed chosen a fine husband, and I hope to see my great-grandchild soon. For I fear my time is limited. Where did Marjorie acquire these? Upon exiting the Stone Drum, Olenna instructed her servants to summon her granddaughter. At the Sea Dragon Tower, many children and workers experiment with these innovations daily. There seems to be something even more practical than dragons, known as illuminating lamps, which do not require taming and offer the nobility a glimpse of a new lifestyle. Highgarden stands to profit from my dear granddaughter's choices. It is time for me to meet the Stark children. That is your priority. Olenna, accompanied by Marjorie, found Sansa. "Sansa, this is my grandmother," Marjorie introduced. After exchanging pleasantries, Olenna spoke. "Child, I deeply sympathize with the trials faced by the North. At such a tender age, you bear the harsh realities of war. I have always held Lord Eddard in high regard." As Olenna grasped Sansa's hand, she expressed her empathy while subtly probing. "Have your parents selected a knight or lord that you admire?" Olenna inquired cautiously. Sansa replied, "I was previously betrothed to Joffrey, but he murdered my father. Given the chance, I would have liked to see him dead myself. My apologies, dear child, for touching upon painful memories. What do you think of my grandson Loras?" Olenna continued. "The Knight of Flowers," Sansa exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Olenna confirmed. "He is handsome and possesses remarkable skills. Women across the 7 kingdoms take pride in marrying him. At my father's tournament, he even presented me with a rose from his hand," Sansa described, her face alight with admiration. Olenna sensed an opportunity and asked, "Would you wish to marry Loras? He has informed me that you are a good girl, so he asked me to inquire about your feelings." Sansa momentarily found herself at a loss, excitement and trepidation intertwining within her mind. After much contemplation, she resolved to pen a letter seeking her mother's counsel. "It is only natural, should your mother acquiesce, once the wedding in King's Landing concludes, you may return to Highgarden alongside Loras to celebrate your own nuptials." Marjorie approached and grasped Sansa's hand, assuring her that the citadel of Highgarden is enchanting, as beautiful as your homeland of Winterfell, adorned with sprawling fields of golden roses and towering walls crafted from white marble. Chapter 69, The Honor and Dishonor of Knights upon his return to King's Landing. Jaime promptly made his way to his father's hand's tower. It appeared to be a newly forged sword, and Jaime examined the blade presented to him by Tywin. Indeed, since the fall of Valyria, no one has been able to forge Valyrian steel. Presently, only 3 smiths in the world possess the knowledge to reforge it, the most skilled of whom resides in Volantis, whom I have summoned to King's Landing. Tywin watched Jaime's scrutiny of the magnificent sword with evident delight. "Where did you procure such a quantity of Valyrian steel?" Jaime inquired, brandishing the sword. "From someone who no longer has any need for it," Tywin replied, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "You have always desired a Valyrian sword as the ancestral blade of House Lannister. This has been a long-standing obsession. Even Uncle Kevin has yet to discover the fate of our legendary greatsword, Brightroar," Jaime recalled. "Allow me to clarify. There are 2 swords, not 1. 2? Jaime questioned, bewildered. "Indeed. The original sword was so vast that it could be reforged into 2 blades. This one is yours." "Mine? I already possess a sword. I'm aware you have one forged by a blacksmith, yet you seem not to grasp my intent. I intend to present one Valyrian sword to Joffrey upon his marriage, while this one, Oathkeeper, rightfully belongs to you." Tywin fixed his gaze upon his son. "Humph." Jaime scoffed derisively. "Oathkeeper? Is this a new euphemism for a failure?" Jaime's displeasure was palpable. "No, I shall not dwell upon past conflicts. After all, you were merely following orders. The responsibility lies with me. What I desire most is for you to relinquish your position in the Kingsguard and return to inherit Casterly Rock. Tywin's gaze bore into Jaime's. The Kingsguard is a lifelong vow, and I cannot begin to fathom how many would seek the king's life, Jaime retorted, gesturing with his hands in protest. The king is quite safe in King's Landing. When you were captured, other knights were still there to protect him. Should you return to Casterly Rock, the king's safety will remain assured by others. There is no need for concern on your part. But you are the Duke of Casterly Rock. I am also the hand of the king. My responsibilities require me to remain in King's Landing to secure greater advantages for House Lannister. I shall have no time to witness Casterly Rock again before my death. Jaime tilted his head, resigned. You are aware that the people of the Seven Kingdoms refer to me as the Kingslayer, the Oath Breaker, devoid of any honor. Now, I am to violate the sacred oath of the Kingsguard, returning with Oathkeeper to inherit the legacy of House Lannister? What a profound irony. I have inherited Casterly Rock. Does House Lannister still hold any honor? This does not constitute a breach of oath. The disbandment of the Kingsguard has long been on the agenda. I can have Joffrey issue a decree to relieve you of your position in the Kingsguard, Tywin advised. Observing Jaime's silence, Tywin continued. I can grant you time to ponder this matter. However, prior to that, I require you to undertake a task, take some troops to Storm's End. There is a treasure that needs to be claimed by the Lannisters. Bring back plenty of ravens, and I shall disclose the treasure's location and the means to retrieve it. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Jaime inquired. Take this sword as well. The Lannister family has no suitable candidate to wield it. Even if you do not wish to inherit Casterly Rock now, the Valyrian blade still rightfully belongs to you. Tywin remarked, watching as Jaime prepared to depart. After meeting with Tywin, Jaime made his way directly to the Red Keep, eager to see Cersei and inquire about her well-being. Brave Kingsguard, my uncle, Joffrey said mockingly, blocking Jaime's path. What brings you to the Red Keep? To ensure your safety, your grace. That is the duty of the Kingsguard. Jaime replied with unwavering composure. There is no need for that. King's Landing is secure. Under my valiant leadership, the Gold Cloaks have defeated Stannis' vast army. Yet you have not been of assistance to me in King's Landing, my uncle, Joffrey retorted. No, your grace, Stannis still lives. And the Northmen are organizing a new offensive. We must remain vigilant against potential assassins. Moreover, at that time, I was preoccupied at the front, Jaime stated earnestly. Preoccupied? Preoccupied with being a captive? Twice over. Are you here in King's Landing to teach your king how to survive in an enemy's dungeon? Joffrey sneered, twisting his lips in derision. Look, upon this table lies a tome, the White Book, chronicling the glorious deeds of the Kingsguard throughout the ages. Let us turn to the page of Ser Jaime Lannister, Joffrey said, rummaging through the pages. It seems someone has neglected to record your illustrious achievements, Ser Jaime Lannister. Go fetch a maester. Joffrey commanded loudly to the guards behind him. Before long, an elderly maester with a grizzled beard entered. Maester. It appears the White Book has overlooked the glorious deeds of my uncle. Please, rectify this. Upon hearing Joffrey's command, the maester picked up a quill from the table and took a seat. Ser Jaime killed his liege lord, the Mad King Aerys Targaryen, Joffrey proclaimed loudly. The bewildered maester glanced up at Jaime, who remained impassive, before turning back to Joffrey. Seeing that the maester had yet to write, Joffrey interjected, Maester, is your hand impaired? Or is it your hearing? The king can rid you of such useless appendages. With that, Joffrey brandished his sword slightly from his waist. The maester could only glance at Jaime once more before bowing his head to begin writing. After a moment, when the maester paused, Joffrey spoke again. The valiant Ser Jaime of the Kingsguard was captured at the Battle of the Whispering River, and then a month later, he was captured again at the Battle of the Riverlands. Joffrey regarded Jaime with a provocative gaze, eager to discern any subtle shift in his expression. The learned man, upon hearing this, felt the ominous whistle of Joffrey's sword slicing through the air behind him and dared not glance upward to seek Jaime's counsel. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the old scholar's brow as his trembling hand inscribed words upon the parchment, uncertain of when that sharp blade might strike from behind or across the table. Joffrey, seeing no reaction from Jaime, leaned to the side, awaiting the completion of the scholar's writing before lifting the tome, the White Book, and reading aloud with satisfaction. My uncle. The tall Duncan within the White Book is recorded over 4 pages, while you have but a few short lines. You must strive earnestly in the time to come to match this, so that future kings and the knights in white may behold the glory of House Lannister. Joffrey then turned his gaze back to Jaime. As you wish, your majesty. Jaime replied, unhurriedly. Humph. Joffrey carelessly tossed the White Book onto the table and, twisting his shoulders, exited the room. Chapter 70, The Lion Family Meeting My Sister. You remain as enchanting as ever. Tyrion entered the meeting hall of the Red Keep, selecting a chair to lean upon as he settled down. Cersei cast an exasperated glance at Tyrion, which he noted with keen observation. Finding themselves alone in the Grand Hall, Tyrion decided to quench his thirst first. My sister, who has perpetually looked down upon dwarfs, is now to wed a crippling man. I am most curious about her thoughts. Pouring himself a glass of wine, he spoke casually. Noticing a twitch at the corner of Cersei's mouth, he pondered whether Valerion, seated in a wheelchair, measured up to the height of a dwarf. Tyrion raised his glass high, gesturing dramatically. Indeed, he exclaimed, tilting his head as he articulated his judgment. If we consider the stature of the Knights of Flowers, the cripple does indeed hold a slight advantage. As he spoke, a contented sigh escaped him, as if savoring the exquisite wine he had just swallowed or lost in a fond memory. Cersei glared at Tyrion. I hope that when Jaime arrives, you will repeat these words to him. Even if he is your brother, I cannot guarantee that your head will remain attached. Tyrion tilted his head and shrugged at Cersei, deciding to halt the conversation. He merely sought to retaliate against her disdain with his sharp tongue, not to escalate into a quarrel. As Tyrion fell silent, Cersei remained seated, and he surveyed the grandeur of the Red Keep with his goblet in hand. Shortly after, Tywin, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches and clad in black leather, entered and took his place at the head of the table, followed by Kevin, dressed in blue. Seeing Tywin's entrance, Tyrion lost interest and seated himself accordingly. I have summoned you here for a meeting of House Lannister regarding the forthcoming war and subsequent affairs. The Lannisters must take action, Tywin declared, unfastening several buttons of his cloak. And where's Jaime? Where has he gone? Tyrion inquired. Tywin gazed at Tyrion, holding his stare for several moments before slowly speaking. I have dispatched Jaime back to Casterly Rock to assume the guardianship of the Westerlands. After all, I am the hand of the king and no longer possess the capacity to manage the affairs of the West. Ultimately, it is Jaime's birthright. Whether it comes sooner or later is of little consequence. Tyrion, nervously clutching the hem of his garment, absently stroked the fabric, uncertain whether his father's words were a deliberate expression of discontent or a reflection of Jaime's genuine ascension to the West. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. Currently, the only Lannisters present in King's Landing were those seated at the table. What thoughts do you harbor regarding the forthcoming situation in the Riverlands and the potential alliances through marriage? Tywin surveyed his fellow Lannisters as he posed the question. Tyrion remained lost in contemplation, pondering the sincerity of his father's earlier remarks, his gaze cast downward. Kevin had always looked to his elder brother for guidance, obediently adhering to Tywin's directives without uttering a word. Cersei, aware that her words could not alter Tywin's course, remained silent as well. Tywin lightly tapped the table, awaiting their responses. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, Does no one wish to voice their opinions? Noticing the continued silence from his kin, Tywin's curiosity was piqued. He turned his attention to Cersei. Cersei, do you comprehend the implications of an alliance with House Valerion? Cersei, upon hearing her name, raised her gaze to her father. It is not merely what I have previously conveyed to you. The selection of the heir by Highgarden opens up numerous possibilities for the Lannisters. You will need to leverage the marriage pact to secure grain from Highgarden to win the war and preserve your crown. Additionally, when necessary, you may bear me a grandson, while you are still youthful and capable of bearing children. As a Lannister, your bloodline, combined with the heritage of House Valerion, could position your new son upon the throne of the Stormlands. What am I? A mere breeding sow. Cersei had initially intended for her union with Valerion to be nominal, relying on binding Tyrion to a warship to secure victory and maintain Joffrey's reign, before subsequently discarding the Tyrells and reveling in her role as the Queen Mother. Reflecting on her own forced marriage to Robert, and now being bartered to Highgarden to serve a cripple, Cersei erupted in fury. You are a Lannister, and more importantly, my daughter. This marriage is not an imposition. It is a matter of survival, to ensure you and your wayward son are not torn apart by the outraged North, the Riverlands, or the Baratheons. Furthermore, I will do everything in my power to elevate your new son to the position of Lord of the Stormlands. Seeing Cersei bow her head in despair, Tywin shifted his gaze to the troubled Tyrion, contemplating how to mend relations with Dragonstone before the Starks and Stannis extinguished their presence. Aligning with Dragonstone was crucial, as it could provide the Lannisters with weaponry. Tyrion, lost in thought, offered a distracted agreement. Finally, Tywin directed his attention to his brother, stating, Once the union with the Tyrells is concluded, the Lannisters will still mobilize forces northward. I have sent word for the lords of the Westerlands to muster troops, while also consolidating the power of those lords in the Crownlands and Storlands who lean towards the Iron Throne. A substantial number of criminals have been apprehended in King's Landing and will be conscripted. Following the wedding, Kevin, you shall be responsible for commanding the forces. The North and Stannis still cling to survival, while the Iron Islands and Dragonstone are merely fleeting allies. The Vale still possesses the potential to side with the North. And should the Lannisters fail once more, The Tyrells, who have bet on both sides, will distance themselves from the Lannisters. Cast aside your so-called love, friendship, and even noble etiquette. Survival is of paramount importance. Tywin's knuckles rapped sharply against the table. The Tyrells have already arrived in King's Landing. The wedding is set for next week. Do not bring me any more troubles. I must attend to the correspondence from the Vale. With that, Tywin rose and exited. To the north of Slaver's Bay. At the northern edge of the Gulf, Meereen stands proudly by the banks of the Skahazaden River. Its white and yellow stone walls encircle a towering pyramid. Soaring over 800 feet and comprising 23 tiers, beneath the grand banner of the Targaryens, a massive red dragon billowing in the wind. The realm of Westeros remains embroiled in chaos, and the fleet of Lys has spotted dragons over Blackwater Bay, reported Jorah Mormont from beneath the throne. Dragons? I require more detailed intelligence. Has Drogon flown to Westeros? Inquired Daenerys from her seat upon the throne. I will retrieve that fleet of merchants, stated Jorah as he departed. We now possess the strength to reclaim Westeros, provided we can assemble a formidable fleet, added Barrist and Selmy from beneath the throne. It pains me to witness our homeland being ravaged by traitorous scoundrels, yet it is imperative for the knight to learn how to govern a nation. I do not wish to repeat my father's mistakes. Meereen is just the right place. This is not without merit, as Westeros endures increasingly grievous warfare. The yearning for unification will intensify, and those false kings will deplete their coffers. When the time comes, your grace, with dragons and a fleet at your command, you shall cross the narrow sea with great momentum, achieving the unification of the seven kingdoms swifter than your ancestor Aegon the Conqueror. Old Barristan responded. Moments later, Jorah returned to the Hall of the Pyramid with several captains and nodded towards Daenerys upon the throne. You have sighted dragons over Westeros? Daenerys inquired. Indeed. A great dragon sword over Dragonstone, its roar resonating throughout our entire fleet, one captain replied. Did you discern the color of the dragon? Yellow. Akin to the tiles of Meereen's architecture. It was not Drogon flying away, Daenerys pondered. She gestured for Jorah to dismiss the captains who had entered. We require more detailed intelligence about the Seven Kingdoms. Ser Barristan, you have been loyal to several kings and possess intimate knowledge of the Seven Kingdoms. I hope you will leverage your connections to establish an intelligence network regarding them. Your grace, to my knowledge. Dragonstone was granted to a young man named Gendry prior to the War of the Five Kings. He may have discovered a dragon egg on Dragonstone and inadvertently hatched a dragon. Sire, you once served my father, aside from Rhaegar, Viserys, and myself. Did he have any other offspring, perhaps legitimate bastards of suitable age? Daenerys inquired tentatively. I apologize, my liege, but I am unaware of this matter. However, I have encountered that young man on several occasions in King's Landing, and he does not possess the characteristic white hair of House Targaryen. It is possible he has dyed his hair to conceal his lineage. I recall the rumors you mentioned regarding Astapor, where a white-haired woman used a giant dragon to deceive all the unsullied. Dragons are a rarity, likely linked to Dragonstone. Either he is what a girl with Targaryen blood who possesses the knowledge of hatching dragons, or he hails from an ancient Valyrian family that, like the Targaryens of old, survived the calamity. Regardless of his origins, he must align himself with the Targaryens here. Should he choose to oppose them, our advantage of dragons would be utterly diminished. We possess 3 dragons, replied Oldba, yet I cannot command them. They merely refrain from causing harm out of respect for their mother. Yet they show no regard for my feelings, Daenerys gritted her teeth. They are still but children, they cannot grasp the concepts of war and politics. They will mature in time. Moreover, controlling dragons on Dragonstone is not guaranteed. The history of House Targaryen is littered with dragon lords who perished in the bellies of their beasts. There is only one true dragon, and the dragons of Dragonstone will sense that. Let us hope so. Inform me immediately of any sightings of Drogon. I must become a dragon rider swiftly, so that the dragons may be capable of battle, Daenerys lamented, thinking of the wild child who roamed without a home. The other 2 dragons were still too small. Only Drogon had the potential to bear her within 6 months, though Daenerys was not particularly heavy. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. Please use the new address to avoid getting lost. Chapter 71, the chapter owed from Saturday. The marriage alliance between King's Landing and the Vale is imminent. The Prime Minister will not wait for you indefinitely. You must hasten and provide me with a list. And I shall take responsibility for eliminating those lords in the Vale who are ambiguous in their loyalties, suggested the Mountain to Beric. My lord. It is precisely because King's Landing has the support of Highgarden that the Vale's allegiance will not seem as crucial to the Prime Minister. People cherish what they have fought for and will not value what comes for free. If we expend our efforts to remove the obstacles in the Vale now, it will be but a trivial matter in the eyes of the Prime Minister. We must await a more opportune moment when the Vale's allegiance is truly needed, Beric replied. The timing of the Vale's allegiance does not conflict with my clearing of the ambiguous lords. They are not aligned with the Iron Throne now, and the Iron Throne will not lack for their fealty in the future. Their castles can be granted to my valiant knights of the West. The heavily armored mountain conveyed with a dismissive look. My lord, slaughter and oppression will only lead to infighting within the Vale. The Prime Minister surely desires a united Vale. Beric interjected. United? Is that your counsel? The mountain's throat emitted a hint of disdain. Indeed, my lord, Beric spread his hands. I shall draft a letter to the Prime Minister for him to consider your suggestion, the mountain said, dragging his heavy armor as he exited the room. After perusing the correspondence from the Valley of the Mountain, Tywin withdrew a fresh sheet of parchment and began to compose a missive intended for Jaime in Storm's End. At that moment, a guard announced the arrival of Lady Olenna Tyrell. Tywin set aside the letter and raised his gaze, whereupon the aged yet astute Olenna entered the room. Tywin stepped forward to assist the elderly lady, guiding her to his seat. Olenna nodded in gratitude, and Tywin turned to the cabinet to pour wine for both of them. To the union of Tyrell and Lannister, let us drink deeply from this cup, Tywin proclaimed, lifting his goblet in salute to Olenna, who sat at the table beside him. Observing Tywin imbibe from his cup, Olenna echoed her approval of the Chancellor's sagacity. However, Tywin did not fully grasp the implications of Olenna's words during his drinking. After placing his goblet down, he remarked on how the Queen of Thorns had exchanged two of her offspring for the mightiest allies in the realm, the dragons and the Iron Throne. The most vital point is that the grandmother has secured for her grandson the most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, the very mother of the king, Tywin added, refilling his glass. Too old, far too old. As a woman, I possess greater insight into such matters. I need not elaborate on certain details. Cersei is already the mother of 3 children, and she is no longer youthful. My grandson finds little interest in the beauty you speak of, Olenna remarked, taking a delicate sip from her wine. Old? Then, can you find a noble maiden of suitable rank to pity your crippled grandson? Even if a noble family were to offer their daughter to a cripple, I doubt he could ascend to her marital bed, Tywin retorted sharply. Chancellor, engaging in a battle of wits serves no purpose. You are well aware of the greater benefit this union brings to the Lannisters. Who is truly extending charity to whom? The Tyrells stand to gain significantly from this alliance, and there is no need for further discourse. The marriage is already a fait accompli. So, what is your purpose here? Olenna inquired. I hope that once King's Landing has subdued the north and Stannis, we can march alongside Highgarden to invade Dorne. After vanquishing Dorne, it may be inherited by the children of Cersei and Loras, Olenna proposed, casting her gaze toward Tywin. This is due to Dorne's frequent incursions upon Highgarden. Yet even Aegon of old could not conquer Dorne, Tywin responded coolly. The reasons extend beyond mere border grievances. I understand that the Dornish excel at hiding within the sands. Yet now we possess the dragons of Dragonstone and a fleet to dominate the skies and seas, alongside soldiers from the Stormlands and the Westerlands. Not to mention the future ruler of Dorne, who will carry half the blood of House Lannister. Chancellor, you should contemplate this thoroughly, Olenna suggested. Such plans can only be feasible once the northern conflict reaches its conclusion. If Highgarden is willing to supply provisions to the Iron Throne to quell the rebellions of Stark and Stannis, I believe the Riverlands would accept King Joffrey's gratitude. Providing an opportunity to march on Dorne, Tywin mused. Provisions can be offered, but I require Cersei to bear Loras's heir. You must keep your son in check, Olenna replied. These slanderous remarks are merely the customary defamation directed at the Lannisters. Nevertheless, in every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, Olenna's gaze remains fixed upon Tywin. Tywin stared at Olenna for a considerable time. Their beliefs and words are of no concern to me, as long as we emerge victorious in this war. Those who survive will naturally cease their baseless speculations, and the deceased will certainly not. The wedding is set to occur in a week's time, and it is hoped that Highgarden can provide provisions to enable the Iron Throne to resolve the northern conflict within a year. However, whether Dragonstone will agree to send troops to Dorne is of paramount importance, for the Seven Kingdoms have endured far too long a conflict, leaving no surplus energy to engage in a game of cat and mouse with House Martell in the desert. My granddaughter possesses greater wisdom than her several grandsons. She understands how to capture a man's heart. Congratulations on receiving the Green Item Pack. Open the Green Item Pack. Congratulations on acquiring the Skill Selection Pack. Locking in, Dance of the Broken Wings, Soul Strike, Swift Slash, Gale of War, Blinding Arrow. Remove Swift Slash and Blinding Arrow. Selection in progress. Congratulations on acquiring Gale of War. Gale of War unleashes 2 arcs of wind, each extending to a maximum length of meters, inflicting 25 magic damage to targets in its path, and forming a tornado at the point where the winds converge, dealing magical damage equal to the target's maximum health every second for a duration of seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. After summoning the 3rd, the White Dragon, and loading Galio's skills, the White Dragon now possesses a little over 80 magic strength. I instructed the White Dragon to board a ship and distance ourselves slightly from Dragonstone, allowing the captain to lower the sails, while Green directed the White Dragon to unleash its skills upon a chosen body of water. As the White Dragon flapped its wings, 2 gusts of wind surged forth from its armpits, lifting droplets from the sea's surface like 2 silver serpents, racing forward and ultimately converging at nearly 100 meters, forming a towering vortex on the ocean's surface. After howling for several seconds, the now powerless waters crashed back into the sea, due to various issues. The address has been changed to avoid confusion. Chapter 72, The River of Stars Among Men. The White Dragon is still somewhat small. If it grows for a few more years, both its magic strength and size will increase. Tossing Galio would be akin to unleashing a tempest. According to the lore of the Game of Thrones, dragons can grow for centuries. I wonder if I will witness that day. The Sea Dragon Tower on Dragonstone, after days of diligent labor, has finally secured a means for large-scale electrical storage through the original battery. The conditions for establishing the circuitry are now in place, and the production of ordinary light bulbs has begun to take shape. Under Green's command, the Dragonstone Legion, having completed their training, has taken on the additional task of planting utility poles. The blacksmiths are filled with curiosity as they observe the soldiers burning the straight wooden surfaces, coating them in black oil and burying them underground, only to retrieve them later to plant along the road. Such an endeavor seems unnecessarily complicated for signage, and moreover, the signs are far too tall. Do we expect the dragons to read? A blacksmith exclaimed while watching the busy soldiers. Then you go teach the dragons how to read. A nearby fisherman challenged the blacksmith's judgment. I fear I am not up to the task. I can scarcely write my own name in full. Yet, these soldiers do appear rather foolish. Does the absence of their leader impair their cognitive faculties? One would think they could have affixed the sign to the wooden post beforehand and then erected it. Instead, they will have to climb up again to attach the sign once the post is raised. Keep your voice down, cautioned the blacksmith, who was observing the spectacle alongside others. Though they lacked such frivolities, the weapons in their hands were quite real. Should they overhear, one might find oneself bereft of one's manhood. The idle townsfolk gathered along the main thoroughfare of Dragonstone Island, observing the soldiers. The street signs were excessively numerous. One sign at the entrance of each village would suffice. Yet here, every 20 meters seemed to yield another. Surely, every household would know their location. A woman proposed. Once the telephone poles were erected, the next morning, the industrious fishermen discovered the soldiers scaling the wooden poles to lay down some sort of wire. By the afternoon, as the blacksmiths and fishermen returned from their labors, the dense web of wires interconnected all the poles. The scholar from the Sea Dragon Tower directed the soldiers to construct small towers at the entrance of each village, reminiscent of lavatories, and to place the completed frequency converters within, securing them with wooden doors and locks. As night descended, scholars were found installing newly crafted light bulbs before each small village's frequency tower, while curious onlookers lingered, reluctant to depart, as there was little to occupy them at home. As the night deepened, the moon ascended in the sky, stars twinkled, and the occasional sound of cicadas filled the air. The scholars, holding candles, conducted final inspections. When the news of completion reached the Sea Dragon Tower, Sam pulled the power switch. "Stars have fallen into my hands," a little girl exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the brilliance. The bulbs flickered like flames, yet they moved with an ethereal grace, shining even more brightly than the moon above. From the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower, Marguerite beheld a sight that transformed Dragonstone Island into a radiant expanse akin to a starlit sky, illuminating the concentrated villages and structures more wondrous than magic. "This is what you toiled over a few days ago. How long will they shine?" Marguerite inquired, glancing back. "Forever, and they shall multiply, becoming ever denser. As long as the stars in the heavens shine, so too will these lights," Green replied. Although the electrical grid had been established, it seemed unlikely that the fishermen and blacksmiths would recoup the cost of development and installation for decades to come. It appeared that the only recourse was to tap into the nobles' pockets, thereby illuminating Dragonstone Island entirely. Other electrical devices would also require development, if all else failed. The area might need to be transformed into an industrial park. Nonetheless, thanks to the lights, vessels approaching Dragonstone Island at night would have a far more accurate course. The following morning, the islanders continued to discuss the extraordinary events of the previous night, with some having been unable to sleep, observing that, aside from a few, everyone on the island was clad in simple attire, devoid of any nobility, only commoners. Green, with a sense of resignation, abandoned his plans for electrical wiring into homes, instead opting to shelter the light bulbs with protective covers and instructing the soldiers to set them up on utility poles to serve as streetlights for the night. He selected representatives from the village to learn from the scholar how to operate the frequency converter in the tower, providing illumination for each village during the first half of the night, with the supply ceasing at dawn. The next day, Soros approached Green, inquiring, "How did you achieve that?" "What do you mean by how?" "The spectacle of last night, the King of Light descended upon Dragonstone Island. Do you also worship the King of Light?" Soros asked. Red-robed drunkard. "I ask you, what is light?" Soros had indulged in drink for far too long, now capable only of igniting the weapons of his craft. Unable to recite even a few tenets of the King of Light's doctrine. Upon hearing Green's question, Soros paused, struggling to recall, as if attempting to sober up. "Light is power, but you have not encountered the King of Light. This extraordinary force is not bestowed upon mortals by the King," Soros declared passionately. "You are only partially correct. Light is indeed power, but it is not a divine gift as you suggest. The sun brings vitality to all through its light, and flames provide warmth and illumination, yet they can also unleash calamity and destruction. Thus, it is essential for mankind to wield this power wisely. Believers often attribute the known forces they can control to divine grace, while blaming their own lack of piety for the powers beyond their grasp. However, I must assert that humanity possesses an innate spirit of exploration. Do not merely await the so-called gifts of the divine, but actively seek out the mysteries that lie ahead." "Do you claim to have mastered the secrets of the King of Light?" Soros inquired with curiosity. "We need not debate the existence of the King of Light. But the power of light is not solely his dominion. Dragonstone Island is in need of an electrician, and you are capable of fulfilling this role. I shall take you to the Sea Dragon Tower for further training, after which you may assume your position." "An electrician?" Soros questioned skeptically. "Do you not wish to harness the power of the King of Light?" Green asked, patting Soros on the shoulder. "I do." "Then heed my advice, for it is sound. However, you must abstain from alcohol. Serious study requires focus. Otherwise, the power of the King of Light may backfire upon you," Green stated earnestly. Soros nodded in agreement. "I am sincerely telling you, study without drinking, and do not drink while studying. Otherwise, how can one be an electrician if one cannot distinguish between the neutral wire and the live wire? A short circuit could lead to the destruction of countless light bulbs." Green took Soros to the Sea Dragon Tower, where he found a scholar to begin teaching him about circuit diagrams, while the nearby Riken looked on with disdain at the old drunkard who could not even draw a straight line, due to various issues. The address has been changed to avoid confusion. Chapter 73. The Queen's new marriage. The wedding between King S. Landing and Highgarden was being celebrated with great festivity in the Red Keep Hall. At the invitation of Tywin, many prominent nobles from the Westerlands attended, along with several attendants from the Tully family of the Riverlands. In the tumultuous realm of Stormlands, the formidable House Ford of Nightingale City, along with half of the families from Stormlands, gathered for the occasion. Among them were those loyal to Joffrey. Yet a greater number were present for the war reparations that Tywin had spoken of. Within the Grand Hall, Garland supported his elder brother, Valarius, as they made their slow approach toward the elevated platform where Cersei awaited. Upon reaching her, Garland handed his cane to Valarius and stepped back. Valarius stood before the rigidly expressionless Cersei, trembling slightly as the bustling crowd held its breath in anticipation. Sensing the moment was ripe, the officiating bishop directed his gaze toward the couple. Valarius turned to face the bishop, his cane providing him support, while Cersei's unwillingness was evident, though she ultimately complied under the weight of her father's gaze. Before the seven gods as witnesses, the bishop began to entwine the hands of Valarius and Cersei with white cloth. Two souls united as one, bound for eternity. "Please gaze into each other's eyes and recite your vows," the bishop proclaimed. Valarius attempted to turn again, but Cersei's lack of cooperation rendered his efforts clumsy, exacerbating the awkwardness of his limp. He gazed upon Cersei's visage, her golden curls, emerald eyes, and her face, still retaining a youthful elasticity despite the faint traces of age and a stiffened smile. She was indeed a beauty, although Cersei was a few years his senior. Valarius found himself increasingly captivated by her proximity. Father, smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger, Valarius spoke softly. "I belong to her." However, he awaited in vain for Cersei's affirmation. After a few moments, she reluctantly squeezed out the words, "I belong to him. She belongs to me. He belongs to me." Cersei's gaze fell upon the man before her, his unkempt beard and uneven shoulders due to his limp, reflecting disdain and disgust. From this day forth, until death do us part, Valarius remained unfazed by the contempt in her eyes. He had initially wished only to conclude this political charade swiftly. Yet, witnessing the discomfort etched upon Cersei's face stirred within him a newfound sense of possessiveness, as if an outcome with her might not be entirely unwelcome. "Please drape the cloak over the bride," symbolizing eternal protection, the bishop called out emphatically. With one hand bound, and the other supporting himself with a cane, Valkyrie cast a pleading glance towards Cersei. However, she had no desire to forge a connection with the man burdened by a limp and facial hair. Valkyrie could only awkwardly look to the bishop, who, perceiving the underlying tension and eager to conclude the awkward ceremony, untied the white cloth and retrieved the ceremonial cloak from Valkyrie's back, placing it in his unencumbered hand before assisting him with his cane. Cersei, rigid and unyielding, turned her back to him, as if Valkyrie's limp were contagious. With the bishop's support, Valkyrie took a step forward and draped the cloak over Cersei's shoulders. In the audience, Tywin initiated a round of applause, with various nobles following suit, echoing the clapping. Varys turned with an air of pride, surveying the assembled nobility below, while Cersei, listening to the concentrated applause of the Western lords, reluctantly turned around, mustering a strained smile for the guests. After a brief pause in the applause, the bishop offered the final words of the ceremony, proclaiming, "Your Majesties, esteemed lords and ladies, under the watchful gaze of the gods and the people, we witness the union of these two souls, bound together in spirit for eternity." Joffrey, fiddling with his knife and fork, jabbed at the tablecloth. As the applause erupted once more, he seized the opportunity to angrily chop the meat on the table, expressing his discontent towards Tywin. The nobles at the nearby table instinctively edged away, save for a few of Tywin's sycophantic knights lingering behind Joffrey. Once the clapping subsided, Tyrion deliberately continued for a few extra seconds. However, upon catching Joffrey's furious glare, he ceased his applause, filled his goblet, and raised it in a toast to Joffrey, downing it in one swift motion. In Joffrey's ear, Tyrion's voice echoed, "Look, Uncle has found you a fine stepfather." Enraged, Joffrey glared at Tyrion, who was engaged in jovial conversation, and unable to contain himself, hurled a wine decanter at him. Whether it was due to the decanter being heavy with wine or Joffrey's lack of strength, he missed Tyrion entirely. The decanter shattered with a resounding crash, scattering wine and glass across Tyrion's table, prompting the nobles to cease their feasting and turn their attention. "His Majesty has had too much to drink. We should escort him to rest," Tywin interjected, providing a way out of the situation. At his command, the nearby knights moved forward, while Joffrey seized a pig's head and a leg of lamb, hurling them at the guards, who soon found their white armor smeared with grease and the aroma of meat. Tywin's gaze shifted to Cersei, who, seeing the chaos, approached and grasped Joffrey's shoulder, attempting to lead him away from this humiliating scene. Joffrey glared at Tyrion as Cersei slowly pulled him away until they reached a private chamber within the Red Keep. "Let me kill that half-man. I detest that face. His voice makes me sick," Joffrey shouted at Cersei. She initially ignored him, discarding her cloak into the fireplace, watching the flames dance. For the first time, Cersei felt the weight of helplessness. While she enjoyed the benefits of House Lannister's shade, she realized she must pay a higher price to cultivate her own power. Her son, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, should not be so passive. Behind her, Joffrey continued to rant and rave. Cersei, observing his frantic gestures, felt exasperated. "Enough. Cursing will not draw a single drop of blood from your enemies." At her words, Joffrey halted his tirade. "You must exhibit a measure of courtesy towards your stepfather if you wish to escape the oppressive influence of your grandfather and the mockery of your diminutive uncle. The Reach can provide soldiers and provisions, and it is imperative that you, as king, assert your dominion over them. Otherwise, these resources will either fall into the hands of Dragonstone or be consumed by your grandfather. Each increment of their strength will only serve to further diminish the dignity of the crown in the future, due to various complications." The address has been changed to avoid any disorientation. Chapter 74. The King's Bounty. The Queen's wedding festivities persisted throughout the night, while Valkyrie engaged in revelry with several lords of the Reach, becoming thoroughly inebriated. In his drunken stupor, he brazenly commented on the Queen's figure among the noble circles of Highgarden. Valkyrie even felt a reckless urge to consummate his union with Cersei, observing her inebriated grandson. Olenna instructed Garland to escort Valkyrie away to prevent any undue complications. By the following day, Lady Olenna began drafting letters to be sent back to Dragonstone and Highgarden. At Long Able, the preparations were already underway for the departure of Brynden Tully and his son, Dickon Tully, towards Storm's End, with the forces of the Riverlands poised to claim their share of Highgarden's bounty. 3 days post-wedding, Prime Minister Tywin orchestrated a grand celebration, wherein the nobles from across the city reveled in the festivities. He had specifically invited the lords from the Crownlands and Storm's End. Seated at the head table, from left to right, were Garland, Mace, Olenna, Valkyrie, Cersei, Joffrey, Tywin, Kevin, and Tyrion. "To our king," the nobles shouted in unison, their voices rising in the lull between musical interludes. Joffrey, with a smirk, raised a goblet from the table and drained it in one go, swaying slightly as he awaited the nobles' acclaim. Observing this, the lords dutifully applauded, and Joffrey's countenance brightened, dispelling the shadows of the previous days. As the applause gradually waned, Tywin took hold of the standing Joffrey, rising to address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, under the king's protection, we are fortunate to enjoy this summer's bounty. However, the wars of the Seven Kingdoms are far from over. The Northmen under Stark and the pretender Stannis from the Vale continue their rampage. Though the Iron Throne has suffered defeats in the Riverlands, those brigands have gained naught. With the loyalty of Highgarden secured, it is time to deliver a decisive blow to those pretenders. Tywin's voice rang with fervor. Among the seated guests, only a handful from the Westerlands continued to cheer, offering sporadic applause to their prime minister, while the nobles from the Crownlands and Storm's End remained silent. Thoughts of warfare conjured the specter of death and financial ruin. Initially, the Lannisters had been presumed victorious, and many had anticipated garnering military glory and titles alongside them in the Riverlands. Now, having suffered a significant loss of strength in the Riverlands, the prospect of wagering their very fortunes on a second conflict loomed ominously. Should they emerge victorious, it would be well and good, but if fortune were to forsake them, they would only incur the wrath of the North. While the remaining Baratheons of Storm's End and the Crownlands nobles bowed their heads, evading Tywin's scrutinizing gaze, it became troublesome when Tywin called for a statement. As one might assert confidently yet be unable to muster the troops. If one were to refuse, the uncertainty of exiting King's Landing alive loomed large. Tywin's compensation might well amount to 2 lavish banquets, with the possibility of a third being at one's own expense. Noticing the tension in the air, Tywin gestured to the guards behind him and then addressed the assembly below. A Lannister always pays his debts. His Majesty has personally decreed that Ser Jaime return to the Westerlands bearing gold, to compensate the knights and soldiers who perished or were maimed in the War of the Riverlands, as a testament to their loyalty to the crown. My brother Kevin will distribute the gold according to the military roster from the Riverlands campaign, and all lords may collect their share after the feast. As he spoke, Jaime entered the hall, flanked by hundreds of guards, each pair lifting large chests and arranging them neatly. Jaime surveyed the gathered nobles, noting the presence of a man besides Cersei, presumably Varys from Highgarden, while Cersei remained composed, watching Jaime's approach. The nobles, intrigued, rose from their seats. Jaime, pulling himself from his observations, retrieved a large set of keys from his waist, matching them to the numbered locks of the first chest. A thud resonated as he opened it, revealing a dazzling array of gold bricks. He proceeded to open another, revealing yet more gleaming gold. The lords who had bowed their heads during Tywin's speech surged forward, pushing aside the guards to inspect the treasures more closely. As Jaime opened several more chests, the nobles gasped in astonishment, their expressions revealing their surprise. Even the lord seated at the head of the table, along with his second son, could no longer remain seated and stood to gaze at the spectacle, while Varys strained to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. That will suffice. Tywin signaled to Jaime with a wave of his hand. Cersei's expression mirrored her surprise. Her father had previously insisted on her marriage to Highgarden, while claiming the gold of the Westerlands was depleted. Yet here was Jaime, within half a month, presenting such a bounty of gold, enough to sustain the Iron Throne in the North for a year of warfare. The king will reward you further for the elimination of Stark and Stannis. This is but trifling, Tywin spoke softly. As some of the nobles detached themselves from the allure of gold, a voice rang out. For King Joffrey, Philip Fort declared. Several lords who had previously dispatched troops to the Riverlands echoed this sentiment. Long live Joffrey! Long live Joffrey! The atmosphere transformed into a contest of volume, each shout vying for greater compensation. Joffrey, who had earlier expressed dissatisfaction with Tywin's interference, now reveled in the loyalty of his subjects. Convinced of his own prowess as a wise and valiant king, a smirk adorned his lips as he envisioned the defeat of Stark and Stannis. Picturing himself as the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, he longed to showcase his prowess to Tywin and Tyrion, who had often vexed him. Tyrion cast a scrutinizing glance at Jaime, craning his neck in inquiry. Jaime caught Tyrion's gaze and could only look away. Even he could surmise the origins of such wealth. If he spoke a few more words, his astute brother would discern the truth. Jaime then shifted his focus to Vel'Koz, the bearded man brazenly appraising his beloved Cersei, even occasionally offering her morsels of food. Cersei did not refuse, seemingly accustomed to this attention, her eyes responding warmly to Vel'Koz's gestures. Though she brought gold to her father, it felt as if something far more significant had been lost. A sense of detachment surged within Jaime, the weight of the white cloak pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. After the banquet, Kevin, while attending to matters of condolence, urged the lords to commit to new troop allocations, pressing them to write letters to organize fresh forces for King's Landing. Tywin gazed at the roster presented by Kevin, strategizing for the next campaign of war. Chapter 75, the bloodline Blandr Tarly journeyed eastward along the banks of the Dantu River. "Our queen has triumphed in a great war," Blandr remarked to his son, who rode behind him on a chestnut steed. Daikon, his eyes heavy with lethargy, found the expedition rather dull. He had initially believed that accompanying his father meant an offensive into the Stormlands, yet after several days of travel, he learned that they merely needed to take possession of the western part of the Stormlands. "If there is to be no battle, why bring so many soldiers?" Daikon queried, urging his horse closer to his father. "The army serves merely political purposes," Blandr explained. "Lady Thorne acquired lands through marriage. We require the loyalty of the lords of those lands. Perhaps it is merely superficial, but the army signifies authority. We must convey to these lords that they have a new master, and the soldiers at our backs ensure they heed our message." Daikon hung his head, having little interest in what he deemed the trivialities of politics. He yearned instead to see several lords emerge from the castles of the Stormlands, vehemently rejecting the demands of the crown, so he could witness his father's tactical command or even take the head of a disobedient lord himself. Despite growing under his father's tutelage, he longed for the fierce battles his father described, imagining himself in the midst of the fray. Rumors swept through the court that the Earl of Hornhill was a formidable warrior. His brother had been sent to join the Night's Watch, and he was certain that he would be the future head of Hornhill. Unwilling to bring shame upon the family, he resolved to closely follow in his father's footsteps. The relentless march brought the forces to the borders of Dorne, nearing Blackport, a city that guards the Boneway. Blandr instructed the knights behind him to call out to the castle, but no reply came, and even the guards on duty were nowhere to be seen. Blandr had no choice but to command the troops to proceed slowly and take residence in Blackport, having secured Storm's End and including the lands of the Reach. One boasts nearly a dozen colossal dragons, along with fleets from Dragonstone, Highgarden, and the Shield Islands, not to mention the formidable armies of Highgarden and Dragonstone. Margaery, upon receiving the news of the wedding's conclusion, felt a surge of delight within, her lips curling slightly in a smile as her mind wandered. These assets brought her position within reach, offering far greater advantages than the former conquest of the Seven Kingdoms by Aegon. Moreover, Dragonstone held two Stark children, and with her brother marrying Sansa, should Robb meet his demise, the Tyrells would effectively possess the potential to claim the North. Her grandmother's letter also mentioned Dorne. If Dorne could be secured, Margaery's heart raced with excitement. The military strength of the three principalities, when faced with the northern lords who had been embroiled in conflict for months, was beyond her wildest imaginings, essentially delivering the realm to her doorstep. Since her grandmother suggested that offspring could be exchanged for dragons, Margaery had meticulously studied the history of House Targaryen multiple times, envisioning a future where the new dragon lineage would carry half of her blood. Even the dragon riders, though not her direct descendants, would be her grandchildren. "When shall we make our move into Storm's End?" Margaery inquired with a beaming face. "How many troops do you have at Highgarden?" Green glanced at Margaery. Currently, his foremost priority was to embark on an industrial path. With the vastness of Storm's End and its myriad trivialities, it would be more prudent to have Highgarden contribute more provisions. At least the climate of Storm's End was favorable, though not as bountiful as the Reach. It was certainly more prosperous than the North. Accumulating supplies from Highgarden could only serve him well. "Why do you ask that?" Margaery replied. "Dragonstone has only about 10,000 troops, primarily from Essos, and due to the language barrier, they are ill-suited for garrisoning Storm's End. I lack a suitable lord or general to command in Storm's End, thus I plan to have Highgarden manage it. As long as Highgarden ensures the timely payment of taxes to Dragonstone, they may purchase various goods, such as light bulbs, at a generous discount of 30%. With its plentiful grain and abundant population, Highgarden could muster at least 20,000 additional troops without hindering agricultural efforts, beyond the shared 30,000 of the existing lords. Then it is settled. I shall release a group of Storm's End knights and nobles captured during the previous war, who will relay the message back home. Any lords willing to pledge fealty need only write back to Dragonstone, while those unwilling can be dealt with by Highgarden's forces. Highgarden may also alter the ownership of the castles, provided the new lord acknowledges Dragonstone's suzerainty," Green responded. Margaery, her large eyes calculating like those of a doe, pondered for a moment, seemingly satisfied. Should any short-sighted lord choose to oppose the dragons, Highgarden would be perfectly positioned to eliminate them and replace them with its own knights or lords, thereby cultivating her own power base. After agreeing to the plan, Margaery began drafting a letter to be sent back to King's Landing, requesting her grandmother to dispatch additional soldiers to Storm's End. Meanwhile, Tyrion, having heard his father mention that Jaime had inherited the Westerlands, spent the remainder of his time, aside from attending weddings and feasts, languishing in brothels. James endured immense suffering within the Red Keep, as Cersei deliberately avoided him in the presence of others. Meanwhile, he had to witness the limping Velaris eagerly pushing a wheelchair. trailing behind Cersei, utterly devoid of any opportunity to engage with her in warmth. Left with no other recourse, he sought solace in wine from Tyrion. "I hear you have returned to the Westerlands to inherit Casterly Rock," Tyrion remarked as he poured a drink for James. "Not at all. I remain a member of the Kingsguard," James replied. Tyrion, upon hearing this, silently exhaled. Knowing his brother was not adept at deceit and had no need to lie to him. "Then you have returned to Casterly Rock solely to bring forth gold to fund a second war?" Tyrion inquired. James was momentarily at a loss for words. Aware that such matters were not to be divulged to Tyrion, he lowered his gaze and drank deeply from his cup. Perceiving James's distraction and reflecting on recent events, Tyrion refilled his glass. "The Iron Throne may absolve the debts owed to the Westerlands, yet I wonder about the gold owed to the Iron Bank. The Westerlands still lack the means to settle the king's debts," Tyrion mused, lamenting the prosperity of his homeland, which seemed entirely disconnected from his own circumstances. The two brothers sat apart, each ensconced in their own sorrows, raising their goblets to drown their troubles. It was only after consuming an excess of drink that they began to lay bare their hearts. Tyrion, emboldened by the wine, jested about the relationship between James and Cersei. What gold could there possibly be? James erupted, unleashing the pent-up words from his heart. Tyrion gazed at him in confusion, prompting James, under the influence of alcohol, to declare, "From now on, it seems there will be no golden lions, only bloodied ones." In a fervent gesture, he flailed his arms, knocking over the wine jug, which spilled its crimson contents across the table, soaking Tyrion's shoes. "Due to various issues, the address has changed. Please use the new address to avoid confusion." Chapter 76. The scoundrel A-Troop has plundered Seagull Town, and the Grayson family has sent word. They have spotted the Black Dog banner from the Westerlands, belonging to House Clegane. Bronze Yoren, at the council in the Eyrie, cast an unhappy glance towards Baelish. "Trust me, no one can overlook the power of the Vale. The Iron Throne does not wish to lose this ally. Perhaps it is merely Stannis' soldiers in disguise. They have not received supplies in quite some time." The letter from Seagull Town did not explicitly state that the mountain was seen, did it? Baelish replied, shrugging. "Moreover, the Iron Throne has now allied with Highgarden and Dragonstone. Clearing the north and Stannis' obstacles will be effortless. Even if soldiers from the Westerlands did invade Seagull Town, I will inquire thoroughly and provide economic compensation to the victims. The Vale has no need to overlook the Iron Throne's current strength over a trivial misunderstanding. I shall personally write to the mountain to clarify the situation. Dragonstone and the Crab's Claw Peninsula have long-standing trade relations. Their fleets frequently pass through Old Stone. Dragonstone used dragons to assist the North and Stannis in winning the Riverlands War. The Iron Throne chose to compromise with Dragonstone to redeem captured soldiers. Rather than forming an alliance, Bronze Yoren countered. Varys wore an expression of helplessness. As you have stated, the dragon has indeed altered the course of the battle, and the Iron Throne has paid a hefty price in the Storelands. However, Stannis and the North are now at the end of their tether. There is no need for the Vale to accompany House Stark to its demise. It is sufficient to lend assistance when the Iron Throne requires it, in exchange for benefits. It is far preferable to remain as a guest at the table in King's Landing, relishing the spoils of victory, than to toil in the lands of the North for the sake of so-called loyalty, especially when the North cannot even provide a proper banquet." Varys turned to look at Lysa. Just then, a guard reported that a fleet bearing the banners of the Stormlands had arrived at Crab Bay, seeking an audience with Varys. After House Stark had retreated northward, it was initially believed that a fierce confrontation awaited with the Iron Islands. Yet, the journey northward was rather uneventful. Aside from a significant raid at White Harbor, the wealth of the North had been largely depleted. After accounting for and placating the local populace, Stark's forces continued their march north, passing through Karstark, and the Umber clan supported the reclamation of Winterfell. A contingent of over 5,000 arrived at Winterfell, only to find the gates wide open. A young boy, clad in leather and sporting sharp teeth, emerged with a joyful expression and knelt before Robb Stark. Robb, puzzled, glanced back at his mother and Edmure, both equally bewildered. The kneeling youth looked up with a gleeful smile and spoke. "Esteemed king in the North, my name is of little consequence. I am the servant of Ramsay, the bastard son of the traitor Bolton. When Lord Manderly sent men to hunt Ramsay, I was captured and brought to the dungeons of Winterfell as one of Ramsay's soldiers. Upon learning of the fall of House Bolton while in my cell, I was overcome with joy. I endured inhumane treatment at Ramsay's hands. He smeared filth on me, denied me the luxury of a bath, and compelled me to refer to myself as a scoundrel, to force the widow Lady Donella Hornwood to marry him. He locked her in a tower and deprived her of sustenance. Before she was starved to death, she resorted to consuming her own fingers." The terrified youth recounted fervently to the northern forces. Robb listened for a while, biting his jaw in frustration, uncertain if he could bear to hear more or simply wished to interrupt. "So, how did you come to be here?" Robb inquired. The traitor Theon had occupied Winterfell, and after the Lannisters retreated, the Iron Men had dwindled in number. Thus, Theon opened the dungeons, hoping the prisoners would serve him in fending off the northern assault. "I rallied a portion of the prisoners and the people of the north to resist, driving the Iron Men away and even severing the heads of several. Alas, Theon managed to escape," the youth lamented. As he spoke, the young man gestured, and dozens of soldiers emerged from Winterfell, spears in hand adorned with the heads of Iron Men. Robb surveyed the surrounding northern commanders, and for the first time in 2 months, a smile graced Lady Catelyn's face. "What a delightful surprise. You have done remarkably well. Speak your wishes. The king in the north shall not be stingy with rewards, for this is what a warrior deserves." Edmure spoke on behalf of his nephew. The young man knelt once more, rallying for the king in the north. Behind him, dozens of soldiers echoed his call, their voices resonant and invigorating, stirring the hearts of House Stark's army. How malleable the human spirit is. Robb reflected internally, hastily dismounting to assist the young boy, who was hoarse from his fervent cries. The youth, flashing a toothy grin, looked up at Robb, expressing his desire to journey to the Dreadfort, where the vassals had long suffered under House Bolton's oppressive rule. "I shall gather soldiers within their territory to respond to the king in the North's campaign southward." Upon hearing this, Robb promptly appointed the boy as the new lord of the Dreadfort, thereafter hastening his forces into Winterfell. With a mischievous smile, the boy watched the grand army march into Winterfell when Lady Catelyn's inquiry interrupted him. "Have you seen my son, Bran?" The boy's grin faded as he turned to Lady Stark, responding, "I regret to say, I have not. I am unaware of where the Iron Islands have taken your child. I ought to have spared one for you." Catelyn sighed, gripping her left hand tightly with her right. "This is not your fault. You have liberated Winterfell, and the Stark family is eternally grateful. I can only hope that Bran, if indeed a captive of the Iron Islands, might be spared by Theon, remembering their shared upbringing." She thought. Once settled in Winterfell, the castle bore the scars of war, its desolation further deepened, and the inhabitants dwindled as they sought refuge from the conflict. That night, the boy approached Robb again, seeking his support in procuring horses for a swift return to the Dreadfort. Robb readily acquiesced, and the boy, accompanied by nearly 100 men, set off under the cover of night towards the east. Upon awakening the next day at an inn on the outskirts of the city, the boy ventured to the stables, where he found the cloaked man, hunched and asleep amidst the hay. Unfastening his belt, he doused the man's face with steaming, golden urine. "Wake up, you filthy wretch. After breakfast, tend to the horses. We must make haste to the Dreadfort, where I shall personally demonstrate my skills. For there are ample samples to find tools better suited to your size." The cloaked man, groggy and dripping with moisture, eventually stirred and began his tasks, dragging his shackles as he worked. In Chapter 77, Bandits, Beric prepared to set forth upon receiving the guard's report, aiming to ascertain the origins of the Stormlands fleet and the situation in Seaguard. After several days of travel, Beric arrived at Crab Bay, during which he sent a letter to his informant, once a tax officer in Seaguard, requesting accurate intelligence in return. Surveying the scene, he recognized the mercenaries of the Female Brigade, the Knights of the Vale, and the Iron Shield Company, all of whom he had previously recruited. Although he did not see many of their leaders, he was familiar with several lower-ranking officers, as he had been responsible for their sustenance during the initial week of their crossing the narrow sea. Varys approached to extend his greetings and inquired about the reasons for several officers' presence in the Vale. Each officer stated it was by the command of their commander, seeking to pledge allegiance to Lord Varys. When pressed for further details, the officers provided no substantial information. Varys stroked his goatee, sensing an underlying strangeness to the situation that he could not quite articulate. He could only arrange for several mercenary bands to encamp for the time being. The intelligence from King's Landing had relayed the intricate details regarding the Iron Throne and Dragonstone, and Varys understood that if these ostensibly allied factions chose not to engage in battle, he could still leverage the Vale to his advantage. He opted not to cater to King's Landing proactively, as Tywin had suggested. The guardianship of the Vale was within his grasp to claim without requiring the Lion family's overt endorsement. By securing Lysa, he effectively controlled the Vale, and he believed the Lannisters ought to offer something of greater value. In King's Landing, Olenna received a letter regarding the arrival of the Tarleys in the Stormlands, revealing that the nobility there had suffered extensive looting, with many castles reduced to ashes. The streets were littered with corpses, some of which had not been buried in time, emitting a foul stench under the rain. The fingers adorned with jewelry had been severed, and numerous noble corpses were found toothless. From the mouths of the peasantry, it became evident that the Lord of the Stormlands had hosted mercenaries from Essos, who under the cover of night commenced their pillaging, slaughtering and robbing the estates of the nobility. Dragonstone's legions? Olenna pondered, having just received a letter from her granddaughter. Dragonstone had entrusted the governance of the Stormlands to Highgarden. Yet the current correspondence illustrated a land ravaged as if under siege. Olenna mulled over the implications, uncertain of the cause, and ultimately decided to write back to Highgarden, urging the dispatch of reinforcements to the Stormlands and instructing Tarly to investigate the situation thoroughly. She also drafted a letter to Dragonstone, advising Margaery to remain vigilant regarding the movements of Dragonstone's forces, hoping to ascertain their involvement in these events. After dispatching the Ravens, Olenna sought out Varys, the intelligence chief in King's Landing, hoping to glean insights about the Stormlands from him. After exchanging pleasantries, she asked, "What has the hand of the king been preoccupied with lately, Lord Varys?" As she strolled alongside him. "My lady, such matters are better addressed to him. Given that your children have united in marriage, you are far better positioned to inquire than I, a mere subordinate," Varys replied, deflecting her curiosity. The hand would not divulge his affairs to his daughter, nor to me, a mere matchmaker and matron, Olenna retorted. "When did you come to concern yourself with the affairs of the hand, my lady?" Varys inquired. "I am solely interested in whether my grandson's union with the Lannisters yields fruitful results. Highgarden cannot afford to squander its resources." "That is a matter you need not fret over, my lady. King's Landing is at an impasse with Stannis in the north, and the hand is undoubtedly preoccupied with preparations for war. Should Highgarden provide more provisions, he may very well hasten the onset of conflict. However, it appears that the Prime Minister is also preoccupied with another matter. He is urging the betrothal between Asha of the Iron Islands and His Majesty Joffrey. With the disturbances from the Iron Islands, the war in the north could be brought to a swifter conclusion. Rumors abound among the Ironborn that Balon's son has perished in Winterfell, leaving Balon with but a single daughter. A union with Joffrey could secure an heir to inherit the Iron Islands and, in one fell swoop, resolve the rebellion problem. The Prime Minister seems thoroughly prepared to address the war in the north, mused Olenna. Yet, it does not seem so straightforward. The Stark family has ruled the north for millennia, deeply entrenched in its foundations. Even if Robb is defeated, as long as a Stark survives, the north shall never yield. This would lead to an unending cycle of rebellion and suppression. A marriage alliance would be more conducive to the enduring peace of the north, as the Stark lineage is far more legitimate than that of House Greyjoy from the Iron Islands. Varys spread his hands in resignation. However, no Stark would willingly wed the murderer of their father, nor would they desire to take a Lannister as a spouse. Listening to Varys' words, Olenna realized that if they could facilitate a union between a Knight of Flowers and a Stark, the Tyrells would have completed their gambit. Regardless of who prevails, the Tyrells would hold the power to stand behind the victor, potentially even gaining more leverage through such a union. "I have another matter to discuss. Do you know of any capable mercenary companies from Essos?" Varys regarded Olenna with a hint of skepticism, prompting her to clarify. Highgarden needs to hire a mercenary company to guard the borders of Dorne, as the raids from the Dornishmen have proven to be quite troublesome. Currently, Highgarden has acquired land, but requires more soldiers to defend it, and the Lord of Highgarden cannot muster such numbers on his own, necessitating alternative solutions. The Windblown and the Golden Company are both excellent choices. However, many mercenary groups have been defeated and subdued by the Targaryen girl, leaving fewer formidable companies available. Nonetheless, it was not long ago that Varys was dispatched by the Prime Minister to hire several mercenary groups from Essos. They were in King's Landing just half a month ago, but have since vanished. If you wish to hire them, you might inquire with the Prime Minister or Lord Varys about their whereabouts. I nearly forgot to mention. Lord Varys seems to still be in the Vale and has not returned to King's Landing. Thank you, my lord. I will seek an opportune moment to consult the Prime Minister. Upon leaving Varys' residence, Olenna silently reviewed her thoughts. Dragonstone had no motive to plunder Storm's End, and it seemed Tywin would not destroy the alliances he had just forged. To be prudent, Olenna decided to await further correspondence from Storm's End and Dragonstone for more detailed intelligence before subtly probing Tywin, to safeguard against any eventualities. Olenna sent Garland back to Highgarden, instructing him to station troops around the Bitterbridge area. Chapter 78. A letter from grandmother. There has been a situation in Storm's End. Margaery spoke to her brother, the Knight of Flowers, Loras. Loras stirred slightly, propping himself up from his bed to gaze at Margaery. The past fortnight had been arduous for him, a veritable torment. On Dragonstone, the only company he found consisted of blacksmiths, eunuch soldiers, and the foul-smelling wild men and sailors, leaving him bereft of suitable companions for more intimate pursuits. He was also bound by his grandmother's admonitions, often collecting wildflowers to whisper juvenile affections to Sansa. If only Sansa were a touch older, Loras would be more intrigued. Yet, he was compelled to maintain his faade, refraining from sharing his favorite ribald tales in her presence, all while occasionally showcasing a romantic side, portraying himself as the object of desire for women across the Seven Kingdoms. However, the secretary on Dragonstone, Missandei, piqued Loras's interest. With her voluminous hair, sun-kissed skin, and a figure that exuded allure. A mere glance was enough for Loras to envision her soft bosom and supple form. He frequently orchestrated chance encounters, swaying his golden locks before her, yet Missandei remained oblivious. When he approached her with jest, seeking to draw closer, she merely smiled and declined. Thus, Loras was left to engage in half an hour of romantic conversation with Sansa each afternoon, followed by attempts to provoke Missandei's interest, only to retreat to his quarters and daydream about the unfulfilled potential of their encounters, ruminating on what to say during their next meeting. Loras wore an expression of reluctance as he awaited his sister's continuation. Mercenaries from Essos had attacked Storm's End, plundering the storerooms of the noble houses, seizing gold and jewels, and setting fire to the castle's provisions. What significance does this hold for me? Is my duty merely to keep a northern girl enamored until she matures and bears a child of both the Tyrell and Stark bloodlines? Loras lamented. My betrothal to Willis was meant to reclaim Storm's End, yet now it lies in ruins. What have we truly gained? Someone has encroached upon the interests of Highgarden. It is your obligation as a Tyrell to address this. He inquired if the letter mentioned the name of the mercenary company or who had hired them. The mercenaries are quite adept. They have left no gold dragons unclaimed nor spared any noble. Is the news of the raid from the mercenaries themselves? Or is it the culmination of Lord Tyrell's inquiries after several days in Storm's End? Rumors from nearby peasant households suggested conflicting tales. Some claimed that King S. Landing had sent aid to Storm's End, while others spoke of nobles attempting to hoard the gold for themselves, resulting in clashes with the mercenaries. Whispers had also emerged from the mercenaries mentioning the former lord of King S. Landing, Peter Baelish, while others speculated that the vanguard of the Targaryens from the Bay of Slaves had come to exact vengeance on the Baratheon ancestral lands. Some even suggested that the mercenaries hailed from Dragonstone, with fishermen from Storm's End recounting sightings of heavily laden ships departing for the island. What is your perspective on the latter rumor? Loras inquired. The forces of Dragonstone have not mobilized on a grand scale, a fact I observe with clarity. However, some informants left by my grandmother have revealed that a fleet bearing the banners of Storm's End recently docked at Tide's Head Island for supplies. The individuals aboard, distinguished by their attire and accents, do not appear to be from Storm's End, but rather armed forces from Essos. After resupplying, they made their way northward towards the Craball Peninsula. Marjorie spoke. You ought to inquire with your husband. We have an incomplete grasp of the situation at Storm's End. He should apply some pressure on King S. Landing, suggested Loras. No, it is also plausible for Dragonstone to engage in such activities. After all, they maintain close trade ties with Essos and have dealings with the Iron Throne. Hiring mercenary bands would be rather convenient. Perhaps he has bartered some new acquisition with the blood of Storm's End, she retorted, pondering the possibility that they had already seized the wealth of Storm's End and preferred to divert any ensuing troubles to Highgarden. Questioning what new treasures could warrant relinquishing a domain's guardianship and the welfare of hundreds of thousands of subjects. Loras incredulously exclaimed, I cannot fathom such a notion. I do not know, but he harbors too many secrets. The dragon may merely be the most rudimentary of them, she replied. Then it is imperative to ascertain the truth. You possess the qualifications, Valaris assessed her sister with scrutiny. If he is unwilling to divulge anything, it would be prudent to procure some wine. Should that prove insufficient, we can dispatch a message to King S. Landing, requesting grandmother to summon either Shatia's Mary or Jetty. They could impart a few new techniques to you. Marjorie, having heard Loras's crude remarks, disdainfully twisted her mouth and exited. After a moment of contemplation, she entered the stone drum tower, determined to address the matter directly. Observing Green engrossed in the intricacies of hex-tech battery technology, she noted the power conversion device inscribed with hex crystals, which channels the innate energy of the shellfolk into electricity, thereby eliminating the cumbersome process of power generation and transmission. This large battery, capable of providing a continuous power supply, can be operated with a cube no larger than a palm. Several smaller cubes, akin to diminutive Rubik's cubes, shimmered with a blue luminescence in Green's hands. Upon placing the hex-tech battery into the designated slot of an appliance, the battery automatically adjusts to provide the appropriate voltage and a stable operating environment, with its duration contingent upon the power demand of the device. When the power requirement is below 5,000, the recharging rate surpasses the consumption rate, allowing the battery to sustain uninterrupted operation. Marjorie observed as Green paused his tinkering and spoke, Storm's End has been ravaged by a certain force, and Highgarden may not be able to furnish such a substantial tax revenue. Is it dire? Indeed, it is grave. Virtually no surviving nobles or intact castles remain. Does your intelligence indicate who is responsible? Several mercenary bands have pillaged Storm's End and departed from Broken Ship Bay. After regrouping at Tides Island, they headed northwards towards the Vale, with possible routes leading to the north or Bravos. Marjorie replied with a subdued tone. Let us proceed with this for now. The taxes in Stormland should be alleviated, and the High Court ought to assist in restoring order to Stormland. The captives from the recent defeat at Hegian should return to Stormland post-haste, and we must swiftly assess the damages to set Stormland back on its rightful path. The High Court may also bolster its military presence to safeguard Stormland. Furthermore, let your grandmother observe the reactions from King's Landing. It is far easier to identify the one who takes a slice of the cake from the hands that cut it. Green believes it is essential to cultivate an intelligence network. As the political climate grows increasingly volatile, other families possess the resources to support the transmission and collection of information. Although we currently excel in military and economic strength, we are utterly blind in warfare. Chapter 79, Shadows. My dear, I wish to show you something marvelous. Vel'Koz instructed his servant to wheel him to the bookshelf, where he reached inside to retrieve a box and extracted a hex light bulb. He then turned to Cersei, extinguishing the candles. Vel'Koz commanded his servants, while Cersei feigned a smile, her impatience evident as she observed the cripple, her face betraying her weariness as the candlelight gradually dimmed. Vel'Koz, with the assistance of his servants, approached Cersei, taking her hand and guiding her to the table, where he pressed a button. Instantly, the room was illuminated anew, and Vel'Koz regarded Cersei, whose face was alight with astonishment. What is this? Cersei inquired, scrutinizing the bulb upon the table. Is it a jewel? Or does it originate from the mines across the narrow sea? Or perhaps it is the fabled night pearl from the Jade Sea? Cersei questioned. Do you like it? This is called a hex light bulb, Vel'Koz replied. Cersei cast a sidelong glance at Vel'Koz, eager only to discern the nature of this object, dismissing any notion of accepting the romantic gestures of a cripple. Noting Cersei's disinterest, Vel'Koz continued, a masterpiece from Dragonstone. Its origin is unknown, yet its utility is evident. There is no longer a need for candles. You can carry it anywhere without the fear of the wind extinguishing it or it burning out. It remains perpetually aglow. Cersei cupped the hex light bulb in her hands, the light casting immense shadows upon the wall through her fingers. As she rotated her fingers, she marveled at its softness. The shadows shifted, resembling eyes within an abyss. She felt a gentle warmth emanating from the bulb when Vel'Koz interrupted, as an ally of Dragonstone. The High Court will receive the first batch of hex light bulbs. In a few days, I shall illuminate the entirety of the Red Keep for you. What purpose do these little tricks serve? They merely provide light. Candles can do the same. The Red Keep has ample handmaidens to tend to the candles. Dragonstone has deceived the High Court with this trivial gadget. Dragons also bring light, along with the ability to raise castles, annihilate armies, and seize thrones. Dragonstone may share candles with the High Court, but will it share dragons as well? Cersei retorted. My sister is diligently working to ensure that the Tyrells become as close to the Targaryens as the Valerians were in their time, Vel'Koz stated. Working hard? The child born to Tyrell is of the bloodline of House Targaryen and does not carry the Tyrell surname. Has Dragonstone ever promised to bestow upon the Tyrells a mature dragon or dragon eggs? Cersei's remarks interrupted the words that Valerius had meticulously prepared. He had anticipated that Cersei would express astonishment like an ordinary noble maiden upon encountering the light bulb, curiously toying with it and bombarding him with questions. Alas, this was not the case. Now, Cersei regarded him with a scornful derision, akin to that of a disheartened young nobleman playing with a toy. Cersei raised the light bulb above her head and then released it over a spot devoid of carpet. With a resounding crash, the bulb shattered, releasing wisps of blue luminescence from the fragments. Cersei clapped her hands, signaling the servants to clean up the mess, as the bond between Highgarden and Dragonstone seemed quite fragile. She then instructed the attendants to relight the candles. Valerius sat in his wheelchair, staring vacantly at Cersei's retreating form, which was a far cry from the life he had envisioned post-marriage. Olenna had received a reply from her granddaughter and visited the Stormlands lords who had previously come to King's Landing. Their support for the Iron Throne was high. Considering Joffrey was nominally a Baratheon and had received gold compensation from Tywin, the fervor for battle was palpable, and they were eager to join the fray in the Riverlands. Observing the morale of the Stormlands, Olenna decided to conceal the developments there, as the progression of the war would ultimately benefit the Tyrells. Should the Iron Throne falter, they would have to rely more heavily on Highgarden. The ideal outcome would be for the lords of the Stormlands to suffer great losses in the Riverlands, leading to Robb's demise, thus allowing Highgarden to claim the Stormlands and play the card of Sansa to gain dominion over the north. Nonetheless, Olenna resolved to meet with Tywin to ascertain his stance on the Stormlands. Upon entering the Hand's Tower, Olenna handed Tywin the revised letter. The correspondence did not contain much conjecture, but directly pointed out that a mercenary group had been hired by King's Landing to pillage the Stormlands. Tywin perused the letter with care, and after a moment, he looked up at the composed Olenna and remarked, "You should contemplate the issue of your vassal's loyalty. It is possible that he covets the prosperity of the Stormlands and has orchestrated this incident to secure the castles and gold for himself." The letter had been sent by Lancel Lannister, and the hand was likely somewhat familiar with him. Stubborn loyalty and martial prowess were his nature. He held disdain for such acts of pillage and would not stoop to them. Olenna retorted, "I imagine Highgarden has heard of the mineral wealth of the Westerlands. Just as Highgarden produces grain, the Westerlands yield gold. Given the time to hire mercenaries for plunder, the Westerlands could procure equal amounts of gold from their mines in a more respectable manner. You witnessed it firsthand a few days ago, did you not?" Tywin spoke with righteous indignation. Olenna fell into a long silence, and seizing the moment, Tywin continued, "1/3 of my knightly lords hail from the Stormlands. Furthermore, not everyone will excessively dramatize acts of robbery. My lady, you ought to consider who truly benefits from such actions. They undermine the alliance between Highgarden and King's Landing and demoralize a portion of my forces, who would willingly shoot themselves in the foot." In Olenna's mind, the clues were meticulously organized. The North lacked the financial resources to hire mercenaries, and the timeline was too tight. Stannis currently possessed no castle, and sustaining an army was already a Herculean task. He had no funds to recruit mercenaries to plunder what might one day belong to him. Dorne appeared to hold significant potential, yet the relationship between the Lannisters and Dorne seemed to complicate matters. Dorne likely could not grasp the full extent of such intelligence, and the Lannisters would not willingly provide Dorne with information. "There is something, my lord, that you might want to consider. The marauding mercenaries were indeed once recruited by King's Landing," Olenna conveyed to Tywin. He retrieved the map and feigned a meticulous examination. "The mercenaries were enlisted by Baelish. He should still be in the Vale. He has repeatedly disregarded my orders, perhaps believing he could leverage the Vale to obtain greater rewards from the new king. The Wealth of Storms End appears to be quite an enticing prize," Tywin emphasized. Olenna, however, did not divulge to Tywin the whereabouts of the mercenaries. In her thoughts, she mused that perhaps Baelish was indeed preparing to align himself with Stannis or the North, having received intelligence from King's Landing before his departure, intending to plunder Storm's End to unravel the alliance, and subsequently spread messages within Storm's End.